Linjiang City, Linjiang Number 1 High School. Director Wei, why is my name not on the list of underprivileged students eligible for subsidies this month? In the grade director's office, Su Ming spread a list out on Wei Jiaxing's desk. According to the regulations of the Linjiang city government, students with blood energy rankings in the top 10 of the school, who also come from financially struggling families, are entitled to receive a monthly subsidy of 20,000 credit points to purchase cultivation resources. Su Ming's blood energy test at the end of last month was 3.18, ranking him 5th in his grade. By regulation, he should have received this subsidy. Faced with Su Ming's questioning, Wei Jiaxing adjusted his black-framed glasses, didn't glance at the list, and casually said, "Su Ming, the government subsidy for underprivileged students is meant to help those with poor family conditions but outstanding martial talent go further. Your grades are decent, but you didn't awaken any special abilities during yesterday's awakening ceremony. You're aware of the gap between ordinary martial artists and awakened ones, so I removed your name from the list. After all, Linjiang City has to distribute so many subsidies every month, and the pressure is significant. Resources need to be allocated to those who need them the most. As a teacher, I feel the opportunity should go to true geniuses. I hope you can understand." He spoke with a self-righteous demeanor. Director Wei. Su Ming's tone grew resolute as he heard that his name had been removed. "I've read the government regulations. The underprivileged student subsidy is based solely on blood energy rankings and family conditions. Even if I haven't awakened any abilities, last month my blood energy ranked 5th in the grade. According to the rules, not even you as the grade director have the authority to arbitrarily give my spot to someone else." Wei Jiaxing frowned, his tone turning stern. "Su Ming, mind your attitude." But Su Ming stood firm, saying resolutely, "I'm just fighting for the rights I deserve. If Director Wei thinks my words are inappropriate, then I won't disturb you further. I'll go to the city government to explain the situation right away." With that, he turned and walked out without waiting for a response. Su Ming wasn't in it just for the 20,000 credit point subsidy, he absolutely needed it. His family had been in good condition before. Both his parents were first-rank martial artists, and he even had a lovely younger sister. But in his first year of high school, a beast tide took his father Suzai's life, and his mother Lin Wanru was gravely injured and left on the brink of death. Su Ming spent all his savings just to save his mother's life, but her injuries were too severe. Only the water of life, a 7th-rank natural treasure worth billions of credit points, could truly heal her. Now, she remained in a coma. Every month, her life support costs alone amounted to 20,000 credit points. Adding his younger sister's middle school cultivation and living expenses, the money was far from enough. The previous subsidies for underprivileged students had all gone toward his mother's treatment, and Su Ming still had to work part-time to maintain the household's daily needs. If the subsidy were cut off, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, upon learning that the school had violated regulations by removing his name from the list, Su Ming was understandably anxious. Su Ming, I advise you to stay put in school and not run around." Wei Jiaxing snarled in anger, trying to threaten him, but Su Ming ignored him entirely and walked out without looking back. Wei Jiaxing's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, staring at Su Ming's departing figure. After a long while, he took a deep breath, turned on his computer, and began typing furiously. Su Ming's file appeared on the screen. "Did you really think I'd be afraid? How naive." He sneered coldly and started making changes. 2.5 hours later, "I got expelled. Wei Jiaxing, you bastard. I'll make you pay for this." Su Ming stormed out of the city government hall, burning with rage and cursing out loud. He hadn't expected Wei Jiaxing to directly expel him from Linjiang Number 1 High School. The city government staff discovered during an identity check that he was no longer a student at Linjiang Number 1 High School. Without student status, no matter how high his blood energy was, he couldn't receive the government subsidy. "Time is running out. I must figure out a way to make money," Su Ming muttered angrily, finally suppressing his fury with deep breaths. The payment to the hospital was due in 1 week. Right now, the most pressing issue was earning enough money. However, earning 20,000 credit points in a week seemed like an impossible task. After thinking hard, Su Ming realized there weren't any jobs in the city that could help him make money so quickly. "It seems I'll have to try my luck at the Martial Artists Association. If I'm lucky, maybe I can join a martial artist team as a porter." In the end, Su Ming made up his mind to take a risk, venturing into the underground caves to make a desperate bid. The underground caves were passageways connecting this world to all other alien worlds, materials, teeming with ferocious beasts and fraught with danger. Yet, despite the risks, martial artists flocked to the caves. This was because the caves contained cultivation resources that could enhance strength, and the bodies of the ferocious beasts held valuable materials. The beasts' sharp teeth and claws could be forged into powerful weapons, and their blood and flesh could be brewed into elixirs to help martial artists recover blood energy and improve their cultivation. However, once inside the caves, all technological devices from Blue Star would cease to function. Martial artists could only rely on themselves to carry the materials they hunted back out. Carrying a load of materials while fighting would significantly reduce a martial artist's combat effectiveness. As a result, many martial artist teams recruited temporary members with weaker abilities to serve as porters. These temporary members didn't need to fight. As long as they survived and carried the materials out of the caves, they could earn a handsome reward. This was precisely what Su Ming had his eye on. Of course, entering the caves was extremely risky. Even powerful martial artists could fall, let alone Su Ming, whose blood energy value was only 3.18, less than half the minimum standard for an ordinary martial artist. Still, Su Ming decided to take the gamble. He hailed a vehicle and headed toward the Linjiang City Martial Artists Association. At the Linjiang City Martial Artists Association, the place was bustling with people. Martial artists of various appearances came and went. Su Ming stood in the center of the hall, staring at the massive electronic screen displaying a rolling list of task information, searching for opportunities to join as a temporary member. It didn't take long for him to realize he was being overly optimistic. All the teams recruiting temporary members required a minimum blood energy value of 5. As a high school student with a blood energy value of only 3.18, no one wanted him. Since the appearance of the underground caves, the physical fitness of people in this world had generally improved. On Earth, a healthy adult had a blood energy value of about 1 point, whereas here, an average person had a value of around 1.5. A blood energy value of 5 was more than 3 times that of an average adult in this world. Such individuals could carry more materials in the caves and were much safer. After being rejected by several martial artist teams in a row, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a trace of despair. Su Ming, is that really you? I thought I was mistaken. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Su Ming turned toward the voice and saw a 4-person team approaching. Leading them was a tall, coldly elegant woman with her hair tied into a high ponytail. She was dressed in combat attire emblazoned with the emblem of Extreme Martial Arts Hall, carrying a long sword on her back, exuding a dashing and heroic aura. Coach Xin? Su Ming was momentarily stunned, recognizing her as Xin Menghan, a second-rank martial artist and one of the coaches he had encountered at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall during his part-time sparring job in the past. What brings you to the Martial Artist Association? Su Ming had made quite an impression back then with his hard work and decent vitality. Xin Menghan, curious to see him here, couldn't help but ask. To be honest, I urgently need some money right now, so I thought I'd try my luck as a porter, Su Ming said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Xin Menghan frowned slightly. Su Ming, you need to think this through. The catacombs are dangerous. With your current strength, even encountering a first-rank beast could threaten your life. I know the risks, but I really need the money, Su Ming replied resolutely. In that case, join us. We're heading to the catacombs and happen to need a porter. It'll save us the trouble of finding someone else. Seeing the determination and urgency in Su Ming's eyes, Xin Menghan hesitated for a moment before finally extending the invitation. Thank you, coach. I promise I won't hold everyone back, Su Ming said excitedly, patting his chest in assurance. Well, isn't this the Grande Dame of Extreme Martial Arts Hall? What's the matter? Can't find anyone reliable and had to bring along a little pretty boy who hasn't grown up yet? Ha ha ha. A piercing laugh interrupted them. A burly bald man dressed in the uniform of Thunder Martial Arts Hall approached with his team, arms crossed and a sneer plastered on his face as he stared disdainfully at Su Ming and Xin Menghan. Thunder Martial Arts Hall and Extreme Martial Arts Hall had always been rivals. The bald man's team members joined in the jeering. Brother Xiong, look at that kid, so scrawny he couldn't even fill the gap between a beast's teeth. Is Extreme Martial Arts Hall running out of people? Bringing someone like that into the catacombs? He'd wet himself and need someone to carry him back. Xin Menghan's face turned icy as she coldly retorted, Cheng Xiong, who I bring is none of your business. Mind your own affairs. Su Ming, let's go, she said, ignoring Cheng Xiong and his team. She led Su Ming and her group away without further ado. Stupid woman, better die in the catacombs. Cheng Xiong spat venomously as he watched them leave. Meanwhile, Xin Menghan took Su Ming out of the Martial Artist Association and drove towards the entrance of the number 3 catacombs. Su Ming, these are Fang Yamo, Guan Shan, and Xiaomu. They're all first-rank martial artists. Xin Menghan introduced her 3 teammates during the drive. Fang Yamo, a short-haired girl in her early 20s with black-framed glasses, held a spear and exuded a competent and professional demeanor. Guanshan and Xiaomu were both young men in their 30s, armed with long swords similar to Xian Menghan's. Su Ming, welcome to the team. Fang Yamo was the first to greet him warmly after the introductions, and Guanshan and Xiaomu nodded in acknowledgement. Su Ming responded to each of them in turn. I recall you being quite skilled with a spear. I have a spare iron spear in the trunk. Don't forget to take it with you later when we grab the gear. It'll give you something to rely on once we're in the catacombs, Xian Menghan said after the greetings. Thank you, Su Ming said gratefully. Before long, the group of 5 arrived at the number 3 catacombs, located 20 kilometers outside Linjiang City. After donning their gear, they passed through the strict checks conducted by the defense forces stationed outside the catacombs and entered the passageway leading inside. As they traversed the passage, Su Ming experienced a brief sense of dizziness and weightlessness before the view before him suddenly opened up. The sky was a dim yellow, with a faint stench of decay and blood lingering in the air. The surrounding vegetation was mostly of a strange, dark purple or inky green hue. In the distance, the unsettling roars of unknown beasts echoed, making the atmosphere palpably tense. This was the world of the catacombs. I'll take the lead. Guanshan, you cover the rear. Fang Yamo and Xiaomu, watch the flanks. Su Ming, stay in the middle. You won't need to fight, just focus on gathering materials. Understood? As soon as they entered the catacombs, Xian Menghan immediately took command, her gaze finally locking on Su Ming, who was positioned in the center of the group. Su Ming nodded emphatically, gripping the iron spear tightly. Amidst his nervousness, a trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. Move out. Xian Menghan led the way, and the others followed closely behind. Although the number 3 catacombs were the lowest-ranked catacombs near Linjiang City, with beasts no stronger than second rank, they were still not to be underestimated. The team hadn't ventured far before encountering their first beast. This was Su Ming's first time seeing a live beast. It was a gray-black rat, roughly the size of a cat, with a pair of sharp half-foot-long fangs. Upon spotting Xian Menghan's team, the fanged rat wasted no time and charged at them, its blood-red eyes gleaming with aggression. This is a first-rank fanged rat, the weakest type of beast in the catacombs. Low intelligence, mediocre attack and defense, but fast. Many novice martial artists start by practicing on such low-level beasts, Xian Menghan explained calmly to Su Ming as she observed the charging rat. She then turned to Fang Yamo, injure it severely and let Su Ming get some practice. Understood, Captain. Fang Yamo responded. Her vitality surged as she stepped forward, her spear darting out like a dragon. The spearhead flashed, piercing straight through the fanged rat. Su Ming, this one's all yours, Fang Yamo said, flicking her spear to toss the heavily wounded rat, its chest pierced and riddled with injuries, to Su Ming's feet. The other members of Xian Menghan's team watched Su Ming intently, waiting to see how he would react. Looking at the twitching, nearly lifeless fanged rat, Su Ming understood their intent, to acclimate him to the sight of bloodshed. Contrary to their expectations, Su Ming didn't hesitate. He hefted the iron spear and thrust it forcefully at the fanged rat's head. Clang! The spear struck its skull with a crisp sound. So tough. Su Ming was startled by the resistance he felt. Though the fanged rat was the weakest of beasts, its body was still far sturdier than that of an ordinary animal. Again! Determined, Su Ming pulled back the spear and mustered all his strength for another strike. This time, the iron spear penetrated the rat's skull. Its body stiffened momentarily before collapsing lifelessly. Ding! First successful beast kill achieved. Condition met. Deep Blue system activated. Newcomer's gift pack has been distributed. Please check. As Su Ming killed the fanged rat, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Deep Blue system? Newcomer's gift pack? Finally, the golden finger has arrived. 17 years. I've been in this world for 17 years. Do you know what I've been through these 17 years? Su Ming was startled by the sudden notification sound in his mind, but excitement quickly overtook him, and his eyes trembled slightly. The discomfort from his first kill was completely swept away by this surprise, and the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. Su Ming, what's wrong? Xian Menghan's cool voice carried a hint of doubt and concern. Fang Yamo, Guanshan, and Xiaomu also looked at Su Ming with strange expressions. Su Ming's smile was entirely unexpected to them. Back when they first became martial artists and ventured into the underground caves to hunt vicious beasts, the bloody scenes had made everyone uncomfortable. However, when Su Ming killed his first beast, not only did he show no discomfort, but he even smiled. This made them wonder whether he had some peculiar tendencies. No, nothing, I'm just too excited. Xian Menghan's question pulled Su Ming back to reality. He withdrew the black iron spear embedded in the head of the sharp-toothed rat, and his expression quickly returned to normal. Seeing this, Xian Menghan finally let out a sigh of relief. Well done, Su Ming. Although the sharp-toothed rat was severely injured, you acted decisively and took it down in 2 strikes. Your psychological resilience is far better than most first-timers in the caves. Fang Yamo, carrying a gun, smiled as she walked towards Su Ming. Hearing Fang Mo's praise, Guan Shan and Xiaomu also cast approving glances at him. They had seen too many newcomers break down when faced with a dying beast, and Su Ming's performance had far exceeded their expectations. This is not a place to linger. Fang Mo, handle the materials. Su Ming, carry them on your back. We'll leave immediately, Xin Menghan said, noticing the increasingly pungent smell of blood emanating from the sharp-toothed rat's corpse. She decisively interrupted the conversation and looked at Fang Mo. Fang Mo nodded, drew a black gold dagger from her waist, and quickly approached the sharp-toothed rat's corpse. She extracted its sharp fangs and packed them into the large bag on Su Ming's back. The 5-person team continued advancing deeper into the caves. As they marched, Su Ming focused part of his attention on the newly bound deep blue system. A simple blue, semi-transparent panel surfaced in his consciousness. Host, Su Ming, Vitality, 3.18, Spirit, 3.0, Ability, None, Body Refining Technique, Rising Sun D Advanced, Plus, Meditation Technique, None, Martial Skill, Vajra Spear Technique D Intermediate, Plus, Enhancement Points, 0, a Novice Gift Pack has been detected. Would you like to open it? The body refining technique Su Ming practiced was a foundational method provided for free by the Alhanxia government to every middle school student nationwide. It was reportedly an adaptation of pre-cataclysm national gymnastics routines, classified as D-level. As for the martial skill Vajra Spear technique, it was a legacy from Su Ming's father, also D-level. Both martial skills and body refining techniques had 4 stages of mastery: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfected. The higher the mastery level, the more powerful the martial skill became. For example, Su Ming's current Vajra Spear technique, at the beginner level, could amplify his combat power by 1.2 times. At intermediate, it reached 1.5 times, advanced was 2 times, and perfected could unleash 2.5 times. Similarly, the higher the mastery level of a body refining technique, the more significant the improvement in vitality during training. Su Ming glanced at the system panel, and the last line of text caught his attention. He immediately focused his consciousness and silently commanded, "Open the Novice Gift Pack." Ding! Novice Gift Pack opened. Rewards, Enhancement Points plus 100, S-level ability Frosted Crown. S-level ability? Seeing the reward, Su Ming's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. From what he knew, abilities in this world were ranked from lowest to highest as F, E, D, C, B, A, and SS-level abilities were the highest rank. In the history of Linjiang City, such a top-tier ability had never appeared. Only about 1% of martial artists could awaken an ability. Even the lowest F-level abilities were enough to change a martial artist's destiny, earning them the title of a respected awakened. The strongest ability ever recorded in Linjiang City's history was a B-level 1. During yesterday's awakening ceremony, among the students of Linjiang First High School, Lin Manman, who awakened the fire-type ability Scorching Plains, had a C-level ability. She was already considered the school's top genius, but now, Su Ming had acquired an S-level ability. Ding! Would you like to fuse with the S-level ability Frosted Crown? Note, fusing with an ability will cause related phenomena. Would you like to conceal the phenomena? Fuse, conceal the phenomena. Su Ming chose without hesitation. Whoosh! The moment Su Ming gave the command, an intensely cold yet gentle energy surged from deep within his body, spreading instantly throughout him and ultimately converging at the center of his brow. In the sea of consciousness at the center of his brow, an ice crystal crown radiating a bone-chilling aura hovered above his soul. It emanated a noble, icy, and commanding kingly presence. The strange energy falling from the ice crystal crown nourished Su Ming's soul. In an instant, Su Ming felt his mind clear, his spirit revitalized, and his perception of the surrounding environment enhanced multiple times. A feeling of immense power surged through him, as if every cell in his body were cheering. Su Ming instinctively glanced at the system panel. Host, Su Ming, Vitality, 5.0, Spirit, 30, Ability, Frosted Crown S, Plus, Body Refining Technique, Rising Sun D Advanced, Plus, Meditation Technique, None, Martial Skill, Vajra Spear Technique D Intermediate, Plus, Enhancement Points, 100. My vitality increased by 1.82, and my spirit is now 10 times what it was before. Hiss. Seeing his post-fusion attributes, Su Ming couldn't help but take a sharp breath. His spirit was now 10 times stronger than before. The S-level ability's boost to his mental attributes far exceeded his expectations. expectations. The standard for a first-rank martial artist and an awakened was to have vitality and spirit reach 10 points, respectively. But now, Su Ming's spirit had already reached 3 times the threshold for a first-rank awakened, rivaling that of a mid-level first-rank awakened. My spiritual level has already reached the standard of a first-rank awakened. As long as I go to the Martial Artist Association for a rank certification, I can obtain the status of a first-rank awakened. After that, I can venture into the caves alone to hunt vicious beasts. I'll never have to worry about money for my mother's treatment again. Realizing his massive spiritual growth, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nearly leaped for joy. Venturing into the caves alone to hunt vicious beasts meant that all the spoils would belong solely to him. His income would far surpass the meager earnings of a porter. System, are these enhancement points meant for improving martial arts and abilities? Can they upgrade their levels? Su Ming calmed his excited emotions, his gaze falling on the enhancement points section of the system panel, silently asking in his mind. Enhancement points can be used to learn martial arts, body forging techniques, and meditation methods to increase proficiency. They can also be used to evolve abilities and enhance their levels. As soon as the system's voice fell, the panel instantly responded. Just as I thought. Besides the novice gift pack, how else can I obtain enhancement points? Enhancement points can be obtained by hunting fierce beasts. The higher the level of the beast hunted, the more enhancement points you gain. Hunting beasts also offers a chance to acquire their abilities, including but not limited to natural, superhuman, spatial, and mental abilities. System, you're incredible. Su Ming couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up after seeing its feature description. From what I know, S-rank abilities are already the highest level. My S-rank Ice Crown can still evolve. What level of ability lies beyond S-rank? Excited, Su Ming clicked on the plus sign next to the Ice Crown. S-rank ability Ice Crown, 0/1000000. It seems that evolving an S-rank ability is beyond what I can currently consider. Seeing that evolving an S-rank ability required 1,000,000 enhancement points, Su Ming decided to shift his focus to the martial arts and body forging techniques he currently mastered. D-rank body forging technique Morning Sun Rising, 80 out of 100. D-rank martial art Vajra Spear technique, 50 out of 100. System, max out the proficiency of both the Vajra Spear technique and Morning Sun Rising. Noticing that he had 100 enhancement points, enough to fully max out both techniques, Su Ming gave the order without hesitation. 70 enhancement points surged like a torrent into Morning Sun Rising and the Vajra Spear technique. Buzz. In an instant, the proficiency of Morning Sun Rising and the Vajra Spear technique reached their maximum levels. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Ming's eyes as profound insights about these two techniques emerged in his mind. He had completely mastered them. When Morning Sun Rising reached full level, Su Ming's vitality increased by 2 points, reaching a total of 7 points. As the Vajra Spear technique reached full level, an invisible, sharp aura flashed across Su Ming's body. At that moment, Xin Manghan, who was leading the way, suddenly turned back to look at Su Ming and the team. She observed carefully but didn't detect anything unusual. That aura just now, where did it go? Was I just nervous and imagining things? Xin Manghan frowned, feeling a bit puzzled. Oh whoa! A sharp, piercing beast howl interrupted her thoughts. Xin Manghan immediately turned around, her expression tense as she stared ahead. Fan Yamo, Xiaomu, and Guan Shan's faces also changed. They quickly drew their weapons, staring nervously at the figures that appeared. Su Ming also looked cautiously in the direction everyone was watching. They saw a group of fierce beasts with manes like a lion's around their necks, resembling hyenas but much more robust, appearing in sight. These beasts were large, muscular, with fierce eyes glaring at the team. Their sharp teeth dripped with thick saliva. Lion mastiffs. Recognizing the beasts, Su Ming immediately recalled the bestiary he had seen in the school library. Although lion mastiffs were first-tier beasts, they were among the stronger ones in that tier. Adult lion mastiffs had strength equivalent to the late stage of first tier. What made them even more terrifying was that they were pack animals, moving in groups of at least 5 or 6, sometimes dozens. Facing dozens of late-stage first-tier lion mastiffs would force even recently advanced second-tier warriors to flee for their lives. Oh whoa! Oh whoa! Amidst the sharp and piercing howls, 16 adult lion mastiffs surrounded Xin Menghan's 5-member team tightly. Several lion mastiffs quickly locked onto Su Ming. To them, Su Ming's aura was the weakest, making him the easiest target. Everyone, gather around Su Ming and prepare to fight. Xin Menghan's face changed, shouting sharply as she sensed the lion mastiffs targeting Su Ming. As soon as she spoke, Xin Menghan stepped back, positioning herself in front of Su Ming. The other 3 immediately closed ranks, forming a tight circle around Su Ming. Their weapons were aimed at the surrounding lion mastiffs. Oh whoa! At the moment Xin Menghan and the others moved, the surrounding lion mastiffs launched an attack. 7 or 8 grayish-brown figures darted out like lightning from the rocks and trees, headed straight for the team members. Kill! Xian Menghan roared, her vitality erupting as her longsword traced a sharp arc. Slash! With one strike, she cleaved through a charging lion mastiff. Blood splattered, and the beast collapsed on the spot. This single move instantly split a late-stage first-tier lion mastiff in half, killing it outright. Amazing! Su Ming, witnessing Xian Menghan's explosive power up close, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The vitality burst Xian Menghan displayed was at least 30 times his own. Her minimum vitality had to be 210 points. Dominant Blade. Flowing Cloud Spear. In the other directions, Fong Mo and the others simultaneously mobilized their vitality, unleashing their respective martial techniques. Although all three were late-stage first-tier warriors with D-rank martial arts, their high proficiency allowed them to exert double their combat power. However, compared to Xian Menghan, they were slightly inferior. Against lion mastiffs of the same tier, they could only repel them and inflict light wounds, unable to kill them outright. You hold off these lion mastiffs without getting injured, the rest is up to me. Xian Menghan's voice was calm after slaying a lion mastiff. Her blade flashed again, and another lion mastiff fell. Fang Mo, Guanshan, and Xiaomu nodded, steadfastly defending Su Ming and resisting the lion mastiff's attacks. With each swing of Xian Menghan's sword, another lion mastiff was felled. The team worked in perfect coordination. Despite the lion mastiff pack's desperate onslaught, they couldn't breach the defense and harm Su Ming. Within less than half a minute, most of the 16 lion mastiffs lay dead. The remaining 6 hesitated to attack further. They retreated cautiously, fear evident in their eyes as they stared at Xian Menghan, who had just demonstrated her mighty prowess. Awah! Just when the group thought the lion mastiffs were about to flee, a louder beast roar resounded. A fearsome aura quickly approached, making Fong Mo and the others' hearts tremble. Not good. It's the lion mastiff king. They saw a monstrous creature, twice the size of a regular lion mastiff, as strong as a bull, charging toward them. Even Xian Menghan gasped in surprise, her expression turning serious as she recognized the beast. The lion mastiff king, a second-tier beast. Su Ming squinted his eyes, gazing at the lion mastiff king. Although lion mastiffs were classified as level 1 ferocious beasts, a rare few could break through their limits and rise as kings of their species. The strength of the lion mastiff king before him had already reached the early stage of level 2. Among Xian Menghan's team, only she could contend with it in battle. Roar! As Su Ming was sizing up the lion mastiff king, it charged to the front of their group, its eyes brimming with hunger for the flesh of human warriors. Without hesitation, it launched a ferocious attack. Beast, face my blade! Xian Menghan shouted, her blood energy surging as she swung her blade to block the lion mastiff king. The lion mastiff king was formidable, and Xian Menghan had to keep it far enough away from the team. If her battle with the beast affected Fong Mo and the others, someone would inevitably get hurt. Awah! As Xian Menghan broke away to intercept the lion mastiff king, the fear in the eyes of the 6 other lion mastiffs dissipated. They once again pounced toward Fong Mo and the others. Without Xian Menghan, a level 2 warrior, to share the pressure, Fong Mo and her 2 teammates, near late-stage level 1 warriors, faced double their number of lion mastiffs. The pressure on them doubled. Moreover, the trio had to protect Su Ming. During the fierce battle, Fong Mo was the first to expose a flaw. Fong Mo, watch your right! Guanshan shouted. 2 lion mastiffs were fighting Fong Mo. One of them suddenly lunged from her rear right side while she was attacking, its bloodstained fangs snapping toward her leg. Not good. Fong Mo noticed too late and couldn't completely evade. At this critical moment, Su Ming moved from behind her. He thrust his black iron spear with all his might. Utilizing the D-rank martial technique Diamond Spear Art, his spear strike was precise and perfect. The black iron spear, enhanced by a 2.5x power multiplier, swiftly pierced the lion mastiff's shoulder. With his 7 blood energy multiplied by 2.5, Su Ming's spear strike unleashed a force of 175 calories, surpassing the standard 100 calories of a level 1 warrior. Bang! A muffled impact echoed as the force traveled up Su Ming's arm, causing him to take half a step back. After all, the lion mastiff was a late-stage level 1 ferocious beast, capable of matching a late-stage level 1 warrior. A late-stage level 1 warrior typically possessed at least 70 blood energy, and their combat strength could easily surpass 700 calories. Without using his supernatural ability, Su Ming could reach the level of a standard level 1 warrior but was still behind a late-stage level 1 warrior. However, though this spear strike failed to repel the lion mastiff, it successfully stopped its attack, buying Fong Mo precious time to narrowly evade the ambush. Thanks! Fong Mo exclaimed, breaking out in a cold sweat. She swung her spear forcefully, driving back the lion mastiff that had been injured and angered. With lingering fear, she thanked Su Ming, a faint trace of surprise flickering in her eyes before she turned back to her intense battle with the two lion mastiffs. My current strength is still somewhat weak if I don't use my supernatural ability, Su Ming thought to himself. But with my mental energy, now at 30 Hz, I should be able to fully unleash the Ice Crown ability and face the level 2 ferocious beast lion mastiff king head-on. Gripping his spear, Su Ming stood to the side, observing the battle and calculating. Heavenly scaled blade art. After a moment, Xin Menghan shouted softly, unleashing her blade technique. She finally inflicted a severe wound on the lion mastiff king, a gash over a meter long, cutting deep to the bone. Oh whoa! The lion mastiff king let out a pained howl and dared not linger any longer. Trying to escape? Xin Menghan sneered, refusing to let it go. She executed the heavenly scaled blade art once more, completely slaying the lion mastiff king. Oh whoa! With the death of their king, the 6 lion mastiffs battling Fong Mo and the others let out desolate howls, tails tucked, and scattered in all directions. Phew, it's finally over. Fong Mo and the others saw this, refrained from pursuing, and instead tightened their grips on their weapons, their heavy breathing filling the air. Even Xin Menghan's chest heaved violently, evidence of the toll the battle had taken on them. Let's clean up the battlefield and head back, Xin Menghan said after a brief rest. The others nodded in agreement. This trip to cave number 3 had been shorter than any of their previous expeditions. Yet, not only had they encountered a pack of lion mastiffs, but they'd also faced the lion mastiff king. Killing one level 2 lion mastiff king and 10 late-stage level 1 lion mastiffs, the materials from these beasts were worth no less than their usual gains from the cave. The group swiftly began cleaning the battlefield, skillfully harvesting the lion mastiff's hides, teeth, and claws, and draining the remaining blood into specially made containers. 15 minutes later, Su Ming's backpack was stuffed to the brim, leaving him more exhausted than the others. Even so, they couldn't fit all the materials. Finally, they crafted a temporary sack from the lion mastiff king's hide to carry the excess materials. Guan Shan carried it as the group made their way toward the cave entrance. Brother Xiong, isn't that the squad from the Extreme Martial Hall? Why are they done with their hunt so quickly today? As Xin Menghan's group approached the cave's entrance, a sharp-eyed member of Chang Xiong's squad, who had just exited the cave, pointed toward them in surprise. It really is them. They must have gotten lucky to kill a lion mastiff king. Chang Xiong snorted, glancing at the lion mastiff king's hide on Guan Shan's back, jealousy lacing his words. Let's go! Imagining Xin Menghan flaunting her spoils in front of him, Chang Xiong led his squad away before they could get close. Xin Menghan had already noticed Chang Xiong and his team at the entrance. Seeing them deliberately avoid her squad, a faint smile graced her lips, but she said nothing. Brimming with the spoils from this underground expedition, the group passed through the cave entrance and returned to Blue Star. They loaded the beast materials into the trunk of their vehicle, and Xin Menghan drove them back to Linjiang City. Su Ming, we did well today. Here's your reward, Xin Menghan said, transferring 20,000 credit points to Su Ming after processing the materials. 20,000 credits? Coach Xin, isn't that a bit much? Su Ming asked, surprised by the amount in his account. Typically, porters only received 5% of the team's earnings, with exceptional teams perhaps offering slightly more. By Su Ming's estimate, the materials this time were worth about 200,000 credits, making his share a full tenth of the total. You performed well today. Without your help, Momo might have been injured. This is what you deserve, Xin Menghan explained with a smile, noticing Su Ming's surprise. Thank you, Coach Xin. Su Ming understood, expressed his gratitude, and then took his leave, heading toward the Linjiang City Central Hospital. Captain, Su Ming has great potential. You two have a good relationship, so why not officially recruit him into the squad? After Su Ming left, Fong Mo emerged from the corner and suggested to Xin Menghan. Guan Shan and Xiaomu also nodded in agreement, their faces filled with anticipation as they looked at Xin Menghan. Earlier in the cavern, they had all witnessed the power of Su Ming's shot when he helped Fong Mo out of trouble. Especially Fong Mo, who was certain that Su Ming's shot had already reached the level of a Tier 1 martial artist. Su Ming was young but possessed the strength of a Tier 1 martial artist. If he joined their squad, it wouldn't be long before they gained another Tier 2 martial artist, significantly boosting their strength. Having an additional Tier 2 martial artist would be a tremendous upgrade for the entire team. Don't think about it anymore. Su Ming is just a senior at Linjiang No. 1 High School. He's a genius aiming to get into Hanxiao Martial Arts Academy. Opportunities like that aren't something a small team like ours can hold on to, Xin Menghan said, shaking her head with a wry smile as she looked at everyone. She hadn't had the chance to tell them earlier that Su Ming was merely a student. What? Su Ming is still a student? Fong Mo and the others were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then their expressions turned to disappointment. Since Su Ming was a senior at Linjiang No. 1 High School, there was only 1 month left until the Hanshan National Unified Martial Arts Exam. Every year, among the students in Linjiang City taking the martial arts exam, fewer than 10 truly possessed the strength of a martial artist. A genius like Su Ming would undoubtedly be fiercely sought after by Hansha's top martial arts academies. They all knew that once someone like Su Ming took the exam, he would undoubtedly shine brightly and, after graduation, at the very least become a Tier 3 martial artist. As Xin Menghan said, such a talent simply couldn't be retained. Linjiang No. 1 High School. In the office of Principal Wang Jinghua, Class 1 senior homeroom teacher Chen Jingwen stormed in angrily, slamming a complaint report onto the desk. "Principal, I want to report Director Wei for breaking the rules. He deducted Su Ming's poverty assistance and even expelled him." Chen Jingwen was trembling with anger. Su Ming was her student, excelling in both academic and martial arts scores. Humble in nature, he was a student she deeply admired. This morning, when Su Ming was absent from class, she immediately investigated and discovered that he had been expelled. Through Su Ming's deskmate, she learned that Su Ming had gone to the grade director's office earlier, likely regarding the assistance issue. Chen Jingwen first went to confront Wei Jiaxing, but to her shock, he offered no explanation, arrogantly admitting to it. Enraged, she rushed to the principal's office to seek justice for her student. "Miss Chen, don't get so worked up. Expelling a student is no big deal." Wang Jinghua's indifferent tone left Chen Jingwen stunned. She looked at him in disbelief. "Principal, Su Ming is a top student. He hasn't awakened any special abilities, but his blood vitality level ranks in the top 5 of his grade. He has a real chance of getting into a martial arts academy." Wang Jinghua, expressionless, shook his head and said, "Su Ming is no longer a student at Linjiang No. 1 High School. Let's just drop this matter." Chen Jingwen was deeply disappointed and demanded, "Principal, are you shielding Director Wei simply because he's your brother-in-law? Miss Chen, don't cross the line." Wang Jinghua finally lost his temper and scolded her severely. "Su Ming hasn't awakened any special abilities, and his blood vitality is below 4 points. He doesn't have the strength of a martial artist for the martial arts exam, he's just an ordinary person. Besides, Su Ming threatened the grade director. Director Wei was right to expel him to maintain school discipline. If you have no other business, Miss Chen, please return to your class." With that, Wang Jinghua issued an order for her to leave. "Principal, you will regret this," Chen Jingwen said, thoroughly disappointed as she turned and walked out. She alone knew that since starting high school, every penny of government assistance Su Ming received had gone towards his mother's care. He had never bought any supplements to aid his training, and he even worked part-time to make ends meet. Yet despite this, Su Ming's blood vitality remained in the top 5 of his grade, surpassing students who consumed blood vitality supplements every month. Such talent, even without awakening special abilities, would undoubtedly lead to great success in the future. This won't do. Su Ming's expulsion from Linjiang No. 1 High School means he can't take the martial arts exam. Without the exam, he won't be able to enter a martial arts academy to further his studies. His talent would be wasted. I must figure something out. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Jingwen calmed herself and thought quickly. She remembered an acquaintance at Linjiang No. 7 High School. If No. 1 High School won't keep Su Ming, then let him transfer to No. 7 High School. Tonight, I'll visit Su Ming's house with someone to explain the situation, Chen Jingwen decided. With a plan in mind, she felt more at ease and returned to her classroom to continue teaching. Meanwhile, Su Ming arrived at the city center hospital. After settling this month's fees, he spent some time by the bedside of the still comatose Lin Wan before leaving the hospital and heading to the Martial Artist Association. He needed to have his martial artist identity evaluated. Only with an official martial artist certificate could he pass the military checks at the entrance to the caverns and gain permission to enter alone. Additionally, official martial artists received monthly blood vitality supplement allowances from the Martial Artist Association. Blood vitality supplements were refined from the blood of ferocious beasts and could enhance a martial artist's blood vitality. However, they were extremely expensive, with a single dose costing 5,000 credit points, a sum sufficient to cover the living expenses of an average family of 3 for 2 months. "Let's test my current combat strength in the warm-up room first," Su Ming said as he arrived at the association and entered a private warm-up room. The Martial Artist Association had equipped these rooms with devices for testing blood vitality, mental power, and combat strength, allowing martial artists to adjust their state before undergoing official evaluations to ensure peak performance. Inside the warm-up room, Su Su-ming closed the door and approached a weapon rack. He selected a metal spear, walked to the combat strength testing target, took a deep breath, and gripped the spear with both hands before thrusting it forward with explosive force. Vajra Spear Technique. Su-ming's blood vitality surged as his muscles exerted power perfectly in line with the Vajra Spear technique's mechanics. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The spear struck the testing target with a muffled roar. 10, 30, 50. The numbers on the combat strength tester climbed rapidly before finally stopping at 178. Seeing the number, Su-ming didn't stop. He continued practicing his D-rank martial art, the Vajra Spear technique, which he had mastered to perfection. Thrust, jab, sweep, flick, chop, burst. The spear danced in his hands like the wind as he executed strike after strike on the testing target. The numbers on the tester kept fluctuating. 173, 175, 178, 175, 176. After dozens of strikes, Su-ming's burst combat strength stabilized at around 175 calories. 175 calories of combat strength, just as I expected. There's some variation in each strike, but the differences are minimal, almost negligible. After completing an entire set of gun techniques, Su-ming glanced at the readings on the testing monitor and nodded lightly. Next, let's test the superpower. He sheathed his long spear and closed his eyes. His consciousness reached out to the ice crystal crown in his mind. In an instant, the crown trembled and released an intense wave of cold air. The temperature in the warm-up room dropped rapidly, and a thin layer of ice formed beneath Su-ming's feet. Swoosh! He abruptly opened his eyes and waved his hand toward the testing target. A beam of white light carrying a bone-chilling frost shot out from his fingertips, striking the target instantly. Asterisk crack, crack, asterisk. The entire target was encased in a layer of ice, frozen solid, and exuding an aura of chilling coldness. 50, 100, 300. The numbers on the testing device jumped wildly before finally freezing at 15,000 calories. 15,000 calorie combat power. The combat power boost brought by the S-Class Ice Crystal Crown is actually as high as 50 times. Su-ming's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at the numbers in shock. Then, a look of ecstasy broke across his face. Typically, the combat power generated by spiritual energy bursts is comparable to that of physical energy bursts. 1 point of spiritual energy or physical energy usually equates to 10 calories of combat power. But Su-ming, with a burst of 30 spiritual energy points, managed to unleash 15,000 calories of energy. This demonstrated just how terrifying the combat power boost of the S-Class Ice Crystal Crown was. I underestimated the power of an S-Class ability. With a burst strength of 15,000 calories, I can completely rival a late-stage second-tier martial artist. If I were to face the lower-tier second-stage Lion Mastiff King from the cavern again, one strike of this ability might be enough for an instant kill. Now, let's see if I can control the intensity of my superpower. Fixing his eyes on the numbers on the testing monitor, Su-ming excitedly began manipulating his ability, attempting to control the output strength. About 20 minutes later, Su-ming walked out of the warm-up room, a confident smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he headed toward the Martial Artist Association's rank evaluation area. After submitting his identification information, he was assigned to a testing room. Su-ming, 17 years old, so young seems like a genius. The middle-aged man in charge of the test, nearly 40 years old, looked surprised as he read the information. He glanced at Su-ming, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. You must be Su-ming, right? As long as your vitality reaches 10 points and your combat power hits 100 calories, you'll qualify as an official martial artist. Start the test right away. He was eager to find out just how strong this young man was. Su-ming didn't hesitate and immediately followed the instructions to begin the test. The first step of the martial artist evaluation was to measure vitality. Su-ming pressed his finger onto the vitality monitor as the middle-aged examiner watched the numbers on the device intently. But soon, the examiner's expression changed. Vitality, 7.0. Vitality is only 7.0, falling short of the first-tier martial artist standard. Is this kid messing with me? Seeing the 7.0 result, the examiner's face darkened as he prepared to label Su-ming as unqualified. Just as he was about to write it down, his hand paused, and his gaze shifted to the spiritual energy testing monitor for Su-ming. Spiritual energy? He's testing spiritual energy? Could he be an awakened one? Buzz. Spiritual energy, 30. Wow, his spiritual energy is actually as high as 30 points. That's already mid-level for an awakened one. Seeing the result, the examiner's eyes widened, and he inhaled sharply. But Su Ming's subsequent performance made the examiner momentarily hold his breath. After completing the spiritual energy test, Su Ming walked straight toward the combat power testing target. Flicking his finger, a small, slender white ice spike suddenly burst forth and smashed into the target with force. Asterisk crack, crack, asterisk. In an instant, the combat power testing target was encased in layers of ice. The numbers on the combat power monitor jumped rapidly before finally settling at 1,800 calories. A six-fold combat power boost, a level only D-class superpowered individuals can achieve. He's actually a D-class awakened one. 1,800 calorie combat power, 300 calories higher than the 1,500 calorie standard for lower-tier second-stage martial artists. And he's only 17 years old. A genius, an absolute genius. The middle-aged examiner stared at the numbers on the monitor, his heartbeat speeding up, waves of shock washing over him. My results should qualify me as an official martial artist, right? Compared to the examiner's excitement, Su Ming appeared much calmer. He glanced at the numbers on the monitor before turning to the examiner. You qualify. Absolutely qualify. Please wait a moment, I'll handle the paperwork for you right away. Hearing Su Ming's words, the examiner immediately came back to his senses, speaking respectfully and even using formal language. After recording the results, he quickly uploaded the data to the Martial Artist Association system. Within 3 minutes, the review was successfully approved. This is your martial artist certification. From today onward, you are officially a martial artist of the association. Once the process was complete, the middle-aged examiner respectfully handed the certificate to Su Ming. A first-tier awakened one? Su Ming murmured as he read the information on the certificate. Yes, your spiritual energy has reached the first-tier level, and you possess a powerful ice element superpower. Naturally, you're an awakened one. Awakened ones enjoy a higher status and better benefits than ordinary martial artists. Every month, you'll receive 2 portions of vitality supplements and 1 meditation pill as a subsidy. The middle-aged examiner added. Vitality supplements could enhance a martial artist's vitality, with each portion valued at 5,000 credit points. Meditation pills, on the other hand, could improve spiritual energy and were worth 4 times the price of vitality supplements. As an awakened one, Su Ming's monthly subsidy amounted to a staggering 30,000 credit points, 6 times that of an ordinary martial artist. These benefits are indeed much better than those for ordinary martial artists. I've heard that awakened ones hold higher status. Today, I finally witnessed it myself. Su Ming nodded silently. After inquiring about how to collect the monthly subsidies, he left the testing room. Exiting the Martial Artist Association, Su Ming held 2 portions of vitality supplements, bright red like blood, and a jade bottle emitting a cool aura. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. This was the treatment of an awakened one. The monthly subsidy was almost double the government assistance he used to receive and far more than what he could earn from part-time jobs over an extended period. Without delay, he took a ride back to his home in the old district of Linjiang City. It was a slightly outdated 2-bedroom apartment with simple but neatly arranged furniture. His younger sister, Su Xiaowei, hadn't returned from school yet. Su Ming entered his small bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to regulate his breathing. He didn't rush to consume the pills but first activated the D-class body refinement technique he had already mastered to perfection. The perfected rising sun technique ensured that every move he made in body refinement was precise and flawless. He only practiced it once. Even though it was just 10 minutes, Su Ming was already drenched in sweat, and a surge of heat quickly coursed through his entire body. This perfected level body refinement technique's effectiveness far exceeds the advanced stage. Practicing it just once is equivalent to practicing the old method 5 times. Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim after finishing 1 round of movements. He felt his blood and energy come alive throughout his body, the effect far surpassing previous experiences. After marveling for a moment, he proceeded to perform the movements 2 more times. By the end of the 3rd round, Su Ming noticed a sudden increase in his internal energy and blood. He immediately opened the system panel. Energy and blood, 7.01. It really increased by 0.01. This is almost equivalent to the effect of practicing the old body refinement technique 15 times. Seeing that just 3 rounds of Dawn Ascension had already raised his energy and blood by 0.01, Su Ming was overjoyed. Previously, he had to spend 2.5 hours practicing 15 rounds to achieve the same result. The perfected level technique had saved him 80% of the time. The perfected level body refinement technique truly is incredible, and the system is just as powerful. Now, let's test the effect of the energy and blood powder. Su Ming silently praised the system's strength, took out a packet of energy and blood powder, and swallowed it without hesitation. The powder dissolved instantly in his mouth, transforming into a torrent of fiery but not overwhelming energy that quickly surged through his limbs and body. This energy was pure and powerful, far surpassing the weak energy he usually derived from food. Without hesitation, Su Ming began performing the body refinement movements of Dawn Ascension. With each flawless move, his body fervently absorbed the torrent of energy, rapidly converting it into energy and blood power. Su Ming felt every cell in his body joyfully pulsating, eagerly absorbing the precious nourishment. His body, like parched land after a long drought, rapidly soaked up the energy, causing his energy and blood to soar, and his strength to visibly grow. Su Ming continued practicing 6 more rounds of Dawn Ascension, fully absorbing every last trace of the energy. By that time, his clothes were completely soaked, his skin flushed red, his entire body burning hot, and the sweat evaporating into mist from his body heat. Ignoring the sweat all over him, Su Ming eagerly checked the system panel. Host, Su Ming. Energy and blood, 7.51. Spirit, 30. Ability, Ice Crown S+. Body refinement technique, Dawn Ascension D perfected. Meditation technique, none. Martial arts, Vajra break D perfected. Enhancement points, 30. One session of practice, and my energy and blood increased by 0.5. Without the energy and blood powder, 6 rounds would have only increased it by 0.02. The powder boosted the refinement effect by 25 times. Indeed, the power of resources cannot be underestimated. Su Ming took a deep breath, experiencing for the first time the immense impact of resources on cultivation. What he didn't realize was that the exceptional results were largely due to his perfected level body refinement technique maximizing the effects of the powder, combined with his martial talent, which surpassed ordinary prodigies. Together, these factors brought about such significant progress. Let's go again. Excited, Su Ming shouted and immediately consumed the remaining energy and blood powder, continuing his training. An hour later, after fully absorbing the powder's effects, Su Ming finally stopped practicing. By then, his energy and blood had already reached 8.01. At 8.01 energy and blood, even without using his special ability, and just relying on the 2.5x boost from his perfected Vajra break, his physical combat strength had reached 200.5 calories. Gar. After 2.5 hours of continuous training, his stomach began to protest. The intense hunger forced Su Ming to stop. He quickly took a shower and headed downstairs to a restaurant, where he devoured 5 portions of food in one sitting before returning home, satisfied. Next, let's test the effect of the spirit pill. After returning home, Su Ming didn't continue practicing the body refinement technique. Instead, he took out a spirit pill and swallowed it. Spiritual power determines the potency of abilities, so improving it was equally crucial. The spirit pill melted in his mouth, sending a refreshing sensation straight to his mind and merging with his spiritual sea. Within the spiritual sea, the majestic ice crown quivered slightly, emitting waves of joy as it greedily absorbed the pure spiritual energy. Su Ming felt an unprecedented sense of clarity in his mind. His perception became sharper, and his control over his ability grew noticeably more precise. It took only 15 minutes to completely absorb the spirit pill's energy. Spirit, 30.2. His spirit had increased by 0.2 points. Although it didn't seem like much, Su Ming's S-grade ability had a 50x combat strength multiplier. This 0.2 increase boosted his ability's maximum explosive power by a full 100 calories. Taking the spirit pill didn't feel uncomfortable at all. This means that as long as I have enough spirit pills, I can quickly enhance my spiritual power? It seems I'll need to acquire more spirit pills in the future. After fully absorbing the pill's energy, Su Ming glanced at his spiritual attribute. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes before he resumed practicing the body refinement technique. By evening, a crisp voice rang out. "Brother, I'm home." A girl with a high ponytail and delicate features opened the door, calling out as she changed her shoes. She was Su Ming's younger sister, Su Xiaowei. "Xiaowei's back. I'll go make dinner." Hearing her voice, Su Ming stopped his training, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and stepped out of the room with a smile. He felt a little embarrassed for having been so focused on boosting his energy and spirit that he forgot his sister was coming home. After speaking, he headed to the kitchen. "Brother, I'll help you." Su Xiaowei followed, obediently assisting him. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? The two paused and exchanged a glance, their eyes full of curiosity. I'll go check. Su Ming walked to the door and opened it, only to freeze in place. Standing outside was his homeroom teacher from Linjiang High School, Chen Jingwen. Beside her stood a middle-aged man with glasses and a gentle, refined demeanor. Su Ming, Chen Jingwen greeted him with a smile as soon as she saw him. Teacher Chen, what brings you here? Please come in, Su Ming said respectfully. He had always held Chen Jingwen in high regard and quickly invited the two inside. Hello, Teacher Chen. Su Xiaowei greeted politely before heading to the kitchen to prepare tea for the guests. Chen Jingwen looked at Su Ming, her face filled with both apology and concern. Su Ming, I'm so sorry. I only just found out about your expulsion today. I went to speak with Director Wei and Principal Wang, but she sighed, her face showing both disappointment and anger. They were adamant and refused to follow the rules. I couldn't help you get justice. Su Ming listened, feeling deeply moved, and quickly said, Teacher Chen, please don't say that. This matter has nothing to do with you. I'm already very grateful that you stood up to speak on my behalf. Let's not talk about the past anymore. After experiencing Wei Jiaxing's awful attitude, Su Ming appreciated even more how rare a righteous teacher like Chen Jingwen was. All right. Chen Jingwen nodded, then introduced the middle-aged man beside her to Su Ming. Su Ming, this is Director Lu Wen, the Dean of Studies at Linjiang No. 7 High School. He's also my university classmate. I've already explained your situation to Director Lu, and No. 7 High is willing to accept you, allowing you to take next month's martial arts exam as normal. Lu Wen adjusted his glasses and smiled warmly. Student Su Ming, Teacher Chen has informed me about your situation. Your academic performance and martial arts achievements are both excellent. Although No. 7 High doesn't have as many resources as No. 1 High, we would never overlook a student with potential, nor would we unjustly withhold subsidies or expel students. On behalf of Linjiang No. 7 High School, I sincerely invite you to transfer here. Regarding your student enrollment status, the school will make every effort to resolve it for you. After speaking, Lu Wen extended his right hand. Transfer to Linjiang No. 7 High? A hint of hesitation appeared on Su Ming's face. If this had been before his trip to cave No. 3, he would have accepted without a second thought. But now, he had awakened the system. With his current strength, he could hunt fierce beasts in the cave, and the money earned from selling beast materials was enough to cover his mother's medical expenses and household costs, no longer relying on government subsidies. As for the martial arts exam in a month, with the system, he could gain enhancement points by killing fierce beasts and continuously improve his strength. It seemed unnecessary to take the martial arts exam and enter a martial arts academy for further studies. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Thank you, Director Lu. Su Ming stood up, thanked the two of them, then shifted the topic. I'm currently not planning to take the martial arts exam, so I might have to decline your kind offer. Lu Wen awkwardly withdrew his hand, unsure of what to say. Chen Jingwen's expression grew anxious, and she quickly said to Su Ming, don't act impulsively. With your martial arts talent, you have a great chance of entering a martial arts academy for further studies. I know about your family situation and how your mother needs the water of life. That's a 7th-tier precious resource, extremely hard to obtain, and even money might not be enough to buy it. But those martial arts academies have many advanced resources. If you join one, it might allow your mother to wake up sooner. Chen Jingwen was well aware of what Su Ming cared about most. Sure enough, when she mentioned the water of life, Su Ming's entire body trembled. Teacher Chen, do martial arts academies really have the water of life? Chen Jingwen nodded. I can't guarantee for every martial arts academy, but for top 10 national academies like Beijing Martial Arts University and Shanghai Martial Arts University, the water of life is absolutely abundant. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ming immediately nodded, his face resolute. All right, then I'll transfer to Linjiang No. 7 High and take the martial arts exam. Good. I like your confidence, Chen Jingwen said with a smile. Standing beside her, Lu Wen glanced at the two of them, his mouth twitching slightly. Entering one of the top 10 martial arts academies in the country wasn't so easy. This year, fewer than 10 students from Linjiang City would make it into the top 10. These two were really something. One dared to say it, and the other dared to believe it. However, since it was a favor for an old classmate, Lu Wen grumbled inwardly but outwardly said to Su Ming, in that case, I'll start the paperwork tomorrow. At the earliest, you can attend No. 7 High the day after tomorrow. As for the financial aid for disadvantaged students, the school will conduct a blood energy test after your enrollment. If your blood energy ranks in the top 10 of your grade, No. 7 High will, according to the rules, apply for aid on your behalf. Although time might be tight, if your blood energy meets the standard, the school will find a way to provide you with some rewards. Su Ming shook his head after hearing this. Director Liu, there's no need for the financial aid and school subsidies. I'd like to apply for a 1-month leave and only go to school for the martial arts exam. Right now, he only wanted to enter the cave to hunt fierce beasts and didn't want to waste time in school. Alright, everything will go as you wish. Lu Wen hesitated for a moment, but seeing Chen Jingwen nod, he eventually agreed. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Jingwen and Lu Wen left under Su Ming's farewell. Humph, the grade director and principal of Linjiang No. 1 High are too much. Watching Su Ming send them off, Su Xiaowei, who understood everything now, clenched her fists tightly and muttered angrily under her breath, her eyes turning red. It wasn't until now that she realized how much grievance her brother had suffered today, and her heart ached for him. Brother isn't going to school anymore because he's thinking about part-time jobs to pay for mom's medical bills. I'm already in high school. I should help share some of brother's burden too. Looking at the open door of their home, Su Xiaowei silently made up her mind. The next morning, after sending Su Xiaowei to school, Su Ming arrived once more at the Linjiang City Martial Artists Association. In the task hall, Su Ming used his martial artist license to take on a task to hunt razor-tooth rats and collect 20 pairs of their pointed teeth. He also purchased a detailed map of the outskirts of Cave No. 3, a large mountaineering backpack, and a sharp boning knife for cutting beast materials. Then, he took a car straight to the entrance of Cave No. 3. The rewards for tasks issued by the Martial Artists Association were generally higher than directly selling beast materials, if not for most of the hunting tasks being taken by other martial artist teams and only this simple task being left. Su Ming definitely wouldn't have taken just one. After passing through layers of military guards, Su Ming arrived at the entrance of Cave No. 3. The guards at the entrance conducted strict inspections of everyone entering the cave. So Young, a first-tier awakened one? When Su Ming presented his martial artist license, which symbolized his identity as an awakened being, a soldier stared at him in surprise. After the machine verified the authenticity, the soldier immediately returned the license to Su Ming, saluted him, and treated him with great respect. Su Ming smiled and nodded in response, put away his martial artist license, and stepped into the cave. Passing through a dark and narrow passage, he was once again hit by the familiar dizziness and weightlessness before stepping into this dim world. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood. Su Ming took a deep breath, pulled out his map to confirm his direction, and headed toward the area where razor-tooth rats were known to appear. This time, acting alone, Su Ming was more cautious than ever. He slightly spread out his mental energy. Though his 30.2 mental energy level wasn't enough for precise long-range detection, it made him acutely aware of movements within 20 to 30 meters around him. Rustle! After advancing for about half an hour, a faint sound of gnawing reached his ears. Su Ming's eyes sharpened, and he quietly approached a thicket. Through the gaps, he spotted 3 creatures with cat-like bodies, gray-black fur, and half-foot-long sharp fangs, gnawing on the remains of a beast. What a great opportunity! Su Ming flexed his fingers lightly. If not for the fact that most hunting missions from the Martial Artists Association were snatched away by other teams, Su Ming would never have taken on such a simple task. Passing through the layers of military defenses, Su Ming arrived at the entrance of Cave No. 3. The guards at the entrance strictly inspected everyone entering the cave. A first-tier awakener so young? When Su Ming revealed his martial artist ID, which signified his identity as an awakener, the soldier gave him a surprised glance. After the machine verified the ID as authentic, the soldier immediately returned it to Su Ming and respectfully saluted. Su Ming smiled and nodded in return, put away the ID, and stepped into the cave. Passing through the dim corridor, the familiar dizziness and sense of weightlessness swept over him as Su Ming once again stepped into this hazy yellow world. The air was still thick with the stench of decay and blood. He took a deep breath, pulled out his map, confirmed his direction, and headed toward the area where the fanged rats were active. This time operating solo, Su Ming was even more cautious. He slightly expanded his mental energy. Although his mental power of 30.2 couldn't achieve large-scale precise detection, it was sufficient for him to keenly perceive everything within a range of 20 to 30 meters. Rustle! After walking for about half an hour, a faint gnawing sound reached his ears. Su Ming's eyes sharpened, and he silently approached a patch of shrubbery. Through the gaps, he saw 3 gray-black, cat-sized fanged rats with half-foot-long sharp teeth in their mouths, gnawing on a beast's corpse. What a great opportunity! Su Ming flicked his fingers, and 3 streams of white frost shot out from his fingertips, accurately striking the 3 fanged rats. The 3 fanged rats had no time to react before they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Eliminated first-tier early-stage ferocious beast fanged rat, enhancement point +1. 3 cold system notification tones echoed in Su Ming's mind, sounding like heavenly music. Only 1 enhancement point for a first-tier early-stage ferocious beast? Su Ming murmured softly as he looked at the 3 points added to his account. Then, drawing his dagger, he walked toward the ice sculptures. Once he was close enough, he willed the ice encasing the fanged rats to melt rapidly, disappearing as though it had never existed. Thanks to yesterday's training with Xin Manghan's team, Su Ming had already become adept at using his dagger to extract materials from ferocious beasts. In less than a minute, 6 gleaming sharp fangs were packed into his mountaineering bag. After collecting the fanged rat's fangs, Su Ming didn't linger and quickly left. Fanged rats were the lowest grade ferocious beasts, and apart from their sharp incisors, their other materials were worthless. With limited backpack space, Su Ming naturally prioritized collecting materials from higher grade ferocious beasts to maximize his gains. In the next half hour, he roamed the area where the fanged rats were active. With his exceptional perception and power, every fanged rat he encountered was killed in a single strike. Eliminated first-tier early-stage ferocious beast fanged rat, enhancement point +1. Eliminated first-tier early-stage ferocious beast fanged rat, enhancement point +1. The system notifications kept ringing, and his enhancement points steadily increased. Su Ming's mastery of his abilities also grew more refined. Within half an hour, he had gathered the 20 pairs of fanged rat incisors required for the mission. He then proceeded deeper into the higher-tier ferocious beast area marked on the map. A whoa! Just as he ventured a little further, a loud wolf howl echoed from the dim forest ahead, followed by the sounds of fierce combat interspersed with continuous wolf howls. Something's happening. Detecting the disturbance ahead, Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he quickly rushed toward the source of the sound. With his current mental power and the boost from his S-class ability, he could unleash enough power to defeat most late second-tier martial artists. In cave number 3, where the strongest ferocious beasts were only second-tier, he could practically walk unchallenged. Hearing the commotion, he naturally had to investigate. After passing through a thick, dark forest, his view suddenly opened up. Before him were 5 massive wolves with dark red fur, exposed fangs, and fierce expressions, surrounding a silver-gray wild boar over 3 meters long. A late first-tier ferocious beast, blood-fawn wolf, and a peak first-tier ferocious beast, silver-haired wild boar. What luck! Su Ming's eyes lit up upon seeing these 2 types of ferocious beasts, and he stepped out directly. 5 late first-tier ferocious beasts, plus 1 peak first-tier ferocious beast, the materials on them were easily worth over 50,000. Oh whoa! As soon as Su Ming appeared, the 5 blood-fawn wolves became alert, ceasing their attack on the silver-haired wild boar and staring at him intently, their bodies lowering as they let out threatening growls. HRMPH. The silver-haired wild boar also turned toward Su Ming, exhaling 2 streams of white mist, its eyes glinting with a hint of ferocity. Although the blood-fawn wolves and the silver-haired wild boar had been fighting moments earlier, they immediately set aside their hostility upon encountering a human martial artist, uniting to confront the external threat. To the ferocious beasts in the caves, human martial artists were the true invaders. Oh whoa! The blood-fawn wolves were the first to attack, lunging at Su Ming with a ferocious howl. All 5 wolves charged at him with menacing glares. Thud, thud, thud. Behind them, the massive silver-haired wild boar stomped its 4 limbs and charged toward Su Ming like a tank. How reckless! Su Ming coldly glanced at the 6 charging ferocious beasts and let out a faint scoff. When the beasts closed in within 30 meters of him, he raised his hand, and the surrounding temperature plummeted instantly. Above his head, 6 ice spears materialized. Swish! With a wave of Su Ming's hand, the 6 ice spears shot out like arrows, slicing through the air and precisely striking all the blood-fawn wolves and the silver-haired wild boar, piercing through their bodies instantly. Crack, crack, crack. The chilling sound of freezing echoed as the 6 ferocious beasts, still frozen in their attack postures, were instantly encased in glistening ice, killed without any resistance. Eliminated peak first-tier ferocious beast silver-haired wild boar, enhancement point +5. Eliminated late first-tier ferocious beast blood-fawn wolf, enhancement point +3. Eliminated late first-tier ferocious beast blood-fawn wolf, enhancement point +3. Phew, that took more out of me than I expected. Su Ming exhaled coldly after eliminating 5 late first-tier and 1 peak first-tier ferocious beasts in one go. Even though he had deliberately restrained the power of his ability in that attack, it still consumed about 5% of his mental energy. Su Ming's S-class ability, Crown of Ice, could amplify his combat power by 50 times, granting him strength equivalent to a late second-tier martial artist. However, with only 30 points of mental power, he was classified as merely a mid-first-tier awakener. Compared to a true mid-second-order warrior, his stamina was still lacking. After going back this time, I need to use the money I've earned to buy a good weapon. Only by fighting these ferocious beasts with my physical body can I gain experience. I can't always rely on abilities to kill instantly. Once my mental energy is depleted, it'll be dangerous in this cavern. Feeling the mental energy he had just expended, Su Ming shook his head. He then stepped forward with his dagger to collect materials from the blood-fawn wolf and silver-haired wild boar. After gathering everything, he ventured deeper into the cavern. Along the way, Su Ming easily killed the ferocious beasts he encountered with his abilities, and his enhancement points steadily increased. However, when his mental energy was depleted to half, he chose to return the way he came instead of continuing deeper. Though he spent less than half a day in the cavern, the large mountaineering bag on his back was already packed to the brim. Having hunted so many beasts, he discarded materials from anything below late first-order beasts. Aside from the 20 pairs of sharp-toothed rat fangs required for the Warrior Association's mission, the materials in his bag were all from late first-order beasts and above, including parts from 2 early second-order beasts. With these gains, Su Ming returned to the Linjiang City Warrior Association, where he sold all the materials, earning 403,000 credits. The most valuable items were the materials from the 2 early second-order beasts, the Iron Wall Ape and the Shadow Cat. Together, these materials alone were worth 300,000 credits, making 400,000 in half a day. It's so easy to make money as a warrior. Su Ming sighed deeply as he looked at the 400,000 credits in his account. Back when he worked part-time as a sparring partner at the Extreme Martial Hall, he only earned 2,500 credits after a month of hard work. Now, half a day's income was equivalent to over 10 years of his part-time wages. Let's see if there's a suitable weapon, Su Ming thought, and headed straight to the weapons sales section of the Warrior Association. Black Iron Spear, E-Class weapon, forged entirely from black iron, priced at 100,000 credits. Fire Rhino Blade, D-Class weapon, crafted from the horn of a peak second-order ferocious beast, the Fire Rhino, combined with Fire Copper alloy, priced at 950,000 credits. Scale Spear, D-Class weapon, made with milieu alloy and powdered bones of the peak second-order ferocious beast, the White Phosphorus Fish, priced at 1 million credits. Seeing the various weapons in the display cases, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He suddenly realized he'd spoken too soon earlier. An ordinary D-Class weapon cost over 1 million credits, while the money he had could only afford the cheapest F-Class weapon. After looking through the weapons, Su Ming browsed the martial arts techniques and meditation methods available for awakened warriors at the association. He discovered that even D-Class martial arts cost 1 million credits, and meditation methods were even pricier, completely out of his budget. In the end, he only purchased a black iron spear and used the remaining money to buy 10 mental pills and 20 portions of blood energy powder. I thought 400,000 was a lot, but now that I want to buy something I actually need, I realize it's far from enough. As expected, being a warrior is a bottomless money pit. Looking at the less than 3,000 credits remaining in his account, Su Ming sighed deeply before taking a bus back home. Upon arriving downstairs, he first ate a hearty meal at a small diner nearby before heading upstairs. As soon as he entered his home, Su Ming placed down his backpack and spear, took out the jade bottle containing 10 mental pills, and swallowed one. An hour and a half later, the bottle was empty, all 10 pills consumed. His mental attribute had increased to 32.2. Gaining 2 points in mental strength feels amazing. However, it seems I can only take a maximum of 10 mental pills at a time. My original plan to rapidly boost my mental strength by consuming large quantities of mental pills will need to change. What a pity. The improvement in his mental attribute left Su Ming feeling clear-headed, but he also sensed a near saturation in his sea of consciousness. This made him realize that consuming 10 mental pills in one go was his limit. With this newfound understanding, Su Ming's excitement cooled somewhat, and he sighed. In truth, even for S-Class ability awakeners, the maximum number of mental pills they could consume at the first order was 3, less than half of Su Ming's limit. Shaking his head, Su Ming took out a portion of blood energy powder, consumed it, and began practicing his body strengthening technique. He trained continuously from noon until evening, spending 6 hours in total and using up 6 portions of blood energy powder. By the time the phone at home rang, the soles of his feet were soaked with sweat. "Brother, it's me. Starting today, our school is doing night training for freshmen. I'll be staying on campus and won't be coming home at night anymore," came Su Xiaowei's voice over the phone. "Night training? Isn't that only for sophomores?" Su Ming frowned. He remembered that Linjiang No. 2 High School only started night training for sophomores. "Oh, brother, that was before. Things have changed now. Alright, night training is about to start. I can't talk anymore. Bye-bye." At Linjiang No. 2 High School, after hanging up the phone, Su Xiaowei let out a sigh of relief, a hint of nervousness in her expression. "Xiaowei, do you think your brother suspects anything?" asked a pretty, well-dressed girl of the same age standing nearby in a low voice. "He shouldn't for now. Hee, let's go, you're my boss starting today." Su Xiaowei put away her phone and gave a playful smile. "Alright," the girl said with a helpless shrug. The two of them left the school together. As soon as they stepped out of the school gates, Su Xiaowei received 2 text messages on her phone. One was a notification of 2,000 credits being deposited into her bank account. The other was a message from Su Ming. Xiaowei, eat well during night training. Make sure to replenish your nutrients so your blood energy doesn't drop. Seeing her brother's message, Su Xiaowei felt a twinge of emotion well up in her eyes. She quickly replied with a cute emoji that said, "Got it." Then, she and the girl beside her headed toward a high-end restaurant in the city center. This girl, back home, Su Ming saw Xiaowei's cute emoji reply, and the corners of his lips curled upward slightly. Afterward, he went downstairs for dinner and then returned to his apartment to continue practicing for another 5 hours, training late into the night. Phew, that's enough for today. Su Ming finally stopped, his face showing a trace of fatigue. Exhaling a long breath, he turned his gaze to the system panel. Host, Su Ming, blood energy, 13.02, mental, 32.2, ability, Ice Crown S+, body strengthening technique, Rising Sun demastered, meditation method, none, martial arts, Vajra spear technique demastered, enhancement points, 186. After 10 hours of training and consuming 10 portions of blood energy powder, his blood energy had increased by 5 points. It had now surpassed the 10-point threshold for a first-order warrior, officially reaching 13 points. Increase blood vitality by 5 points a day. If I keep this up, I can gain another 150 points before the martial arts exam and directly advance to a Tier 2 martial artist. Besides, I'm currently training with a D-level body strengthening technique. If I save enough money to switch to a higher grade technique, the growth rate of my blood vitality will definitely be faster. Looking at the 5-point increase in blood vitality, Su Ming felt his fatigue ease significantly. Turning off the system panel, he decided not to continue training. Instead, he took a comfortable hot shower and then went to his room to rest. Tomorrow, he would have to enter the catacombs to hunt fierce beasts, so he needed to conserve energy. Over the next few days, Su Ming adhered to a strict routine. Every morning, he ventured into the catacombs to hunt beasts. At noon, he would bring back a large haul of beast materials to sell at the Martial Artists Association in exchange for blood vitality powder, mental pills, and other training resources. Then he would train at home until late into the night. Under such an almost obsessive level of discipline, his strength improved rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. During these 20 days, the value of the materials Su Ming obtained from hunting beasts steadily increased. After covering his daily expenses, 10 mental pills and 10 portions of blood vitality powder, costing a total of 250,000 credits, he had managed to save a substantial amount of money. I've now accumulated over 5 million credits. I can afford a C-level martial technique. Plus, I have over 4,000 enhancement points, enough to max out the proficiency of a C-level technique. One morning, Su Ming arrived at the Martial Artists Association as usual. Seeing over 5 million credits in his account, he headed toward the martial technique sales area. Before long, he selected a C-level martial technique called Piercing Cloud Spear. Piercing Cloud Spear, C-level martial technique. At the beginner level, combat strength doubles, at intermediate, triples, at advanced, quadruples, and at mastery, quintuples. Price, 4.5 million credits. I'll go with the Piercing Cloud Spear. At 4.5 million credits, I'll still have enough left to buy a D-level weapon, the Scaled Spear. After reading the Piercing Cloud Spear's description, Su Ming purchased it without hesitation. Using the remaining credits, he also bought a D-level weapon, the Scaled Spear. His current E-level spear, the Black Iron Spear, was becoming inadequate for dealing with the defenses of Tier 2 fierce beasts in the catacombs. Upgrading to the D-level Scaled Spear would make it much easier to break through their defenses. Su Ming carefully read through the Piercing Cloud Spear technique from beginning to end. As he finished, a system notification sounded in his mind. C-level martial technique, Piercing Cloud Spear detected. Spend 100 enhancement points to learn? Learn it! Su Ming had been wondering how to allocate his points when the system prompt appeared. Without hesitation, he chose to learn the technique. The moment he confirmed his choice, an overwhelming flood of insights and understandings about the Piercing Cloud Spear surged into his mind. A second later, another system notification chimed. Ding! C-level martial technique, Piercing Cloud Spear has been learned. Current proficiency, beginner. Spend 900 enhancement points to advance to mastery. Then what are we waiting for? Max it out. Su Ming's eyes lit up at the prompt, and he immediately decided to enhance the technique. Boom! A vast amount of knowledge about the Piercing Cloud Spear poured into Su Ming's mind. Within seconds, he had completely mastered the C-level martial technique, reaching pinnacle proficiency. He moved his thoughts and summoned his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming. Blood vitality, 116. Spirit, 74. Ability, Ice Crown S+. Body strengthening technique, rising sun D mastery. Meditation technique, none. Martial techniques, diamond spear technique D mastery, piercing cloud spear C mastery. Enhancement points, 8, 169. With a 5-fold combat strength boost, I can unleash 5,800 calories of power with my current blood vitality of 116, enough to surpass many mid-tier tier 2 martial artists. If I fully release my Ice Crown ability, I can instantly unleash 37,000 calories of power, enough to freeze even early stage tier 3 martial artists. After reviewing his attributes, Su Ming felt confident. Gripping his newly purchased scaled spear, he left the Martial Artists Association and headed deeper into Catacomb 3. Upon entering Catacomb 3, Su Ming made his way directly to the areas frequented by Tier 2 fierce beasts. Along the way, several Tier 1 fierce beasts attacked him. Su Ming didn't even bother wielding his scaled spear. With a simple knife hand strike wrapped in frost, he instantly froze them. The system's notifications about enhancement point gains echoed in his mind, but they no longer excited him. Killed mid-tier Tier 1 fierce beast Rotclaw Jackal. Enhancement points +2. Killed late tier Tier 1 fierce beast Toothfang Rat King. Enhancement points +3. This time, Su Ming didn't even bother collecting materials from the Tier 1 beasts. He simply dashed forward at full speed. Half an hour later, he arrived at an area littered with massive gray boulders, roughly 100 miles from the entrance of Catacomb 3. Moo! A deep, resonant beast roar echoed from behind the boulders, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Su Ming immediately halted and patted the scaled spear strapped to his back. The spear spun in mid-air before landing steadily in his hand. Gripping the scaled spear, Su Ming locked his gaze ahead. From behind the rocks, a colossal creature slowly emerged. The beast measured nearly 4 meters in length and stood over 2 meters tall at the shoulders. Its body was covered in thick, granite-like gray-brown scales that shimmered with a metallic, cold brilliance under the dim light. A robust horn jutted from its nose, its tip radiating a biting chill. Its limbs were thick and powerful, leaving deep imprints in the solid ground with every step. It was the iron-armored rhinoceros, a Tier 2 mid-level fierce beast known for its defense and raw ramming power. A Tier 2 mid-level fierce beast iron-armored rhinoceros. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Huff! The iron-armored rhinoceros had clearly noticed him. Its lantern-like eyes locked onto Su Ming, and it snorted out 2 streams of steaming white air. Its front hooves pawed the ground restlessly, emitting a low, menacing growl. Moo! The iron-armored rhinoceros launched its attack first. With an earth-shaking roar, it charged at Su Ming like a full-speed heavy tank. Each step made the ground quiver, sending shards of rock flying. Perfect! Su Ming didn't retreat. With a flick of his wrist, the scaled spear let out a faint hum, its tip pointing directly at the charging beast. Facing the monster's overwhelming charge, which could send a car flying, Su Ming swiftly activated his blood vitality. His muscles surged with power as he channeled energy along the trajectories outlined by the piercing cloud spear technique. The mastery-level piercing cloud spear far surpassed his previous diamond spear technique in both precision and power. When the iron-armored rhinoceros closed to within 10 meters, its horn was nearly upon him. In that instant, Su Ming stomped the ground and advanced instead of retreating. Just as the beast seemed about to collide with him, Su Ming's body shifted with ghostly agility, narrowly avoiding the frontal assault. This reaction had been honed through 20 days of intense combat experience, and his high spirit attribute played a crucial role. Piercing cloud spear. Just as Su Ming sidestepped to avoid the frontal charge of the ironclad rhinoceros, every muscle and bone in his body erupted with explosive power. The 116 points of vitality within him surged like a torrential flood, pouring unreservedly into the arms gripping the scaled spear. His arm muscles swelled as the spear transformed into a silver lightning bolt, precisely targeting the relatively weaker spot on the side of the rhinoceros's neck. This strike, swift, precise, and ruthless, unleashed a terrifying power of 5,800 calories under the 5-fold amplification. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the spear tip collided fiercely with the armored scales of the rhinoceros, producing a piercing metallic sound as sparks flew. A 1-foot-long bloody gash appeared on the side of its neck, and blood began to flow instantly. What incredible defense! Su Ming's arms tingled slightly, and he felt a surge of shock in his heart. The defense of this ironclad rhinoceros was indeed extraordinary, far exceeding that of an average mid-tier second-ranked beast. Moo! The rhinoceros roared in pain, its massive body skidding abruptly to a halt as it turned around. Its sturdy, singular horn pointed directly at Su Ming, gleaming with a cold light, as its 4 limbs burst with astonishing power, charging straight toward him. Su Ming's figure flashed, swiftly retracting the scaled spear, then immediately lunged forward again like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of spear shadows, targeting the rhinoceros's eyes, joints, and other weak points. With precision, the cloud-piercing spear technique, with its extraordinary amplification and unparalleled finesse, specialized in breaking through defenses with pinpoint accuracy. Its piercing power, combined with the scaled spear, elevated its might to an even greater level. Asterisk clang, squelch, asterisk the alternating sounds of metallic clashes and the spear-piercing flesh reverberated continuously. Su Ming pushed his agility to its limits, weaving around the massive body of the ironclad rhinoceros with relentless precision. The scaled spear seemed to come alive in his hands, striking unerringly at its vulnerable spots every time. Though the rhinoceros possessed formidable strength and defense, it could not land a hit on Su Ming's elusive figure. Instead, it roared repeatedly in frustration, its massive size becoming a burden as it could only defend passively against Su Ming's unrelenting assault. Finally, after a prolonged battle of attrition, Su Ming seized an opportunity and thrust his spear directly into the rhinoceros's right eye. Squelch! This time, there was no metallic clash, only the dull sound of flesh being pierced. The scaled spear drove deep into the rhinoceros's skull, causing scorching blood mixed with the remnants of its ruptured eyeball to gush out. Moo! The ironclad rhinoceros let out an earth-shattering wail, its massive body convulsing violently as its life force rapidly ebbed away like a receding tide. Boom! The mid-tier second-rank ferocious beast, known for its impregnable defense, fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust before lying completely still. You have slain the mid-tier second-rank ferocious beast ironclad rhinoceros. Strengthening points plus 20. Su Ming slowly withdrew the scaled spear, shaking off the blood droplets from its tip as he took a deep breath. The defense of this ironclad rhinoceros could probably rival that of some late-stage second-rank beasts. With my current combat power at 5,800 calories, combined with the D-rank scaled spear, I can take down any mid-tier second-rank beast in this number 3 abyss with sheer physical strength alone. After slaying the ironclad rhinoceros, Su Ming felt even more confident in his own strength. He took several deep breaths to calm the surging vitality within him, then moved forward to extract the most valuable part of the rhinoceros, the singular horn. While the rhinoceros's armored hide was also valuable, its massive size made it impractical to carry, forcing him to abandon it. Su Ming quickly removed the horn and filled several bottles with the rhinoceros's essence blood, storing everything in the large mountaineering backpack he carried. It's a shame there are still so many materials I can't take with me. If only I had a spatial ring, he lamented, glancing regretfully at the massive corpse of the rhinoceros before sighing and continuing his journey deeper into the abyss. Over the next period, Su Ming focused on hunting second-rank beasts deep within the cave. Relying solely on his robust physical strength and martial arts techniques, he engaged the beasts in close combat, steadily accumulating combat experience. The scaled spear danced like a silver dragon in his hands, striking like lightning. He often managed to kill early-stage second-rank beasts in a single blow, while mid-tier second-rank beasts could only withstand a few exchanges. As for first-rank beasts, they posed no challenge at all. You have slain the peak first-rank ferocious beast Shadow Leopard. Strengthening points plus 5. You have slain the early-stage second-rank ferocious beast Cavern Demon Spider. Strengthening points plus 10. You have slain the early-stage second-rank ferocious beast Steel Bristle Wild Boar. Strengthening points plus 10. Time passed steadily as the system notifications and strengthening points continued to pile up, and Su Ming's backpack grew increasingly filled with high-grade materials. Only when his backpack could no longer hold anything more did Su Ming reluctantly retrace his steps at a swift pace. As he passed through a dense forest of dark purple trees, laden with his material-filled mountaineering backpack, he faintly heard the clash of weapons and the roars of ferocious beasts from his right. His spiritual senses reached out in that direction, quickly detecting an intense battle accompanied by a familiar surge of vitality. Someone's fighting over there. This vitality wave feels familiar. Could it be Coach XIN? Or perhaps, them? Su Ming halted in his steps, his brow furrowing in thought. After a brief moment of deliberation, he quickened his pace and rushed toward the source of the commotion. Moments later, Su Ming approached the battlefield and looked ahead. On an open rocky plain, a 4-person team was desperately holding their ground, surrounded by over 20 blood-fawn wolves. It's them! Seeing the familiar figures of Xin Menghan and Fang Yamo, Su Ming's heart tightened. However, their situation was already critical. The porters who had accompanied them into the abyss lay dead in pools of blood, their corpses being ravenously devoured by several blood-fawn wolves. Xin Menghan and Fang Yamo had no time to care about this gruesome sight as they were entirely focused on fending off the attacking pack. Among the wolves surrounding them, one stood out, a particularly massive blood-fawn wolf with a streak of golden fur on its forehead. This wolf exuded a fierce and intimidating aura, its energy fluctuations clearly marking it as a mid-tier second-rank beast. At this moment, Xin Menghan was single-handedly struggling against the mid-tier second-rank Wolf King. Her long sword danced like the wind as she wielded the Skyland blade technique to its fullest. Each sharp blade aura struck the Wolf King's body, but they could only leave shallow wounds on its tough hide and thick muscles, failing to inflict any lethal damage. On the contrary, Xin Menghan herself had sustained severe injuries under the Wolf King's relentless attacks. A deep claw wound on her left arm exposed bone, staining her combat suit red with blood. Her breathing was labored, and she was clearly on the verge of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Fang Mo, Guan Shan, and Xiaomu were not faring any better. The three of them had formed a small defensive circle, standing back to back while fending off the surrounding wolves. Each of them bore varying degrees of injuries, panting heavily as their stamina waned. Fang Mo's glasses had long been lost, her short hair drenched in sweat and clinging to her forehead. The hand gripping the gun trembled slightly. Guan Shan's combat uniform was torn across his chest, with a claw mark oozing blood continuously. Xiaomu's face was pale, a fist-sized chunk of flesh missing from his right thigh, with blood pouring out incessantly. Witnessing such a grim scene, Su Ming's heart tightened. He immediately put down his backpack, gripping his scaled spear, ready to rush in for rescue. However, just as he was about to act, his mental energy suddenly detected faint but deliberately hidden presences further away. These presences were concealed behind rocks and withered trees on a high ground 100 meters away. There were no fewer than 5, with 2 of them exuding strong auras, clearly reaching the level of second-tier warriors. An ambush? Su Ming's heart skipped a beat as he instantly regained his composure. It seems things aren't as straightforward as they appear. In a split second, Su Ming swiftly adjusted his strategy. He suppressed the impulse to obliterate the wolf pack with overwhelming force, instead channeling his vitality and rushing forward. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Hold on, I'm coming to help you." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Su Ming had already charged to the side of Fang Mo and the others, his scaled spear sweeping horizontally. A blood fawn wolf fell dead on the spot. With this strike, Su Ming didn't employ any martial techniques, but through his 116 points of vitality, he unleashed over 1,000 combat power, easily sending a late-stage first-tier blood fawn wolf flying. Currently, Su Ming's vitality had just surpassed the threshold of a second-tier warrior, appearing to be an ordinary second-tier combatant. Yet, that was already formidable enough. The blood fawn wolf that was struck had half its bones shattered, collapsing to the ground with a pained whimper, unable to stand. Kill. After dispatching one wolf, Su Ming's movements were fluid, slashing, sweeping, thrusting, and parrying. The spear's shadows danced like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he carved a bloody path through the blood fawn wolves besieging Fang Mo and the others, reaching their side. Su Ming, it's actually you. How did you become so strong? Amid their despair, the sudden appearance of reinforcements immediately brought joy to Fang Mo, Guan Shan, and Xiaomu. Yet, upon realizing it was Su Ming, they all froze in shock and exclaimed almost simultaneously. This was because the vitality emanating from Su Ming at this moment unmistakably signaled the level of a second-tier warrior. Less than a month ago, Su Ming had been nothing more than the team's porter, only capable of displaying the combat strength of an early-stage first-tier warrior. Back then, against a late-stage first-tier lion mastiff, his all-out attack could only momentarily slow it down. Now, seeing Su Ming again, he had in the blink of an eye become a second-tier warrior. Against a late-stage first-tier blood fawn wolf, a casual spear strike could heavily injure it. This leap in strength was simply astonishing. Be careful, there are too many of these creatures, Fang Mo quickly warned, snapping out of her shock. Though Su Ming had reached the second tier, the over 20 late-stage first-tier blood fawn wolves still posed a significant threat to someone newly stepping into the second tier. No problem, we'll fight our way out together. Su Ming smiled confidently. Seeing his smile, Fang Mo's pale face flushed faintly, but she quickly returned to her senses, shaking her head urgently. No, Xiaomu's leg is too badly injured. Then you take care of yourselves first. I'll take out some of the blood fawn wolves to ease the pressure on you, then go help Coach Xin. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ming had already glanced at the gaping, blood-gushing wound on Xiaomu's right leg and nodded decisively. The next moment, he entered combat mode, his expression turning serious, as he wielded his spear and charged into the wolf pack with full force. Su Ming moved swiftly, his spear techniques ferocious. With his early-stage second-tier strength, he weaved through the wolves, severely injuring one blood fawn wolf after another while continuously shielding Fang Mo and the others from the most dangerous attacks. Su Ming's intervention instantly alleviated the pressure on Fang Mo, Guan Shan, and Xiaomu. Their defensive line, which had been on the verge of collapse, finally stabilized. On the other side, Xin Menghan, battling the Wolf King alone, noticed that Fang Mo and the others were temporarily safe. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and focused her full strength on holding off the Bloodfawn Wolf King. Finally, with Su Ming's relentless efforts, the Bloodfawn wolves besieging Fang Mo and the others were reduced to just 2 limping ordinary wolves. Coach Xin, I'm coming to help. After ensuring Fang Mo and the others were safe, Su Ming didn't hesitate. Gripping his scaled spear, he charged straight toward the Bloodfawn Wolf King. Before long, the 2 remaining Bloodfawn wolves met their end. One was cleaved apart by Guan Shan's blade, dying on the spot, while the other was impaled through the abdomen by Fang Mo's spear, collapsing lifelessly. Now, the only beast still standing was the mid-second tier Bloodfawn Wolf King. Oh whoa! Seeing its subordinates nearly wiped out, the Wolf King let out an enraged roar. Its attacks turned frenzied, abandoning all defense as it desperately lunged at Xin Menghan. Having just caught her breath, Xin Menghan now found herself in dire straits against the Wolf King's reckless onslaught, teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it! Don't get cocky! Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming roared angrily, mustering all his strength as he thrust his spear straight at the Wolf King. But the cunning Wolf King's eyes gleamed with a sharp glint. Suddenly abandoning its attack on Xin Menghan, it turned and swiped a powerful claw at Su Ming's spear. Su Ming, watch out! Xin Menghan cried out, urgently warning him. Clang! A deafening clash echoed as Su Ming was forced back several steps by the tremendous force, his face instantly turning pale. His hands, gripping the spear, trembled violently. Oh whoa! Sensing Su Ming's relative weakness compared to Xin Menghan, the Wolf King howled furiously. It decided to eliminate this new foe first to avenge its fallen pack. Vajra Spear Technique. Facing the Wolf King's full force strike, Su Ming shouted, immediately executing the perfected Vajra Spear technique. His combat power surged by 2.5 times, and with nearly 3,000 units of strength, he successfully blocked the attack. This seemingly all-out effort created the perfect opening for Xin Menghan to counterattack. Heavenly Scaled Blade Technique, Lin Slash. Summoning her last reserves of energy, Xin Menghan seized the Wolf King's post-attack vulnerability. Her blade technique and movement merged into one, transforming into a radiant streak of light that slashed fiercely at the Wolf King's exposed abdomen. Squelch! The strike, channeling all of Xin Menghan's might, finally tore through the Wolf King's tough defenses, leaving a gaping wound deep enough to expose its internal organs. Fresh blood gushed out instantly. Oh whoa! The Wolf King let out an earth-shattering wail. Severely injured, its eyes showed fear for the first time. Lacking the courage to continue fighting, it fled desperately into the distance, dragging its entrails along. Damn it, you're not getting away. Xin Menghan attempted to chase after it, but as she took her first step, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. The prolonged battle had utterly drained her. Clang! At this moment, Su Ming planted his scaled spear into the ground, leaning on it as he panted heavily. He reassured her, Coach Xin, don't worry, that thing won't last long even if it escapes. Let's take a break first, and leave as soon as we recover. Su Ming, we really owe you this time. If it weren't for your timely arrival, our team would have been wiped out today. Xin Menghan nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude and amazement. Su Ming, how did you manage to? Clap, clap, clap. Just as Xin Menghan was about to ask how Su Ming had grown so strong in such a short time, a sudden round of applause interrupted her. Then, a mocking and surprised laugh rang out from a distant high ground. Marvelous, truly marvelous. I didn't expect you all to survive. And you, kid, a second-rank martial artist? We really underestimated you last time. As the voice faded, 5 figures emerged from behind the scattered rocks and deadwood on the high ground. Leading them was a burly, bald man with a face full of scars, his expression cold and menacing under the dim light. It was Cheng Xiong from the Thunder Martial Hall. He descended the high ground leisurely with 4 of his subordinates, forming a semicircle around the exhausted and wounded 5. With a sneer, he fixed his gaze on Su Ming and the others. Cheng Xiong, it's you! You were watching the entire time just now and did nothing to help. Fang Mo shouted angrily, clearly furious at their indifference when they could have intervened. But apart from the youngest Fang Mo, the faces of Xin Menghan, Xiaomu, and Guan Shan turned grim, their spirits sinking to the lowest point. With their experience, they had already deduced that the Blood Fawn wolf pack they had encountered was very likely related to Cheng Xiong's group. Did nothing to help? Little girl, you're too naive. Cheng Xiong sneered mockingly at Fang Mo. Cheng Xiong, were you the ones who lured the Blood Fawn wolves? Xin Menghan suppressed her injuries and weakness, propping herself up with her long blade as she glared angrily at Cheng Xiong. Haven't you already figured it out? Cheng Xiong grinned smugly. Seeing Cheng Xiong's smug expression, Xian Menghan suddenly let out a roar, mustering her last ounce of strength to charge at Cheng Xiong while shouting, "Su Ming, take Fang Mo and the others and run. In your current state, you still want to run?" Cheng Xiong sneered, casually parrying Xian Menghan's attack with his blade. "Do it! Kill them all!" "Yes, Brother Xiong." At Cheng Xiong's command, the other four responded in unison, with one of them exuding the formidable aura of an early second-rank martial artist. Second-rank early stage? There's another second-rank martial artist here? Xian Menghan's face turned ashen, completely devoid of color. Even if she risked her life to hold off Cheng Xiong, Su Ming, and the others would stand no chance of escaping against another second-rank martial artist. Prepare to die. What a pity this is the abyss. Otherwise, I'd really like to have a taste of these two beauties. Cheng Xiong and his subordinates each picked a target and charged at Su Ming's group. Though their words were lewd, their killing intent was undeniable, and their attacks showed no mercy. Brat, becoming a second-rank martial artist at such a young age, what a genius. But I hate geniuses like you the most. Die. The early second-rank martial artist rushed toward Su Ming, eyes filled with envy and murderous intent, raising his broadsword to strike at the weakened Su Ming. Clang! Squelch! The sound of clashing metal rang out, followed by a horrific scream as flesh tore. How is this possible? The early second-rank martial artist stared blankly at his cracked right hand, his broadsword sent flying by Su Ming. The blade spun in the air as Su Ming's spear pierced through his chest, the bloodied tip emerging from his back. Squelch! Su Ming calmly withdrew his spear as the martial artist collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The broadsword spun several times before landing upright in the dirt beside the corpse. What? The sight stunned everyone, freezing them in place as their eyes collectively turned toward the composed Su Ming. Time seemed to stop. Cheng Xiong's twisted grin froze, his pupils contracting as disbelief filled his face. The fall of his early second-rank subordinate hit him like a sledgehammer to the chest. "No, impossible." Cheng Xiong stammered, his voice trembling. "You've just stepped into the early second rank. Your vitality isn't strong enough, and you've already expended so much fighting the wolf pack. How could you take down a fellow second rank with a single strike?" His exclamation shattered the silence, jolting the remaining three subordinates back to their senses. They glanced at their fallen comrade, terror spreading across their faces as they quickly retreated behind Cheng Xiong, too afraid to approach Su Ming's group. The boy before them had just effortlessly eliminated another second-rank martial artist. How could they dare to step forward? Xian Menghan and Fang Mo were equally shocked. They knew Su Ming's strength when he first appeared, yet now he had reached a level where he could instantly kill an early second-rank martial artist. This leap in power was beyond comprehension. Facing Cheng Xiong's questioning, Su Ming flicked the blood off his fish-scale spear and coldly locked eyes with the group. "I've been waiting for you long enough. Die." His voice was calm and chilling, his gaze as if looking at walking corpses. Without another word, Su Ming moved. His figure blurred as he surged forward, blood energy erupting from within him. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Cheng Xiong. Sky-piercing spear. Su Ming muttered under his breath. The full force of the C-rank martial art, sky-piercing spear, was unleashed. The fish-scale spear streaked through the air like a silver lightning bolt, a sharp whistle splitting the atmosphere as it tore through. With five-fold combat strength amplifying his already terrifying 5,800 calorie vitality, Su Ming unleashed his full might. The speed of the strike was dazzling. Not good. Sensing the spear's overwhelming power, Cheng Xiong's heart tightened, a sense of life-threatening danger engulfing him. Domineering blade. But as a martial artist nearing the mid-second rank, Cheng Xiong unleashed his full potential in a desperate counterattack. With a roar, he swung his blade, his vitality surging wildly. Clang! The screech of clashing metal echoed as sparks flew. Cheng Xiong's broadsword was sent flying from his hands, and Su Ming's spear didn't slow. The spear tip enlarged in Cheng Xiong's vision, piercing through his chest and striking his heart. Squelch! The spear tore through his body, spraying hot blood. Cheng Xiong's face froze in a mix of ferocity, terror, and disbelief. He looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, then struggled to look up at Su Ming's expressionless face, his lips trembling as if to speak. But Su Ming yanked the spear free with a swift motion, kicking Cheng Xiong's body away. Cheng Xiong fell heavily before his remaining three subordinates, blood foaming from his mouth, unable to utter a word. Brother Xiong. Seeing the massive wound in Cheng Xiong's chest, the three were paralyzed with terror, their pupils dilating in shock. "Your turn," Su Ming said coldly, spear in hand as he advanced, his gaze merciless. "Spare us, Brother Su Ming." "No, Grandpa Su Ming, please spare us. It was all Cheng Xiong forcing us. It has nothing to do with us. If you let us go, we are willing to serve you from now on." Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Su Ming, the three were terrified out of their wits. They dropped their weapons, fell to their knees with a loud thud, and began kowtowing and begging for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. Faced with death, notions of martial dignity and brotherhood became meaningless, leaving only the most primal instinct to survive. However, Su Ming's gaze remained cold as ice, unshaken and resolute. In the world of martial artists, it was survival of the fittest. Showing mercy to one's enemies was akin to harming oneself and one's comrades. Su Ming's credo was simple: if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will eradicate them completely. Next time, make sure to open your eyes and see clearly. Su Ming's wrist flicked, and the fish scale spear gleamed with a cold light. Slash, slash, slash. The spear flashed 3 times in quick succession, and the crisp sound of it piercing through throats echoed simultaneously. The fish scale spear struck with precision, piercing the throats of all 3 men. Their pleas for mercy were abruptly silenced as they clutched their bleeding necks, their eyes filled with regret and terror. They collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. In the blink of an eye, all 5 members of Chang Xiong's once arrogant team had become cold corpses. The strong scent of blood filled the air, mingling with the remnants of the wolf's stench, evoking nausea. The scene fell into dead silence, broken only by the howling wind sweeping through the rocky terrain and the heavy breathing of the 4 members of Xian Menghan's team. Fang Yamo, Guanshan, and Xiaomu stared at Su Ming, who stood with his spear, his expression indifferent. It was as if they were seeing him for the first time. Their eyes were filled with shock, reverence, and a profound fear that was difficult to articulate. They could hardly believe that the high school student who had needed their protection just 20 days ago had now grown to possess the terrifying power to kill second-tier martial artists in a single strike. Such growth was unheard of. Su Ming, the technique you used earlier, was it the C-grade martial art breaking cloud spear? And you've already mastered it to the highest level? Xian Menghan struggled to rise to her feet, her eyes brimming with shock, her voice trembling with disbelief. Indeed, Coach Xian's insight is as sharp as ever, Su Ming admitted openly in response to Xian Menghan's question. The icy expression on his face melted away, replaced by a gentle smile. Boom! Su Ming's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up massive waves in the hearts of Xian Menghan and the others. Fang Yamo drew in a sharp breath, covering her mouth with her hand as she stared at Su Ming like he was a monster. Martial arts cultivation was no easy feat for most martial artists. Mastering a D-grade technique to its peak could take a decade of grueling effort. C-grade techniques were even harder. Achieving intermediate proficiency within a few years was already considered impressive. How old was Su Ming? Not only had his blood energy reached the standard of a second-tier martial artist, but he had also mastered a C-grade technique to perfection. This was no ordinary talent, it was monstrous, demonic even. To think that a guy who was just doing odd jobs at the martial arts gym a month ago has now surpassed me, a second-tier martial artist. Su Ming's no, Grandpa Su Ming, please spare us. It was Chang Xiong who forced us. It has nothing to do with us. If you let us go, we are willing to serve you from now on. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Su Ming, the 3 of them were terrified out of their wits. They threw down their weapons, fell to their knees with a thud, kowtowing and begging for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. In the face of death, dignity as warriors and bonds of brotherhood became meaningless, leaving only the primal instinct to survive. But Su Ming's gaze remained icy cold and unwavering. In the world of warriors, the strong prey on the weak. Showing mercy to enemies only brings harm to oneself and one's companions. Su Ming's creed was clear: if no one offends me, I offend no one. If someone offends me, I will eradicate them utterly. Next time, make sure to open your eyes and see clearly. Su Ming flicked his wrist, and the scales of his spear gleamed coldly. SHHKK, SHHKK, SHHKK. The spear flashed 3 times, and 3 crisp sounds echoed almost simultaneously. The scaly spear pierced accurately through the throats of the 3 men. Their pleas for mercy were abruptly silenced. Clutching their bleeding throats, their eyes filled with regret and terror as they collapsed to the ground, convulsed for a moment, and then went still. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant and domineering Chang Xiong squad of 5 had all become lifeless corpses. The thick stench of blood spread through the air, mingling with the lingering scent left by the wolf pack, enough to make one nauseous. The scene descended into a dead silence. Only the whistling wind through the rocky wasteland and the heavy breathing of Xian Menghan's squad of 4 could be heard. Fang Yamo, Guanshan, and Xiaomu stared at Su Ming, who stood with his spear, his expression indifferent. It was as if they were seeing him for the first time. Shock, reverence, and an indescribable fear filled their eyes. They could not have imagined that this high school student, who had needed their protection just 20 days ago, now possessed the terrifying strength to kill second-tier warriors in one strike. Such a rate of growth was unheard of. Su Ming, was the technique you just used the C-rank martial art, breaking cloud spear? And you've already mastered it to the highest level? Xian Menghan struggled to stand, her eyes full of shock, her voice trembling with disbelief. Indeed, Coach Xian's insight remains as sharp as ever, Su Ming openly admitted, the coldness on his face replaced by a gentle smile. Boom! Su Ming's words were like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up great waves in the hearts of Xian Menghan and the others. His Fang Mo sucked in a breath of cold air, covering her mouth with her hand, her gaze on Su Ming as if he were a monster. Martial arts training was no easy task. Typically, a warrior would need 10 years of effort to fully master a D-rank technique. C-rank techniques were even harder. For an average warrior, reaching an intermediate level after years of hard work was already an impressive feat. But how old was Su Ming? Not only had his blood energy reached the standard of a second-tier warrior, but he had also mastered a C-rank martial art to its pinnacle. He wasn't just a genius, he was a freak, a prodigy. To think that someone who was merely doing odd jobs at the martial arts hall a month ago could now surpass me, a second-tier warrior, in strength. Su Ming's martial talent is even more extraordinary than I imagined. Xian Menghan took several deep breaths to suppress her inner shock. Filled with admiration, she glanced at the chaotic scene strewn with corpses, then at her injured teammates, and stepped forward sincerely. Su Ming, we owe you our lives today. There's no way to express our gratitude in words. If you ever need my help, just say the word. Ha ha ha, the captain is right. Brother Su Ming, from now on, my life is yours. Little brother Su Ming, I'll do anything for you from now on. Su Ming, thank you. Guanshan, Fang Mo, and Xiaomu came to their senses and one by one expressed their gratitude toward Su Ming. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled faintly and nodded. Seeing this, Xian Menghan turned to the others. Everyone, quickly tend to your wounds. The heavy scent of blood here might attract stronger beasts. We can't stay long. The group nodded solemnly. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you can focus on treating your injuries, Su Ming said with a smile, his voice not loud but reassuring to everyone. Under Su Ming's protection, the group swiftly treated their wounds and cleaned up the battlefield. They took all the materials from the Bloodfang wolves, as well as the loot and weapons Cheng Xiong's team had gathered in the underground cave. Su Ming, we owe you today. This evening, our squad will treat you to dinner at Victoria Restaurant. I hope you'll join us, Xian Menghan earnestly invited him as they left the underground cave. Today, they had finally escaped danger. While everyone had sustained injuries, they were thankfully superficial. With their robust warrior physiques and some specialized healing medicines, they would fully recover in less than 3 days. And this time, they had truly struck it rich. Not only did they harvest a large amount of Bloodfang wolf materials, but they also found the Bloodfang Wolf King, a ferocious beast in the mid-second tier, and successfully obtained many precious materials. Not to mention the loot from Cheng Xiong's team in the cave. This trip alone would earn them at least 1,000,000 credits. Coach Xian, you're too kind. We're all friends. Just send me the details, and I'll be there tonight. Su Ming readily agreed to Xian Menghan's invitation. Calling me Coach Xian feels a bit stiff. How about you call me Sister Han from now on? Alright, Sister Han. After making their arrangements, the group chatted and laughed as they left cave number 3 and headed toward Linjiang City. Upon returning to the city, Su Ming immediately went to the Warrior Association and sold a large bag of second-tier beast materials. In addition, he also sold the 2 D-rank broadswords belonging to Cheng Xiong and another second-tier warrior from his team. Su Ming's account, which had been cleared out in the morning, instantly gained 4.8 million credits. Wow, today's earnings are worth 10 days' work. This strength really makes earning money much faster. With over 4 million credits in a day, it won't take long before I save enough to buy the C-rank meditation technique. Seeing the 4.8 million credits added to his account, Su Ming couldn't contain his excitement. After purchasing the training resources he needed for the day, he hailed a cab home. By evening, at the Victoria Restaurant in the center of Linjiang City. This restaurant was one of the most luxurious establishments in the city, lavishly decorated and brightly lit. It was a top choice for the wealthy and warriors to discuss business and indulge in leisure. In an elegant private room, a table was laden with delicious dishes. Xian Menghan, accompanied by her team of 4, hosted a banquet to thank Su Ming for saving their lives earlier that day. After a few hours of rest and healing, everyone looked much better, though the bandages on their bodies were still quite noticeable. Su Ming, tonight, we must toast to you. Xian Menghan raised her glass. Yes, Su Ming, a toast to you. Fang Mo, Guanshan, and Xiaomu raised their glasses as well, their eyes filled with gratitude. Cheers! Su Ming didn't hesitate, clinking his glass with theirs and downing it in one go. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes, the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly lively. They chatted about their experiences in the underground caves and discussed martial arts training. Mostly, it was Xian Menghan and the others talking, while Su Ming listened with great interest. When they were full and satisfied, the group began to disperse. Xiaomu, Guanshan, and Fang Mo left first, leaving Xian Menghan to sit with Su Ming for a while longer before they too decided to leave. Hanjia, I need to use the restroom, Su Ming said before leaving. Alright, I'll wait for you by the door, Xin Menghan nodded. Su Ming exited the private room and walked down the corridor toward the restroom. The soundproofing in the restaurant was excellent. The clinking of glasses and loud laughter from the private rooms was but a faint hum in the corridor, leaving it quiet and serene. However, as he passed by a private room named Zijin Pavilion, he noticed the door was ajar. A cacophony of noise and the sound of shattering porcelain spilled out, shattering the tranquility. A cocky, youthful voice rang out from within. How shameless. We've honored you by inviting you to drink with us, and you dare to refuse? I'm sorry, sir. I'm just a waitress. I'm only responsible for serving food, not drinking with guests. A trembling, tear-choked voice responded, a voice both timid and eerily familiar. Hearing this, Su Ming's drunken haze vanished instantly. He stopped in his tracks. Did I hear that right? Why does that voice sound exactly like Xiao Wei's? His brows furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with confusion. The voice was identical to his younger sister Su Xiaowei's, but she should still be at Linjiang No. 2 High School. How could she possibly be working as a waitress here? With doubt in his heart, Su Ming peered through the small gap in the door. The next moment, his expression turned icy cold, and fury ignited in his eyes. Inside the room, a group of well-dressed young men sat around a table. The one leading them, a youth in luxurious attire, wore a disdainful expression. His hand impatiently reached for the wrist of a trembling girl with her head lowered. The girl was slender and delicate. It was none other than Su Ming's younger sister, Su Xiaowei. As the youth's hand approached her, Su Xiaowei instinctively shrank back, attempting to avoid his touch. Her resistance only enraged the youth. His face darkened, feeling humiliated in front of his companions. Furious, he roared, "How dare you dodge?" He raised his hand to strike her hard across the face. With his blood energy at the peak of a first-tier martial artist, such a slap could have devastating consequences for an ordinary person. Su Xiaowei had no way to evade it. She could only shut her eyes helplessly. Inside the room, the other young people not only refrained from stopping him but even laughed, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Just as the youth's hand was about to land, a powerful hand like an iron clamp suddenly shot out, gripping his wrist with precision. "You must have a death wish." A furious Su Ming emerged abruptly, his fiery gaze fixed on the youth. Without hesitation, he delivered a fierce kick to the youth's abdomen. Bang! The youth was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall before collapsing to the ground. He clutched his stomach, his body curling up in pain, his face pale and unable to utter a word. The sudden turn of events made the other youths' faces change drastically. They shot to their feet, staring at Su Ming in terror. Just moments ago, Su Ming had effortlessly sent the strongest among them flying with a single kick. They understood they were no match for him. For a moment, they stood frozen, exchanging panicked glances, unsure of what to do. "Brother?" Su Xiaowei finally opened her eyes. Seeing Su Ming standing protectively in front of her, she was stunned. Su Ming turned, gently patting her head with a pained expression. He didn't ask why she was working as a waitress here. Instead, he looked her over and asked with concern, "Xiaowei, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Su Xiaowei shook her head repeatedly. But as Su Ming's concern showed, the grievances she'd been holding back surged to the surface. Tears began to stream down her face like a broken string of pearls. Seeing her distressed expression only fueled Su Ming's already blazing anger. Who the hell are you to dare hit me? Do you even know who I am?" A trembling yet still arrogant voice came from behind. "I don't care who you are." Su Ming, already seething, glared at the arrogant youth. Seeing him still act so brazenly, Su Ming roared and moved toward him, ready to teach him a harsh lesson. What are you doing?" The youth was startled, his face pale with panic. Seeing Su Ming closing in, the youth broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly shouted, "I'm Lin Tian from the Guanshang Martial Hall. My grandfather is Lin Daoyuan, the vice-head of the Linjiang City branch of Guanshang Martial Hall. If you dare touch me, my grandfather won't let you off." Guanshang Martial Hall? Su Ming frowned. He had heard of this name. In Linjiang City, the Guanshang Martial Hall was one of the top 3 martial halls, alongside Limitless Martial Hall and Thunder Martial Hall. Nationwide, it was an immensely powerful organization founded by a martial artist who had surpassed the Grandmaster realm. Its influence stretched across the entire country. The Linjiang City branch was merely one of its many outposts. Yet even so, Lin Daoyuan, the vice-head, was a third-tier peak martial artist. His strength ranked among the top 10 in the city. Lin Tian, as his grandson, was indeed a figure few of Linjiang City's younger generation dared to provoke. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. He has such a strong backing, Su Ming thought, his gaze turning colder as he stared at Lin Tian. "Are you scared now, you dog? Kneel down immediately, apologize, and break one of your hands. Let that little tramp have a drink with me. If you do that, maybe I'll let you off." Otherwise, I'll make sure your entire family disappears from Linjiang City. Lin Tian sneered, his arrogance returning as he misinterpreted Su Ming's hesitation. Ha! Hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Ming let out a cold chuckle. His smile was icy and merciless, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed to freeze the air. Family was his bottom line. Lin Tian had not only struck him but even dared to threaten his family. This was something Su Ming could not tolerate. In the next second, Su Ming rushed forward. Before Lin Tian could react, Su Ming grabbed his wrist and twisted it sharply. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed through the room. Aha! Lin Tian let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice screeching like a dying pig. His wrist had been brutally snapped by Su Ming. The excruciating pain drained all color from his face, and he nearly fainted. You. Lin Tian's entire body trembled in pain, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. He hadn't expected that even after invoking the background of the Guanshang Martial Pavilion, Su Ming would not only remain unafraid but also act so ruthlessly. Don't think that just because you're the grandson of the Deputy Pavilion Master, you can do as you please. Even if your grandfather himself were here, if he dared to harm my family, he would still have to pay the price today. Su Ming's voice was icy, carrying a chilling intensity that sent shivers down people's spines. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming grabbed Lin Tian's arm and twisted it forcefully. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed once again. Lin Tian's arm hung limp and lifeless. He had demanded Su Ming break his own hand, so Su Ming made him taste that very pain. Aha! The excruciating pain from his broken arm caused Lin Tian to scream miserably, his face pale as paper. Bang! Su Ming delivered a fierce kick to Lin Tian's stomach. Lin Tian doubled over like a shrimp, slamming heavily against the wall of the private room with a dull thud. He then slid limply to the floor, blood trickling from his mouth, and fell unconscious. The private room fell into a deathly silence. The few young men who had been with Lin Tian were like ducks with their necks wrung, too terrified to make a sound. They could only stare in horror at Su Ming, who now seemed like a god of death. What's going on? At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open abruptly, and hurried footsteps broke the stillness. The manager of the Victoria restaurant rushed in, followed by a crowd of onlookers gathered at the doorway. The manager scanned the room and immediately locked his gaze on Lin Tian, who was lying unconscious on the floor. When he saw Lin Tian's twisted and deformed wrist, his limp arm, the blood at the corner of his mouth, and his ghastly pale face, the manager's face turned ashen. Oh my God, young Master Lin! What happened here? The manager exclaimed, crouching down to inspect Lin Tian's injuries with trembling hands. Lin Tian wasn't just anyone, he was the treasured grandson of Lin Daoyuan, the deputy master of the Guanshang Martial Pavilion, and an important patron of the Victoria restaurant. Though the restaurant was of a high standard, its backing was merely a second-tier martial artist, far from being able to contend with the power of the Guanshang Martial Pavilion. Now that Lin Tian had been injured in the restaurant, the manager knew that if the matter wasn't handled properly, his position would be in jeopardy. With that thought, he abruptly stood up and bellowed, "Who did this?" Lin Tian's companions immediately recounted how Su Ming had beaten Lin Tian, though they conveniently omitted any mention of why Su Ming had done so. Hearing their account, the manager fixed his gaze on Su Ming, whose face was cold and indifferent. His heart sank. He knew full well the backgrounds of Lin Tian and his entourage of spoiled heirs. Glancing at Su Ming and the young girl standing behind him who bore a slight resemblance to him, the manager quickly pieced together what had happened. It was clear that Lin Tian had made a move on a female staff member of the restaurant, and her brother had found out, resulting in this mess. But to the manager, the truth didn't matter. What mattered was Lin Tian's status. With just one word from Lin Daoyuan, the restaurant's business could come to a standstill, or worse, face retaliation. The most urgent matter now was to appease Lin Tian's side and provide an explanation. After weighing his options, the manager made a swift decision. His sharp gaze landed on Su Xiaowei, and he said in an authoritative tone that, "Brooked no argument, you, Su Xiaowei, right? I recognize you, you're a temporary hire. Apologize to young Master Lin and his friends immediately." Before he could finish speaking, and before Su Xiaowei could even respond, Su Ming had already stepped forward, his face radiating an icy chill. "What kind of manager you? Lin Tian trembled all over in pain, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. He never expected that after invoking the backing of the Guanshang Martial Hall, Su Ming would not only remain unafraid but also act so ruthlessly. Don't think that just because you're the grandson of the deputy hall master, you can do whatever you want. Even if your grandfather himself were here, if he dared to harm my family, he would have to pay the price today." Su Ming's voice was icy, carrying a chilling undertone that made one's heart tremble. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming grabbed Lin Tian's arm again and twisted it forcefully. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed once more, and Lin Tian's arm hung limply at his side. He wanted Su Ming to break his own hand, so Su Ming made sure he experienced that very pain himself. The excruciating pain of his broken arm made Lin Tian scream miserably, his face turning as pale as a sheet of paper. Bang! Su Ming kicked Lin Tian in the stomach, causing him to curl up like a shrimp before crashing heavily into the wall of the private room with a dull thud. Lin Tian then slid weakly to the floor, blood dripping from his mouth, completely unconscious. The private room fell silent as death. Lin Tian's companions, several young men, were so terrified they didn't dare to make a sound. Like ducks with their throats clutched, they could only stare in fear at Su Ming, who seemed like a god of death. What's going on here? At that moment, the door to the private room was slammed open, and the hurried sound of footsteps broke the silence. The manager of the Victoria restaurant rushed in with a crowd of onlookers gathering at the door. The manager stepped into the room and scanned the scene. His gaze immediately fell on Lin Tian, who was lying unconscious on the floor. He saw Lin Tian's right wrist twisted and deformed, his arm hanging weakly, blood at the corner of his mouth. The manager's face instantly turned ashen. Oh my god, young Master Lin. What happened here? The manager exclaimed in shock, quickly squatting down to check Lin Tian's injuries, his hands trembling. Lin Tian was the grandson of Lin Daoyuan, the deputy hall master of Guanshang Martial Hall, and an important guest of the Victoria restaurant. Although the restaurant was of a fairly high standard, its backing was merely a second-rank martial artist, far from being able to contend with the power of Guanshang Martial Hall. Now that something had happened to Lin Tian here, the manager knew that if it wasn't handled properly, his own position would be at stake. Thinking this, he abruptly stood up and loudly demanded, "Who did this?" Lin Tian's companions, seeing the manager's reaction, immediately recounted how Su Ming had beaten Lin Tian, but they conveniently left out why Su Ming had acted. After hearing their account, the manager turned his gaze to Su Ming, who stood with a cold expression, and his heart sank. He was well aware of Lin Tian and his gang's privileged background. Looking at Su Ming and the young girl standing behind him, Su Xiaowei, who bore some resemblance to him, the manager quickly pieced together the situation. It was clear Lin Tian had harassed a waitress at the restaurant, and her brother had found out, leading to the current outcome. But for the manager, the truth didn't matter. What mattered was Lin Tian's status. One word from Lin Daoyuan could shut down the restaurant's business or even bring about retaliation. The most pressing matter now was to appease Lin Tian's side and offer an explanation. After weighing his options, the manager made his decision. He fixed his sharp gaze on Su Xiaowei and said in an authoritative tone that left no room for argument, "You, Su Xiaowei, right? I recognize you. You're a temporary hire. Apologize to young Master Lin and his friends immediately." Before the manager could finish, and before Su Xiaowei could respond, Su Ming had already stepped forward, his face icy and menacing. What a manager! Completely disregarding the facts and demanding my sister to apologize based on their words alone. This punk was beyond despicable, daring to lay a hand on my sister. Breaking his limbs is already lenient. The manager, intimidated by Su Ming's presence, took a half step back but still forced himself to say, "Kid, you're in big trouble. Guanshang Martial Hall isn't someone you can mess with. I'm doing this for your own good, apologize now. If this escalates further, you'll only suffer more." "Su Ming, what are you doing here?" Before Su Ming could respond, a voice suddenly came from the door, breaking the tense atmosphere in an instant. Xan Menghan had been waiting outside for a long time without seeing Su Ming and, hearing the commotion here, couldn't resist coming to check. To her surprise, Su Ming was in the private room, and it appeared he was at the center of the conflict. Pushing her way through the crowd, Xan Menghan entered the room. The moment she saw the scene inside, especially Su Ming standing before a collapsed and unconscious Lin Tian, her expression changed. "Su Ming, don't tell me you did this?" Xan Menghan walked up to Su Ming, pointing at Lin Tian as her lips twitched slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. She knew Lin Tian's identity, and the current situation made it clear that Su Ming had been the one to act. If Lin Daoyuan found out his grandson had been beaten like this, he would never let it slide. Lin Daoyuan was a peak third-rank martial artist. Although Su Ming was strong, he was still young and nowhere near capable of being his match. "I merely taught a lesson to a scoundrel who dared to lay hands on my sister," Su Ming answered Xan Menghan's question indifferently. After speaking, he glanced at the onlookers gathered at the door, his brows furrowing slightly. Then he turned to Su Xiaowei and said softly, "Xiaowei, let's go." Without caring about the gazes around them, he took Su Xiaowei's hand and headed toward the private room's door. Xan Menghan watched as they left, Su Ming appearing calm and Su Xiaowei visibly flustered. A trace of complexity flashed through her eyes, but she said nothing more. "Stop right there!" the manager shouted as he saw Su Ming about to leave. Su Ming's face darkened, and he was about to silence the annoying man when Xin Menghan suddenly pulled out her martial artist's certification and spoke coldly to the manager. I am Xin Menghan from the Extreme Martial Hall. This matter will be handled by the Extreme Martial Hall. If there are any issues in the future, have them come to us directly. Extreme Martial Hall. The manager's pupils shrank upon hearing the name. He instantly realized this was yet another formidable power he couldn't afford to provoke. Seeing the manager remain silent, Xin Menghan put away her certification and walked up to Su Ming. Su Ming, let's go. Su Ming gave the manager a cold glance before nodding and leaving the private room with Xin Menghan and Su Xiaowei. The crowd at the door quickly made way for them. The manager clenched his fists as he watched their retreating figures but ultimately loosened his grip, not daring to say another word. Whether it was Guanshang Martial Hall or Extreme Martial Hall, he couldn't afford to antagonize either. Manager, what should we do now? Several waitstaff approached and asked, what should we do? Leave it alone, the manager muttered inwardly before saying, we can't interfere with this any longer. Quickly call an ambulance and get young Master Lin to the hospital. Hearing this, the waitstaff hurried to make the call. Xin Menghan, thank you, Su Ming said gratefully after leaving the restaurant. If it weren't for Xin Menghan stepping forward to help, today's matter would never have ended so smoothly. Sigh, my life was saved by you. This little favor is nothing, Xin Menghan said with a smile, waving her hand dismissively, but her expression quickly turned serious. Su Ming, you were too impulsive this time. Lin Tian is not an ordinary person, he's the grandson of the deputy head of the Guanshang Martial Hall in Linjiang City. I know. He just mentioned his identity. Su Ming nodded. Since you know who he is, you still. Xin Menghan initially wanted to scold Su Ming a bit more, but seeing his resolute expression, she realized that saying more was futile. She could only shake her head helplessly and change the topic. Forget it, it's too late to say anything now. Su Ming, why don't you join the Extreme Martial Hall? Join the Extreme Martial Hall? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. That's right, join the Extreme Martial Hall. To tell you the truth, my second granduncle is the head of the Extreme Martial Hall. With your talent, he'll definitely take a liking to you. If he does, he'll surely help you settle today's matter. Xin Menghan shrugged and revealed a secret she had never shared with anyone. So the head of the Extreme Martial Hall is your second granduncle. No wonder you were so confident in the private room earlier. Su Ming was stunned upon hearing this, looking at Xin Menghan in surprise. Over the past 2.5 years, he had worked part-time at the Extreme Martial Hall and had seen the head a few times. He had also seen Xin Menghan greet the head but never noticed anything particularly unusual about their relationship. Seeing his reaction, Xin Menghan couldn't help but laugh, her face showing a hint of pride. The Extreme Martial Hall and Thunder Martial Hall were on par with Guanshang Martial Hall as the top 3 martial halls in Linjiang City, so they were certainly not ordinary. Although their founders couldn't match Guanshang Martial Halls, they were still 8th-rank sealed marquises. The head of the Extreme Martial Hall in Linjiang City was a 4th-rank martial artist, stronger than Lin Daoyuan. With Lin Tian making the first move today, and Su Ming having saved Xin Menghan's life, the head of the Extreme Martial Hall would definitely step in to help Su Ming regardless of how talented he was. Alright, I'll go with what Sister Han suggests. Su Ming thought for a moment and nodded. He wasn't afraid of Lin Tian seeking revenge but had to consider his family. His younger sister was still little and couldn't protect herself, and his mother was bedridden. If not for protecting his family, he wouldn't have only crippled Lin Tian's right hand earlier. Then let's head to the Extreme Martial Hall right now, Xin Menghan said eagerly. The 3 of them got into a car and headed towards the Extreme Martial Hall. Brother, I'm sorry. I just wanted to ease your burden, but I ended up causing you trouble instead. On the way, Su Xiaowei kept her head down, her hands clenched tightly into fists, her face full of guilt. Su Ming shook his head, patted her on the head, and reassured her, it's not your fault. It's because I didn't tell you the truth. Don't worry, everything will be fine. If he had told Su Xiaowei earlier that he had become a martial artist and could earn money by hunting in the caves, she wouldn't have had to go to school during the day and work late into the night. At the same time, Su Ming silently resolved that once he was strong enough, he would deal with Lin Tian's family completely and remove this hidden threat. Late at night at the Extreme Martial Hall, the students and coaches had already left. Only the head, Zhang Lingchuan, stood alone at the entrance. I've already looked into this year's martial exam talents in Linjiang City. There are only 3 or 4 who have just broken through to the 2nd rank, but none have reached mid-2nd rank. A mid-2nd rank martial artist, who can also master a C-level martial skill to its peak. There's never been such a talent in Linjiang City. Could it be that Menghan was deceived? I'll see for myself who this so-called genius is. If someone dares to fool Menghan, even if they saved her life, I'll make them pay. Standing at the door, Jiang Lingchuan recalled Xin Menghan's words from earlier over the phone. With his arms crossed, his face showed a mixture of anger and anticipation. Not long after, an SUV pulled up in front of him. Xin Menghan was the first to hop out, walking quickly over to Jiang Lingchuan with a smile. Second granduncle. At this moment, no one was around Jiang Lingchuan, so Xin Menghan no longer hid their relationship. "Ha, Menghan, this must be the amazing genius you've been talking about," Jiang Lingchuan said, his expression softening immediately. The strict demeanor he usually displayed around others disappeared, replaced by a kind and affectionate smile. His gaze shifted to the two people behind Xin Menghan. Su Ming and Su Xiaowei got out of the car and, upon seeing this prominent figure in Linjiang City, greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Master Jiang." On the way, Xin Menghan had already told them Jiang Lingchuan's name. Good lad, a second-rank martial artist, and so young. Could Menghan's words actually be true? Jiang Lingchuan's eyes locked onto Su Ming, and with his formidable strength, he immediately sensed the extraordinary vitality within Su Ming's body. He was momentarily stunned. Do I have something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that?" Su Ming felt a bit awkward as Jiang Lingchuan gazed at him intently. "Ahem, let's head inside and talk." Jiang Lingchuan quickly cleared his throat, letting out an awkward laugh before leading the group into the extreme martial hall. "Menghan has already filled me in on the specifics. That old guy Lin Daoyuan's grandson indeed needs to be taught a lesson. Su Ming, since you saved Menghan's life, I'll make sure to discipline Lin Daoyuan and ensure he doesn't act out again. You're a second-rank martial artist now, so you're fully qualified to join the Extreme Martial Hall. However, the treatment you'll receive depends on your abilities." Inside the Extreme Martial Hall, Jiang Lingchuan got straight to the point, taking Su Ming to the testing room and glancing at the still-activated testing equipment. Xin Menghan had assured him with great confidence that she hadn't exaggerated, but Jiang Lingchuan wanted to verify it for himself. After all, he had already sensed Su Ming's unusual vitality. These testing devices were usually shut off after everyone left, but after Xin Menghan's call, Jiang Lingchuan had turned them back on, specifically to test Su Ming upon his arrival. Su Ming immediately understood this was a test of his strength. He nodded, full of confidence, and stepped toward the testing equipment. He first approached the blood vitality tester, lightly placing his finger on it. The device extracted a drop of blood from his fingertip, and after a short analysis, displayed a blood vitality value of 116. Seeing this value, which far exceeded the standard for a second-rank martial artist, Jiang Lingchuan nodded silently. Such a high blood vitality at his age was truly rare. After testing his vitality, Su Ming did not stop. He walked straight to the combat strength testing target, retrieved a long spear from the side, and with his vitality surging through his body and his muscles instantly tensing, he thrust the spear with all his might. The power of the breaking cloud spear was fully unleashed. Bang! The combat strength target was almost sent flying by the strike. 100. 300, 1,000. The numbers on the combat strength tester flickered rapidly, finally stopping at 5,800 calories. 5 times strength increase. The breaking cloud spear has reached perfect mastery. Menghan wasn't exaggerating, this kid really mastered a sea-level martial art to its peak. And he's so young. Even when I was young, I only managed to achieve advanced proficiency in a D-level martial art. At that time, I was already considered a martial arts prodigy. Su Ming is far beyond me, he's the real martial arts prodigy. No, he's a martial arts genius. Staring at the numbers on the combat strength tester, Jiang Lingchuan's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart was pounding in shock. Even though Xin Menghan had told him earlier that Su Ming had perfected the breaking cloud spear, he had been skeptical. After all, hearing about it was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes was another. Good. Su Ming returned the spear to the rack. Jiang Lingchuan took a deep breath to suppress the astonishment in his heart and exclaimed 3 times in succession. Wait, what's he going to do now? Su Ming's next action made Jiang Lingchuan tense up entirely. His eyes widened, staring hard at Su Ming. Beside him, Xin Menghan covered her mouth in shock, her face full of disbelief as she watched Su Ming. After returning the testing spear, Su Ming didn't stop. Instead, he walked back to the combat strength tester. He raised his hand, and as if gripping something in the air, the temperature in the entire testing room plummeted abruptly. Immediately after, a long spear, pure white like an ice crystal, appeared out of thin air. Under the stunned gazes of Jiang Lingchuan and Xin Menghan, it shot fiercely toward the combat strength target. Bang! Crack! The ice crystal spear struck the target with a muffled sound, and the combat strength target was instantly enveloped in layers of frost. The numbers on the combat strength display jumped wildly again, eventually stopping at 10,000 calories. This number was like a heavy hammer smashing into the hearts of Jiang Lingchuan and Xian Menghan, leaving both of them struggling to breathe. The entire testing room fell into an eerie silence. Hiss. After a long moment, Jiang Lingchuan and Xian Menghan drew in sharp breaths, staring at Su Ming as if he were a monster. Neither of them had expected that Su Ming was not only an awakened one but that his ability combat strength had reached an astonishing 10,000 calories. This level of strength was comparable to a late-stage Tier 2 martial artist. Gulp. A distinct swallowing sound broke the silence. Xian Menghan looked at Jiang Lingchuan, her voice trembling slightly. Second, Grandpa, our dojo's equipment isn't broken, is it? This question seemed to pull Jiang Lingchuan out of his shock. No, it's not broken. The equipment never malfunctions. He snapped back to reality, his face brimming with joy as his gaze shifted from the tester to Su Ming, so intense it seemed as if it could melt him. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of Su Ming and Xian Menghan, Jiang Lingchuan, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo, a man who wielded great influence in Linjiang City, suddenly stepped forward. He grabbed Su Ming's hand tightly with both of his, then bowed respectfully, his face full of flattery. Su Ming, my young friend, you must join the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo. At this moment, Jiang Lingchuan had shed all his former arrogance and authority. He was now entirely focused on one thing, using every possible means, no matter the cost, to bring Su Ming into the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo. He had thought that Su Ming's martial arts talent was already extraordinary, but he hadn't expected Su Ming's ability talent to be even more astonishing, so much so that it surpassed his martial arts talent. To possess an ability strength of 10,000 calories at such a young age, Jiang Lingchuan didn't even need to test further to conclude that Su Ming's ice-based ability was undoubtedly at least A-level. An A-level ability had never appeared in the history of Linjiang City. In his eyes, Su Ming was beyond what terms like prodigy or genius could describe. He was a miracle. Faced with Jiang Lingchuan's almost obsequious attitude, Su Ming's mouth twitched. He tried to withdraw his right hand from Jiang Lingchuan's grip, only to find he couldn't. Smiling wryly, he said, Master Jiang, let's sit down and discuss this calmly. Yes. Sit down and discuss calmly. Menghan, forget it. I'll personally make tea for Su Ming. Menghan, take Su Ming and his sister to the VIP room first. I'll head to my office to get my finest tea leaves. With that, Jiang Lingchuan released Su Ming's hand and, full of excitement, ran back to his office. Is this really the second grandpa I know? Xian Menghan was left utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Lingchuan's behavior just now had shocked her just as much as Su Ming's earlier display of power. Su Ming, let's head to the VIP room and wait for a while. Taking a deep breath to suppress her astonishment, Xian Menghan turned to Su Ming and said, extending her hand to lead the way. Su Ming, my young friend, as long as you agree, from today onward, you will be the most important member of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo, enjoying the highest level of resource support. Whatever resources you need for training, vitality tonics, mental pills, weapons, armor, martial arts techniques, meditation methods, whatever you want, as long as the dojo has it, or if I, Jiang Lingchuan, can acquire it, I will make it happen for you. In the VIP room, Jiang Lingchuan personally poured hot tea for Su Ming, his voice loud and resolute. He knew very well what the young man before him represented for the future. This was no longer about recruiting a prodigy, it was about securing the foundation of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo's legacy, perhaps even its future pillar. A prodigy who could potentially surpass grandmasters and reach the rank of a titled marquis like the old dojo master. With Su Ming's talent, he might even touch the legendary realm of the titled king. Such an opportunity was once in a lifetime. Missing it would make Jiang Lingchuan the greatest sinner in the dojo's history. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's promise, Su Ming's expression grew serious. He stared intently at Jiang Lingchuan and said in a deep voice, resources are indeed important, but that's not my main concern. From the very beginning, the purpose of my visit to the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo tonight has been clear. I believe Master Jiang is aware of it. Su Ming could now hunt beasts on his own to accumulate funds and purchase resources. That wasn't urgent. But the vice master of the Guanshang Martial Arts Dojo, Lin Daoyuan, currently posed a significant threat to him and his family. Don't worry about that. I, Jiang Lingchuan, swear that as long as I'm in Linjiang City, no one will dare harm your family. Being a shrewd man, Jiang Lingchuan immediately nodded at the reminder. Then I'll have to thank Master Jiang. Su Ming, seeing Jiang Lingchuan's sincerity, smiled and solemnly cupped his fists in gratitude. With the assurance of Jiang Lingchuan, a fourth-tier powerhouse, he finally felt at ease. Seeing Su Ming nod in agreement, Jiang Lingchuan was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He asked, Su Ming, my young friend, can you join the Extreme Martial Hall now? Su Ming nodded. Great, then let's sign the agreement right now. Jiang Lingchuan was ecstatic. He immediately took out the prepared documents and placed them in front of Su Ming. Su Ming scanned through the agreement and nodded slightly. According to the agreement, he only needed to be listed as a core member of the Extreme Martial Hall. As a core member, aside from possibly being required to take action during the annual National Martial Hall ranking battles, he would have complete freedom in his daily life. The Extreme Martial Hall would place no restrictions on his freedom and would instead provide him with comprehensive cultivation resources. Additionally, there was a confidentiality clause. Any martial techniques, body strengthening methods, or meditation techniques above sea level within the Extreme Martial Hall were not to be shared externally. For Su Ming, this agreement had only benefits and no drawbacks. Without hesitation, he signed his name, affixed his seal, and provided a DNA sample, officially completing the agreement. Su Ming, from this moment, you are now a core member of the Extreme Martial Hall. This is something I secured for you using my highest authority as the head of the Linjiang branch and with an emergency special approval from headquarters. It's the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, an A-level body strengthening method. Jiang Lingchuan, seeing Su Ming complete the signing, immediately took out a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to him. An A-level body strengthening method. Hearing these words, Xian Menghan, standing nearby, couldn't help but gasp in awe, her eyes filled with envy. A-level body strengthening methods were extremely rare and were the top secret treasures of major powers. Even the Martial Artists Association only sold body strengthening methods up to sea level to the public. She had heard of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique before. Within the Extreme Martial Hall, this method was usually only accessible to the heads of major branches, and even then, the contribution points required were staggering. At her current pace of earning contribution points, it would take her 100 years to afford it. Yet Su Ming, having just joined the Extreme Martial Hall as a core member, was directly granted this A-level body strengthening method by headquarters. Such treatment was akin to that reserved for geniuses among geniuses. An A-level body strengthening method. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he saw the USB drive handed over by Jiang Lingchuan. Without hesitation, he took it. The higher the level of a body strengthening method, the faster one's vitality would increase during cultivation. Currently, using a D-level body strengthening method, combined with vitality supplements, he could increase his vitality by 5 points per day. The effect of an A-level method would be at least 8 times that of a D-level one. If he could cultivate the A-level body strengthening method to perfection, not only could he achieve an increase of 40 vitality points per day, but he could also see an explosive rise in his power. Initially, he estimated that, using the D-level body strengthening method Rising Sun, he could increase his vitality to over 160 points before the Martial University entrance exam. Now, with the A-level body strengthening method, if he could master it within 10 days, his vitality could increase by at least 400 points. By the time of the Martial University entrance exam, he could rely on his 500 vitality points, coupled with the 5-fold combat power burst of the perfected sea-level breaking cloud spear technique, to achieve a combat power of 25,000 calories, comparable to a newly advanced third-tier martial artist. Even without utilizing his S-level ability, Su Ming was confident in securing first place in Jiangnan Province's martial entrance exam. Why was he so confident? Don't forget, he also had a system that allowed him to allocate points. During this time, he had been venturing into the underground caves to hunt fierce beasts, accumulating 10,830 enhancement points in the system. Even if the A-level body strengthening method was 100 times more challenging than the D-level one, he could still use these enhancement points to max out his proficiency in it. Master Jiang, let me ask, if I were to cultivate the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique to perfection now, considering my current vitality strength, what should I be mindful of if I were to train for 10 continuous hours? After receiving the USB drive, Su Ming was filled with joy but still asked seriously. After all, when practicing the D-level body strengthening method, even with the aid of vitality supplements, he could only train for 5 hours before being overwhelmed with hunger and having to go downstairs for a large meal. Training intensely with an A-level body strengthening method would undoubtedly come with even more severe side effects. Hearing Su Ming's question, Jiang Lingchuan froze for a moment, thinking to himself, it's not that I underestimate Su Ming, but the difficulty of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique is simply too high. He himself had been practicing this body strengthening method for 40 years, having earned it at a discount after making great contributions to the Extreme Martial Hall. Even after 40 years, he had only reached an intermediate level of proficiency. Though he admitted that Su Ming's talent was extraordinarily outstanding, he believed that reaching perfection in the 100 refinements golden body technique would still require at least 3 to 5 years of hard work. However, despite thinking that Su Ming couldn't possibly achieve perfection in such a short time, Jiang Lingchuan still answered his question earnestly. Cultivating a body strengthening method primarily consumes the energy absorbed within the body, converting it into vitality. While supplements like vitality-enhancing products are important, you'll also need a substantial food supply, preferably high-grade fierce beast meat rich in energy, combined with vitality supplements during training. As long as there's enough energy, you can train for as long as you wish. Of course, this also depends on whether your body can withstand it. If your body reaches its limit of fatigue, no amount of energy will be enough to sustain you. Hearing this, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He immediately stood up and said to Jiang Lingchuan, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Jiang. I'll head back to train now. Please excuse me." "So eager to leave? Why not have a cup of tea before going?" Jiang Lingchuan was startled by Su Ming's sudden departure and quickly tried to persuade him to stay. Su Ming picked up the teacup, and a trace of cold air emanated from his fingertip. The steaming tea instantly cooled to a suitable temperature, which he then drank in one gulp. "Good tea, Master Jiang. My sister and I will take our leave now. We'll chat again another time." With those words, he cupped his fists in salute, then led a bewildered Su Xiaowei out of the Extreme Martial Hall. Jiang Lingchuan and Xin Menghan were both stunned. It wasn't until the two had left that Jiang Lingchuan snapped out of it. He wasn't displeased, instead, he showed an expression of admiration. With such extraordinary talent and such diligence in cultivation, he is truly a role model for us to learn from. This young man will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Watching the direction in which Su Ming and Su Xiaowei had departed, Jiang Lingchuan couldn't help but offer words of praise. He then turned to look at Xin Menghan beside him. "Menghan, you found a true gem for our Extreme Martial Hall. I'll immediately report your contributions to headquarters. The rewards from headquarters will be enough to elevate you directly to a 4th-tier martial artist." "A 4th-tier martial artist?" Xin Menghan's mind spun upon hearing this, nearly fainting on the spot. Her talent was mediocre. Without any special opportunities, she might remain at the level of a 2nd-tier martial artist for her entire life. Advancing to become a 3rd-tier martial artist was almost hopeless. Unexpectedly, her simple act of recommending Su Ming to the Extreme Martial Hall and using its name to intimidate Lin Daoyuan brought her such a significant reward. "Dream Han, I'll head out first. Remember to lock the door when you leave," said Jiang Lingchuan with a faint smile when he noticed Xin Menghan, still in a daze. He didn't find it strange. After all, if he were suddenly told about such a great opportunity, he would likely react the same way. With that, Jiang Lingchuan got up and left. "Oh, yes, okay." Xin Menghan finally snapped out of her stupor after a long while, nodding quickly in response. However, when she turned around, Jiang Lingchuan had already disappeared. Late at night, outside the inpatient department of Linjiang City's Central Hospital, a luxurious car pulled up. An elderly man with a grim expression stepped out from the back seat. It was Lin Daoyuan, who had rushed over upon hearing that Lin Tian had been hospitalized after being beaten. Furious and unable to contain his anger, he was ready to barge into the ward and find out who had dared to harm his grandson. But just as he approached the hospital entrance, a powerful aura suddenly locked onto him, causing his heart to tighten. Instinctively, he turned toward the right side of the hospital gate, where a tall figure stood. "Jiang Lingchuan, what do you mean by this?" Lin Daoyuan shouted angrily, fixing his gaze on Jiang Lingchuan, who was approaching slowly. Though Lin Daoyuan's strength was inferior to Jiang Lingchuan's, as the deputy head of the Guanshang Martial Hall in Linjiang City, he believed Jiang Lingchuan wouldn't dare to act recklessly against him. "Lin Daoyuan, I'm here to warn you. Your useless grandson has provoked a core member of the Extreme Martial Hall with an S-rank potential rating today. You'd better not stir up trouble. Otherwise, even if you were the head of Guanshang Martial Hall, you wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of a conflict between the two martial halls," Jiang Lingchuan warned sternly. After speaking, he said no more, merely staring silently at Lin Daoyuan. He knew Lin Daoyuan would understand the weight of an S-rank core member of the Extreme Martial Hall. As expected, Lin Daoyuan's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing the words S-rank core member of the Extreme Martial Hall. The fury in his heart instantly dissipated, replaced by deep fear. An S-rank core member represented the top-tier talent of the Extreme Martial Hall, someone with the potential to reach the rank of Marquis in the future. Any martial hall would treat such a talent as a future leader. Daring to harm someone of that level would inevitably provoke the Extreme Martial Hall's relentless retaliation, even risking all-out war with Guanshang Martial Hall. Although the overall strength of the Extreme Martial Hall was slightly inferior, the gap wasn't significant. The major martial halls often competed in secret, but had never torn each other apart publicly. The higher-ups of Guanshang Martial Hall would never be willing to face the extreme Martial Hall head-on. Lin Daoyuan understood clearly that if a war broke out, the higher-ups of Guanshang Martial Hall would not hesitate to offer him or even his entire family as a sacrificial pawn to quell the wrath of the extreme Martial Hall. After all, he was merely the deputy head of a branch hall, well known in Linjiang City, but nothing more than a small pawn in the eyes of the higher-ups. Who, I understand, Lin Daoyuan said, taking a deep breath and nodding solemnly to Jiang Lingchuan after thinking things through. Then, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and walked into the inpatient department, heading directly to Lin Tian's ward. At least he's sensible, Jiang Lingchuan muttered as he watched Lin Daoyuan's retreating figure, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, while the killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. If Lin Daoyuan had been foolish enough to act recklessly, Jiang Lingchuan wouldn't have hesitated to deal with him on the spot. Su Ming was worth the effort. After glancing at the inpatient building, Jiang Lingchuan turned and disappeared into the night. Inside a VIP ward, Lin Tian had regained consciousness after emergency treatment. His right arm, which had been fractured, was now set and encased in a cast. That bastard. When my grandfather gets here, I'll make sure he digs you out of hiding and forces you to kneel before me. I'll show that punk what suffering truly means. Lin Tian muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. His mind was consumed by the image of Su Ming's disdainful expression. Every time he thought about being publicly humiliated and beaten by Su Ming, his fury intensified, and he wished he could tear Su Ming apart. At that moment, the ward door opened. Lin Tian immediately looked toward the entrance, where Lin Daoyuan walked in. Grandpa, you must stand up for me. Lin Tian cried out pitifully the moment he saw Lin Daoyuan. He knelt before his grandfather, clutching his leg with his uninjured hand as tears streamed down his face, a picture of utter misery. Lin Daoyuan glanced down at his grandson, who was crying as if his soul had left his body, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. If he hadn't encountered Jiang Lingchuan just now, he might have helped Lin Tian up and promised to catch those who had bullied him. But now, after hearing Jiang Lingchuan's warning, Lin Daoyuan's perception of Lin Tian had entirely changed. Why didn't I realize before that this grandson of mine is utterly useless? Looks like I've been too indulgent, letting him grow into such an arrogant and reckless troublemaker. This time, he's messed with someone even the Lin family fears. If I keep letting him run wild, one day he'll bring disaster upon the entire family. A string of thoughts flashed through Lin Daoyuan's mind. The more he looked at Lin Tian, the more displeased he became. Lin Tian, sensing something off, peeked up at his grandfather and noticed the stern furrow of his brows. For the first time, Lin Daoyuan looked genuinely severe, far more than he ever did when scolding Lin Tian during martial training. "Gr Grandpa?" Lin Tian stammered, his expression stiffening, his voice shrinking. But what came next was a slap. Smack! The loud slap sent Lin Tian flying, spinning 2.5 times in the air before landing heavily on the hospital bed. Clutching his now swollen face, Lin Tian stared blankly at Lin Daoyuan, too stunned to feel the pain. What's going on? Did Grandpa change? He could hardly believe it. His doting grandfather had actually hit him. "You little brat, you almost doomed the Lin family. This time, you'd better behave yourself in the hospital and fix those terrible habits of yours. If you dare cause any more trouble outside and provoke someone you shouldn't, I'll handle you myself and have your parents make a new son." Lin Daoyuan roared, his voice echoing through the entire building. After venting his anger, he didn't spare Lin Tian another glance, turning sharply on his heel to leave, afraid he might lose control and strike him again. The ward door slammed shut with a loud bang, startling the still-dazed Lin Tian. Ouch! Dr. Hua! Somebody, come quick! Lin Tian finally realized that his left hand was clutching his swollen face, while his freshly mended right hand had fractured again, causing him to gasp in pain as he hastily called for a doctor. Dr. Hua, who had been quietly waiting outside, immediately brought the medical staff rushing into the ward as soon as Lin Daoyuan left, transferring Lin Tian to the operating room. Who the hell is that guy, to make Grandpa so furious? Judging by Grandpa's reaction, even if that guy had killed me on the spot, his grandfather wouldn't have spared him. That's terrifying. As Lin Tian was being wheeled into the operating room, he calmed down. While analyzing the situation, cold sweat trickled down his body. He was more afraid of death than anyone else. Realizing that Su Ming was someone he couldn't afford to provoke, Lin Tian immediately abandoned any impractical thoughts and felt secretly relieved to still be alive. Meanwhile, in another part of town, at Su Ming's home. "Brother, you bought so much beast meat. Are you planning to start practicing that 100 refinements golden body technique tonight?" Su Xiaowei curiously asked as she helped Su Ming arrange a large spread of takeout on the table. "It's the 100 refinements golden body technique," Su Ming corrected her with a smile, noticing her inquisitive expression. "Oh, I must have remembered it wrong," Su Xiaowei said, realization dawning on her. "Alright, go take a shower and rest. I'll go review this A-rank body refinement technique and figure out how to practice it," Su Ming said, ruffling her hair before heading into his room. He plugged in a USB drive, and the computer screen soon displayed the detailed training guide and demonstrations for the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, along with explanations. The 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique is a top-tier A-rank body refinement method created by Marquis Hun Jin, one of the 3 masters of the Extreme Martial Hall. When cultivated to its peak, it allows the user to manifest the 100 Refinements Golden Body, greatly enhancing physical defense. The full sequence of movements required 3 times the duration of the Rising Sun technique. Su Ming stared intently at the video, absorbing every detail of the hundreds of movements over the course of half an hour. Ding! A-rank body refinement technique 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique detected. Spend 1000 enhancement points to learn it, ****. The system notification popped up right on cue, and Su Ming's eyes lit up. "Learn," he confirmed without hesitation. Ding! Successfully acquired A-rank body refinement technique 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. Current proficiency, beginner. Spend 9000 enhancement points to upgrade proficiency to mastery. Proceed, ****. Boom! As the 1000 enhancement points were consumed, the proficiency of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique finally advanced to the beginner level. Suddenly, a surge of powerful blood energy erupted within Su Ming's body, coursing through him and integrating into every cell. Su Ming immediately felt his physical vitality and blood energy grow significantly stronger. Without further thought, he eagerly opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming, Vitality, 146, Spirit, 74, Ability, Ice Crown Emblem S+, Body Refinement Techniques, Rising Sun D Mastery, 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique A Beginner, +, Meditation Techniques, none. Martial Arts, Vajra Spear Technique D Mastery, Cloud Breaking Spear C Mastery. Enhancement points, 9830. My vitality increased by 30 points in one go. No wonder my body feels so much stronger, Su Ming exclaimed in excitement. And this is just the beginner stage. How much more will it improve once I reach mastery? He immediately commanded the system, max out the proficiency of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. As Su Ming's thought landed, 9000 enhancement points surged like a flood into the technique. Countless training insights flooded his mind. Every muscle in his body seemed to have been tempered thousands of times, imprinting perfect movement memory. Su Ming felt that every action he now performed would be executed flawlessly, maximizing training results. Boom! An unprecedented surge of blood energy burst forth from within him, sweeping through his body like a volcanic eruption. The intense heat made him feel as if he were soaking in a hot spring, so comfortable that he closed his eyes. Every cell in his body seemed to cheer, greedily absorbing the precious nourishment of the blood energy. His internal strength skyrocketed, and even his internal organs felt as if they were being forged by fire, growing stronger. Once the surge of blood energy subsided, Su Ming felt as though his body had been reborn. Every gesture was brimming with explosive power, and he even believed that ordinary weapons could no longer harm him in the slightest. He dared to imagine that with one punch, he could easily take down a mid-stage Tier 2 ironclad rhino. When Su Ming opened his eyes, he was astonished to see his hands had turned golden. Hurrying to the mirror, he discovered that not only his hands but his entire body had turned golden, making him look like a small golden statue. Could this be the golden body formed upon mastering the technique? If I keep glowing like this, wouldn't it attract too much attention when I go out? Su Ming muttered in disbelief. But he quickly realized that this was the hallmark of achieving mastery in the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. With a single thought, his skin returned to its normal color. Another thought turned it golden again. After switching back and forth a few times, Su Ming confirmed that he could freely control the golden body, finally breathing a sigh of relief and feeling overjoyed. Although this was just the initial stage of the golden body, covering only the surface of his body, it had already doubled his defense. As long as he continued practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique and increasing his vitality, the golden body's defensive power would only grow stronger. However, the greatest gain wasn't the golden body, it was the massive increase in vitality. Su Ming muttered to himself as his gaze returned to the attribute panel. Host, Su Ming, Vitality, 416, Spirit, 74, Ability, Ice Crown Emblem S+, Body Refinement Techniques, Rising Sun D Mastery, 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique A Mastery, Meditation Techniques, none. Martial Arts, Vajra Spear Technique D Mastery, Cloud Breaking Spear C Mastery. Enhancement points, 830. From beginner to mastery, the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique had increased his vitality by a staggering 270 points. Boom! Su Ming punched fiercely toward the window, and a thunderous roar erupted in the air. The force of his punch left a visible trail in the night sky. Even without employing any martial arts techniques, the impact of his punch, bolstered by the power of his two mastered spear arts, was equivalent to 3 times his usual strength, enough to intimidate late-stage Tier 2 experts. The vitality boost from the system's proficiency enhancement has no adverse effects on my body. Now, I want to see how much more vitality an A-rank mastered body refinement technique can provide. Su Ming retracted his fist, feeling in peak condition. He retrieved a packet of vitality powder from a drawer, consumed it, and began practicing a sequence of movements in his room. To others, these movements would appear extremely difficult, even inhuman. Half an hour later, after consuming 4 more packets of vitality powder, Su Ming finally completed the entire sequence of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. After completing the movements, he felt a warm current spread throughout his body, as if every cell was cheering. He opened the system to check his qi and blood value. Qi and blood, 419. 3 points of qi and blood in half an hour, which means 6 points in an hour. This effect is 12 times better than Rising Sun. If I train for 10 hours every day, I can gain 60 points of qi and blood daily, which translates to 600 points in 10 days. By the time of the Martial Arts University entrance exam, my qi and blood will definitely exceed 1000, reaching the standard of a 3rd-tier warrior. Seeing his current qi and blood value, Su Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. The 100 Refinements Body Technique was even more potent in enhancing qi and blood than he had anticipated. However, the consumption for practicing it was also significantly higher than Rising Sun Star. Previously, practicing Rising Sun consumed only 1 portion of qi and blood powder per hour, but the 100 Refinements Body Technique required 10 portions. Practicing the latter for an hour alone cost as much as 50,000 credit points in qi and blood powder. To maintain 10 hours of daily training, Su Ming would have to spend 500,000 credit points a day on qi and blood powder. Adding the cost of 10 spirit pills at 200,000 credit points and the energy supplementing beast meat, his daily expenses exceeded 700,000 credit points. The saying "poor clerks, wealthy warriors" was indeed a vivid portrayal of reality. However, Su Ming didn't care at all about such high expenses. Now that he was hunting beasts in the abyss, he could earn 3 to 4 million credit points daily just by selling materials from the beasts he killed, easily covering such costs. Moreover, as a core member of the Extreme Martial Hall, he could simply ask Jiang Lingchuan for resources whenever needed. There are still 25 portions of qi and blood powder at home. I'll use these up tonight and go to the Extreme Martial Hall tomorrow to continue training. Looking at the increase in qi and blood after practicing the 100 Refinements Body Technique, Su Ming closed the system panel and continued consuming qi and blood powder for training. 2.5 hours later, drenched in sweat, Su Ming walked out of his room like a starving wolf and swept away the beast meat feast on the table meant for 10 people. Wow, do warriors eat this much? Su Xiaowei, who had come out of her room after hearing the commotion, stared at Su Ming in surprise, her eyes wide. Ah! Su Ming exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of satisfaction from his now full stomach. He had just practiced the 100 Refinements Body Technique for 3 consecutive hours, and the hunger was so intense he had almost passed out. Qi and blood, 434. This 100 Refinements Body Technique is incredible, but the consumption is insane. With my current strength, 3 hours of continuous practice is already my limit. After alleviating his hunger, Su Ming glanced at his qi and blood value, silently marveling in his heart. Then, his eyes shifted to Su Xiaowei, who was still staring at him in amazement. Xiaowei, is there something on my face? Seeing her expression, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. No, it's just that your appetite is terrifying, big brother. Su Xiaowei shook her head, pointing at the mess on the table. Following her finger, Su Ming looked over and blushed. He was about to clean up when Su Xiaowei beat him to it. Brother, you go take a shower first. I'll clean up the table. Seeing her so proactive, Su Ming didn't refuse. He nodded and turned toward the bathroom. When he came out of the shower, Su Xiaowei had already tidied up the table and taken out the trash to the dumpster downstairs. Su Ming smiled, took out his phone, and while operating it, said to Su Xiaowei, "Xiaowei, I'm transferring 2 million to you. From now on, focus on your studies and training at school. Stop taking part-time jobs. Our family is no longer short of money." Before he finished speaking, Su Xiaowei's phone chimed with a notification of a 2 million credit deposit. 2 million. Brother, this is too much. I can't accept it. Brother, you're a warrior now. I've heard that warriors need a lot of resources for training. You should keep this money for yourself. Improving your strength is the most important thing, Su Xiaowei said earnestly, her eyes wide as she stared at the massive sum in her account. Su Ming shook his head with a smile. It's much easier for me to make money now than before. 2 million is nothing to me. Don't forget, I'm a core member of the Extreme Martial Hall. The hall covers all my training resources, so don't worry. Just take this money. If you need anything like chi and blood powder for your martial arts classes, let me know, and I'll get more for you. Alright, thank you, brother. Su Xiaowei thought for a moment and nodded, accepting the money. 2 million. I've never seen so much money in my life, she mumbled excitedly as she walked back toward her room. Suddenly, she turned around and looked at Su Ming. By the way, brother, our class is organizing a trip to the hot spring villa the day after tomorrow. Many classmates' parents are going. Do you want to join us to relax? Even warriors need to balance work and rest. I won't go. There are only 10 days left until the martial arts exam. I want to focus on improving my strength, Su Ming replied, shaking his head at her hopeful expression. All right. A flash of disappointment crossed Su Xiaowei's eyes, but she quickly cheered him on. Brother, you're working so hard. You'll definitely get into the best martial arts academy in the country. I'm going to rest now. Go on, go on. Good night, brother. After a brief exchange, the two went back to their respective rooms to rest. The next morning, Su Ming got up and, after dropping Su Xiaowei off at school, went straight to Linjiang City's automobile sales center, where he spent 2 million credit points on a Tank 10,000 off-road vehicle. The Tank 10,000 was currently the top-tier off-road model in Hanxia, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 0.8 seconds and reaching a top speed of 300 km per hour. Its wild performance made it a favorite among warriors, and it was their first choice for traveling in the wilderness. After purchasing the car, Su Ming drove it straight out of Linjiang City, heading southwest toward Abyss No. 2, located 80 km away. With his current strength, going back to Abyss No. 3 to battle second-tier beasts wouldn't yield much improvement. To continue growing, he had to challenge stronger third-tier beasts. Abyss No. 2 outside Linjiang City was home to numerous third-tier beasts, with the strongest barely reaching the peak of the third tier. It was perfect for Su Ming's training needs without being overly dangerous. In the wilderness, Su Ming's Tank 10,000 roared toward Abyss No. 2. The engine let out a deep, powerful growl, like a steel beast sprinting wildly. Inside the car, Su Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed firmly ahead as he silently analyzed his combat strength. My current chi and blood is 434, with a base combat power of 4,340 calories. When I unleash the perfected piercing cloud spear, my explosive strength can momentarily reach 21,700 calories, just enough to cross the threshold of a third-tier warrior. The defense and vitality of a Tier 3 beast far surpass those of Tier 2. With an explosive force of 21,700 calories, to kill a Tier 3 beast in its early stage, you have to hit its weak points. Moreover, with this grade D scale spear I'm using now, I doubt it will be of much help. Su Ming glanced at the scale spear on the back seat. After 20 days of fierce battles, this grade D weapon had suffered severe wear and tear, with several notches visible on its spearhead. These marks were remnants of his intense fights with the late-stage Tier 2 beasts with extremely strong defenses in Cave No. 2. Although the surge in his energy and blood last night had given him confidence to face Tier 3 beasts, he wasn't arrogant. The gap between Tier 2 and Tier 3 was even greater than that between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Generally speaking, whether it was a martial artist or a beast, the combat power of a late-stage Tier 2 was roughly around 18,000 calories. The threshold for Tier 3 was 20,000 calories, a difference of 2,000 calories. Don't underestimate this gap of 2,000 calories, it could enable a newly advanced Tier 3 beast to easily defeat 10 late-stage Tier 2 beasts. Rumble, rumble. The 80-kilometer journey took less than 20 minutes with the powerful 10,000 horsepower engine of the tank. Su Ming slowed down as he entered the military base stationed around Cave No. 2. He hoisted a large hiking pack, grabbed his weapon, and walked towards the cave entrance. The defenses of Cave No. 2 were evidently tighter than those of Cave No. 3. The guards at the entrance exuded a far stronger aura, almost all of them Tier 1 martial artists. The commanding officer's aura was no less impressive than that of Tier 2 martial artists Xian Menghan and Chang Xiong. In addition to the firearms in the soldiers' hands and the heavy weaponry surrounding the base, even if a Tier 3 beast were to charge out, it would be swiftly eliminated. The number of martial artists entering Cave No. 2 was far fewer than those entering Cave No. 3. The parking lot held only 2 vehicles belonging to visiting martial artists, less than a tenth of those at Cave No. 3. Su Ming wasn't surprised. After all, the beasts in Cave No. 2 were far stronger than those in Cave No. 3. To ensure safety, at least one Tier 3 martial artist would have to lead the team, with all members being Tier 2 martial artists. Tier 3 martial artists were considered top experts in Linjiang City and were extremely rare, so naturally, fewer people came to Cave Number 2 for hunting. Young man, are you really planning to enter Cave Number 2 alone? The beasts there are too strong. With your Tier 1 Awakener strength, going in recklessly will only lead to death. You should wait until you're stronger before coming back. At the entrance, the soldier responsible for identity verification glanced at Su Ming's martial artist card, which indicated that he was still a Tier 1 Awakener. Seeing how young Su Ming was, the officer couldn't help but advise him. He wasn't looking down on Su Ming but could tell that the boy was a rare talent and didn't want to see him throw his life away. Sir, I simply haven't had the chance to update my strength evaluation at the Martial Artist Association. I am capable of protecting myself in Cave Number 2, Su Ming replied firmly, his resolve unwavering. Seeing this, the officer stopped trying to dissuade him and returned his documents, signaling for him to proceed. Ah, young people are so overconfident. Linjiang City will lose another genius this time. The surrounding soldiers sighed and shook their heads as they watched Su Ming enter the cave tunnel. #### inside the cave. As soon as Su Ming passed through the tunnel and entered Cave Number 2, a wave of heat rushed toward him. The environment was completely different from that of Cave Number 3. The entirety of Cave Number 2 was shrouded in a vivid red glow. In the distance, volcanoes spewed thick, rolling steam. The temperature inside the cave was over 40 degrees Celsius, and the air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur. Feeling the hellish, flame-like environment of Cave Number 2, Su Ming activated his psychic power. Instantly, a chill enveloped him, causing the temperature around him to drop noticeably. Much better. Let's go. Relieved by the cooler air, Su Ming pulled out a pre-prepared map of Cave Number 2. After confirming his direction, he locked onto the area closest to the tunnel entrance where early-stage Tier 3 beasts were active. He then gripped his spear and ventured deeper into the cave. The beasts in Cave Number 2 were significantly stronger than those in Cave Number 3. Along the way, Su Ming encountered numerous beasts, most of which were Tier 2. In Cave Number 3, Tier 2 beasts could only be found deep within. Faced with these Tier 2 beasts, Su Ming dispatched them almost effortlessly, each strike a one-hit kill. Only the late-stage Tier 2 beasts managed to exchange a few blows with him, but they, too, ultimately couldn't escape being slain and harvested for materials. About an hour later, Su Ming arrived at a region filled with crimson rocks, cracked ground, and a faint sulfuric scent lingering in the air. According to the map, this was the territory of an early-stage Tier 3 beast, the twin-headed fire lizard. Entering the area where Tier 3 beasts roamed, Su Ming became even more cautious, amplifying his psychic perception as he advanced slowly. Hiss, hiss. Before long, a hissing sound, like that of a snake flicking its tongue, came from behind a massive boulder ahead. Su Ming sensed the scorching aura emanating from that direction. His eyes sharpened, and he immediately halted, readying himself. Soon, a creature over 3 meters long crawled onto the rock. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, and it had 2 ferocious heads. It was the early-stage Tier 3 beast, the twin-headed fire lizard. Standing atop the rock, the twin-headed fire lizard's 2 heads continuously flicked their forked tongues, its yellow, slit pupils coldly staring at Su Ming, the intruder in its territory. It could feel the repulsive chill emanating from Su Ming. The environment of Cave Number 2 dictated that nearly all of its beasts were fire-resistant. The twin-headed fire lizard could breathe fire from both heads and was naturally averse to cold. Su Ming, having unknowingly intruded into its domain while carrying an aura it despised, instantly became its primary target. Roar! Without any warning, the twin-headed fire lizard let out an earth-shaking roar from both heads. Then, it leaped off the boulder and charged towards Su Ming on all fours. Just what I wanted. Seeing the ferocious twin-headed fire lizard charging at him, Su Ming's heartbeat quickened, not from fear, but from excitement. He took a deep breath, his energy and blood surging as he stomped forcefully on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked underfoot, and Su Ming shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Piercing cloud spear. He shouted lowly, his scale spear transforming into a streak of silver lightning aimed directly at one of the lizard's eye sockets. Hiss! The twin-headed fire lizard reacted swiftly. Its left head jerked violently, and its thick, scale-covered neck precisely intercepted the spear tip. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. The metallic clash resounded thunderously, sparks scattering everywhere. A powerful counterforce surged back, numbing Su Ming's arm as he used the momentum to retreat. The scale struck by the spear showed only a few cracks and no substantial damage. Such tough defense. Su Ming's heart tightened. That attack had been his full-force strike, with the piercing cloud spear amplifying his strength fivefold. His attack had reached the level of an early-stage Tier 3 martial artist. Yet, the opponent's scales had only slightly cracked. It seems I chose the wrong target. After the initial shock, Su Ming helplessly observed the two-headed fire lizard, its entire body covered in scales. Without utilizing his special abilities, relying solely on physical strength to kill an early-stage Tier 3 beast was definitely a mistake, especially against such a hard-shelled monster. Roar! Before Su Ming could think further, the two-headed fire lizard let out a furious roar, both heads opening their mouths simultaneously. The left head spewed scorching flames, while the right head unleashed a cloud of green, acrid-smelling venom. The mixture of flames and venom covered a large area, causing the temperature to soar and distorting the very air. Su Ming's expression changed. He didn't take the attack head-on and quickly retreated, narrowly dodging the assault. Seizing the opportunity after evading the flames, he launched another attack, piercing Cloud Spear. His blood energy erupted, concentrating his battle power of 21,700 calories into the spear's tip. The shimmering fish-scale spear trembled as it thrust towards one of the fire lizard's eyes. Sensing the threat, the two-headed fire lizard recoiled both heads simultaneously, using the scales on its hard forehead to shield itself. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the fire lizard staggered half a step back. Its forehead scales showed fine cracks, but it suffered no substantial damage. The tip of Su Ming's fish-scale spear, however, had begun to bend slightly after repeated impacts. This damn spear needs replacing, Su Ming cursed inwardly. Despite the spear's damage, he showed no hesitation. Holding the spear firmly, he continued his relentless assault on the two-headed fire lizard, engaging it in a fierce struggle. Su Ming's spear techniques were pushed to their limits. He skillfully maneuvered around the fire lizard, targeting its eyes, mouth, and joints, its relatively vulnerable spots. The two-headed fire lizard was immensely powerful, its defenses nearly impenetrable. Its fiery breath and venomous spit covered vast areas, but its movements were comparatively slow. This gave Su Ming the chance to prolong the fight. On the battlefield, shadows darted rapidly, spear glints flashed, and flames and venom wreaked havoc all around. Rocks shattered under the shockwaves, the ground corroded into numerous pits from the venom. Chaos reigned everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 100 blows. Gradually, Su Ming's breathing became labored, sweat dripping from his forehead, his stamina severely drained. Although the fire lizard bore no major injuries, several of its scales were broken, and its joints oozed dark red blood. However, these were merely surface wounds. These minor injuries only seemed to provoke its ferocity, making its attacks even more aggressive. Although Su Ming's combat strength was equivalent to an early-stage Tier 3 warrior, his blood energy was less than half that of an average Tier 3. Relying solely on his body and martial skills, killing the two-headed fire lizard was nearly impossible. It's time. If this drags on any longer, I'll run out of stamina. Su Ming made a quick decision in his mind. He leaped backward, creating distance from the fire lizard. Mistaking this for an attempt to flee, the two-headed fire lizard roared triumphantly and charged forward on its stout limbs. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Within the depths of his mind, the regal ice crown emitted a dazzling light. A surge of extreme frost erupted from within him, instantly freezing the moisture in the surrounding air into falling ice crystals. The ground was swiftly coated with a layer of frost. 3 ice spears, nearly 2 meters long, crystal clear and exuding a chilling aura of absolute zero, formed above his head in an instant. Go! Su Ming pointed forward. The 3 ice spears shot out, shattering the air as they hurtled towards the two-headed fire lizard in a triangular formation, carrying the terrifying chill that froze everything in their path. Hiss! The extreme frost from the ice spears induced fear for the first time in the fire lizard. Its 4 eyes widened as it let out a sharp cry, attempting to dodge. However, its massive body moved too slowly, and it could only desperately tilt its heads aside. Asterisk thud. Thud. Thud, asterisk. The next moment, the 3 ice spears struck the fire lizard's body with precision. Although its 2 heads avoided the attack, the spears pierced deep into its torso. The fire lizard's tough, crimson scales seemed fragile against Su Ming's full-powered S-tier ice ability. Asterisk crack. Crack, asterisk. After the spears pierced its body, the frost rapidly spread from the wounds. The fire lizard's massive frame was quickly encased in ice, freezing its movements entirely. Even its 2 heads were sealed in ice. Though Tier 3 beasts were notoriously resilient, the fire lizard didn't die immediately after being frozen. From one of its fiery heads, an even redder flame began to gather, attempting to melt the ice and escape. Die! Su Ming wouldn't give it the chance to counterattack. He leaped into the air, the last remnants of energy surging through his fish-scale spear as he smashed it down onto the ice-covered head. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The immense force shattered the frozen head into fragments, scattering icy debris all over the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The other head was similarly crushed, its final spark of life utterly extinguished by Su Ming. All that remained was a headless ice-sculpted corpse. You have killed an early-stage Tier 3 beast, two-headed fire lizard. Strengthening points plus 100. Su Ming stood beside the frozen corpse, leaning on his now blunt fish scale spear, taking a deep breath. Tier 3 beasts are truly difficult to deal with. Although I have explosive strength, my blood energy is far below that of an average Tier 3 warrior, significantly reducing my endurance in prolonged battles. To take on these thick-skinned monsters, I need to quickly improve my blood energy, but that can wait. For now, the priority is earning money to buy at least a C-tier weapon. Otherwise, in my next trip to the second abyss, I'll still have to rely on my abilities to hold my ground. Su Ming glanced at the fire lizard's corpse and then at his nearly ruined fish scale spear, a helpless smile on his face. With a single thought, the ice encasing the body melted and disappeared. Without the support of the ice, the corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately stepped forward to collect the most valuable materials from the fire lizard's body. After gathering the materials, Su Ming didn't leave immediately. Instead, he continued searching the surrounding area for other two-headed fire lizards. Although his physical combat ability wasn't enough to easily kill an early-stage Tier 3 fire lizard, with the suppression of his S-tier ability, Ice Crown, combined with his martial prowess, killing them wasn't too difficult. Over the next 3 hours, Su Ming scoured several volcanoes within the fire lizard's territory, discovering 7 more two-headed fire lizards and killing them all. Including the first one, Su Ming had now slain 8 two-headed fire lizards. That should be enough. Killing 8 fire lizards, along with the Tier 2 beast materials I collected earlier, this trip should net me over 10 million credit points. Adding that to the few 100,000 credits I still have, I can afford to buy a C-tier spear from the Warriors Association. Su Ming removed the materials from the last fire lizard, glanced at his now fully packed bag, and decided not to venture further. He turned and began heading back. Buzz. Half an hour later, strange energy fluctuations emanated from the entrance of the second abyss tunnel, immediately drawing the attention of the guarding soldiers. This commotion doesn't seem to be caused by ferocious beasts passing through the passage. It feels more like a human warrior has emerged. Could it be the War Tiger Squad? The War Tiger Squad has been in there for 2 days now. They must have gained a lot. Of course, they have 2 third-tier warriors, and the rest are at the peak of the second tier. Every time they enter the cave, they bring out beast materials worth tens of millions. They make money so fast. I'm so envious. The guards chatted and laughed, their eyes filled with envy. The captain also stared at the passage entrance, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the War Tiger Squad. But when they saw Su Ming emerge alone, carrying a backpack larger than himself, with a massive bundle of beast materials tied to it, they all froze in place. The entrance to the cave fell silent instantly. Everyone's gaze was fixated on Su Ming and his enormous backpack, their pupils contracting sharply. Su Ming noticed the attention from those around him, but he was used to seeing such shocked expressions. He remained completely unfazed and calmly walked toward the parking area. After loading everything into the spacious trunk of his newly purchased Tank 10,000, he drove away from base number 2. It's him! He actually made it out of cave number 2 alive. Did you see those materials he was carrying? That looks like the armor plating from a third-tier ferocious beast, the two-headed fire lizard. Yes, it's definitely the scales of a two-headed fire lizard. My god, he killed a two-headed fire lizard. Could he be a mid-third tier warrior? He looks to be only about 18 years old. A mid-third tier warrior at such a young age? When did Linjiang City produce such an incredible talent? We really misjudged him. He's probably from a big city. There's no way a small place like this could produce such a genius. After Su Ming left, the guards couldn't help but loudly discuss, their hearts filled with shock that wouldn't subside for a long time. Elsewhere, Su Ming drove quickly to the Linjiang City Martial Artist Association. The materials appraiser was stunned as she watched him unload the massive bundle of beast materials he had brought back from cave number 2. Armor plating from a third-tier ferocious beast, the two-headed fire lizard? Su Ming, did you kill all of these yourself? Su Ming nodded. Hiss. The appraiser sucked in a sharp breath. Over the past few weeks, Su Ming had been coming in every morning with a massive bundle of materials to sell. The appraiser was already familiar with his strength and the speed of his progress. From initially hunting first-tier beasts to now reaching the peak of the second tier, Su Ming had become one of the few martial prodigies in Linjiang City. But the materials from these 8 two-headed fire lizards completely changed her perception. This wasn't just a prodigy, this was an absolute monster. She gave Su Ming a deep look before immediately starting to appraise the materials. Su Ming, this batch of materials is worth 13.85 million credit points. check if there's any issue. If not, we'll proceed with the transaction. With practiced efficiency, she calculated the value in under 3 minutes. Su Ming had no objections. The transaction was completed swiftly, and his account balance instantly increased by over 13 million. With his prior savings, his total now surpassed 15 million. After selling the materials, Su Ming walked to the weapons display cabinet and quickly selected a C-grade weapon. 100 Refinement Spear, C-grade weapon. Primary material is the spine of a 4th-tier ferocious beast, the Silver Moon Wolf King, forged with meteoric iron through 1,000 refinements. Priced at 15 million credit points. 15 million, just right. I'll take this 100 refinement spear. Seeing the weapon priced at a staggering 15 million, Su Ming purchased it without hesitation. What a fine spear. He casually swung the 100 refinement spear and couldn't help but praise it. This spear was far superior to his previous fish scale spear. If he had used this weapon in cave number 2, the battle against the two-headed fire lizard wouldn't have been nearly as difficult. At the very least, the lizard's tough scales wouldn't have withstood a full-force attack from the 100 refinement spear. After putting away the spear, Su Ming left the Martial Artists Association and drove to the Limit Martial Hall. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he ran into Xian Menghan, who was coming out of the hall. When she saw Su Ming, her eyes lit up, and she immediately called out, "Su Ming, Sister Han." Su Ming nodded in response and got straight to the point. "Sister Han, I plan to train at the Martial Hall in the days leading up to the martial exam. Are there any available training rooms?" "Yes, of course. Follow me." Xian Menghan enthusiastically led Su Ming into the Martial Hall. "Su Ming, this is the top-tier training room of the Limit Martial Hall. It was originally reserved exclusively for the Hall Master. Just now, he informed me that from today onward, this room will be your private training space. The walls of the training room are made entirely of high-strength memory alloy, capable of withstanding attacks from 4th-tier warriors. Even if damaged, they automatically repair themselves. You can practice any martial art here without worry. There's also a food delivery system. If you're hungry, just place an order, and the dishes will be delivered within 20 minutes. The warming chamber will keep your meals fresh, so you can retrieve them anytime." Xian Menghan led Su Ming into a spacious training room over 200 square meters in size, introducing its various features in detail. Su Ming silently nodded as he looked at the bright, spacious room before him. Training here would be far more convenient than in his own room. "Su Ming, if there's anything you need, just let me know. The Hall Master has instructed that no matter what you request, the Martial Hall will do its best to meet your demands." After finishing her explanation, Xian Menghan turned to Su Ming. "I'll need 100 portions of vitality powder and 10 spirit pills for today's training," Su Ming stated bluntly, directly listing the resources he would need. "How many? 100 portions of vitality powder?" Xian Menghan's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the number. For the Limit Martial Hall, 100 portions of vitality powder wasn't a large quantity, but the key issue was that Su Ming planned to use them all in one day. 100 portions in a single day? What did this mean? Even a 3rd-tier warrior could only use a maximum of 10 portions in one day. Su Ming's vitality had only recently surpassed the 2nd-tier level during his last test. Xian Menghan couldn't fathom how Su Ming could possibly consume so much, but seeing the calm expression on Su Ming's face, she suppressed her shock and confusion. "Understood. I'll prepare them right away." After speaking, Xian Menghan turned and left. However, instead of immediately fetching the resources, she first rushed to Jiang Lingchuan's office to report the news. "What? Su Ming wants to use 100 portions of vitality powder in a single day?" Jiang Lingchuan stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Xian Menghan didn't understand the significance of this, but Jiang Lingchuan, having trained in the 100 refinement golden body technique for years, understood all too well. The higher the tier of the body refining technique and the higher its proficiency level, the faster one could absorb vitality powder. Even with his intermediate proficiency in the 100 refinement golden body technique, Jiang Lingchuan could only absorb just over 30 portions of vitality powder in a day, barely a third of Su Ming's demand. And this was despite him being able to increase his vitality by more than 10 points daily due to his advanced mastery. Xian Menghan said Su Ming used 100 portions of vitality powder in a single day. Could it be that Su Ming's proficiency had already surpassed his own? But Su Ming had only received the 100 refinement body technique yesterday, while he had been painstakingly practicing it for 40 years. How could Su Ming possibly achieve a level of mastery in one night that surpassed his 4 decades of hard work? "Menghan, you don't need to deliver it. I'll personally take it to Su Ming," Jiang Lingchuan said after a brief moment of thought. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out of the office, leaving only a blurry afterimage due to his incredible speed. "Master of the pavilion, why are you here?" At the door of the training room, Su Ming, who was waiting for Xian Menghan to deliver supplies, looked surprised at Jiang Lingchuan's hurried arrival. I personally came to deliver your training resources. Here are the 100 portions of vitality powder and 10 spirit pills you requested. Jiang Lingchuan smiled and respectfully handed over the resources to Su Ming. Su Ming, I just wanted to ask you, after looking over the 100 refinement body technique yesterday, did you find it difficult to practice? Su Ming was well aware that Jiang Lingchuan must have heard about his request for 100 portions of vitality powder and had likely deduced that he had successfully trained in the 100 refinement body technique. Otherwise, Jiang Lingchuan wouldn't be asking such a question. Without hesitation, Su Ming replied directly, "It's all right, not too difficult." "You've already mastered it?" Jiang Lingchuan's eyes lit up. Su Ming didn't respond with words. Instead, he chose to demonstrate. He swallowed 5 portions of vitality powder in one go and then, under Jiang Lingchuan's astonished gaze, began practicing the advanced body forging method, the 100 refinement body technique. He really mastered it. His movements are even more skilled than mine. At the very least, he's achieved high-level proficiency, or maybe even perfection. Mastering an A-rank body forging technique to perfection in just one night? Am I dreaming? What does 40 years of hard work leading to intermediate proficiency even mean now? Jiang Lingchuan stared at Su Ming's precise and flawless body forging movements. His pupils contracted sharply, and he froze in place as if a heavy stone had crushed him. At that moment, Jiang Lingchuan's mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by shock. He was certain that in his 80-plus years of life, he had never experienced such an earth-shattering moment. He had also never felt so utterly inadequate. This martial arts talent is terrifying. The word genius isn't even sufficient to describe him. Su Ming is simply a monster. Jiang Lingchuan stood there dazed for a long while before snapping back to his senses. He cast a deep, meaningful glance at Su Ming, who was still diligently practicing the 100 refinement body technique, and then quietly exited the training room without further disturbance. Truly a monster. Too monstrous. Sigh, the gap between people is just too vast. Comparing myself to Su Ming only makes me feel miserable. It's too demoralizing. After leaving the training room, Jiang Lingchuan muttered monster under his breath repeatedly as he shook his head and headed back to his office. Even after returning to his office, he continued softly murmuring monster, his face full of disbelief. Why does second granduncle look so dejected after visiting Su Ming? Xian Menghan, who had just stepped out of her office, witnessed the scene and was filled with confusion. Time flew by, and it was nearing midnight. In the entire Extreme Martial Pavilion, only Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan remained. Outside the training room, Jiang Lingchuan stood quietly, waiting without disturbing Su Ming. From 1 p.m. in the afternoon until 11 p.m. at night, Su Ming has been training nonstop for 10 straight hours. Not only is this kid monstrously talented, but his perseverance is equally monstrous. With both talent and determination, how could someone like him not succeed? Jiang Lingchuan glanced at the time, his face full of admiration. Then he recalled the events of earlier that day, when he had prepared for Su Ming to participate in the martial exam as a representative of the Extreme Martial Pavilion to promote the academy. While reviewing Su Ming's academic records, he had learned something that filled him with both anger and derision. That old fool Wang Jingguo must be blind. To expel a genius like Su Ming, he's even dumber than a pig. When the martial exam results come out, I can't wait to see his reaction. It'll be priceless. With a faint chuckle, Jiang Lingchuan's gaze fell on a long rectangular box beside him, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. I hope Su Ming will like this set of Renjin battle armor. It's the best thing I can offer right now. The Renjin battle armor was a top-tier C-rank combat suit that Jiang Lingchuan had purchased during his peak as a third-rank martial artist, spending his entire savings at the time. This armor could protect a martial artist from mid-stage 4th rank attacks, and completely neutralize attacks from below mid-stage 3rd rank. Against late-stage 3rd rank attacks, the armor could reduce the impact by 70%, and against peak 3rd rank attacks, it could diminish the damage by half. Even strikes from early-stage 4th rank opponents would be mitigated by 20%. For martial artists below the 4th rank, the Renjin battle armor was the ultimate protective equipment. Jiang Lingchuan had originally planned to pass it down to his most outstanding junior, but after witnessing Su Ming's astonishing talent, he decided to gift the armor to Su Ming instead, hoping to forge a good relationship with him. Inside the training room, Su Ming emerged from the bathroom. Taking a hot shower after training feels great. The facilities here at the Extreme Martial Pavilion are so much more convenient than what I have at home. As he spoke, Su Ming walked over to the dining table, retrieved the large portions of beast meat he had prepared earlier from the thermal container, and began eating voraciously. After about 10 minutes, Su Ming stood up, satisfied, and prepared to leave. As soon as he stepped out, the training room's smart system automatically cleaned the dining table. Ding! The doors of the training room automatically slid open, and Su Ming saw Jiang Lingchuan waiting outside. Pavilion Master. Su Ming greeted him in surprise, not expecting Jiang Lingchuan to still be here so late. It seemed he had been waiting specifically for him. Su Ming, it looks like you gained quite a lot today. Jiang Lingchuan's gaze sharpened slightly as he noticed Su Ming's vitality had grown even stronger since the afternoon. Not bad, Su Ming replied, glancing at the system panel that displayed his vitality level at 495. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. Then he asked, Pavilion Master, were you waiting here just for me? That's right, I have something for you. This is my personal treasure, a C-rank combat suit called the Renjin Battle Armor. I heard from Menghan that you often venture into the underground caverns to fight fierce beasts. On your own, this armor will protect you from any harm caused by beasts below mid-stage 3rd rank. Even attacks from early stage 4th rank will have their power reduced by 20%. Jiang Lingchuan nodded and pushed the box in his hands toward Su Ming. He specifically emphasized that the Renjin Battle Armor was his personal treasure. It really is the Renjin Battle Armor, Su Ming exclaimed as he opened the box and saw the armor inside, momentarily stunned. Although the Renjin Battle Armor was the same C-rank as the 100 Forged Spear he had recently purchased, this armor was a complete set, providing protection from head to toe. Its materials far exceeded the requirements for a single weapon. As a result, the cost of a battle armor set of the same rank was at least 10 times that of a single weapon. Among all the C-class combat suits sold by Hanxia, the Renjin combat suit was the most advanced, valued far above the others. To purchase a Renjin combat suit, one would need at least 500 million credit points. Even with the current speed of earning money, Su Ming would still need to work hard for a month to save enough to buy it. Moreover, the Renjin combat suit was rare. Having the money didn't necessarily guarantee one could buy it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lingchuan had been waiting so long just to gift him a Renjin combat suit. Seeing the astonishment on Su Ming's face and the burning desire in his eyes as he stared at the suit, Jiang Lingchuan immediately knew the gift had hit the mark. He suggested, Su Ming, this Renjin combat suit can automatically adapt to the wearer's body. You just need to drop a single drop of blood on it to establish a mental connection, and then try putting it on. Alright. Su Ming didn't waste words. He bit his finger and, as Jiang Lingchuan instructed, let a drop of blood fall onto the glowing blue emblem on the chest of the suit. Soon, he felt a mental connection established between himself and the suit. He immediately took it out and put it on. The Renjin combat suit looked like an ordinary jacket at first glance, but as soon as Su Ming's thoughts activated it, the suit seemed to come alive. Its material flowed like water, rapidly conforming to his entire body. In less than 3 seconds, Su Ming was enveloped in a streamlined, dark golden armor. At that moment, he looked just like one of those armored heroes from tokusatsu shows, exuding an imposing aura. With another thought, the suit instantly reverted to its appearance as an ordinary jacket, a truly magical transformation. This is a treasure, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim. As long as you like it, this suit is yours from now on, Jiang Lingchuan said with a smile. Thank you, Master Jiang, Su Ming nodded, firmly remembering this gesture of goodwill. The Renjin combat suit provided a great boost to his combat ability. With it, even when facing peak 3rd tier beasts in the number 2 dungeon, he could handle them with ease. The two chatted for a while longer before Su Ming took his leave to return home. He had just finished 10 hours of training in the 100 Refinements body tempering technique. Though his body had become much stronger, he was still quite exhausted and needed rest. The next morning, he would have to head back to the number 2 dungeon to continue hunting beasts. As soon as he got home, Su Xiaowei, hearing the noise, dashed out of her room. Brother, why are you back so late? I was training at the martial hall. But what about you? Why aren't you asleep yet? It's already past 1, Su Ming said, adopting a stern, adult-like tone. I have a class activity tomorrow, and I'm too excited to sleep. Brother, why don't you come along to relax a bit? Su Xiaowei teased, smiling mischievously without a hint of fear. You guys go ahead and have fun. Su Ming shook his head, walking toward his room. I'm going to sleep now. You should also rest early. Don't stay up too late. It's bad for your health. Got it, Su Xiaowei replied cheerfully. The next day, in the number 2 dungeon, bang, a muffled sound echoed as a dark golden figure slid backward, leaving 2 long trails on the ground. This Renjin combat suit is incredible. It withstood the attack of a 3rd tier early stage flame main lion. Apart from being pushed back, I wasn't injured at all. Su Ming's lips curved into a slight smile. Wearing the Renjin combat suit, he launched himself toward the flame main lion again. The flame main lion, for meters long with fiery red fur covering its body, retreated dozens of meters. Its lion eyes were filled with confusion and surprise. It could no longer remember how many times it had been forced back. The opponent was like an indestructible pest, always managing to charge back after being pushed away. Boom! Before it could catch its breath, the dark golden figure stomped on the ground, creating a deep pit. Like a cannonball, Su Ming shot toward the lion. The tip of his spear gleamed coldly as it thrust forward. Roar! The flame-maned lion let out an enraged roar, lunging forward with all its might. Its sharp claws collided fiercely with the spear. Clang! The impact sent both of them flying back more than 10 meters. But in the next instant, they charged at each other again almost simultaneously. Thud thud thud, the deafening sounds of their intense battle reverberated through the rocky terrain. While Su Ming was battling fierce beasts in the No. 2 dungeon, 30 kilometers southeast of Linjiang City, in the center of a small town, stood a luxurious resort estate. The grand entrance bore the words Hot Spring Villa in large, golden characters. This was the venue for Su Xiaowei's class activity. The event was hosted by Wen Xiaohua, one of the wealthy second-generation students in their class and the son of the Hot Spring Villa's owner. Since it was his own son inviting classmates to the resort, the villa owner fully supported the event. For the day, the entire hot spring resort was exclusively reserved for Su Xiaowei's class, ensuring everyone could thoroughly enjoy themselves. Su Xiaowei, I'm so relieved you're safe. Yesterday, I heard your brother beat up Lin Tian at our hotel, and I've been worried sick, Xia, he said as she stepped out of her family's car. She coincidentally met Su Xiaowei, who had just arrived by taxi, and warmly held her hand. After the incident where Su Ming knocked Lin Tian unconscious, the news quickly spread. Xiaohe's father, knowing the situation stemmed from his daughter encouraging Su Xiaowei to work part-time at the hotel, had forbidden her from going to school the following day. He also prohibited her from meeting Su Xiaowei, essentially grounding her at home. Not only that, but Xiaohe's father confiscated her phone, ensuring she had no contact with Su Xiaowei, fearing that the Lin family might target their family due to her connection with Su Xiaowei. It wasn't until today that Xiaohe learned the Lin family had made no moves. She even heard that Lin Daoyuan had severely scolded Lin Tian in the hospital. Only then was Xiaohe allowed out by her father, who also instructed her to strengthen her relationship with Su Xiaowei. This marked the first time Xiaohe and Su Xiaowei had met since Su Ming had beaten Lin Tian. I'm fine, it's all thanks to my brother. He's now a core member of the Limitless Martial Hall. Master Jiang said the Lin family wouldn't dare trouble us, and I believe him, Su Xiaowei said with a bright smile upon seeing Xiaohe. Your brother has become a core member of the Limitless Martial Hall? Xiaohe's eyes lit up in astonishment as she looked at Su Xiaowei. Su Xiaowei nodded in confirmation. Only then did Xiaohe understand why her father's attitude had suddenly become so firm in the past 2 days. A core member of the Limitless Martial Hall held a status nearly on par with the Hall Master of Linjiang City's branch. Moreover, Su Xiaowei mentioned that she and her brother had already met Zhang Lingchuan, the master of the Linjiang City branch. Zhang Lingchuan was one of the most influential figures in Linjiang City, someone even her father had no chance of meeting. Xiaohe, Xiaowei, you're here. Come on in. Just as Xiaohe was about to continue discussing how Su Ming had become a core member, a cheerful voice interrupted them. They turned toward the voice and saw a fair-skinned, well-featured young man approaching them with a smile. It was none other than Wen Xiaohua, the host of today's event. Wen Xiaohua, Xiaohe and Su Xiaowei greeted him with smiles. Wen Xiaohua was quite good-looking, came from a well-off family, and was warm and friendly. Both of them had a favorable impression of him. Well, most of the classmates have already arrived. Let me take you there. When Xiaohua's smile grew broader, his eyes brimming with excitement, he personally came to greet them and led the way ahead. Su Xiaowei and Xiaohe nodded and followed Wen Xiaohua into the hot spring villa. Xiaohe, Su Xiaowei. Inside the villa, Wen Xiaohua brought them to the gathering spot. The other classmates turned to look at the trio and greeted them with smiles. Su Xiaowei and Xiaohe were the two most beautiful girls in their class. Many believed they could rank among the top 5 beauties at their school, number 2 high school. As a result, most of their classmates liked them, except for a few jealous girls. Overall, they got along well with everyone. As soon as they joined the gathering, the boys in the class started subtly trying to please them. As the young heir of the hot spring villa, Wen Xiaohua made full use of his host's privilege, personally guiding them around the entire villa. Wen Xiaohua, with his high emotional intelligence, frequently made the two girls burst into laughter, much to the envy of the other boys. Xiaohe is understandable, after all, her family matches Wen Xiaohua's status. But what about Su Xiaowei? She's just pretty. Her family is dirt poor. I heard Su Xiaowei was even doing part-time work at Xiaohe's family hotel recently to earn money for school. Look at the brands she's wearing, all of them add up to less than 100 yuan. Yeah, dressing like that to come to a hot spring villa really lowers our class. Ha! I also heard her brother got expelled from number 1 high school recently. So embarrassing. Not far away, 3 girls stood by a table laden with food and drinks, their faces full of jealousy as they openly gossiped about Su Xiaowei. Their voices were clear enough for Su Xiaowei to hear every word. Lu Yuqing, if you keep your mouth shut, no one will think you're mute. Before Su Xiaowei could respond, Xiaohe turned her head and glared angrily at the girl leading the gossip. Xiaohe is right. Talking bad about others behind their backs is just too much. Wen Xiaohua also frowned, turning with a displeased look towards Lu Yuqing and her 2 friends. Seeing the 2 wealthiest people in the class speak up for Su Xiaowei, the other 2 girls immediately fell silent, bowing their heads like frightened quails. What I said is the truth. Lu Yuqing's face flushed red. Seeing Wen Xiaohua take Su Xiaowei's side, she snorted angrily, refusing to back down. Xiaohe was furious and wanted to argue further, but Su Xiaowei grabbed her, shaking her head as a signal to stop. Xiaohe, people like her are just ignorant and foolish. There's no need for us to bother with her. Su Xiaowei cast a cold glance at Lu Yuqing. In the past, she might have argued with her, but now, knowing her brother's strength, she didn't consider people like Lu Yuqing worth her time. Alright, I'll listen to you. Xiaohe was surprised, casting Su Xiaowei a glance. Seeing the indifferent expression on her face, Xiaohe paused for a moment before nodding. Su Xiaowei, who are you calling a foolish woman? Lu Yuqing exploded upon hearing Su Xiaowei's words, shouting angrily. But Su Xiaowei ignored her entirely, linking arms with Xiaohe and walking straight toward the distant pavilion. Su Xiaowei. Seeing Su Xiaowei pay her no mind, Lu Yuqing felt like she had punched cotton, leaving her deeply frustrated. Lu Yuqing, we're all classmates. Harmony is the most important thing. If you continue making a scene, I'll have no choice but to ask you to leave. At this moment, Wen Xiaohua glanced at the departing Su Xiaowei and Xiaohe and gave Lu Yuqing a warning before turning to chase after them. You all. You're driving me crazy. Watching the 3 of them walk away, Lu Yuqing stomped her feet in anger. Squawk, squawk, squawk. Whoosh! Just then, a large flock of birds and beasts flew out from the distant woods, soaring over the hot spring villa. So many birds, what's going on? Everyone looked up at the dense flock in the sky, their faces full of confusion. Why do I feel uneasy in my heart? Su Xiaowei looked up at the birds flying overhead, her brows furrowing as her gaze shifted in the direction they had come from. Meanwhile, inside the second cavern, Breaking Cloud Spear. Boom! Su Ming and the blazing mane lion had been locked in a grueling battle for hundreds of rounds. Finally, he seized an opportunity, unleashing his full power with a thrust of his spear. The spearhead pierced through the lion's right eye. The 100-forged spear was incredibly sharp, and most of the spear shaft sank deep into the lion's skull. Roar! The blazing mane lion let out a miserable cry of pain. Before it could struggle, Su Ming's blood energy surged. Gripping the spear tightly, he twisted it inside the lion's head, turning its brain into a chaotic mess. The lion stiffened for a moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. You have killed a Tier 3 initial stage ferocious beast, blazing mane lion. Reinforcement points plus 100. The system panel popped up with the kill notification, and Su Ming gleefully gained 100 reinforcement points. Satisfied, he glanced at the points before starting to process the materials from the lion's body, collecting everything useful. After so many days of combat and gathering, Su Ming had become highly proficient. In less than 10 minutes, he had finished packing up and continued to venture deeper into the second cavern. After walking about 10 kilometers, Su Ming suddenly caught a whiff of a strong, enticing fragrance. Just one breath of it made his blood energy stir within, with a faint feeling of growth. Just this trace of fragrance is enough to stimulate the growth of my blood energy. This must be a top-tier treasure. Realizing the benefits of this aroma, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he quickly followed the direction of the scent. After another kilometer, he arrived before a volcano. In front of him stood a cliff over 70 meters tall, nearly vertical. At a height of about 40 meters on the cliff, there was a fruit as red as blood, about the size of a baby's fist, with 3 purple leaves growing from it. Su Ming sniffed the dense fragrance in the air, realizing that the aroma he had been following came from this fruit. A fruit as red as blood, with 3 purple leaves. Could this be the Tier 4 top-tier treasure, the 3-leaf purple blood fruit? To think such a Tier 4 treasure could be found in the second cavern. It's unbelievable. Staring at the fruit on the cliff, Su Ming recalled the treasure compendium he had read in the library and the information about this fruit. The 3-leaf purple blood fruit, a tier 4 top-tier resource that could dramatically enhance a warrior's blood energy when consumed. Thinking of this, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he threw his 100-forged spear toward the cliff. Whoosh! Clang! The 100-tempered spear pierced through the air with a sharp whistle, stabbing fiercely into the cliff face 15 meters high. The spearhead sank deep into the hard rock, and the shaft trembled violently. Su Ming set down his backpack and propelled himself forward with a few powerful strides. With one final step, he stomped on the ground, creating a deep pit beneath his foot, and his body launched like a cannonball towards the cliff. With all his strength, he leapt directly onto the 100-tempered spear embedded in the cliff. His weight pressed heavily on the spear shaft, bending it into an astonishing arc. The spear shaft then rebounded, its immense force propelling Su Ming even higher, bringing him right next to the 3-leaf blood violet fruit. "Got it," he exclaimed, plucking the blood violet fruit in one swift motion, his heart brimming with excitement. His body began to descend rapidly. Gripping the 100-tempered spear tightly, he pulled it free with a steady motion and landed safely, the spear in hand. However, just as Su Ming landed and looked down at the freshly picked 3-leaf blood violet fruit in his hand, he noticed the stem and leaves connecting the fruit were withering rapidly. The withering was quickly spreading towards the vibrant red fruit in his palm. "Something's wrong. I forgot the blood violet fruit must be stored in a specially crafted jade container. Otherwise, the medicinal potency will dissipate immediately upon picking. No time to think about that now. This is a treasure worth tens of millions. I can't let it go to waste." Su Ming furrowed his brows, his heart sinking. But in the next moment, he clenched his teeth and resolutely shoved the crimson fruit, along with its 3 purple leaves, into his mouth. He chewed a few times before swallowing it whole. Boom! As soon as the 3-leaf blood violet fruit entered his body, a surge of searing energy exploded from his abdomen. The energy was intense and ferocious. In an instant, Su Ming's face flushed red, his entire body heating up as if on fire, and faint traces of blood seeped from his pores. "This is too much. This energy is overwhelming. I need to figure out how to absorb it quickly." Feeling the violent heat wave raging within him, Su Ming dared not delay. Even though he was deep in the second cavern, where fierce beasts could appear at any moment, he immediately began practicing the 100 refined golden body technique. One demanding movement followed another as Su Ming's body worked tirelessly, every cell frantically absorbing the scorching energy released by the blood violet fruit. As his cultivation deepened, Su Ming's golden body began to manifest, his skin turning a dazzling gold. Yet, even so, blood still seeped from his skin. Clearly, his current physical state was struggling to handle the consumption of a 4th-tier top-grade 3-leaf blood violet fruit. Even with a perfected A-grade body refinement technique, he couldn't absorb the surging energy quickly enough. "I was too careless." Feeling the intensifying energy within and the painful swelling of his body, cold sweat dripped from Su Ming's back. If this continued, he would undoubtedly explode from within. Just then, the ice crystal crown in Su Ming's sea of consciousness trembled, releasing a surge of cold energy into his body. The frigid energy suppressed the expansion of the scorching energy, stabilizing the situation. Noticing the change in his body, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief and focused on cultivating the 100 refined golden body technique. With the help of the icy energy, the searing energy within him was maintained at a bearable limit and absorbed bit by bit. Boom! No one knew how long he had been cultivating, but as the last trace of scorching energy was fully absorbed, Su Ming finally stopped. His chest heaved like bellows, and he took deep, heavy breaths. That was close. That 3-leaf blood violet fruit almost killed me. If it weren't for my S-grade ability suppressing the energy rampage, I'd already be a pile of mush. I can't be so reckless with what I consume in the future. After taking several deep breaths, Su Ming finally relaxed. This time, he had truly walked on the edge of death. Without the critical intervention of the S-grade ability, the ice crystal crown, he wouldn't have survived. Of course, the perfected A-grade body refinement technique, the 100 refined golden body technique, was equally indispensable. Without it, even if his ability suppressed the energy rampage, he wouldn't have been able to absorb the explosive energy. Although the ordeal was dangerous, the rewards were immense. When Su Ming looked at the changes in his system panel, the tension on his face vanished, replaced by joy and excitement. Host, Su Ming, Vitality, 1994. Spirit, 108. Ability, Ice Crystal Crown S+. Body Refinement Technique, Rising Sun D perfected, 100 Refined Golden Body Technique A perfected. Meditation Technique, none. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D perfected, Cloud Breaking Spear C perfected. Enhancement Points, 2,380. The 3-leaf blood violet fruit lives up to its reputation. No wonder even 4th-tier warriors scramble for it. It raised my vitality by 1,500 points. And not just that, my spirit attribute increased increased from 76 to 108, a jump of 32 points. These days, everyone gets their chance to rise. Even though I nearly died just now, looking back, it was all worth it. Seeing his skyrocketed vitality, Su Ming was so thrilled he nearly jumped in excitement. A single 3-leaf blood violet fruit had saved him an entire month of arduous training, pushing his vitality past the 1,000-point threshold of a third-tier warrior. He had officially stepped into the realm of third-tier warriors. Now, with nearly 2,000 vitality points and the 5-fold combat power boost from his perfected C-grade martial art, the Cloud-Breaking Spear, a full-power strike could unleash nearly 100,000 calories of combat strength, approaching the level of a late-stage third-tier warrior. For the first time, the explosive power of his physical body surpassed that of his S-grade ability. Today's luck was incredible. Not only did I find the 3-leaf blood violet fruit, but I managed to absorb its energy without encountering a single fierce beast. Absorbing all that energy took at least 10 hours. It's already getting dark outside, I'd better head back. I wonder if Xiaowei is having fun today. Once I'm back, I should call Xiaowei and ask if she needs a ride. Thinking about Su Xiaowei's gathering at the hot spring resort tonight, Su Ming closed his system panel, slung his backpack over his shoulder, picked up the 100-tempered spear, and swiftly headed toward the entrance of the second cavern. When Su Ming emerged from the cavern's passageway and returned to Blue Star, the moon was already hanging high in the night sky. He quickly walked back to his off-road vehicle, tossed everything into the trunk, and climbed into the driver's seat, turning on his phone. 8 p.m. already, and that girl hasn't sent me a single message. Looks like she's really enjoying herself. Glancing at the time on his phone, Su Ming noticed there were no unread messages in his communication app. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he opened the app and dialed Su Xiaowei's number. The phone rang repeatedly on the other end, but no one answered. Don't tell me she's so engrossed in fun that she can't even pick up? Staring at the unconnected call screen, Su Ming frowned slightly before putting down the phone and starting the car. Vroom vroom vroom. The roar of the engine was like the fury of a beast. Su Ming slammed his foot down on the accelerator, driving the steel beast straight toward Linjiang City at full speed. In less than 15 minutes, he was back in Linjiang City and headed directly to the Martial Artists Association. He dumped all the materials he had collected from cave number 2 today in front of the materials buyer. Su Ming, why are you back so late tonight? I thought something had happened to you. Sigh, today's haul seems to be noticeably less. The materials buyer looked at Su Ming with a face full of concern. At first, worried that something might have happened to him. Then, realizing he might have said too much, he quickly changed his tone and stared in surprise at the materials Su Ming had brought. This batch of materials was 2/3 less than yesterday's, and it was the first time Su Ming's backpack wasn't fully packed. I got delayed a bit today. How much are these worth? I need to finish the transaction quickly and head to the hot springs resort to pick up my sister, Su Ming responded swiftly, without revealing the fortuitous encounter he had experienced in cave number 2. He was a bit worried about his sister playing alone so late into the night and wanted to head straight there after completing the transaction. Initially, he had planned to drive directly from cave number 2 to the hot springs resort, but the two locations were on opposite sides of Linjiang City. Cave number 2 was in the southwest, while the hot springs resort was in the northeast. Since Su Ming and his sister Su Xiaowei lived in the old northeast district of the city, he figured he might as well stop by the Martial Artists Association on the way, saving himself a trip later. Alright, I'll calculate the price right away, the materials buyer said, quickly getting to work. In less than 2 minutes, he had finished calculating the value of the materials. Su Ming, this batch of materials is worth 3.8 million credit points in total. Deal. Su Ming agreed immediately without waiting for further questions. Straightforward. The materials buyer smiled and transferred the 3.8 million credit points to Su Ming's account. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Su Ming received the payment and was about to leave, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the hall of the Martial Artists Association. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to the massive screen in the hall. Su Ming was no exception. He stared at the screen, his pupils contracting sharply. Without hesitation, he bolted out of the Martial Artists Association like a cannonball and leaped into his off-road vehicle. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The engine roared as the vehicle shot forward like an arrow, racing toward the hot springs resort. A new cave has appeared in the northeast of Linjiang City, 15 kilometers from the hot springs town. A large number of beasts are pouring out of the cave, heading toward the hot springs town. All Martial artists in Linjiang City are ordered to rush to the hot springs town immediately to resist the beasts, organize rescue efforts, and assist the Hansha military in establishing a defense base. The red alarm message on the giant screen in the hall flashed brightly, capturing everyone's attention. Seeing the news, all the martial artists froze. Those who had family in the hot springs town turned and dashed out of the Martial Artists Association without hesitation, racing toward the hot springs town. A new cave just appeared, and its danger level hasn't been assessed yet. Should we go help? Yeah, but if the cave's danger level is high, and a large number of Tier 3 beasts emerge without military support, we early arrivals could be in serious danger. Let's not rush. Better to move cautiously. The remaining martial artists, who had no family in the hot springs town, were hesitant. While a few enthusiastic individuals joined the first group to set out, most chose to stay behind at the Martial Artists Association, discussing quietly. Faced with an unknown and potentially dangerous new cave, they valued their lives too much to take risks. However, as members of the Martial Artists Association who enjoyed its various benefits, they couldn't outright refuse the association's orders to provide support. Torn between their obligations and their fears, these martial artists eventually left the association at a sluggish pace, heading symbolically toward the hot springs town in the northeast of Linjiang City, moving far more slowly than the martial artists who had rushed ahead. Xiaowei, pick up the phone. Su Ming sat in his Tank 10,000 off-road vehicle, flooring the accelerator. He weaved nimbly through traffic while repeatedly calling Su Xiaowei's phone. With his current mental power of 108 points, his reflexes were far superior to those of ordinary people, even with the Tank 10,000 running at full throttle. At speeds exceeding 300 km per hour, he maneuvered through the traffic with ease. But at this moment, Su Ming's face was filled with anxiety. He had dialed Su Xiaowei's number several times, but she hadn't picked up. Worst-case scenarios kept flashing through his mind, leaving him panicked and unsettled. Amid the roar of the engine, Su Ming crossed the city in 10 minutes and sped into the wilderness, still heading full throttle toward the hot springs town 30 kilometers away. Xiaowei, you must be okay. You must be okay. 6 unanswered calls later, Su Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly. His hands clenched so hard that he left deep indentations on the reinforced wheel designed to withstand the strength of martial artists, but he remained oblivious to it. Rumbling. 6 minutes later, the black off-road vehicle shot into the hot springs town like a shadow. Rat-a-tat-tat. As soon as he entered the town, Su Ming saw that beasts had already broken in and were engaged in fierce combat with the town's martial artists. Station soldiers and police officers were also using firearms to fight off the beasts. Damn it! I should have agreed to come with Xiaowei to the hot springs resort yesterday. At least with me here, I could have protected her. Seeing the beasts rampaging through the town, Su Ming's face grew increasingly grim. Although these beasts were all Tier 1, with the strongest only reaching the peak of Tier 1, Su Xiaowei wasn't even a martial artist. If she encountered even the weakest Tier 1 beast, her life would be in grave danger. Thinking about the life-threatening danger his sister was now facing, Su Ming was filled with remorse. As his emotions intensified, the temperature inside the vehicle plummeted. The next moment, shoo, 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 outside the vehicle, countless ice spikes as thick as fists suddenly materialized, raining down like a storm on the beasts within Su Ming's mental perception. Instantly, within a 100-meter radius of the off-road vehicle, all the beasts were precisely killed. Ice spikes pierced through their heads, and their bodies were swiftly frozen solid. It seemed as if Su Ming was using these ice spikes to vent all his pent-up emotions. Successfully killed Tier 1 early-stage beast Bloodthirsty Rabbit, +1 enhancement point. Successfully killed Tier 1 late-stage beast Bloodfawn Wolf, +3 enhancement points. Successfully killed Tier 1 mid-stage beast Venompla Raccoon, +2 enhancement points. The system interface continuously displayed kill notifications and enhancement points being credited. You scared me to death. I almost got killed. Whoever saved us must be incredibly powerful. Child, don't be afraid. The beasts have been slain. An ice element ability user came to our aid. Thank goodness for our savior. If I survive this, I'll build a shrine to honor them and be forever grateful. So strong. They managed to instantly kill a peak Tier 1 beast. This person must be at least a late-stage Tier 2 ability user. Hurry, let's go support the other areas. Su Ming killed the ferocious beasts along the way, leaving the warriors, soldiers, and policemen in the town momentarily stunned before they erupted in wild joy. Ordinary people who had been chased by the beasts collapsed to the ground, their legs weak, gasping for air. Though they didn't know who had saved them, they knelt on the ground, filled with gratitude for their savior. However, Su Ming's expression didn't improve. Instead, his gaze grew colder. The farther north he went, the stronger the ferocious beasts became, with numerous late-stage and even peak first-tier beasts appearing, not to mention some second-tier ones. Facing these beasts, Su Ming showed no mercy, using his abilities to eliminate them in an instant. The kill notifications kept ringing, and his enhancement points rapidly increased, but none of this eased his anxiety. Screech! 2 minutes after entering the hot spring town, Su-ming slammed on the brakes in front of the hot spring resort. His black SUV performed a wild drift, its tail smashing into a late-stage first-tier beast, a blood-fang wolf, sending it flying before coming to a halt. With a loud bang, the car door was kicked open, and Su-ming leaped out, gripping his 100-forged spear. In an instant, he pierced through the blood-fang wolf that had just gotten back up to charge at him. With a flick of his wrist, the wolf's body exploded into a rain of blood from the immense force. After killing the blood-fang wolf, Su-ming activated his ability, and the Renjin battlesuit instantly wrapped around his body. In a flash of dark golden light, he charged into the hot spring resort. It wasn't until Su-ming had sprinted into the resort that the blood-fang wolf's shattered corpse fell to the ground. The interior of the hot spring resort was in complete chaos, with signs of destruction left by the beasts everywhere. Moreover, many ferocious beasts were still fighting each other within the resort, attacking one another due to their different species. When these beasts saw Su-ming's dark golden figure rushing in, they froze for a moment before their eyes gleamed with ferocity. They roared and charged at him. Even the beasts that had been fighting each other stopped and turned their attention to Su-ming, rushing at him in unison. When facing a human, the beasts shared a single goal: to kill. Courting death. Su-ming snorted coldly. Seeing more than 31st and 2nd tier beasts charging toward him, Su-ming's expression turned icy. He gripped the 100-forged spear tightly with both hands and swung it fiercely. The spear tore through the air. Though the move was simple, with Su-ming's nearly 2,000 points of vital energy, each swing unleashed the full power of an early 3rd-tier warrior. None of the charging beasts, lacking 3rd-tier strength, could stand against Su-ming. Each one was killed in a single strike. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** ferocious beasts howled in despair. In just a few moments, over 20 beast corpses were sprawled around Su Ming, half of them second-tier beasts, all slain with one strike. The remaining few first-tier beasts were so terrified by Su Ming's overwhelming aura that they scattered, wailing as they fled for their lives. Though they were weaker and slower, this very fact allowed them to survive, at least for a little longer. Su Ming cast a cold glance at the fleeing beasts. With a thought, several ice spikes materialized out of thin air, precisely piercing their foreheads and killing them instantly. A series of kill notifications popped up from the system, and Su Ming gained nearly 200 enhancement points. After clearing out the large group of beasts at the entrance, Su Ming pressed further into the hot spring resort. As he searched, he noticed that while the area was chaotic, there were no human corpses. On the contrary, many beasts had already been killed here. A few seconds later, Su Ming stood beside the corpse of a mid-second-tier ferocious beast, a blackline snake. Half of its head had been severed, and the surrounding area was littered with the corpses of its kind. This blackline snake was killed by a sharp weapon. It seems that there's at least a late second-tier warrior here. He analyzed the scene, and since I haven't seen any human corpses, the situation isn't as bad as I imagined. Looking at the corpse before him, Su Ming felt a weight lift from his chest. He pulled out his phone and dialed Su Xiaowei's number. Asterisk beep, 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 asterisk. Brother! The call finally connected, and Su Xiaowei's familiar voice came through. Xiaowei is safe. Although her voice trembled slightly, Su Ming's worries finally dissipated, and a smile appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, he urgently said, Xiaowei, the hot spring town has been overrun by ferocious beasts. Where are you? I'll come to you immediately. In the underground shelter of the hot spring resort, Su Xiaowei trembled with excitement upon hearing Su Ming's voice on the phone. However, she quickly shook her head. Brother, I'm in the underground shelter of the hot spring resort. My classmates are here too, along with 2 instructors from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. We're safe for now, but the resort is too dangerous. You mustn't come here. She glanced at the 2 middle-aged warriors standing beside her, her gaze resolute. These 2 late second-tier warriors stood on either side of Su Xiaowei, their bodies wrapped in bandages, clearly injured. They had been assigned by Jiang Lingchuan to protect her. Without them, Su Xiaowei and the others wouldn't have had a chance to reach the underground shelter. Even so, the 2 had sustained serious injuries while fending off the numerous beasts. Although Su Xiaowei knew Su Ming had become a warrior and possessed abilities capable of contending with late second-tier fighters, seeing the injured duo beside her, she couldn't bear the thought of Su Ming taking such a risk. I'm already at the hot spring resort. Tell me the location of the underground shelter, and I'll come right away. Hearing that Su Xiaowei was safe, Su Ming sighed with relief but quickly pressed for details, all while rapidly searching for the shelter entrance. What? You're already at the resort? Brother, you have to be careful, the place is crawling with ferocious beasts. Su Xiaowei's voice unconsciously rose, filled with worry. The underground shelter fell silent as everyone held their breath, listening to the roars of the beasts outside, too afraid to make a sound. Su Xiaowei's shout instantly echoed throughout the shelter, drawing everyone's attention. Su Xiaowei, what are you yelling for? Do you want to lure the beasts here and get everyone killed? Lu Yuqing immediately seized the opportunity to reprimand her in a hushed tone. Her words quickly sparked angry glares from many in the shelter, all directed at Su Xiaowei. Exactly. Stop bragging about your brother coming to save you. That loser who got expelled from First High? He'd just make the beasts outside even fuller if he showed up, one of Lu Yuqing's friends sneered. But Su Xiaowei ignored them entirely, her mind occupied with worry for Su Ming. She knew her brother never lied to her. If Su Ming said he was already at the resort, then it had to be true. He was probably searching for her at that very moment. The resort outside was teeming with ferocious beasts, and Su Ming's situation was extremely dangerous. Su Xiaowei didn't bother responding to Lu Yuqing or her friend's remarks. However, the two late second-tier warriors standing beside her turned sharply to glare at Lu Yuqing and her friend after hearing their words. If you dare say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. The two men gave a stern warning, their sharp gazes sweeping over the crowd who glared angrily at Su Xiaowei. Coldly, they added, and as for the rest of you, if you dare look at Miss Su with those eyes again, I'll gouge your eyes out. The moment their words fell, the aura of second-tier martial artists erupted from their bodies. Everyone present had witnessed their ferocity in battles against ferocious beasts outside and knew well of their strength and methods. Intimidated by their outburst, everyone quickly lowered their heads. The only one who remained with a darkened expression was Lu Yuqing, who glared at Su Xiaowei with resentment, her face filled with unwillingness. Why does Su Xiaowei get to have two such powerful protectors by her side, treating her with such reverence? She thought bitterly. These two martial artists at the late second tier were each individually stronger than anyone else present. Even the parents of wealthy heirs like Wen Xiaohua and Xia He would treat them respectfully when encountering them. Yet, these two acted as if they were Su Xiaowei's personal bodyguards, a fact that Lu Yuqing simply couldn't comprehend. Everyone, stay calm, stay calm. The door to this underground shelter was built at great expense. Even a top-tier second-tier ferocious beast couldn't break through it. Unless a third-tier beast attacks, we're completely safe here. Just wait quietly for rescue. A chubby middle-aged man stepped forward, patting his chest as he spoke. This man was none other than Wen Guodong, the owner of the Hot Springs Resort and Wen Xiaohua's father. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Just as his words landed, a loud crash echoed from the main door ahead. The entire underground shelter trembled with the impact. Everyone's attention was drawn to the source of the noise. They turned to see the heavy alloy door dented inward as if struck by something massive from outside. Father, didn't you say the shelter was safe? When Xiaohua stared at the deformed door, his face pale. It's a third-tier beast. There's a third-tier beast outside. When Guodong exclaimed, his eyes widening. This door was specially tested. Only attacks from a third-tier martial artist could damage it. The dent means the beast outside is at least mid-third tier. The two late second-tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall exchanged a glance, rolling their eyes in exasperation at Wen Guodong's words. Is his mouth cursed or what? One muttered. However, their faces betrayed their own tension and panic. A mid-third-tier beast was a force that could annihilate them in an instant. If it broke in, none of them would escape alive. The two of them immediately turned to Su Xiaowei, pinning their last hope on her. Miss Su, please ask Su Xiao if he has arrived yet, they urged. Everyone knew that Su Ming was a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and Jiang Lingchuan valued him greatly. If Jiang Lingchuan knew Su Ming was coming to the Hot Springs Resort, he wouldn't sit idly by. Moreover, they thought it unlikely that Su Ming, despite his potential, could have fought his way to the resort alone. After all, he hadn't even taken the martial arts exam yet. There was no way he could spare time to call Su Xiaowei amidst such chaos. They had also tried reaching out to other experts from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for help, but the poor signal in the shelter made contacting the outside world impossible. If Su Xiaowei could even connect to Su Ming's phone, it meant he was already nearby. Alright, I'll call my brother right away, Su Xiaowei said, her eyes lighting up with hope. She quickly nodded and began dialing Su Ming. What? Master Jiang? I came here alone. Su Ming's voice rang through the phone. Alright, I heard the noise just now. It was loud, so I know where you're hiding. I'm heading over now. Although Su Xiaowei hadn't put the phone on speaker, the shelter was so silent after the earlier booming sound that everyone could hear a pin drop. Su Ming's words, though soft, reached every ear. The moment they heard his response, a glimmer of despair appeared on everyone's faces. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Another deafening crash sounded from the entrance. The thick, heavy door was struck hard again, denting inward deeply. Through the cracked Gaps, shadows of ferocious beasts could be faintly seen lurking outside. One more blow, and the door would be completely breached. Ha, Su Xiaowei, this is all your fault. The third-tier beasts out there were drawn here by your earlier scream. Now look at what you've done. We're all going to die. A voice filled with madness and despair erupted from the crowd. It was Lu Yuqing. Hearing her accusation, the already heavy atmosphere grew darker. The air in the shelter was thick with hopelessness. Everyone looked at the cracking door of the shelter, unable to suppress their panic. They began pushing deeper into the shelter, as if moving further away from the door could provide them any sense of safety. At this moment, the two second-tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall couldn't spare the energy to rebuke Lu Yuqing. Ignoring their injuries, they pulled out their weapons and positioned themselves in front of Su Xiaowei. Zhang Lingchuan had tasked them with protecting her at all costs. Now, even if it meant their lives, they were prepared to defend her. If that third-tier beast broke through, they would fight to the death to shield her. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With one final, resounding crash, the heavy alloy door collapsed to the ground. The crowd stared in horror as a massive beast emerged from beyond the doorway. Its colossal form was akin to a tank, its body covered in crimson fur, and its mouth bristling with razor-sharp tusks over a meter long. A third-tier beast, the Scarlet Tank. Judging by its size, it's definitely mid-third tier, maybe even approaching late third tier. The pupils of the two martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall constricted sharply. They could feel the overwhelming ferocity radiating from the beast. Their hands holding their weapons began to tremble slightly. Asterisk thump. Thump, asterisk. Inside the shelter, most of the others collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way at the sight of such a terrifying creature. Lu Yuqing and others were no exceptions. It's the Scarlet Tank. We're doomed. We're truly doomed. Wen Guodong, who also recognized the beast, trembled uncontrollably. His face turned pale as he murmured in despair, his eyes hollow. Huff, huff. The Scarlet Tank snorted heavily, its breath steaming in the cold air as its blood-red eyes gleamed with excitement. Locking its gaze onto the two late second-tier martial artists at the front, it charged. These two had the highest vitality among everyone present, and ferocious beasts naturally targeted those with the richest life force. It meant a greater reward for them. Roar! With a deafening roar, the beast lunged at the two martial artists. Despite its massive size, its movements were lightning fast, closing the distance in an instant. Facing the overwhelming pressure, the two martial artists felt like tiny boats in a raging storm, ready to be capsized at any moment. A wave of helplessness washed over them. Facing the mid-stage Tier 3 Crimson Tank, their strength was clearly insufficient. Fight to the death. Kill. Although they knew they were bound to die, a fierce determination ignited in their eyes as they charged toward the Crimson Tank. Being selected by Zhang Lingchuan to protect Su Xiaowei meant they were undoubtedly the strongest warriors. Once the mission was accepted, they were prepared to guard her with their lives. Crash! But just as they took their first step, a thick ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Startled, the two stopped in their tracks, staring at the ice wall in confusion. At the same time, several ice walls appeared in front of the Crimson Tank as well. The beast charged into the first ice wall. Though it was only momentarily stalled, the wall quickly shattered. It kept its momentum, plowing into the next wall. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. After smashing through 5 thick ice walls, the Crimson Tank finally came to a halt, separated from the two warriors by just one remaining wall. Through the ice wall, the warriors saw the Crimson Tank shaking its massive head, clearly dazed from the collisions. It turned to look behind itself. There, standing between the beast and the others, was a figure clad in dark golden battle armor. An awakened one. Judging by this power, it must be a Tier 3 awakened. The two warriors tapped on the ice wall, peering through it at the dark golden figure outside. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. A Tier 3 awakened with such powerful ice abilities, this strength was undoubtedly on par with the Crimson Tank. We might still have a chance. Someone strong has come to save us. That's amazing. Incredible. Behind the ice wall, the people witnessing the scene collectively sighed in relief. Their faces lit up with excitement as they shouted in unison. Snort! Outside the ice wall, the Crimson Tank exhaled a cloud of scalding white mist, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the dark golden figure. Its expression turned grave. Ignoring the cheers behind it, the beast focused all its attention on Su Ming. It could feel the tremendous pressure emanating from Su Ming, and it dared not underestimate him. Beast, prepare to die. Facing the Crimson Tank, a creature more than 10 times his size, Su Ming glanced at Su Xiaowei, safe and sound behind the ice wall. His gaze then returned to the beast. From beneath the dark golden armor came a cold, sharp voice as Su Ming launched the first attack. Gripping his 100-refined spear tightly with both hands, he stepped forward, swiftly executing the cloud-piercing spear technique. The spear tip unleashed 5 times his combat power, nearly 100,000 joules of impact aimed directly at the Crimson Tank's head. Roar! Sensing the immense power of the attack and the sharpness of the spear tip, the crimson tank tensed up. Without hesitation, it let out an enraged roar, its forelimbs propelling it forward with ferocious force. Its sharp fangs gleamed as it launched a counterattack. Boom! Both moved at incredible speeds, colliding in an instant. The crimson tank's fangs clashed with Su Ming's spear tip, producing a deafening metallic roar. The intense impact compressed the surrounding air, sending fierce winds swirling in all directions. Sparks flew, and the powerful recoil traveled through the spear into Su Ming's hands, forcing him to take half a step back. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk. Meanwhile, the crimson tank was sent staggering backward over 10 meters. The sound of its heavy footsteps reverberated as it struggled to regain balance. In this first exchange, the disparity in strength was clear. Snort! The crimson tank let out a muffled grunt, its eyes fixed on Su Ming, filled with shock and wariness. It had always been confident in its strength. Even against late-stage Tier 3 beasts, few dared to confront it head-on. But now, it had been forced back over 10 meters by a single strike from Su Ming, who had only retreated half a step. This test of strength instinctively made the crimson tank feel that Su Ming was stronger, heightening its vigilance. What it didn't know was that Su Ming's actual strength was significantly inferior. He had gained the upper hand thanks to the protection of the dark golden battle armor. The armor could weaken 70% of the damage from late-stage Tier 3 beast attacks. Though the crimson tank was near late-stage Tier 3 and its power was immense, the armor's mitigation made Su Ming the one with the advantage. After my blood energy surged, my body has grown much stronger. Even being struck by a mid-stage Tier 3 crimson tank, I can hold my ground. Not like before, where with only a few hundred blood energy, I would be sent flying even with the armor's help. Swallowing that 3-leaf purple blood fruit was risky, but in hindsight, it was all worth it. Come again. Seeing the crimson tank's wary stance, Su Ming smirked coldly. With a single step forward and his 100-refined spear in hand, he unleashed the cloud-piercing spear technique once more, continuing to battle the beast. He's so powerful. He's actually using his physical body to suppress a near late-stage Tier 3 crimson tank. He must be at least a late-stage Tier 3 expert. Does Linjiang City even have someone like this? A late-stage Tier 3 warrior with mid-stage Tier 3 ice abilities? Impossible. This must be some reclusive master hiding in the hot spring town. Behind the ice wall, the two late-stage Tier 2 warriors from the Extreme Martial Hall exchanged looks of shock and bewilderment as they witnessed Su Ming single-handedly forcing back the crimson tank. Such formidable physical combat power, combined with mid-stage Tier 3 ice abilities, would undoubtedly rank among the top 20 in Linjiang City. Yet, they had never heard of anyone like this in the city. They suspected he must be a mysterious master residing in the hot spring town. Even these two late-stage Tier 2 warriors were utterly astonished, let alone the non-warrior employees of the hot spring resort and the students from Su Xiaowei's class behind the ice wall. Who is this person? He's incredible, able to suppress even that ferocious beast. I can't see his face clearly, but he's definitely my idol. With such a powerful expert here, we finally have hope. When will I become this strong and fight Tier 3 beasts? A group of young students watched the fierce battle through the ice wall, clenching their fists, their eyes brimming with excitement and longing. Being able to witness such a close-range battle between a powerful warrior and a beast was an extremely rare and thrilling experience. Many would never have the chance to see such an intense fight in their entire lives. PSHHT. Everyone held their breath as Su Ming and the crimson tank had already exchanged over 100 blows. Finally, Su Ming seized an opportunity and thrust his spear into the crimson tank's neck. As the spear tip withdrew, blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Whoa! The excruciating pain caused the crimson tank to let out a miserable howl. Blood poured out incessantly, resembling a crimson spring. Feeling the life draining from its body, the crimson tank's fighting spirit vanished. Its neck muscles tensed, clamping down on the wound to stem the bleeding. It turned and dashed toward the only exit of the refuge, desperately trying to escape. It knew that its neck had been severely injured. If it continued to fight, death was inevitable. Trying to escape? A cold gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes as a thought crossed his mind. He didn't make a move, but the temperature at the shelter's entrance plummeted. A thick ice wall suddenly appeared, sealing off the door completely. The crimson tank rammed into it desperately, managing to break through a few sections of the ice wall before it ran out of strength. Seeing this, Su Ming sent out another thought. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath the crimson tank froze into solid ice, encasing its limbs in thick layers, rendering it immobile. Roar! The crimson tank roared furiously, struggling with all its might until the ice binding its limbs shattered. Just as it broke free of the icy restraints, it charged toward the ice wall again, trying to continue its escape. But Su Ming had already appeared behind it, gripping his 100 refinement spear tightly. With all his strength, he unleashed the Breaking Clouds spear technique, unleashing a force of 100,000 calories. A flash of cold light streaked by as the spearhead pierced into the Crimson Tank's vulnerable rear flank. The spear plunged deep into its body. Su Ming's blood and energy surged as he rotated the spear inside, ripping its internal organs apart. The excruciating pain within its body was far worse than the injury to its neck. This strike completely crushed the Crimson Tank. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, writhing in agony from the unbearable pain, accompanied by piercing screams. Die! Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming withdrew his spear and sidestepped to face the beast head-on. He unleashed the Breaking Clouds spear technique with full force. Squish! The sound of flesh tearing accompanied the spearhead's penetration into its head. When the spear was withdrawn, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The Crimson Tank convulsed violently for a few seconds, then its limbs suddenly stiffened, and it died completely. Successfully killed a mid-stage Tier 3 beast, Crimson Tank. Strengthening points, plus 250. As the Crimson Tank fell, Su Ming gained 250 strengthening points. This was the most points he had ever earned from a single kill, a testament to the beast's formidable strength. It was the strongest opponent he had faced since becoming a martial artist. The battle concluded. With a snap of Su Ming's fingers, the massive ice wall blocking Su Xiaowei and the others disintegrated into countless blue fragments, scattering into the air. All eyes turned to Su Ming as he walked straight toward Su Xiaowei, stopping in front of the two martial artists from the Extreme Martial Hall who stood protectively before her. Thank you for your assistance, sir. May we know your esteemed name? The Extreme Martial Hall will surely reward you handsomely, the two men said respectfully, cupping their fists in gratitude. But Su Ming's response left them stunned. I should be thanking you. If not for you taking care of my sister, I wouldn't have arrived in time. Deactivating the combat mode of his Jean battle armor, Su Ming smiled warmly at the two second-tier martial artists. Judging by their weapons, Su Ming deduced that the beasts at the Hot Springs Villa had been killed by them. Moreover, their protective stance in front of Su Xiaowei clearly indicated that they were sent by Jiang Lingchuan to act as her bodyguards. Su Ming felt even more gratitude toward Jiang Lingchuan. Su Xiao. Hearing Su Ming speak, the two men raised their heads abruptly. Recognizing him, their eyes widened in astonishment. They were utterly shocked to discover that the mysterious powerhouse who had slain the Crimson Tank was none other than Su Ming. Big brother! While the two men were still immersed in their disbelief, Su Xiaowei shouted excitedly. She bypassed the two martial artists and ran up to Su Ming, her eyes full of concern. Big brother, are you okay? Are you hurt? Your big brother is as strong as ever. How could I possibly get hurt? Seeing Su Xiaowei's worried expression, Su Ming chuckled and patted his chest. Then he turned to look at her carefully and asked, What about you? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li protected me well. Su Xiaowei quickly shook her head. Her gaze shifted to the two middle-aged martial artists from the Extreme Martial Hall beside her. Su Ming nodded. Thank you both. After speaking, he gave the two martial artists a slight bow, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Su Xiao, you're too polite. We were simply carrying out the Hall Master's orders. It's what we should do. Exactly. If you want to thank someone, Su Xiao, you should thank the Hall Master. The two men finally snapped out of their daze, hastily waving their hands with a smile while mentioning Jiang Lingchuan. I'll be sure to thank Master Jiang personally, Su Ming said with a nod. He then glanced at the Crimson Tank's fallen body near the entrance and added, I'll leave the Crimson Tank to you. I hope you won't refuse. Then we won't be polite. Seeing the determination in Su Ming's eyes, the two men didn't decline. They nodded joyfully and immediately began processing the Crimson Tank's corpse. This Crimson Tank was nearing the late stages of Tier 3. For second-tier martial artists like them, the materials from its body were extremely valuable. Even splitting the materials between them would be equivalent to half a month of dangerous Tier 2 beast hunting. Xiaowei, stay here for now. There are still many beasts outside. I'm going to clear them out, Su Ming said, turning to Su Xiaowei without lingering in the underground shelter for long. The hot spring town was crawling with beasts. The more he killed, the fewer casualties there would be in the town. Moreover, encountering so many beasts in the cavern was a rare opportunity to earn strengthening points. In just a few minutes before reaching the Hot Springs Villa, Su Ming had already accumulated over 1,000 strengthening points, more than he would usually gain in an entire day. Okay, big brother, be careful, Su Xiaowei said, knowing full well her brother's strength. She didn't stop him but nodded and reminded him to stay safe. Don't worry, Su Ming replied with a confident look. With a thought, the Jean battle armor once again enveloped him. His entire body transformed into a streak of dark golden light as he dashed out of the underground shelter. Along the passage leading to the outside, ice walls formed rapidly wherever Su Ming passed, sealing the shelter's entrances and exits layer by layer. Dozens of ice walls completely blocked the passage. Apart from Tier 3 beasts, no one could break through. Kill. Without the need to worry about Su Xiaowei's safety, Su Ming charged out of the shelter and surveyed the wandering beasts nearby. With a battle cry, his figure flickered as he sped through the hot springs villa. The 100 refinement spear, combined with his ice abilities, swiftly dispatched the beasts around him. In less than 2 minutes, every beast in the hot springs villa had been eliminated by Su Ming. After clearing the beasts in the villa, Su Ming moved outward, expanding his range of slaughter. His relentless massacre caused his system's strengthening points to accumulate at an astonishing speed. Is that your brother? He's incredible. Inside the underground shelter, Xiaohe, who had narrowly escaped death, ran up to Su Xiaowei. She gazed at the layers of ice walls blocking the beasts outside, her eyes filled with admiration. Su Ming had once been just a high school senior at Linjiang No. 1 High School, 2 years older than her. Yet now, he could effortlessly kill Tier 3 beasts. Now she finally understood why Su Ming had become a core member of the Extreme Martial Hall. With talent like his, whether it was the Extreme Martial Hall or the top-ranked Xinxia Martial Hall, both would vie to recruit him. Seeing her best friend so enthralled, Su Xiaowei smiled faintly. I'm not sure either. Before today, I'd only seen my brother reveal his strength once, during the test at the Extreme Martial Hall. That was after he fought Lin Tian the night before and then went for the test. But back then, his strength seemed to only match that of a late-stage second-tier martial artist. Now it's clear he was holding back quite a lot that night. Thinking about the gap between the strength her brother showed that night and just now, Su Xiaowei couldn't help but shake her head, silently thinking to herself how adept her brother was at hiding his true abilities. Xiaohe listened and nodded in agreement. That was Su Xiaowei's brother, Su Ming, just now. He's so powerful. I'm so envious of Xiaowei for having such an amazing brother. Oh my, he's so handsome. I'm utterly in love with him. Tian Wenjing, didn't you say Su Ming got expelled from No. 1 high school? How could such a brilliant genius possibly get expelled? Where did you hear that nonsense? Humph, it's not nonsense. My cousin's in No. 1 high, in the same class as Su Ming, and he said it himself. It's absolutely true. With Su Ming's current strength, he could almost certainly secure the top spot in Jiangnan Province's martial arts exam. How could No. 1 high expel someone like that? What was the principal even thinking? The principal of No. 1 high must have a screw loose. Either he got his head caught in a door or kicked by a donkey. Nothing short of a decade-long bout of brain fog could explain such a ridiculous act. More like 2 decades. Doesn't our class also have people whose brains work like No. 1 high's principal? Not far away, Su Xiaowei's other classmates were also fervently discussing Su Ming. Whenever Su Ming's expulsion from No. 1 high was brought up, the group's disdain for Principal Wang Jinghua grew palpable. At the same time, many cast peculiar glances toward the lone figure crouched in the corner of the shelter. Lu Yuqing, who had always targeted Su Xiaowei, had completely withdrawn at this moment. She squatted quietly in the corner, not daring to even glance at Su Xiaowei. Feeling the odd stares from her classmates around her, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide herself in. Achoo! Inside the martial arts training hall at No. 1 high, Wang Jinghua suddenly sneezed. What's going on? I've been sneezing uncontrollably lately. Who's badmouthing me behind my back? He rubbed his nose, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Shaking his head, he turned to look at a figure drenched in sweat in the training hall. Lin Manman, dressed in black combat gear, was diligently practicing a high-difficulty set of movements. These were the body-strengthening techniques for martial artists. The technique she practiced was not the D-class rising sun that Su Ming had learned, but a C-class body-strengthening method specially prepared by her family. Although Lin Manman and Lin Daoyuan shared the same surname, they were entirely unrelated. A few minutes later, Lin Manman completed the set of movements. After finishing, she walked over to a blood vitality testing machine to check her physical condition. The machine displayed a blood vitality value of 93. Wang Jinghua walked over with a smile and said, Lin Manman, at the rate your blood vitality is increasing, you'll be able to hit 100 points in just a few days and break through to the second-tier martial artist rank. However, I suggest you focus on improving your mental strength over the next few days. Your C-class fire ability, Wild Blaze, is top tier among C-class abilities with immense destructive power. It can elevate your overall combat strength by 11 times. Although your current mental strength is only 40 points, with the boost from Wild Blaze, your combat power reaches 4,400 calories, already surpassing that of a mid-stage second-tier martial artist. If you can raise your mental strength to 45 points before the martial arts exam, combined with your martial arts prowess, you'll stand out among all candidates in Linjiang City. But your aim isn't merely the top spot in Linjiang City, you're striving to break into Jiangnan Province's top 50. That would bring glory not only to number 1 high but also to Linjiang City. Only then would the past month of special training be worth it. After the awakening ceremony, Wang Xinghua had meticulously investigated the awakening statuses of students from all 7 high schools in Linjiang City. Over the past few days, he also familiarized himself with the strongest students from these schools. Among the current senior class candidates, Lin Nannan was far ahead of the pack. Securing the top spot in Linjiang City was almost a certainty for her. He had also learned that Chen Jingwen had secretly arranged for Su Ming to enroll at Linjiang number 7 high, but he didn't care in the slightest. In his eyes, Su Ming, who hadn't awakened any abilities, might have decent blood vitality, but even with number 7 high's support, he would at most become a first-tier martial artist. Moreover, Su Ming hadn't even attended school once since transferring to number 7 high. To him, Su Ming had already given up and posed no threat. "Don't worry, Principal. I won't let you down," Lin Nannan replied immediately, brimming with confidence. "Ha, that's the spirit." Wang Xinghua laughed heartily in response. In the hot springs town, Su Ming was patrolling the area around the hot spring resort, clearing out nearby feral beasts. Suddenly, a dozen fighter jets roared past overhead, heading north of the town. Su Ming looked up and saw missiles mounted under the wings of the jets, which were now bombing the distant mountains and forests. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in rapid succession. Flames and mushroom clouds rose into the sky as the air was torn by the powerful shockwaves, carrying a burnt smell in all directions. Even though the explosions were over 10 kilometers away, Su Ming could still feel the ground trembling and the strong winds blasting toward him. After the airstrike ended, the sounds of intense gunfire and artillery echoed from the forest, signaling that ground forces were also engaged. The firepower of modern weapons is truly terrifying. I'd wager that even a 4th-tier feral beast wouldn't stand a chance against this kind of firepower. I wonder what level of strength it would take to completely disregard the attacks of modern weapons. Feeling the might of modern weaponry, a glimmer of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he gazed at the fiery mushroom clouds rising in the northern horizon. At that moment, a 2nd-tier feral beast, a shadow leopard, seized the opportunity while Su Ming was distracted and leaped at him from behind, its sharp claws aimed directly at the back of his head. Thud! Without even turning his head, Su Ming summoned an ice spear from midair. It pierced through the shadow leopard's nape, pinning it to the ground 2 meters away. The beast struggled a few times before finally falling still. You've successfully killed a 2nd-tier early-stage feral beast, shadow leopard. Enhancement points plus 10. Su Ming didn't spare a glance at the shadow leopard behind him. Instead, he continued patrolling the area around the hot spring resort. Every time gunfire echoed, it would claim the life of another feral beast. The hot spring resort, located at the center of the town, was built on a leveled mountainside, offering a commanding view of the surroundings. Su Ming could clearly observe the situation in the town. At the moment, many martial artists from Linjiang City had arrived to provide support, including some formidable 3rd-tier warriors. Together with the town's martial artists and guards, they had already brought the situation under control. The northern direction, where the beasts had surged out, had just been bombed by the fighter jets. With no new beasts pouring in, the number of monsters within the small town began to decrease rapidly. About 5 minutes later, Su Ming stopped in his tracks. By then, there were almost no living beasts left in the hot spring town, and those in and around the hot spring villa had been completely wiped out by him. Enhancement points, 9,735. This harvest is no small feat. In just 10 minutes, I've gained over 7,000 enhancement points, equivalent to more than a week's worth of earnings in the past, Su Ming thought, a smile appearing on his lips as he reviewed the enhancement points he had acquired from the battle. Once the situation stabilized, he closed the attribute panel, put away his Renjin combat suit, and turned towards the underground shelter. Master Jiang? As he approached the entrance of the underground shelter, Su Ming spotted a familiar figure heading in the same direction. It was none other than Jiang Lingchuan, the head of the Extreme Martial Hall. However, Jiang Lingchuan seemed far from his usual composed self. His hair was disheveled, his combat suit bore bloodstains, and he looked utterly battered. One glance was enough for Su Ming to deduce that Jiang Lingchuan had just endured a fierce battle. Jiang Lingchuan was a 4th-tier martial artist, one of the strongest in Linjiang City. Su Ming couldn't help but wonder what kind of opponent could have left him in such a sorry state. Su Ming? Hearing the voice behind him, Jiang Lingchuan turned around, his face full of surprise. What are you doing here? I heard from the Martial Artists Association that a new cave had appeared in the hot spring town. Plus, my sister is staying at the hot spring villa, so I rushed over, Su Ming explained briefly as he walked toward Jiang Lingchuan. I see. Jiang Lingchuan nodded in understanding at first, but then his expression shifted sharply. No, wait. Su Ming, why is your vitality so strong? He suddenly grew alert. After carefully sensing Su Ming's vitality, his pupils contracted. Su Ming had just finished a beast-slaying spree, and his vitality hadn't yet fully settled. With Jiang Lingchuan's strength, he should have noticed Su Ming's vitality had increased several-fold since yesterday, if not for his own exhaustion from the earlier battle. This morning, I was fortunate enough to find a 3-leaf purple blood fruit in cave number 2. I consumed it immediately, which is why my vitality has surged so much, Su Ming said honestly, seeing Jiang Lingchuan's reaction. What? You actually consumed a 3-leaf purple blood fruit directly? That's a top-tier rare treasure for 4th-tier martial artists. How did it not explode you? Jiang Lingchuan gasped, his shock greater than at Su Ming's vitality surge. The 3-leaf purple blood fruit contained immense energy. Even a 3rd-tier peak martial artist with vitality close to 10,000 had to exercise extreme caution when consuming it. Su Ming's vitality had barely exceeded 500 yesterday, yet he had survived consuming it directly, a near miraculous feat. To be honest, I almost did explode. Surviving was pure luck, Su Ming admitted, recalling the experience with lingering fear. Without the life-saving intervention of an S-class ability, he would have perished under the overwhelming energy of the fruit. Luck again, Jiang Lingchuan shook his head with a wry smile. But seeing Su Ming's genuinely fearful expression, he believed him. Master Jiang, judging by your appearance, were you just at the new cave in the north, holding off the beasts? Su Ming shifted the conversation, not wanting Jiang Lingchuan to dwell on his situation. That's right, Jiang Lingchuan confirmed with a nod. Su Ming had expected as much. He continued, did you encounter a 4th-tier beast? Is that why you're in such a state? Jiang Lingchuan, however, shook his head. His response shocked Su Ming. Not a 4th-tier beast, but a 3rd-tier peak exotic beast. Su Ming froze, his body trembling. He quickly asked, exotic beast? What's that? How could a 3rd-tier peak being leave even a mid-4th-tier martial artist like you in such a state? This was the first time Su Ming had heard of the term exotic beast. He had only known of beasts, never exotic ones. Jiang Lingchuan noticed Su Ming's confusion and began to explain. Exotic beasts are essentially special types of beasts with unique abilities. You can think of exotic beasts as the special cases among beasts, much like awakened individuals among martial artists. The creature I encountered at the cave entrance was a 3rd-tier peak mountain shaking ape with a unique innate ability called Blood Fury. Blood Fury allows it to temporarily enhance its physical attributes several-fold. Whether speed, defense, or strength, everything is dramatically boosted. Its combat power skyrockets, making it capable of going toe-to-toe with mid-4th-tier beasts. That creature was exceptionally cunning. When it first saw me, a 4th-tier martial artist, it didn't immediately unleash its innate ability. Instead, it deliberately approached, taking advantage of my underestimation. Then it suddenly struck, causing me great trouble. If it hadn't injured me in a surprise attack, I wouldn't have been entangled with it for so long, even after it activated Blood Fury. It's truly a pity I couldn't personally finish off that beast. As he finished speaking, Jiang Lingchuan pointed to the obvious tear on his combat suit over his chest, revealing a bandaged yet still bleeding wound beneath. His eyes burned with fury, clearly harboring a deep grudge against the mountain-shaking ape that had injured him. He clearly wished he could kill it himself. I remember the Deep Blue system grants me enhancement points when I slay beasts and can also seize their abilities. Could the innate abilities Master Jiang mentioned be the same as the beast's abilities? Blood Fury is an ability that can instantly boost physical attributes. If I could obtain that mountain-shaking ape's ability through the system, combined with martial arts combat outbreaks, my physical combat power would soar. I hope that mountain-shaking ape isn't dead yet. Ideally, it's been battered by military firepower and is seriously injured. Then I can finish it off and seize its ability. After hearing Jiang Lingchuan's account, Su Ming was both awed by the strength of the 3rd-tier peak mountain-shaking ape and invigorated by the possibilities of the Deep Blue system's ability-seizing function. After all, he had killed thousands of beasts during this time, but none had innate abilities, nor had he seized any abilities himself. He had thought there might be an issue with the system, but now it seemed he simply hadn't encountered a suitable target yet. What are you thinking about? Don't tell me you're planning to go after that mountain-shaking ape? Jiang Lingchuan's voice suddenly interrupted Su Ming's thoughts. Su Ming snapped out of it and saw Jiang Lingchuan staring at him with a puzzled expression. Master Jiang, stop joking. There's no way I can handle that creature right now. Besides, it's probably already been blown to bits by now, Su Ming replied with a chuckle. By the way, since you're here, could you please go to the underground shelter of the hot spring resort and bring my sister and the others out, then escort them back to Linjiang City? This hot spring town still has many fierce beasts left unchecked. I need to go and eliminate them all to rid the people of danger. If my sister asks about me, just tell her I'm doing great and that she shouldn't worry. Su Ming smiled at Jiang Lingchuan. Without waiting for a response, he dashed like the wind toward the northern area of the small town near the hot spring resort. This brat, he does have a good heart. Watching Su Ming sprint toward the northern part of the town, Jiang Lingchuan shook his head with a smile and murmured to himself without stopping him. The northern part of the town faced the newly appeared abyss, where the number of fierce beasts was far greater than those in the southern side toward Linjiang City. Now that Su Ming was headed to the north to hunt down the remaining beasts and protect the town's residents, it made perfect sense. Jiang Lingchuan had no reason to stop him. Moreover, sensing Su Ming's blood energy surge 2 to 3 times after training with the tri-leaf purple blood fruit, Jiang Lingchuan had a rough estimate of Su Ming's strength. With Su Ming's current blood energy, combined with his mastery of the perfected C-grade martial art piercing cloud spear and the Renjin battle armor gifted by Jiang Lingchuan, he was already on par with late-stage Tier 3 martial artists. Even if he encountered a peak Tier 3 fierce beast, Su Ming could still save his own life. For Su Ming, clearing out the Tier 3 fierce beasts that had entered the town posed no risk at all. Watching Su Ming's figure disappear into the distance, Jiang Lingchuan withdrew his gaze and headed toward the underground shelter of the hot spring resort. He was preparing to escort Su Xiaowei back to Linjiang City. He himself also needed to return to rest and recover. Although the external injuries caused by the mountain-shaking ape were not severe, Jiang Lingchuan had gone head-to-head with the beast while it was in its berserk state, leaving him with significant internal injuries. This time, he would need at least a week of recovery to fully heal. On the other side, after reaching the northern part of the town, Su Ming was immediately enveloped by the Renjin battle armor and began his hunt for the remaining fierce beasts. Earlier, because Su Xiaowei was still at the hot spring resort, he had primarily focused on protecting her and dared not stray far, limiting himself to clearing the outskirts. Now, with Jiang Lingchuan present even though he was severely injured, his combat power still surpassed Su Ming's. There was no longer any need to worry about Su Xiaowei's safety. Finally, Su Ming could fully commit to hunting the fierce beasts and accumulating enhancement points. Of course, Su Ming was also keen to try his luck near the new abyss to see if he could encounter the peak Tier 3 exotic beast. In the northern part of the hot spring town, Su Ming's figure darted swiftly through the streets, appearing like a bolt of golden lightning. Each time the 100-forged spear in his hand swung, it claimed the life of a remaining fierce beast. Su Ming's ice element ability had reached an S-grade level, allowing him to kill beasts at an astonishing speed. Wherever he went, within a 100-meter radius, fierce beasts found themselves unable to react before an unexpected ice spike pierced their heads. You have killed a late-stage Tier 2 fierce beast, Iron-backed Grey Wolf. Enhancement points plus 30. You have killed a peak Tier 1 fierce beast, Shadowcat. Enhancement points plus 5. System notifications sounded continuously, and his enhancement points steadily increased. While clearing out the remaining fierce beasts in the hot spring town, Su Ming quickly moved toward the northern forest. From that direction came the continuous sounds of artillery and gunfire, indicating that the supporting military forces were engaged in fierce combat with the beasts emerging from the abyss. The northern forest of the hot spring town was shrouded in smoke, with broken trees and craters left by exploding shells covering the ground. In this heavily bombarded area lay scattered remains of beasts. At the center of the region, a spatial rift with a diameter of 20 meters glowed with an eerie light, continuously spewing out fierce beasts. On the perimeter, hundreds of tanks and artillery pieces surrounded the area tightly, while armed helicopters hovered overhead providing support. On the ground, large numbers of armed soldiers kept their eyes fixed on the spatial rift, firing incessantly. The moment the beasts emerged, they were met with a dense barrage of bullets and shells. Even Tier 3 beasts didn't last long under such intense firepower. Aside from the troops encircling the spatial rift, there were also about a dozen strike teams comprising military martial artists scattered throughout the distant forest. They were relentlessly hunting down the beasts that had escaped from the abyss, ensuring none could break through the encirclement. That peak Tier 3 mountain-shaking ape, first it fought a fierce battle with Director Jiang of the Extreme Martial Hall, and then it got caught in the shockwave of a thunderbolt missile explosion, suffering heavy injuries. We must catch up to it while it hasn't recovered and kill it. We can't let this beast continue to threaten the safety of the people. The captain of one of the strike teams, a Tier 3 martial artist clad in camouflage combat gear, led his squad in a frenzied pursuit along the path of broken trees. Roar! About 200 meters ahead, a massive ape with charred, furless skin darted swiftly through the forest. Standing 5 meters tall, it resembled an unstoppable tank, breaking every tree it passed. This was the very same peak Tier 3 mountain-shaking ape. However, it had lost the ferocity of its peak form. Facing the pursuit of a mid-stage Tier 3 martial artist and several Tier 2 martial artists, it could only flee desperately. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air reached its ears. A rocket-propelled grenade, trailing a long tail of flames, shot straight toward the giant ape. The ape quickly tilted its head to dodge. The rocket narrowly missed, landing ahead of it. Boom! The explosive blast lit up the area, and the scorching shockwave forced the ape to halt momentarily. This brief pause allowed the mid-stage Tier 3 martial artist behind it to catch up. Wielding a gleaming alloy warblade, he swung it fiercely at the ape's massive thigh. Roar! Realizing it could no longer escape, the ape let out an enraged roar, its eyes filled with madness. Its massive right fist swung toward its opponent, and the two clashed violently. Elsewhere, Su Ming had already exited the hot spring town and entered the northern forest, moving swiftly. The further north he went, the stronger the scent of blood and burning flesh became, and the louder the gunfire and explosions sounded. Su Ming knew he was getting closer to the newly appeared abyss. Boom! Roar! As Su Ming sprinted toward the abyss, a commotion erupted from his right front direction, causing him to pause. That sound, it doesn't seem like it came from a Tier 1 or Tier 2 beast. At least a mid-stage Tier 3, perhaps? After a moment of thought, Su Ming's eyes sharpened, and he turned toward the disturbance. Passing through a dense forest, the scenery ahead opened up. Most of the trees here had been knocked down, and the culprit was none other than the massive, charred ape. Su Ming observed its towering 5-meter frame, its muscles as solid as steel. However, the ape bore a deep wound 3 feet long on its chest, cutting down to the bone. Its left arm hung limply over its shoulder, leaving it to fend off attacks with only its right arm. It was locked in combat with a Tier 3 martial artist wearing camouflage, while several Tier 2 martial artists armed with heavy sniper rifles took potshots from a distance, restricting the ape's movements. Judging by its appearance, could it be the mountain-shaking ape? Such severe injuries, yet it can still fight so fiercely against a mid-stage Tier 3 martial artist. Even if it's not at its peak, its strength is nearly there. I can't be this lucky, can I? Either way, it's at least a late-stage Tier 3 beast. Killing it is a safe bet. Su Ming stared at the dark figure, his eyes gleaming with determination. Friends of the military, I'm here to help you, he shouted decisively, gripping his 100-forged spear tightly. His loud declaration was meant to signal the military martial artists, avoiding any misunderstandings, before he charged forward with great force. The C-rank martial art breaking cloud spear was unleashed in full power, nearly 2,000 points of chi and blood erupting instantly. The 100-forged spear, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being torn apart, shot fiercely toward the mountain-shaking ape. Su Ming moved with blinding speed as he suddenly charged. The mountain-shaking ape, heavily wounded and entangled by a mid-stage Tier 3 martial artist, had no chance to evade. Thud! Under Su Ming's full-force explosion of nearly 100,000 calories of combat power, a 100-forged spear effortlessly tore through the ape's charred skin and pierced straight into its thigh. Freeze! The moment the spear had penetrated the ape's thigh, Su Ming's S-rank ice ability erupted instantly, freezing its lower body solid in the blink of an eye. Before the mountain-shaking ape could even register the pain, its entire leg was frozen stiff in place. Whirlwind slash! Seeing this, the other mid-stage Tier 3 martial artist hesitated no longer, immediately unleashing his full strength. His blade struck hard at the ape's frozen leg. Boom! Crunch! With a single slash powered by tens of thousands of calories of combat force, the frozen leg was utterly shattered. Not to be outdone, Su Ming gripped the 100-forged spear tightly and vibrated it with all his might. The spear emitted a powerful tremor, shattering the ape's other leg completely. Roar! With both legs destroyed, the mountain-shaking ape let out a pained howl, its massive upper body crashing heavily to the ground. Breaking cloud spear! Facing the now legless mountain-shaking ape, Su Ming acted swiftly. Before the other mid-stage Tier 3 martial artist could make a move, Su Ming charged straight for the beast's head. This spear carried all of Su Ming's strength, fast and ruthless. The heavily injured mountain-shaking ape had no time to react. It tried to turn its head to dodge, but it was already too late. Thud! Blood spattered everywhere. The 100-forged spear struck the ape's head with precision. Nearly 100,000 calories of combat power converged at the spear tip, its immense penetrating force piercing through the ape's skull instantly. Arg! The mountain-shaking ape let out a heart-wrenching cry before convulsing a few times and falling silent altogether. Successfully killed late-stage Tier 3 beast, mountain-shaking ape, reinforcement points plus 500. Successfully plundered the mountain-shaking ape's innate ability. Acquired B-rank superhuman ability Blood Fury. The moment the mountain-shaking ape died, the system displayed 3 consecutive notifications. Boom! In the next second, a surge of blazing and violent energy flooded into Su Ming's limbs and bones. He felt his chi and blood boiling, his physical attributes significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, a strange energy converged at the center of his brow, diving into his sea of consciousness. Alongside the ice crystal crown, it formed the faint image of a pulsating heart emitting a crimson glow. Information on how to activate this heart image and temporarily amplify his qi and blood surged into Su Ming's mind. After quickly digesting the information, Su Ming immediately checked his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming, Qi and Blood, 2500. Mental Strength, 200. Abilities, Ice Crystal Crown S+, Blood Fury B+. Body Refinement Arts, Rising Dawn D perfected, 100 Refinement Golden Body Technique A perfected. Meditation Arts, none. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D perfected, Breaking Cloud Spear C perfected. Reinforcement Points, 11,038. Merely by plundering the Mountain Shaking Ape's B-rank Blood Fury ability, Su Ming's Qi and Blood surged by over 500 points, while his mental strength increased by nearly 100 points. The B-rank superhuman ability Blood Fury allows me to instantly amplify my Qi and Blood to 4 times their original value. With 2500 Qi and Blood now, combined with perfected C-rank martial arts, my combat power can reach 500,000 calories, rivaling an early-stage Tier 4 martial artist. Looking at his skyrocketing Qi and Blood, as well as the new ability knowledge in his mind, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. But in the next moment, his gaze fell on the plus sign beside Blood Fury. Evolving an S-rank ability requires 1,000,000 reinforcement points, which I currently lack, but evolving a B-rank ability to A rank should cost much less. Perhaps my over 10,000 reinforcement points are enough for one evolution. If a B-rank ability can quadruple physical combat power, how powerful would an A-rank ability be? Examining his accumulated reinforcement points, Su Ming immediately attempted to enhance the Blood Fury ability. Evolving B-rank ability requires 10,000 reinforcement points. Proceed with enhancement? The system panel displayed a prompt. Enhance. Evolving a B-rank ability required only 10,000 reinforcement points. Overjoyed, Su Ming didn't hesitate to confirm. Reinforcement points drained away like flowing water. Soon, the system displayed another notification. Spend 10,000 reinforcement points. B-rank superhuman ability Blood Fury has evolved into A-rank superhuman ability Heart of Fury. Boom! The instant Blood Fury evolved into Heart of Fury, a powerful energy surged through Su Ming's entire body, strengthening every cell. Simultaneously, the heart image in Su Ming's sea of consciousness became clearer and more solid. A potent energy radiated from this gradually solidifying heart, invigorating Su Ming's spirit. Host, Su Ming, Qi and Blood, 3,500. Mental Strength, 400. Abilities, Ice Crystal Crown S+, Heart of Fury A+. Body Refinement Arts, Rising Dawn D perfected, 100 Refinement Golden Body Technique A perfected. Meditation Arts, none. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D perfected, Breaking Cloud Spear C perfected. Reinforcement Points, 1,038. After the B-rank Blood Fury evolved into the A-rank Heart of Fury, Su Ming saw that his Qi and Blood instantly increased by 1,000 points, while his mental strength rose by 200 points. Once the A-rank ability Heart of Fury is activated, my physical Qi and Blood, along with my body's attributes, can temporarily increase to 8 times their original value, pushing my combat power past 1 million. Currently, with full force combat, my power has reached 1.4 million calories, enough to match Master Jiang evenly. Digesting the information about the A-rank Heart of Fury ability, Su Ming couldn't help but smirk. Though his current Qi and Blood could only sustain the A-rank Heart of Fury for a maximum of 1 minute, beyond which his body would be injured severely and still able to fight so fiercely against a mid-stage Tier 3 martial artist, his strength might not be at its peak, but it's close enough. I can't be this lucky, can I? Regardless, it's at least a late-stage Tier 3 beast, killing it is the right move. Su Ming stared at the pitch-black figure, his eyes glinting with determination. Friends from the military, I'm here to assist you. He didn't hesitate, gripping his 100-forged spear tightly, shouting to signal his intentions to the military martial artists to avoid misunderstanding, and then he charged forward with full force. The C-rank martial art, Piercing Cloud Spear, was unleashed with all his might. Nearly 2,000 points of vital energy burst forth in an instant. The 100-forged spear, carrying a piercing whistle as it cut through the air, thrust fiercely toward the mountain-shaking ape. Su Ming's sudden charge was astonishingly swift. The mountain-shaking ape, heavily wounded and entangled with a mid-stage Tier 3 martial artist, had no chance to evade. Squelch! With Su Ming's nearly 100,000 calorie combat power unleashed in full, a 100-forged spear easily tore through the ape's charred skin, piercing directly through its thigh. Freeze. As soon as the spear tip entered the ape's thigh, Su Ming's S-rank ice ability erupted instantly, freezing its lower body solid in the blink of an eye. The mountain-shaking ape didn't even have time to feel pain before its entire leg was immobilized and rigid. Whirlwind slash. The other mid-stage tier 3 martial artist saw the opportunity and, without hesitation, swung his blade with full force, slashing fiercely at the ape's frozen leg. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Tens of thousands of calories of combat power erupted in one strike, completely shattering the frozen leg. Not to be outdone, Su Ming vibrated the 100-forged spear with all his strength. The intense vibrations from the spear shattered the ape's other leg entirely. Roar! With both legs destroyed, the mountain-shaking ape let out a painful roar as its massive upper body collapsed to the ground. Piercing cloud spear. Facing the now legless mountain-shaking ape, Su Ming moved swiftly. Not waiting for the other mid-stage tier 3 martial artist to act, he lunged at its head first. This strike contained all of Su Ming's strength, fast and merciless. The heavily injured mountain-shaking ape couldn't react in time. It tried to turn its head to dodge, but it was already too late. Squelch! Blood splattered everywhere. The 100-forged spear struck the mountain-shaking ape's head with precision. Nearly 100,000 calories of combat power concentrated at the spear tip, and its immense piercing force penetrated the ape's skull instantly. Howl! The mountain-shaking ape's agonized scream was gut-wrenching. After twitching a few times, it fell silent. Successfully killed late-stage tier 3 beast, mountain-shaking ape, strengthening points plus 500. Successfully plundered the mountain-shaking ape's innate ability. Acquired B-rank superhuman ability, Blood Fury. The moment the mountain-shaking ape died, the system issued 3 notifications in quick succession. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. In the next second, a surge of scorching, violent energy flooded into Su Ming's entire body. His vital energy boiled, and his physical attributes improved significantly. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy gathered at his brow, diving into his consciousness sea. It settled beside the ice crystal crown, forming a pulsating, crimson heart-like phantom. In his mind, Su Ming also gained detailed knowledge of how to activate this heart phantom, allowing for a temporary surge in vital energy. After rapidly digesting the information, Su Ming immediately examined his status panel. Host, Su Ming, Vital Energy, 2500. Spirit, 200. Abilities, Ice Crystal Crown S, plus, Blood Fury B, plus. Body Refinement Techniques, Rising Sun Technique D perfected, 100 Refined Golden Body Technique A perfected. Meditation Techniques, none. Martial Arts, Vajra Spear Technique D perfected, Piercing Cloud Spear C perfected. Strengthening points, 11,038. By merely plundering the mountain-shaking ape's B-rank Blood Fury ability, Su Ming's vital energy had surged by over 500 points, and his spiritual power had risen by nearly 100 points. B-rank superhuman ability Blood Fury allows me to instantly quadruple my vital energy. With 2,500 vital energy now in a perfected C-rank martial art, I can unleash a combat power of 500,000 calories, enough to rival an early-stage tier 4 martial artist. Gazing at his dramatically enhanced vital energy and the newly acquired ability knowledge in his mind, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. But in the next moment, his gaze shifted to the plus symbol next to Blood Fury. Evolving an S-rank ability requires 1,000,000 strengthening points, which I don't have for now. But evolving a B-rank ability to A rank should cost much less. Maybe the 11,000 plus strengthening points I've accumulated can evolve Blood Fury once. A B-rank ability can quadruple combat power. How strong would an A-rank ability be? Looking at his stockpile of strengthening points, Su Ming immediately attempted to upgrade Blood Fury. Evolving B-rank ability requires 10,000 strengthening points. Proceed with evolution? The system panel promptly displayed a notification. Do it! Evolving a B-rank ability only required 10,000 points. Overjoyed, Su Ming confirmed without hesitation. Strengthening points drained like water. Soon, the system issued another notification. Spent 10,000 strengthening points. B-rank superhuman ability Blood Fury evolved into A-rank superhuman ability Heart of Fury. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As Blood Fury evolved into Heart of Fury, a surge of immense energy coursed through Su Ming's entire body, enhancing every single cell. At the same time, the heart-like phantom in Su Ming's consciousness sea grew clearer and more solid. A powerful energy emanated from this increasingly tangible heart, invigorating Su Ming's spirit. Host, Su Ming, Vital Energy, 3,500. Spirit, 400. Abilities, Ice Crystal Crown S, plus, Heart of Fury A, plus. Body Refinement Techniques, Rising Sun Technique D perfected, 100 Refined Golden Body Technique A perfected. Meditation Techniques, none. Martial Arts, Vajra Spear Technique D perfected, Piercing Cloud Spear C perfected. Strengthening points, 1038. After evolving the B-rank ability Blood Fury into the A-rank ability Heart of Fury, Su Ming's vital energy instantly increased by 1000 points, and his spiritual power rose by 200 points. By activating the A-rank ability Heart of Fury, my vital energy and physical attributes can temporarily increase eightfold, pushing my combat power beyond 1,000,000. With a full burst of strength, my combat power reaches 1.4 million. I should now be able to go toe-to-toe with Master Jiang. After fully assimilating the knowledge of the A-rank Heart of Fury ability, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Although his current vital energy could only sustain the A-rank ability Heart of Fury for a maximum of 1 minute before his body would be overburdened and potentially injured, this limitation did not dampen his excitement. An eightfold combat power boost, even if only for a minute, was more than enough to turn the tide of any battle. More importantly, as Su Ming's vitality and strength improved, the duration of Heart of Fury would also extend accordingly. "Thanks to your help, otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to handle this guy for a while," said a mid-stage third-tier military martial artist nearby, smiling as he expressed his gratitude to Su Ming. The voice pulled Su Ming back to reality from the joy of his skyrocketing combat power. Su Ming cupped his fists in response. It was just a small effort, not worth mentioning. Whether in his past life or this one, Su Ming had immense respect for soldiers. Even now, with his strength surpassing the other party, he remained humble and courteous. However, his enhancement points were nearly depleted, so he didn't plan to stay here any longer and prepared to continue hunting the beasts scattered nearby to accumulate more enhancement points. "Everyone, I still need to hunt the scattered beasts in the mountains. I'll take my leave now." Su Ming cupped his fists in farewell and turned to leave. If all the martial artists in Hanxiao were like him, we wouldn't have to worry about the beasts ever prevailing. The mid-stage third-tier military martial artist watched as Su Ming disappeared into the forest, his eyes full of admiration. "Continue searching for the beasts that escaped nearby." He turned and instructed his team, and the group quickly vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Successfully killed a mid-stage tier 2 beast Shadow Wolf, enhancement points plus 20. Successfully killed a late-stage tier 1 beast Poison Claw Frog, enhancement points plus 3. System notifications continuously rang in Su Ming's mind. With his current 3,500 points of vitality, even without using any martial arts or abilities, a casual strike of his could reach 35,000 combat power, already rivaling an early-stage tier 4 martial artist. Most of these scattered beasts were below tier 3 and stood no chance against Su Ming's attacks. Unknowingly, Su Ming wandered through the forests outside the hot spring town, hunting until nightfall. Enhancement points, 3,206. That's enough for today. I'll leave the rest to others and head back now. Su Ming glanced at his enhancement points, which had surpassed 3,000, and stopped pursuing the beasts. He turned and headed toward the hot spring town. Within less than half an hour, he returned to the hot springs resort and drove off in the SUV parked there. Although the car had been severely damaged in the rear when it collided with a late-stage tier 1 beast Bloodfang Wolf, causing even the driver's door to get kicked off, spending tens of thousands to repair the vehicle was still more cost-effective than buying a new one. Back in Linjiang City, Su Ming first sent the car to the forest shop for repairs and then drove the temporary car provided by the shop back home. "Brother, you're finally back." As soon as he entered the door, Su Xiaowei ran excitedly toward him, her face still carrying traces of the worry that had just faded away. Although she knew Su Ming could now easily kill late-stage tier 3 beasts, she had been constantly anxious after hearing from Jiang Lingchuan that Su Ming was helping to clear beasts in the hot spring town. She didn't dare call him to interrupt, fearing it would distract him during battle. You haven't had dinner yet, have you?" Su Ming looked at the worry on Su Xiaowei's face and smiled gently. "Not yet." Su Xiaowei nodded. Before Su Ming came back, she had been too worried to have any appetite. "Perfect, I haven't eaten either. Let's head downstairs to grab something to eat." Su Ming spoke as he led Su Xiaowei downstairs. After dinner, the two returned home. Su Ming took a relaxing hot shower and then went back to his room to rest. The next morning, Su Ming didn't head to the underground caves to hunt beasts as usual. Instead, he went straight to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to begin training. With his current strength, he could go head-to-head with a mid-stage tier 4 beast in an all-out fight, so there was no need to practice in the underground caves anymore. Next, he planned to focus entirely on improving his vitality in the 7 days leading up to the martial arts examination. As his vitality increased, Su Ming had now entered the ranks of tier 3 martial artists, allowing him to continuously practice body forging techniques for 15 hours a day and absorb up to 15 mental pills daily. With the abundant resources provided by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he could increase his vitality by 90 points and his mental strength by 3 points per day. 7 days later, on the morning of the martial arts examination, host, Su Ming, vitality, 4,130, mental power, 421, abilities, Ice Crown Empress S+, Heart of Fury A+, body forging techniques, Rising Sun D perfected, 100 refined golden body technique A perfected, meditation techniques, none, martial arts, Diamond Spear technique D perfected, Breaking Cloud Spear C perfected, enhancement points, 3,206. 4130 vitality, plus the boost from Heart of Fury, combined with the Breaking Cloud Spear, my explosive combat power could reach 1.65 million. That's more than enough to easily defeat any martial artist below Tier 4. This time, the top scorer of Jiangnan Province's martial arts exam is undoubtedly mine. Su Ming looked at his attribute panel, clenched his fists, and his eyes shone with confidence. At that moment, Jiang Lingchuan, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, walked over to Su Ming with Lu Wen, the head teacher of the senior 3rd grade at number 7 high school. Su Ming, the martial arts exam is about to start. The bus to take number 7 high school candidates to the exam site is already waiting outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. We're all just waiting for you, Lu Wen said to Su Ming, his face full of excitement. Last night, Jiang Lingchuan had revealed Su Ming's strength to him. Lu Wen, who had complete trust in Jiang Lingchuan's judgment, was so thrilled by Su Ming's level of power that he couldn't sleep the whole night. Who would have thought that a simple favor for his college friend Chen Jingwen would lead to him discovering such an extraordinary talent? Just 2 days ago, he had heard that Lin Manman from number 1 high school, with her ability synergy, had combat power nearly reaching that of a late-stage Tier 2 martial artist. He had sighed, thinking number 1 high school would once again claim the top spot in Linjiang City's martial arts exam, admiring Lin Manman's talent. But now, it seemed that the so-called genius Lin Manman wasn't even qualified to shine Su Ming's shoes. He had decided last night that he would bring all the students from number 7 high school participating in the martial arts exam to greet Su Ming and head to the exam site together. Alright, let's go. Su Ming looked at Lu Wen's eager and excited expression and nodded silently, following Jiang Lingchuan out of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Linjiang City, Jiang Lingchuan attended the martial arts exam every year. This year, with Su Ming as a core member participating, Jiang Lingchuan was even more determined to be present. Once Su Ming shone brightly in the martial arts exam, Jiang Lingchuan would proudly announce to everyone that this genius was cultivated by his Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and he would also take the opportunity to show off in front of the heads of Linjiang City's Thunder Martial Arts Hall and Guanshang Martial Arts Hall, his 2 old rivals. Who's that? Why are we all waiting for him? What a grand entrance. I heard he's a transfer student from last month. Although he got into class 1, he hasn't attended a single class. Look, isn't that the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? He's personally accompanying him in the hall's exclusive car. Could this guy be the head's grandson? Why haven't I heard about this before? With such a strong background, he could have just gone to number 1 high school. Why come to number 7 high school to struggle at the bottom? Who knows? Maybe he just wants to keep a low profile, low-key? With so many of us taking a detour just to wait for him, and even the dojo master personally accompanying him, you call that low-key? Look at Director Lu's fawning demeanor. On the bus, the students from 7th high school participating in the martial arts examination saw Lu when escorting Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan into the dojo master's private car, even carefully closing the door for them. All of them leaned against the windows, watching and gossiping. With Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan present, the convoy from 7th High headed toward the martial arts exam venue in Linjiang City. In the central square of Linjiang City, the examination venue had already been set up for this year's martial arts test. At the center of the square stood a ring the size of 4 basketball courts. On the ring stood a humanoid metallic puppet with a high-tech appearance, its eyes replaced by black LCD screens. The mayor of Linjiang City personally presided over the event, quietly awaiting the arrival of the students for the exam. The martial arts examination was the most significant event in the nation of Hansha. Before the candidates had fully entered the venue, the surrounding stands were already packed with spectators, most of whom were third-year high school students from schools that weren't participating in the martial arts exam. To achieve a good result in the martial arts exam and gain admission to a martial arts university, a minimum of first-level warrior status was required. However, most third-year students in Linjiang City were unable to cultivate their vitality to exceed 10 points before the exam. After all, with limited martial arts resources due to poverty, not every family could afford to support their children in martial arts training. Children from ordinary families, knowing their strength fell short of the minimum standard for martial arts university admission, often chose to forego the exam. Besides the audience outside the venue, armed military soldiers patrolled the area around the exam site. The martial arts exam was a major event of utmost importance to Hansha. The military's task was to ensure the venue's security, verify spectators' identities, and prevent malicious individuals from infiltrating the exam to disrupt proceedings. Linjiang First High is here, someone suddenly shouted amidst the anticipation of the crowd. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the martial arts exam venue. 2 buses came to a stop, and Linjiang First High's principal, Wang Xinghua, stepped out of a luxury sedan at the front. He wore a crisp suit, his hair neatly combed, and his face radiated a confident smile. Following him, over 70 teenagers disembarked from the 2 buses. Leading the group was Linjiang First High's star contestant for the year, Lin Nanman. Today, Lin Nanman donned a fiery red combat suit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her presence had noticeably grown more commanding compared to 10 days earlier, with a faintly emitted pressure indicative of a second-level warrior. Clearly, her vitality had surpassed 100 points, officially making her a second-level warrior. Under Wang Jinggua's leadership, First High's candidates proceeded through identity verification and entered the venue one after another. Subsequently, candidates from Linjiang Second High, Third High, Fourth High, and 3 other high schools arrived as well. However, these schools had far fewer participants compared to First High, especially 7th High, which had fewer than 15 candidates, less than 1/5 of First High's numbers. Yet, when the candidates from 7th High appeared, they caused a commotion no less significant than First High's arrival. Wait, isn't that Zhang Lingchuan, the dojo master of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo? What's he doing mingling with 7th High's candidates? I told you, the dojo masters from Thunderbolt Dojo and Guanqing Dojo have shown up already, but the Extreme Dojo's master was missing. Turns out, he arrived with 7th High students. Look over there. Isn't that Su Ming, the guy expelled from our class? He's actually with 7th High's candidates. So the rumors were true, Su Ming transferred to 7th High after being expelled from First High. Ha, what's the worst stays the worst. A student First High didn't want went to 7th High and became a treasure, even leading their candidate lineup. Only a garbage school like 7th High would treat a cast-off from First High as a precious gem. By the looks of it, 7th High is bound to rank last in this year's martial arts exam. As Su Ming entered the venue alongside 7th High's candidates, boos erupted from First High students and spectators who recognized him. Before Jiang Lingchuan had taken Su Xiaowei and her classmates from the hot spring resort, he had strictly prohibited revealing Su Ming's true strength. As a result, aside from Su Xiaowei's classmates and a few members of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo, no one knew how powerful Su Ming truly was. My god, why is this killing god here? He's actually a candidate for this year's Linjiang Martial Arts exam and from 7th High? In the 2nd High contingent, Lin Tian felt a chill creep over him upon seeing Su Ming enter the venue. He quickly turned away, not daring to look again. Elsewhere, with all candidates now inside, the accompanying teachers and principals were seated on the podium to observe the proceedings. On the podium, besides the principals of various schools, sat the 3rd-year guidance officers and martial arts dojo masters. Director Liu, your 7th High is getting worse and worse, resorting to picking up cast-offs. In the seating for Linjiang First High, Wei Jiaxing crossed his arms, his face full of disdain as he mocked Luwen. First High's principal, Wang Xinghua, also glanced at Luwen. Though he remained silent, the sneer on his lips and the contempt in his eyes were unmistakable. Some people simply can't recognize the truth and let pearls gather dust. Just wait, this year's top scorer in Linjiang's martial arts exam will undoubtedly come from 7th High. Unfazed by Wei Jiaxing's mockery, Luwen, who knew Su Ming's true strength, merely snorted coldly. He stared at Wei Jiaxing and Wang Xinghua with a gaze as though watching clowns. Lu Wen's attitude left both Wang Xinghua and Wei Jiaxing momentarily speechless. Wang Xinghua quickly composed himself and smiled at Lu Wen. Director Lu, do you even know Lin Manman's current strength? Once you do, you'll stop saying such ridiculous things. Just wait and see, Lu Wen replied nonchalantly. He then turned his attention to the venue below. Seated in the martial arts dojo masters section, Zhang Lingchuan calmly watched the exchange between Lu Wen, Wang Xinghua, and Wei Jiaxing without saying a word. Sitting on either side of Zhang Lingchuan were the dojo masters of Guanqing Dojo and Thunderbolt Dojo. Zhang Lingchuan actually came with 7th High's candidates. Could the newly promoted core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo be among them? Could it be that Su Ming, who transferred from 1st High to 7th High? If that's true, then this year's Linjiang Martial Arts exam champion might not even be up for 1st High's contention. At that moment, the dojo master of Guanqing Dojo followed Zhang Lingchuan's gaze to Su Ming, the leader of 7th High's candidates, his eyes flashing with sharp intent. Previously, Guanqing Dojo's vice master Lin Daoyuan, after being reminded by Zhang Lingchuan, had discreetly informed his master about the emergence of a core member from the extreme martial arts dojo in Linjiang City. At first, they thought this mysterious core member of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall must have come from another big city, just passing through Linjiang City temporarily. But now, it seemed otherwise. Su Ming, a candidate from Linjiang 7th High School, was very likely the newly recruited core member of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall. If that were true, this year's top martial arts exam scorer in Linjiang City would have nothing to do with Linjiang First High School. Silence. After more than 200 candidates entered the examination venue, the head of Guanshang Martial Arts Hall, dressed differently from the other martial arts hall masters, followed Jiang Lingchuan's gaze and looked sharply at Su Ming, the team leader among Linjiang's 7th High School candidates. Years ago, after being reminded by Jiang Lingchuan, Lin Daoyuan, the deputy head of Guanshang Martial Arts Hall, had already informed their head about the presence of a core member of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall in Linjiang City. At first, they thought this mysterious core member must have come from some other major city and was only staying in Linjiang City temporarily. But now, it seemed this was not the case. Su Ming, a candidate from Linjiang 7th High School, was very likely the newly recruited core member of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall. If that were true, the title of the top martial arts exam scorer in Linjiang City this year would no longer belong to Linjiang First High School. Silence. As the 200 candidates from Linjiang City entered the examination venue, the mayor of Linjiang City, dressed in a suit, cleared his throat and loudly announced. Although he had no amplification equipment, his deep and powerful voice instantly quieted the entire venue. The spectators surrounding the square also fell silent, their eyes fixed on the mayor. Seeing the venue quiet down, the mayor's gaze swept over Su Ming and the other candidates, and he continued, "Dear candidates, I will now host the 2521st Martial Arts Exam of Linjiang City. Before the martial arts exam begins, we will first test your Qi and blood levels. Only a Qi and blood level above 10 will allow you to proceed to the next stage. For awakened individuals, even if your Qi and blood level doesn't meet the requirement, you can still proceed as long as your mental power exceeds 10 points. In the second stage, you will have 1 minute to attack this metal puppet beside me with all your strength. There is only one rule. You are only allowed to use the standard weapons provided by the examination venue to fight the metal puppet. Any personal weapons are strictly prohibited, and any violation will result in immediate disqualification. These specially made metal puppets will evaluate your strength based on the intensity of your attacks. After 1 minute, the score will be your final result in the martial arts exam. Now, I declare the martial arts exam officially begins. The candidates I call by name, please proceed to the designated Qi and blood testing device and mental power detector for the first round of testing. As soon as the mayor finished speaking, he directly announced the start of the martial arts exam, not giving the candidates any time to react. Following his command, several high-precision Qi and blood and mental power detectors lit up simultaneously at the central stage of the square. Standing nearby were several provincial martial arts exam officials, radiating calm and steady auras, responsible for recording and verifying the results. The mayor's voice rang out again. Linjiang First High School, Fang Mo, to Qi and blood testing device number 1. Linjiang First High School, Sheng Huayan, to Qi and blood testing device number 2. Linjiang First High School, Lu Qian, to mental power detector number 1. Upon hearing their names, the candidates stepped forward to begin testing their Qi and blood levels and mental power. Fang Mo, Qi and blood, 45, qualified. Sheng Huayan, Qi and blood, 41, qualified. Lu Qian, mental power, 28, qualified. The officials quickly announced the results. The Qi and blood levels of Linjiang First High School candidates are really high, mostly at the mid-level of Stage 1 warriors. As expected of Linjiang City's top high school, I heard Lin Manman has an even higher Qi and blood level. She might have already reached Stage 2. She even awakened a grade C ability. This year's top scorer has to be her. The crowd began buzzing with discussions, their eyes all focusing on a graceful, striking young woman in a red dress among the Linjiang First High School candidates. Linjiang First High School, Lin Manman, to Qi and blood testing device number 2. When the mayor called Lin Manman's name, everyone turned their attention to her. Lin Manman smiled faintly and walked forward calmly. She placed her palm on the cold testing panel and activated her Qi and blood. Buzz. The numbers on the Qi and blood tester rapidly jumped before settling on a striking red figure. Qi and blood, 108. Lin Manman, Qi and blood, 108, qualified. The official looked at the number on the device with admiration and loudly announced the result. Wow! The crowd erupted in excitement. 108 points of Qi and blood. Lin Manman has definitely broken through to Stage 2. Amazing! Ming. She's the first candidate in 3 years in Linjiang City to surpass 100 points of Qi in blood. This base Qi in blood level is probably the highest among all candidates in this year's martial arts exam. Wait, the mayor is calling Lin Manman's name again to have her tested on the mental power detector. Lin Manman's mental power test result is out. It's an astonishing 62 points. She's not just a stage 2 warrior, she's also a stage 1 awakened individual. This year's top scorer in Linjiang City's martial arts exam is definitely going to Linjiang First High School. Linjiang First High School is going to secure the top resources again next year. So enviable. Ha ha ha. Well done. On the podium, Wang Xinghua, seeing Lin Manman's Qi and blood and mental power test results, couldn't help but shout in excitement, his face beaming like a blooming flower. He proudly stroked his non-existent beard and glanced in the direction of Lu Wen. Director Lu Wen, do you still think my first high school can't secure the top scorer in Linjiang City's martial arts exam this year? Lu Wen, hearing this, pursed his lips. The martial arts exam has only just begun. Don't celebrate too early. Bah, stubborn as ever. Beside him, Wei Jiaxing sneered, thinking Lu Wen was just holding out in denial. Wang Xinghua dismissed Lu Wen's words, confident that he was just bluffing. Smiling, he said, then let's wait and see. I'd love to see if 7th High School can pull off a miracle this time. Ha! At the central stage of the square, as the mayor continued to call out the names of the martial arts exam candidates, more and more students completed their Qi and blood and mental power tests. All their results met the standards for the second stage of the exam, but none surpassed Lin Manman. Even the most talented among them barely reached 100 points of Qi and blood. And this person happened to be someone Su Ming knew, Lin Tian, the grandson of Guanshang Martial Arts Hall's deputy head, Lin Daoyuan. As the line moved forward, it was finally Linjiang 7th High School's turn. Linjiang 7th High School, Su Ming, to Qi and blood testing device number 1. As the mayor's voice fell, the gazes of Jiang Lingchuan, the master of Guanshang Martial Arts Hall, Wei Jiaxing, Wang Xinghua, Lin Tian, and others all converged on Su Ming. The previously bustling venue suddenly grew much quieter. Many of those who were aware of Su Ming's recent predicament looked at him, but their expressions carried more of a sense of amusement than expectation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Ming calmly stepped out from the line and approached the number 1 vital energy testing device in front of the arena, placing his hand on the testing port. Let's see if this brat has made any progress during this time. Wei Jiaxing, seated on the podium, crossed his arms over his chest and looked on leisurely, a distinct mockery hanging at the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, Director Lu Wen clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with eager anticipation as he fixed his gaze on the vital energy testing device in front of Su Ming. Although Lu Wen knew Su Ming's strength wasn't weak, capable of killing a third-tier ferocious beast, he still wanted to see just how strong Su Ming's vital energy truly was. As Su Ming placed his hand on the testing device, he began to channel his vital energy. Buzz. The device hummed softly, and the numbers on the screen started to jump. 150, 100, 150, 200. The numbers climbed faster than anyone before him, instantly surpassing 100 and showing no signs of stopping. What? Wei Jiaxing's mocking expression froze as he saw the rapidly climbing numbers on the device. Beside him, Wang Xinghua suddenly straightened up, his eyes wide as he stared at the vital energy testing device. 1100, 1200, 1300. 1400, 1500. The numbers continued to soar, breaking through the limits of a second-tier martial artist and effortlessly crossing into the threshold of a third-tier martial artist. Finally, the numbers stabilized at a value that made everyone's hearts nearly stop. 4130. Vital energy, 4130. Su Ming, vital energy, 4130. P passed. Even the examiner beside the device widened his eyes in shock, his voice trembling as he announced Su Ming's vital energy results. Hiss! Someone in the crowd gasped, and it was as if that gasp ignited a powder keg. The audience erupted instantly. 4130? Oh my god, am I seeing things? Is the device broken? 4130 vital energy. That's the standard for a mid-third tier martial artist. A student has such high vital energy? With these vital energy levels, forget being the top scorer in Linjiang City, he could compete for the top spot in the province or even the entire nation. Wasn't he the so-called expelled loser from First High? Didn't they say he hadn't awakened any abilities? How is this possible? This is insane. The world has gone mad. Exclamations of shock, doubt, and disbelief nearly overturned the examination venue. Too many people couldn't believe this was a result from a candidate in Linjiang City. Most assumed the vital energy testing device in front of Su Ming was malfunctioning. Hearing the crowd's doubts, several examiners quickly stepped forward to inspect the device. But the device was functioning normally. They even tested their own vital energy on it and found no issues. After inspection, the number 1 vital energy testing device has no faults. Su Ming's vital energy test is valid. The examiners unanimously declared Su Ming's vital energy results valid. Asterisk wow. Asterisk. The audience erupted into a clamor once again after the announcement. Crash. On the podium, Wang Jingwa suddenly stood up, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His face first turned pale, then rapidly flushed red. His mind buzzed, with only one thought echoing incessantly: Su Ming actually has over 4,000 vital energy. He's a genius among geniuses, and I expelled such a genius? At that moment, Wang Jingwa felt his face burning, as though it had been slapped countless times. Impossible. He's a useless waste who hasn't awakened any abilities. How can his vital energy be so high? Beside him, Wei Jiaxing slumped in his seat, shaking his head repeatedly in disbelief. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Just then, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Wei Jiaxing felt his body go out of control. He was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground in front of the podium. Who dares? Covering his rapidly swelling right cheek, Wei Jiaxing tried to stand up and question the perpetrator. But as soon as he looked up, his words froze in his throat. He stared, wide-eyed, at Wang Jingwa, whose face was stormy. Seeing Wang Jingwa's trembling right hand, Wei Jiaxing immediately understood it was Wang Jingwa who had just slapped him. Principal. Wei Jiaxing stammered, his voice trembling as he looked at Wang Jingwa's expression, which seemed like he wanted to devour him whole. Shut up. From this moment on, you are no longer the Dean of Education at First High. Pack your things and get out today. Wang Jingwa glared at Wei Jiaxing, wishing he could crush him on the spot. How dare he expel a genius like Su Ming from the school? If Wei Jiaxing weren't his brother-in-law, Wang Jingwa would have fired him long ago. But even so, he couldn't bear to see this idiot any longer and immediately dismissed him. In truth, if not for Wang Jingwa's tacit approval at the time, Wei Jiaxing wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. Hearing that he was being fired, Wei Jiaxing's body shook, and he tried to argue. Get out. If I see you again, forget a slap, I might make sure you never come back. Before Wei Jiaxing could finish speaking, Wang Jingwa roared, unleashing the aura of a peak third-tier martial artist, pressing down on Wei Jiaxing. Feeling as though a mountain were crashing down on him, Wei Jiaxing's face changed dramatically. Not daring to say another word, he hurriedly, as soon as the mayor's voice fell, the gaze of Jiang Lingchuan, the head of Guanshang Martial Arts Academy, along with Wei Jiaxing, Wang Jingwa, Lin Tian, and others, all focused on Su Ming. The previously bustling venue suddenly quieted down significantly. Many who were aware of Su Ming's circumstances looked at him, but their eyes carried more of a mocking amusement than any sense of anticipation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Ming calmly stepped out of the line, walked to the first vitality detection device in front of the arena, and placed his hand on the detection port. I'd like to see if this brat has made any progress during this time. On the podium, Wei Jiaxing crossed his arms, watching leisurely, with an obvious sneer tugging at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Director Lu Wen clenched his fists tightly, his face full of expectation as he watched the vitality detection device in front of Su Ming. Although he knew Su Ming wasn't weak and could already kill third-stage fierce beasts, he was still eager to see just how strong Su Ming's vitality truly was. Su Ming placed his hand on the vitality tester and started channeling his vitality. Buzz. The device emitted a faint hum, and the numbers on the screen began to jump. 150, 100, 150, 200. The numbers were climbing faster than anyone else before, instantly surpassing 100, with no sign of stopping. What? Seeing the rapidly escalating numbers on the machine, Wei Jiaxing's mocking expression froze abruptly. Beside him, Wang Jingwa also sat up straight, his eyes wide as he stared at the vitality detection device. 1100, 1200, 1300. 1400, 1500. The numbers continued to surge, exceeding the limits of a second-stage martial artist and effortlessly crossing the threshold of a third-stage martial artist. Finally, the numbers stabilized at a value so shocking it nearly caused everyone's hearts to stop. 4130. Vitality, 4130. Su Ming, vitality, 4130, passed. The examiner standing nearby widened his eyes in disbelief, his voice trembling as he announced Su Ming's vitality score. Hiss! Someone in the crowd sharply inhaled, and like a lit fuse, the audience erupted into chaos. 4130? My God, am I seeing things? Is this device broken? 4130 vitality. That's the standard for a mid-third stage martial artist. How can a student have such high vitality? With this vitality, forget the top scorer of Linjiang City, he could aim for the top scorer of the province, or even the national level. Wasn't he the useless dropout from First High? Didn't they say he hadn't awakened any abilities? How is this possible? This is insane. The world has gone insane. The shouts of astonishment, doubt, and disbelief almost overturned the the entire examination venue. Many couldn't believe that this was the result of a candidate from Linjiang City, and even more assumed the vitality detection device in front of Su Ming must be faulty. Hearing the crowd's skepticism, several examiners quickly stepped forward to inspect the device. But the device was functioning normally, and they even tested their own vitality to ensure there was no issue. After inspection, the first vitality detection device is in perfect working order. Su Ming's vitality test is valid. The examiners unanimously declared Su Ming's vitality test result as valid. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. As the announcement was made, an uproar erupted in the audience. Crash. On the podium, Wang Xinghua abruptly stood up, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His face turned from deathly pale to a deep red in an instant. His mind buzzed loudly, with only one thought echoing repeatedly. Su Ming actually has over 4,000 vitality. This is a genius among geniuses, and I actually expelled such a genius? At this moment, Wang Xinghua felt his face burn with shame, as if he had been slapped countless times. Impossible. He's a useless waste who hasn't even awakened any abilities. How could his vitality be this high? Beside him, Wei Jiaxing slumped into his seat, shaking his head in disbelief. Asterisk slap. Asterisk. At that moment, a resounding slap echoed. Wei Jiaxing felt his body lose control, flying through the air before crashing heavily in front of the podium. Who the hell dares? Just as Wei Jiaxing stood up, clutching his quickly swelling right cheek and about to demand answers, his words stopped abruptly. He stared wide-eyed at Wang Xinghua, whose face was ashen. Seeing Wang Xinghua's trembling right hand, Wei Jiaxing instantly realized that it was him who had just slapped him. PR. Principal. Facing Wang Xinghua's gaze, which seemed ready to devour him, Wei Jiaxing stammered, his voice trembling. Shut up. From now on, you are no longer the Dean of First High. Pack your things and leave today. Wang Xinghua glared at Wei Jiaxing, his heart filled with the desire to kill him on the spot. How dare he expel such a genius as Su Ming from the school? If it weren't for the fact that Wei Jiaxing was his brother-in-law, he would have fired him long ago. But even so, he did not want to see this idiot anymore and decisively dismissed Wei Jiaxing. In truth, without Wang Xinghua's tacit approval back then, Wei Jiaxing would never have dared to act so arrogantly. Hearing that Wang Xinghua was going to fire him, Wei Jiaxing's body trembled, wanting to argue. Get lost. If I see you again, I won't just slap you, you won't even be able to return. Before he could finish, Wang Xinghua roared, his aura as a peak third-stage martial artist erupting, pressing down on Wei Jiaxing. Feeling the pressure like a mountain crashing down on him, Wei Jiaxing's face turned pale, and he dared not say another word, fleeing hurriedly. Haha, Principal Wang, I must thank you and First High for sending such a genius to Linjiang 7th High. After the martial arts examination, I will definitely book a VIP room at the Vienna Hotel with a great feast. I'll invite Principal Li of 7th High to join us for a toast. Principal Wang, you must come. Watching Wei Jiaxing flee in disgrace, Luwen suddenly stood up, laughing heartily as he spoke, his face full of genuine gratitude as he cupped his hands toward Wang Xinghua. Luwen's smile was genuinely joyous. But upon hearing this, Wang Xinghua's face instantly darkened as if he had swallowed a fly. How interesting. Seeing Wang Xinghua's reaction and Lu Wen's words, the other principals, teachers, and heads of martial arts academies in Linjiang City all looked at Wang Xinghua with meaningful smiles. Feeling their gazes, Wang Xinghua wished he could find a hole to crawl into. With a cold snort, he said, "No need. I suddenly feel unwell, so I'll take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left without any hesitation. Ha 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 ha. As Wang Xinghua left in disgrace, the podium erupted in laughter. How is he this strong? Over 4,000 blood energy, regardless of mediocre martial arts practice, could still unleash over 40,000 combat power. A month ago, his blood energy was less than 400. How could it have increased more than tenfold in such a short time? At this moment, Lin Manman, a college entrance exam candidate from Linjiang First High School, stared at the number on blood energy detector number 1 with a face full of shock and panic in her heart. A month ago, Su Ming was still her classmate, and she was well aware of his abilities. Moreover, during the awakening ceremony a month ago, Su Ming didn't awaken any abilities at all. Otherwise, the school wouldn't have expelled him over subsidy issues. She had thought she was the strongest in Linjiang City, only to find that Su Ming's blood energy far exceeded hers. I knew he was strong, but not this strong. This guy is simply a monster. Good thing I narrowly escaped from him back then. I have to thank the old man's sharp judgment. I'd better curb my temper from now on. Lin Tian, a candidate from second high school, muttered as he looked at Su Ming, unable to suppress a shiver. At this moment, he was grateful for the slap Lin Daoyuan had given him before. If not for that, with Su Ming's current talent and strength, he wouldn't even be standing here now. 4,130 blood energy. Genius. A true genius. Who would have thought Lin Jian would produce such a freak? Even without martial arts enhancements, Su Ming's raw combat power could contend for the martial arts championship of the entire Jiangnan province. On the stage, Linjiang's mayor, a fourth-tier peak martial artist, trembled with excitement as he looked at Su Ming's blood energy score. Everyone was stunned by Su Ming's high blood energy, except for Su Ming himself, who appeared unusually calm. He politely nodded to the examiner in front of him before returning to the Linjiang 7th high school team. As for the mental strength test, he didn't even bother to participate. With his current blood energy and the mastery of the martial art cloud-breaking spear, his combat power was more than enough to easily claim first place in the Jiangnan province martial examination, if not dominate the national rankings. There was absolutely no need to rely on mental strength to prove himself. Moreover, compared to his blood energy exceeding 4,000, his mental strength of just over 400 seemed laughably low and insignificant. Su Ming is so powerful. Why did he come to Linjiang 7th High School? As Su Ming rejoined the 7th High's team, over a dozen candidates looked at him with admiration, though they were also somewhat puzzled. Those who had previously resented Lu Wen for bringing all 7th High candidates to receive Su Ming had long since discarded their grievances. Facing the complex gazes of the crowd, Su Ming remained calm, returning to his seat without a word. Ahem, let the testing continue. The commotion caused by Su Ming momentarily disrupted the martial exam in Linjiang City, but the mayor's voice finally brought everyone back to order, announcing that the subsequent candidates should proceed with their blood energy and mental strength tests. Soon, all candidates completed their tests, and every one of them met the criteria to advance to the second phase of the examination. After the tests concluded, the mayor of Linjiang City announced the commencement of the combat power assessments. Linjiang First Highs. Candidates took the stage one by one to battle against metal puppets, with their martial exam scores being evaluated after a minute of combat. However, given Su Ming's earlier astonishing blood energy results, the practical assessments of all the preceding candidates garnered little interest. Even Lin Man, who had been the center of attention, only managed to stir mild reactions with her combat power score of over 7,000 during her battle with the metal puppet. All attention and anticipation were now fixated on Su Ming. Next, Linjiang 7th High, Su Ming. The mayor of Linjiang City finally called out Su Ming's name. Hearing those two words, everyone's spirits rose. Even the examiners by the arena couldn't help but turn their gazes toward him, eager to see what kind of combat power he would unleash. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Ming stood up, calm and composed, and walked onto the stage. From the weapon rack nearby, he picked up a long spear. He twirled the spear once and said to the examiner adjusting the metal puppet, "I'm ready." The examiner nodded and, based on Su Ming's blood energy test results, set the metal puppet to the strength level of a third-tier martial artist. Activating the puppet, the examiner quickly stepped back off the stage. Buzz! The next second, the metal puppet charged toward Su Ming, its iron fist smashing down violently. Facing the incoming puppet, Su Ming didn't dodge. Tightening his grip on the spear with his right hand, he instantly activated his blood energy. Cloud-breaking spear. The moment the metal puppet approached, Su Ming thrust his spear forward with explosive force. Not only that, but he also activated his Heart of Fury, instantly boosting his blood energy strength to 8 times its normal level. Boom! A silver-white spear light tore through the air as the spear tip collided fiercely with the iron fist. A deafening explosion reverberated across Linjiang City's central plaza. The blast was so loud that even the soldiers stationed on the plaza's perimeter turned their heads involuntarily. At this moment, the test venue fell into absolute silence. Whether it was the spectators in the stands, the principals and martial arts hallmasters on the main platform, or even the mayor of Linjiang City, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. One by one, they stood up, eyes wide, staring at the scene on the stage. On the stage, the long spear in Su Ming's hand had already shattered into several pieces. Meanwhile, the metal puppet opposite him had been blasted. Dozens of meters away, its right arm, which had just collided with the spear, was completely gone, leaving behind only sparking, broken circuits. Su Ming actually destroyed the metal puppet with a single strike. If I remember correctly, the mayor of Linjiang City just said this metal puppet could withstand the full force attack of a third-tier peak martial artist. How powerful was Su Ming's strike just now? Could it be that Su Ming's combat power has already surpassed 300,000 and reached the level of a fourth-tier martial artist? 4,130 blood energy, unleashing over 300,000 combat power, at least an 8-fold enhancement. My god, this is simply monstrous. After a brief moment of silence, the entire test venue erupted into a thunderous uproar. Whoosh! Snapping out of his shock, the mayor of Linjiang City dashed onto the stage in a flash, practically lunging toward the metal puppet whose arm had been destroyed by Su Ming. He stared at the severed right arm, sparks still flickering, then glanced at the combat power value of 300,000 displayed on the puppet's head. His entire body trembled violently. This level of attack power is terrifying. It's definitely at the level of a 4th-tier martial artist. Su Ming's combat power enhancement is at least 7-fold. The martial art he just used was the C-grade martial art cloud-breaking spear, but even when mastered to its peak, the cloud-breaking spear typically only boosts combat power 5-fold. The fact that Su Ming could achieve such a high level of combat power means he's hiding his superhuman ability. At that moment, he must have activated his ability to enhance his physical attributes, which, combined with the cloud-breaking spear, allowed him to unleash over 300,000 combat power with a blood energy of just over 4,000. The mayor of Linjiang City, being a peak 4th-stage martial artist, had an exceptionally sharp eye. Reflecting on Su Ming's attack on the metal puppet earlier, he immediately analyzed the intricacies of the situation. The thought of Su Ming not only possessing extraordinary vitality but also having superhuman abilities made the mayor's breathing grow rapid with excitement. A top scorer. Su Ming is undoubtedly the top scorer of this year's Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Examination. Linjiang City has finally produced a provincial champion, and not just any champion, but one among the very best. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner excitement. Standing up, he announced in a deep and resonant voice that echoed across the entire square. Su Ming, a candidate from Linjiang No. 7 High School, has achieved a final combat power score of 300,000 cards, full marks. Boom! As the mayor personally announced Su Ming's final score, the atmosphere on-site exploded instantly. 300,000. Su Ming is undoubtedly the top scorer of this year's Linjiang Martial Arts exam. Don't underestimate it. Being Linjiang's top scorer is one thing. Su Ming is absolutely going to be the top scorer for the entire Jiangnan Province Martial Arts exam. Exactly. The highest combat power score for a provincial top scorer in Jiangnan's history was only 120,000. Su Ming has directly hit 300,000 this time. The provincial title is unquestionably his. I really want to see the face of the principal who expelled Su Ming from No. 1 high school when he hears this news. Me too. Unfortunately, the principal left the exam venue long ago, but I'd bet anything that the look on his face when he learns Su Ming's strength surpassed his expectations will be the most priceless thing ever. Linjiang No. 7 High School wins hands down. One of their students took the top spot. This is a complete embarrassment for us at No. 1 High School. In the audience, everyone was buzzing with excitement. This is amazing, truly incredible. On the podium, Lu Wen's face was flushed red with excitement. He waved his fists in the air and almost jumped up in joy. Not far away, Zhang Lingchuan's expression was also full of excitement, his eyes gleaming with astonishment and awe. Though he had anticipated that Su Ming's strength was enough to defeat late third-stage ferocious beasts, he originally thought Su Ming's combat power would be around 200,000 at most. He hadn't expected that Su Ming would destroy the test's metal puppet with a single strike, scoring a perfect 300,000 cards. This far exceeded his expectations, leaving him genuinely shocked. Mr. Mayor, I won't have to compensate for that metal puppet, will I? On the platform, Su Ming looked at the mayor and then at the damaged metal puppet, a trace of apology on his face. Don't worry. The national authorities hope for geniuses capable of breaking the metal puppets to emerge. How could they possibly ask a genius for compensation? This minor damage is nothing. Compared to you, even 10,000 metal puppets are not as valuable as a single one of your fingers. You may step down, I'll handle the rest. The mayor of Linjiang City laughed heartily. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded, slightly bowed to the mayor, and stepped down from the platform. After Su Ming left, the mayor and several examiners quickly inspected the metal puppet. Upon adjustments, the puppet with the broken arm surprisingly stood up again. Although it had sustained severe damage from Su Ming's strike, its combat system was still functional and capable of continuing the tests. Furthermore, the remaining candidates were all from Linjiang No. 7 High School, with the strongest among them being only first-stage martial artists. The metal puppet could easily handle them. Soon, the tests for all Linjiang candidates were completed. The mayor and the examiners uploaded the scores and video recordings to the Jiangnan Province Department of Education, officially announcing the end of Linjiang City's martial arts exam. All that remained was to wait for the provincial rankings to be published the next day. Su Ming, you're full of surprises every time you show up. Be honest with me, just how strong are you now? After leaving the exam venue, Jiang Lingchuan immediately caught up with Su Ming, still visibly shaken, and asked, "Ahem, not too strong. I can barely last a couple of moves against a mid-fourth stage martial artist," Su Ming replied, concealing the full extent of his capabilities. In truth, with his current vitality, combined with the temporary eightfold physical enhancement from his A-rank ability Heart of Fury and his mastery of the flawless Breaking Cloud Spear, Su Ming's explosive combat power could reach as high as 1.65 million cards. This placed him well above most late fourth stage martial artists. Wow, so, you're saying you can even exchange blows with me now? Jiang Lingchuan gasped. Su Ming nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Damn, that's insane. Jiang Lingchuan couldn't help but curse in front of Su Ming for the first time. He never imagined that in just over 20 days, Su Ming had grown to this extent, becoming a rival on par with himself. It was worth noting that Jiang Lingchuan had spent decades of training, practically dedicating his entire life, to reach mid-fourth stage. Compared to Su Ming, all his years of effort felt like a joke. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's exclamation, Su Ming shrugged and flashed an innocent smile. Then, the two got into a car and headed to the Extreme Martial Hall. As for Linjiang No. 7 High School, Su Ming had only registered there to take the martial arts exam. Now, having secured the top spot in Linjiang City with an invincible performance, the city's resources would inevitably favor Linjiang No. 7 High School in the following year. This was his way of repaying the school. Having fulfilled this obligation, there was no longer any reason for him to remain associated with Linjiang No. 7 High School. Lu Wen understood this and wisely did not follow them. After returning to the Extreme Martial Hall, Su Ming went straight into the training room. He could now increase his vitality by 90 points per day and wasn't about to waste any time. This kid is extraordinarily gifted, and he's so diligent in his training. He's destined to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. Our Extreme Martial Hall has truly struck gold. Jiang Lingchuan marveled. If I had put in even two-thirds of his effort back in the day, I might already be a late fourth stage martial artist by now, he said with a sigh, both admiring and lamenting as he returned to his office. Ha ha ha. As expected, Su Ming is the provincial top scorer. Linjiang City can finally hold its head high this time. Ha ha ha. This kid, I knew he wasn't ordinary from the start. The quality of candidates in this year's Jiangnan Province martial arts exam is higher than ever. Indeed. In the past, scoring 120,000 cards was enough to compete for the top spot. This year, none of the top 10 scores in the province fell below 150,000. It's not just Jiangnan Province, candidates from other provinces have also improved significantly. Could this be the dawn of a golden era for our Hansha martial artists? The next day, when the national exam results were released, Jiang Lingchuan, the Linjiang city mayor, and others immediately checked the rankings. Seeing Su Ming's placement, they couldn't contain their joy. The mayor of Linjiang City even laughed heartily in his office, his laughter echoing through the municipal building. On the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Examination leaderboard, the name at the top was none other than Su Ming. The rankings for the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Examination were released. First place, Su Ming, Linjiang City, score, 300,000. Second place, Lin Feng, Jinling City, score, 187,200. Third place, Chu Yanran, Jinling City, score, 183,000. Fourth place, Wu Hao, Jinling City, score, 179,800. From the second to the 10th places, all candidates were from the provincial capital, Jinling City. However, the first place was taken by Su Ming from Linjiang City. Not only that, but the gap between Su Ming's score and that of the second-place candidate, Lin Feng, was strikingly large. This immediately drew the attention of every martial arts university admissions office nationwide. At the Martial Arts Admissions Office of Capital University, Admissions Director Zhao Wuji and dozens of admissions officers were seated together, staring at screens displaying the rankings of the martial arts examinations from various provinces. They were quickly assessing the top 3 candidates to prepare enticing offers and secure these prodigies for Capital University. The admissions plan for Yundian Province is finalized. Next up is Jiangnan Province, Zhao Wuji said as he switched to the Jiangnan Province rankings. 300,000 points, a perfect score. It's been 10 years since a perfect score genius emerged nationwide. And now Jiangnan Province has one? And this genius isn't from Jinling City but from Linjiang City? Where's that? Never heard of it before. Found it. Linjiang City, one of the most remote small cities in the northwest of Jiangnan Province, Who would have thought such a remote place could produce such a remarkable genius? To achieve this level of cultivation in such a place is no small feat. Quick, pull up Su Ming's martial arts examination footage. I need to see how he scored a perfect score. The staff promptly retrieved the surveillance footage of Su Ming's exam. The admissions office fell silent. In the footage, Su Ming thrust his spear forward, and the specially made metal puppet, designed to withstand the full-force attack of a peak third-rank martial artist, had its right arm torn apart as if it were paper. Debris and sparks flew everywhere as the puppet was hurled dozens of meters away. The specialized spear in Su Ming's hands shattered into several pieces from the sheer force of the strike, falling to the arena floor. Watching this scene, the expressions on the faces of every admissions officer at Capital University froze. A storm of shock was brewing in their hearts. Capital University was one of the nation's top institutions. To qualify as a teacher there, one needed to be at least a fifth-rank martial artist. And these teachers were not just any fifth-rank martial artists, they were young prodigies, some of the most exceptional talents in the entire country. Their discerning eyes immediately grasped the implications of Su Ming's strike that shattered the puppet's right arm. Bang! After a brief silence, Zhao Wuji abruptly stood, his eyes gleaming with intensity. This damage is far beyond the 300,000 calorie force limit. Though the puppet's maximum endurance is 300,000 calories, the alloy it's made of can withstand attacks up to 500,000 calories without breaking. Su Ming's single strike reduced the puppet's right arm to fragments. This level of combat power is at least 1 million calories. 300,000 points is just the highest score limit for the exam, not the peak of Su Ming's strength. Taking a deep breath to suppress the shock on his face, Zhao Wuji turned to the three admissions officers seated in the front row, each exuding the aura of a peak fifth-rank martial artist. Among the three of you, who is willing to personally make a trip to? Zhao Wuji paused mid-sentence, reconsidered, and shook his head. Forget it, I'll go myself. Li Hui, I'll leave the continuation of the admissions analysis to you. I'm heading to Jiangnan province right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wuji left the admissions office meeting room, stepped outside, and soared into the sky, heading toward Linjiang City. His figure quickly shrank into a black dot and disappeared over the horizon. Walking on air, an ability only achievable by 6th-rank Grandmaster-level experts. This scene wasn't unique to Capital University. At the admissions office of Mohai University, the atmosphere was equally grave and silent. Su Ming's combat power is at least 1 million calories. That single strike of his has already reached the level of a mid-4th-rank martial artist. A genius, a monstrous genius. We must recruit this talent into Mohai University. Lao Guang, you continue leading the meeting. I'm heading to Jiangnan province immediately. Mohai University's admissions director Lu Ximing made the same decision as Zhao Wuji. He rushed out of the office, soared into the sky, and flew toward Jiangnan province. Who would have thought Jiangnan province would produce such a monstrous genius? 18 years old, with mid-4th-rank combat power. Even the Thunder Emperor back then was at about the same level. There's no doubt about it, Su Ming will certainly become a king-level powerhouse, and he might even break through to become an invincible powerhouse. His future is boundless. Being geographically close gives us an advantage. I'm heading out now to secure Su Ming for Jiangnan University. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan University, admissions director Su Shangming, after watching the footage of Su Ming shattering the metal puppet, didn't hesitate for a moment. His figure flashed as he dashed out of the admissions office. Not just Capital University, Mohai University, and Jiangnan University, but the admissions directors of all the top 10 martial arts universities in the nation personally traveled to Linjiang City, all with the same goal, to recruit the unparalleled genius, Su Ming, into their respective institutions. Inside a private training room at the Extreme Martial Hall, Su Ming was repeatedly practicing the 100 refined golden body technique. His entire body exuded a torrent of energy, his aura deep and far-reaching. Outside the training room, Jiang Lingchuan stood by the tightly shut door, the smile on his lips growing wider. This kid is relentless. He started training before dawn. With such dedication, how could he not become a powerhouse? Jiang Lingchuan had intended to share the good news of Su Ming achieving the top score in the provincial martial arts exam, but seeing him immersed in his training, he decided not to disturb him. With a sigh, Jiang Lingchuan left the training room and headed toward the Extreme Martial Hall's main lobby. As he reached the entrance, he saw Su Shangming descending from the sky, landing right in front of him. Walking on air, a Grandmaster-level expert. Jiang Lingchuan's entire body tensed. His expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, Jiang Lingchuan, branch master of the Extreme Martial Hall in Linjiang City, greets the senior. Su Shangming quickly waved his hand, his voice urgent. Branch Master Jiang, I am Su Shangming, the admissions director of Jiangnan University. I just inquired at number 7 high school and learned that Su Ming is here at your martial hall. Could you take me to meet him? The admissions director of Jiangnan University. you're here already?" Jiang Lingchuan exclaimed in surprise but quickly composed himself. "Director Su Ming is indeed here, but he's still in training. Shall I call him out for you?" "Su Ming is still training? Truly a diligent martial arts prodigy." Upon hearing Jiang Lingchuan's words, Su Shangming's eyes lit up, and his impression of Su Ming improved even further. Most candidates would relax after finishing the martial arts examination, but Su Ming had immersed himself in training the very next day. In fact, Su Ming had trained continuously for 15 hours at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall on the very day of the exam. Admiring Su Ming inwardly, Su Shangming smiled slightly and said, "No need to call him. Since he's still training, I'll wait until he's finished to meet him. Take me to his training room, I'll wait outside." Even though he was eager to recruit Su Ming, Su Shangming was more concerned about disturbing his training and leaving a bad impression. He also knew that other university recruiters might arrive during the wait, but he decided to remain patient. "If that's the case, please follow me," Jiang Lingchuan said hurriedly as he led Su Shangming to the training room on the second floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Before long, as Jiang Lingchuan guided Su Shangming to the door of Su Ming's training room, someone else entered the hall, a man who turned out to be Lu Jiming, the admissions director of Mo High University. "Director Lu, I didn't expect you to come in person." Lu Jiming had just walked through the door when another figure descended from the sky. It was Zhao Wuji, the admissions director of Jingcheng University. Upon seeing Lu Jiming, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but call out loudly, "Director Zhao, you actually came in person." Lu Jiming turned around upon hearing the voice. When he saw Zhao Wuji, he smiled faintly and greeted him. Both men, being admissions directors of the top martial arts universities in Hanxia, were very familiar with one another. "You two are really quick to arrive." At this moment, Su Shangming, who had been drawn to their conversation, turned his head from the second floor and called down to the hall with a smile. Despite the smile on his face, his heart sank. Jingcheng University and Mo High University both ranked higher than Jiangnan University, making them top-tier institutions. Although Jiangnan University had strong teaching and faculty, the other two schools had even greater prestige. Now that these two elite universities' admissions directors had come in person, recruiting Su Ming to Jiangnan University had become significantly more challenging. "Director Su, I knew you'd arrive before us," Lu Jiming and Zhao Wuji replied in unison, looking up at him and greeting him. Then, with a flash, the two leaped directly from the first-floor hall to the second floor, entirely bypassing the stairs. Another two Grandmaster-level powerhouses. As the two came closer, Jiang Lingchuan grew visibly tense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was the first time he had been in such close proximity to three Grandmaster-level figures, and the pressure was immense. Despite the overwhelming tension, Jiang Lingchuan gritted his teeth and explained Su Ming's current situation to Lu Jiming and Zhao Wuji. Learning that Su Ming was still focused on training in the room, both Lu Jiming and Zhao Wuji showed expressions of surprise and admiration. They made the same decision as Su Shangming, to wait silently outside the training room. Time passed, from morning until late at night. By this time, outside Su Ming's training room, gathered were admissions directors from the top 10 martial arts universities nationwide, each a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. In addition, there were over 30 representatives from lower-ranked universities, all peak stage 5 experts. "Master Jiang, does Su Ming train for this long every day?" Su Shangming glanced at his watch and turned to ask Jiang Lingchuan. As soon as he spoke, the eyes of Lu Jiming, Zhao Wuji, and the other admissions directors all focused on Jiang Lingchuan. "Su Ming, if you don't come out soon, I'm really at my wit's end," Jiang Lingchuan thought, feeling the mounting pressure from the numerous powerhouses staring at him. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a respectful smile and nodded to Su Shangming. "Director Su Ming has been training for 10 hours a day since last week. Recently, he's been pushing even harder, training up to 15 hours a day. Let's wait a little longer, he should be coming out soon." 15 hours of training every day. Upon hearing this, the surrounding admissions officers were all astonished, their faces full of admiration. Boom! Just then, the heavy door of the training room emitted the sound of mechanical movement, slowly opening. "Su Ming, you've finally come out." Seeing the figure emerge, Jiang Lingchuan breathed a sigh of relief, his excitement evident. As soon as Su Ming opened the door, he saw the crowd standing outside, all eyes on him, filled with anticipation. He could clearly sense that the strength of these individuals far exceeded that of Jiang Lingchuan, and an immense pressure surged within him. Su Ming looked at Jiang Lingchuan in surprise. "Master Jiang, what's going on here?" "Ah, Su Ming, you're finally out. These are all admissions officers from the top martial arts universities in Hanxia. Let me introduce them to you. This is Director Zhao from Jingcheng University, this is Director Lu from Mo High University, and," noticing Su Ming's confusion, Jiang Lingchuan quickly began introducing the elite university admissions admissions directors one by one. "Greetings, professors," Su Ming said, nodding politely to Zhao Wuji and the others after the introductions. "Not bad, not bad," Su Xiangming said as he stepped forward. "Su Ming, I was the first to arrive at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall early this morning and have been waiting for you ever since. Honestly, you're the most talented and hard-working student I've ever seen. Would you be interested in joining Jiangnan University? It's the best school in this province, close to home, convenient for living, and just as strong as Jingcheng and Mohai universities." Su Xiangming was clever, emphasizing that he was the first to arrive and highlighting the local advantages of Jiangnan University. However, he refrained from making any direct promises about benefits. This sly old fox. Zhao Wuji and Lu Jiming silently cursed upon hearing Su Xiangming's pitch. As admissions directors of top martial arts universities, they were well aware that whoever made the first offer was most likely to be targeted by competitors, putting them at a disadvantage unless the initial offer was so generous that it left no room for further competition. "Su Ming, join Jibei University. We're offering you 2,000 credits per year, an additional 200 million in cash bonuses, and a set of Class A combat gear." As soon as Su Xiangming finished speaking, another admissions officer immediately extended his offer to Su Ming. Jibei University was no small name, ranking 9th among all universities in Hanxia. "Su Ming, come to Shandong University. We'll offer you 3,000 credits annually, 300 million in bonuses, plus a set of Class A combat gear and a Class A spear." Immediately following that, another admissions officer from a top 10 university in the nation enthusiastically extended an invitation. Summer East University, ranked 5th in the country. "It seems that the top martial arts universities are truly wealthy. We simply can't compete with them." "Exactly, an A-grade combat suit and advanced weaponry, I can't help but envy them. And this is just the offer from the university ranked 5th. Director Zhao, the admissions officers from the top 3 schools haven't even spoken yet. If we hear their terms, we might as well admit we're just here for show this time. Indeed, having such a top-tier talent right in front of us, yet being unable to recruit him into our school, is truly disheartening." After the admissions officer from Summer East University finished speaking, the other officers behind him could only shake their heads and sigh. At this moment, Zhao Wuji glanced at Lu Jiming and Su Xiangming beside him and smiled as he asked, "So, what kind of terms are you two planning to offer Su Ming this time? How do you intend to recruit him?" Director Zhao, there's no need to probe us. No matter what Beijing University offers Su Ming, my Demon Sea University can provide even better conditions." Lu Jiming replied with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. He crossed his arms, exuding confidence. The other admissions officers nodded in agreement. Although Demon Sea University ranked slightly lower than Beijing University, its financial resources were among the best in the nation. Lu Jiming's claim was by no means an empty boast. No matter how good the terms are, it still depends on whether they're suitable. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly before turning to Su Ming with a warm smile. "Su Ming, I noticed your marksmanship is quite exceptional. The president of Beijing University is an unparalleled master who dominates with his marksmanship. If you join Beijing University, I guarantee the president will take you as his apprentice and teach you everything he knows." "It's over. How could I forget about that?" Lu Xining's expression changed dramatically. Beijing University's president, Bai Yufei, was a peerless expert beyond the king-sealed realm, with marksmanship so refined it had reached the pinnacle of mastery. On the battlefield of the stars, he had once single-handedly fought 3 throne-level ferocious beasts, ultimately achieving perfection in marksmanship and slaying all 3 beasts. Bai Yufei's name resounded across Blue Star, and he was hailed as the #1 marksmanship expert on the planet, honored as the gun saint of Hanxia. Countless spear-wielding martial artists dreamed of receiving his guidance. Su Ming, being a prodigy in marksmanship himself, would undoubtedly find it impossible to resist the opportunity to become the disciple of the gun saint. Both Lu Jiming and Su Xiangming, along with the other admissions officers, were well aware of this. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Su Ming's expression remained calm after hearing Zhao Wuji's words. His face showed no sign of excitement or fluctuation. He merely smiled faintly and then turned his gaze toward Su Xiangming and Lu Jiming. "Do I still have a chance?" he asked softly. When Su Ming fixed his gaze on them, Su Xiangming and Lu Jiming raised their eyebrows, their spirits lifting. "Su Ming, if you're willing to join Jiangnan University, the school will offer you a one-time bonus of 1 billion credits, 5,000 academic credits annually, and a set of A-grade combat gear and weaponry. More importantly, as soon as you enroll, you'll gain access to the university's treasured A-grade spear martial arts techniques." Unable to hold back any longer, Su Xiangming was the first to announce the terms Jiangnan University was offering. "Wow!" The other admissions officers behind him collectively gasped, visibly shocked by Su Xiangming's proposed terms. "Su Ming, Beijing University offers the same conditions as Jiangnan University. However, if you join us, I can guarantee that the president will accept you as his apprentice. Zhao Wuji quickly added after Su Xiangming finished, emphasizing what Beijing University could provide. For any other spear-wielding prodigy, hearing Zhao Wuji's offer would have left them with no hesitation in choosing Beijing University. But Su Ming was different. He had a system. As long as he obtained powerful martial arts techniques, he could quickly master them through skill points, making a mentor unnecessary. Instead of responding immediately to their offers, Su Ming turned to Lu Zhiming, the admissions director of Demon Sea University. Su Ming, although Demon Sea University doesn't have a top-tier spear master like the Gun Saint, if you join us, we will assign the best instructors to personally guide you, Lu Zhiming began, his voice filled with enthusiasm. In addition, you'll receive 5,000 academic credits annually, a bonus of 2 billion credits, as well as a full set of A-grade combat gear and weaponry. Most importantly, the university will provide you with a vial of Earth Dragon's essence blood every year. The moment Lu Zhiming mentioned Earth Dragon's essence blood, the surrounding admissions officers couldn't help but cry out in astonishment, while Jiang Lingchuan even trembled visibly. Is this Earth Dragon's essence blood really that precious? Su Ming asked, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity as he noticed everyone's reaction. Precious? It's more than just precious. Jiang Lingchuan spoke slowly, his face filled with shock as he explained. As citizens of Hanxia Nation, who doesn't know the significance of the word dragon? Any beast associated with dragons possesses extraordinary power. Although the Earth Dragon is only considered a subdragon species, once it matures, every single one of them reaches the 8th tier and possesses king-sealed strength. Moreover, among 8th tier beasts, Earth Dragons are among the most formidable. The only way to obtain Earth Dragon's essence blood is by killing an Earth Dragon with king-sealed strength and extracting its blood. Earth Dragon's essence blood can significantly enhance a martial artist's vitality and strengthen their physical body. Its effects far surpass the 3-leaf purple blood fruit you consumed earlier, by several orders of magnitude. Now you understand just how precious Earth Dragon's essence blood is, don't you? Jiang Lingchuan concluded, his face still showing signs of shock. Even the Extreme Martial Hall headquarters didn't possess any Earth Dragon's essence blood. After all, the Hall Master and Vice Hall Masters of the Extreme Martial Hall were only at the King-sealed level of strength. Earth Dragons, being among the most formidable of King-sealed beasts, resided deep within the large underground caves, areas that were exceedingly dangerous and home to throne-level beasts. Even if the top experts from the Extreme Martial Hall headquarters joined forces, they might not succeed in killing an Earth Dragon to obtain its essence blood. I see now. After listening to Jiang Lingchuan's explanation, Su Ming understood. But despite the immense value of Earth Dragon's essence blood, what he needed most at the moment was a 7th-tier resource, the Water of Life. Only the Water of Life could awaken his mother, Lin Wanru, from her coma. The Water of Life is a 7th-tier resource, while Earth Dragon's essence blood is the blood of an 8th-tier beast, so it's naturally more precious. If Demon Sea University can provide me with Earth Dragon's essence blood every year, then exchanging the first vial for the Water of Life should be no problem. With this thought in mind, Su Ming immediately turned to Lu Zhiming and asked, Director Lu, I urgently need a vial of the Water of Life. Could I exchange the first vial of Earth Dragon's essence blood for it? As soon as he spoke, Lu Zhiming froze for a moment before his face lit up with joy. Su Ming's question indicated that he was already prepared to choose Magic Sea University, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked if Earth Dragon essence blood could be exchanged for life water. Thinking of this, Lu Zhiming burst into laughter and said to Su Ming, Of course, you can. However, I don't recommend you exchange Earth Dragon essence blood for life water. Life water is only a 7th-tier resource. 1 portion of Earth Dragon essence blood can easily be exchanged for 10 portions of life water. I previously mentioned that if you join Magic Sea University, you'll receive 5,000 credits annually. Credits are hard currency within the university, and with your annual reward credits, you could exchange for 2 portions of life water. If you're willing to join Magic Sea University, I can adjust your first-year credit reward to 2,500 points plus 1 portion of life water, with all other benefits remaining the same. How about it? After speaking, Lu Zhiming smiled faintly and waited for Su Ming's response. Hearing Lu Zhiming's proposal, Su Ming was shocked internally. Life water has a market value of 10 billion, yet it only costs 2,500 credits to exchange for 1 portion. That means 1 credit is worth 4 million credit points? Annual credits converted to credit points amount to 20 billion. These elite universities really don't see money as money. After roughly calculating the exchange ratio between credits and credit points, Su Ming couldn't help but complain. After venting his thoughts, he made a decision. He bowed slightly to the other martial arts university recruiting teachers aside from Lu Zhiming and smiled apologetically. Thank you, teachers, for your concern, but I've decided to join Magic Sea University. Sigh. Hearing Su Ming's decision, Su Shangming, Zhao Wuji, and the other martial arts university recruiters couldn't help but sigh. Then, Su Shangming and Zhao Wuji glanced regretfully at Su Ming before turning to leave the Limit Martial Arts Hall. It was currently the peak of the martial arts examination recruitment season, and the competition among various martial arts universities for the nation's geniuses was at its fiercest. Having already spent a day on Su Ming, they naturally wouldn't waste more time once his decision was made. Su Ming, I couldn't ask earlier when others were still around. Now that they've left, can you tell me, have you awakened a superhuman ability? After the others left, Lu Jiming looked at Su Ming with anticipation. He had carefully studied the video of Su Ming's martial arts examination and knew that Su Ming had used a sea-level martial skill, the Breaking Cloud Spear, against the metal golem. With Su Ming's blood energy alone, achieving a combat power of 1 million was impossible, even if the Breaking Cloud Spear had been cultivated to its peak. The only explanation was that Su Ming possessed a superhuman ability capable of instantly enhancing his physical attributes, and the ability's grade was undoubtedly high. Yes, I've awakened an A-level superhuman ability. Su Ming did not hide it and answered candidly. Ha ha ha, good, excellent. Su Ming, this is the agreement prepared by Magic Sea University. The benefits and treatment are exactly as I mentioned earlier. Have a look. If there are no issues, we can sign the agreement right now. Hearing Su Ming's response, Lu Jiming's face lit up with a just-as-I-thought expression, and he praised repeatedly. Then, Lu Jiming immediately took out the prepared contract and pushed it toward Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at the contract, found no issues, and signed his name decisively, even pressing his fingerprint. Student Su Ming, on behalf of Magic Sea University, I welcome you to join us. I'll handle your admission procedures and student ID, and tomorrow evening I'll come here with your student ID and life water. After completing the signing process, Lu Jiming put away the retained copy of the contract, his tone light and cheerful. I'll be waiting here for you tomorrow afternoon, Director Lu. Hearing that he could receive the life water as early as tomorrow, Su Ming nodded excitedly. Lu Jiming chatted briefly with Su Ming before nodding slightly in farewell. With Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan seeing him off, he reached the entrance of the Limit Martial Arts Hall, stepped into the air, and flew swiftly in the direction of Magic Sea University, disappearing into the night sky in an instant. Su Ming, didn't you say your ability was ice-based? When did it become superhuman, and an A-level one at that? As soon as Lu Jiming left, Jiang Lingchuan turned to Su Ming with a face full of doubt and shock. Just moments ago, Su Ming had told Lu Jiming that he had an A-level superhuman ability, Heart of Fury. Jiang Lingchuan had barely managed to react at the time. If Lu Jiming hadn't been present, he would have already questioned what was going on. Ahem, Master Jiang, I never said I only had a natural type ability. Besides, you never asked me if I had other abilities. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's words, Su Ming coughed lightly and replied with a smile. That makes sense. Su Ming's response left Jiang Lingchuan momentarily stunned, unable to find a retort. After all, what Su Ming said seemed quite reasonable. He shook his head, brushing away the chaotic thoughts, took a deep breath, and heavily patted Su Ming's shoulder. Su Ming, you're the most talented and hard-working individual I've ever met. As long as you maintain this state, you'll undoubtedly become the strongest martial artist in Hanxia, perhaps even reaching the Invincible Realm. The Invincible Realm referred to the pinnacle beyond 9th-tier kingship-level martial artists. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in the Hanxia region. Since the Great Cataclysm, countless geniuses had emerged in Hanxia, many awakening S-level abilities. However, only a handful ever broke through to the Invincible Realm. Though many geniuses fell short of this pinnacle, Jiang Lingchuan had immense confidence in Su Ming, not only because of his two powerful abilities but also because of his exceptional talent paired with relentless effort. The Invincible Realm? I'll definitely reach it, and it won't take long. Seeing Jiang Lingchuan's earnest and emotional expression, Su Ming's lips curved slightly, showing no humility. The Deep Blue System was his greatest backing and the key to his rapid advancement. Jiang Lingchuan, seeing Su Ming's confidence, found no reason to doubt it. The two chatted for a while before Su Ming bid farewell and headed home. The next morning, Su Ming arrived at the Limit Martial Arts Hall as usual. Upon arrival, he encountered Lu Jiming, who had arrived even earlier. Lu Jiming greeted him with a smile. Su Ming, you're here so early? My home is in Linjiang City, so it's convenient for me to come here and train. But Director Lu, you came all the way from Magic Sea University, and so early too. Su Ming replied with a smile. Hearing that Su Ming had come to the martial arts hall for training again, Lu Jiming's eyes revealed admiration, appreciating him even more. I just finished handling your admission procedures and couldn't wait to deliver everything to you firsthand. With that, he handed Su Ming the Magic C University student ID. Special admission? Taking the student ID, Su Ming noticed the two big characters on it and felt a bit surprised. All major martial arts universities recruit the nation's genius candidates in advance. These specially recruited students are naturally different from those who will enroll a month later through their national martial arts exam scores, Lu Jiming explained, with a smile, noticing Su Ming's puzzled expression. At Demon Sea University, special recruits enjoy many privileges. You'll understand once you're at the school. Su Ming silently nodded in acknowledgement. Demon Sea University starts in a month and a half, roughly 50 days from now, Lu Jiming continued. Here is my phone number. Call me when you arrive in the city, and I will personally take you to the school. And here are the A-grade combat suit and the A-grade weapon. I promised you'd take them. As he spoke, Lu Jiming took out a set of A-grade combat gear and an A-grade spear from a case and handed them to Su Ming, along with his business card. After delivering these, Lu Jiming gestured with his hand, and a flash of light from his ring revealed a small crystal bottle in his palm. The bottle was transparent, containing about 50 milliliters of emerald green liquid that emitted a faint glow. Even through the bottle, Su Ming could feel the vitality brimming within. Director Lu, could this be? Su Ming's eyes flashed with a fiery gleam as he stared at the bottle in Lu Jiming's hand, his breathing quickening. That's right, it is the water of life, Lu Jiming confirmed with a nod, reading Su Ming's thoughts as he handed the bottle over. The water of life. I finally have it. Su Ming held the crystal bottle with both hands as if it were a priceless treasure, his voice trembling with excitement. Though the water of life wasn't as valuable as an A-grade combat suit and weapon set overall, to Su Ming, it was far more precious than anything else Lu Jiming had given him. Thank you, Director Lu. I have urgent matters to attend to, so please excuse me for now, Su Ming said, suppressing his excitement as he glanced at the two large cases beside him. Could you kindly leave the combat suit and spear at the Extreme Martial Hall? I'd like to trouble the Hall Master to keep an eye on them for me. I must go. Before Lu Jiming could respond, Su Ming turned and swiftly left with the water of life. This kid is thoughtful. Thoughtful kids never disappoint, Lu Jiming remarked approvingly, watching Su Ming leave without a second glance at the A-grade gear and weapon. He nodded in satisfaction. The previous night, having noticed Su Ming's urgency for the water of life, Lu Jiming had investigated the reason and learned why it was so important to him. At the People's Hospital of Linjiang City, within a special care ward, Su Ming and his younger sister, Su Xiaowei, both wore expressions of anticipation and nervousness as they stood by Lin Wanru's bed. The water of life that Su Ming had brought was already applied to Lin Wanru following the doctor's instructions. The siblings were anxiously waiting for her to wake up. Xiaoming, Xiaowei, you've both grown up, Lin Wanru murmured softly, slowly opening her eyes and turning her head slightly to look at them. Mom, you're finally awake, Su Xiaowei exclaimed, throwing herself into Lin Wanru's arms and sobbing uncontrollably. It's been 3 years. Mother has finally woken up, Su Ming thought as he watched the scene, his eyes slightly reddened, finally feeling a sense of relief. 1.5 months later, in Su Ming's private training room at the Extreme Martial Hall, he held his breath, gripped the testing spear tightly, and thrust it forward with a sharp cry. The spear struck the metallic test target with immense force. Boom! The moment the spear hit the target, a deafening noise echoed through the training room. In the next second, the target was sent flying. Asterisk beep, 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 asterisk. The combat power meter's numbers fluctuated rapidly before settling at 440,500. Su Ming let out a long breath as he retracted the spear, satisfaction evident in his expression as he glanced at the displayed number. Then, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming, Chi and Blood, 8,810. Mental Strength, 521. Abilities, Ice Crown S+, Heart of Fury A+, Body Tempering Techniques, Rising Sun Technique D perfected, 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique A perfected. Meditation Techniques, none. Martial Arts, Vajra Spear Technique D perfected, Cloud Breaking Spear C perfected. Enhancement Points, 3,206. After over 40 days of training, my Chi and Blood have increased by more than 4,500, Su Ming observed. Now, without activating the A-grade Heart of Fury ability, just relying on the explosive force of the cloud-breaking spear, my combat power is already at the level of a 4th-tier warrior. 440,000 combat power. If I activate the A-grade superhuman ability, enhancing my physical attributes, my combat power could increase 8-fold, easily surpassing 3.2 million. 3.2 million combat power, almost at the peak of a 4th-tier warrior. And that's not even considering the boost provided by the A-grade combat suit and A-grade spear awarded by Demon Sea University. With that combat suit and weapon, even the mayor of Linjiang City wouldn't stand a chance against me. Su Ming smiled as he reviewed his stats. The A-grade combat suit could completely block attacks from anyone below a 6th-tier Grandmaster. The A-grade weapon, on the other hand, could effortlessly penetrate the defenses of a 5th-tier ferocious beast. With Su Ming's current strength, wearing the A-grade combat suit and wielding the A-grade spear, even 5th-tier ferocious beasts would have no choice but to flee. They couldn't break through his defenses and would be countered by his attacks. 5th-tier beasts were intelligent, they wouldn't risk a direct confrontation. As for the mayor of Linjiang City, at most a peak 4th-tier warrior, he wouldn't even come close to matching Su Ming, who now possessed a full set of A-grade equipment. Tomorrow, I head to Demon Sea University. Tonight, I'll skip training and go home for a proper meal. Su Ming decided after glancing at the time. Since Lin Wanru had woken up, Su Ming had thrown himself entirely into training, dedicating at least 15 hours a day to practice. Apart from sleeping, he spent almost all his time at the Extreme Martial Hall. Having made up his mind, Su Ming removed his training attire, took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and headed home. "You're back, son. Come, sit down and eat. I just need to finish one more dish, it'll be ready in no time." Lin Wanru greeted Su Ming with a smile as she brought a steaming plate of stir-fried food to the table. She then turned back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Compared to when she had just regained consciousness, Lin Wanru looked much better, her complexion glowing with vitality. The aura she emitted now reflected the late stage of a 2nd-tier warrior. The water of life, a precious 7th-tier resource, not only healed all of Lin Wanru's injuries but also greatly enhanced her physical constitution. Her strength had risen from the late stage of a 1st-tier warrior to the late stage of a 2nd-tier warrior. Not only that, in celebration of Su Ming becoming the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Examination, Linjiang City awarded him a luxurious standalone villa in the city center. The villa spans 2,000 square meters and is worth 200 million credit points. Su Ming's family has since moved out of their old, outdated walk-up apartment into this extravagant mansion. "Brother, Mom knows you're leaving for the Magic Metropolis tomorrow, so she made all your favorite dishes, hee." At this moment, Su Xiaowei poked her head out of the kitchen, holding 2 large bottles of energy drinks in her hands, which she placed on the dining table. These 2 bottles were specially customized supplements. Not only did they taste great, but they could also enhance a martial artist's vital energy and blood. Although their effects were not as potent as specialized blood vitality powders, they were easier to absorb and required no additional auxiliary training. Because of this, the 2 drinks were incredibly expensive, each costing 10,000 credit points. For an average family of 3, 10,000 credit points would be enough to live comfortably for an entire month. Therefore, a single bottle priced at 10,000 made these drinks a luxury item. However, for Su Ming now, this was no issue at all. With his current strength, a single trip to the Dimensional Rift could easily earn him tens of millions of credit points. Even if he didn't venture into the rift, his scholarship funds of 2 billion credit points ensured he never had to worry about affording these supplements. Consuming these energy drinks over the long term not only benefited lower-tier martial artists but also provided significant advantages to someone like Su Xiaowei, who had yet to become a martial artist. Su Ming nodded as he saw the table, quickly taking his seat. The family happily enjoyed their time together. The next day, under the farewell of his family in Jianglingchuan, Su Ming boarded the high-speed train heading to the Magic Metropolis. The Magic Metropolis was over 2,000 kilometers away from Linjiang City. However, with Hanxia's high-speed trains reaching speeds of over 800 kilometers per hour, the direct journey from Linjiang City to the Magic Metropolis took less than 3 hours. Factoring in stops for passengers to board and alight, the trip typically lasted just over 3 hours. Su Ming had purchased a business-class ticket and was only invited into the business cabin just before the train's departure. He had barely sat down when the train began its swift journey towards the Magic Metropolis. "My first time traveling in business class, this seat is so comfortable. Totally worth the money," Su Ming thought to himself. 3 hours to go. I'll take a nap, and by the time I wake up, I'll be in the Magic Metropolis. Satisfied with the comfort of his seat, Su Ming closed his eyes and began to rest. Suddenly, he didn't know how much time had passed, but in a state of half-sleep, Su Ming felt the train screech to an abrupt halt, jolting him awake. "Have we arrived? No, something's off." The train wouldn't stop so abruptly at a station, he muttered, frowning as he sat up, alert and listening carefully. Through the train car, he could vaguely hear the sounds of intense combat outside. Protect the train. Hold on until reinforcements arrive. Outside, a third-tier peak martial artist, acting as the team leader, swung his blade and decapitated a late second-tier ferocious beast. At the same time, he shouted orders to a dozen or so first- and second-tier martial artists beside him. Attack! Upon hearing the command, the martial artists' eyes flashed with a fierce determination. They formed a defensive line in front of the train, battling the oncoming beasts. Boom! Roar! As the roars of beasts and the sounds of combat grew closer, the passengers in the front cars, those near the beast horde, began to hear the commotion as well. Even strong individuals like Su Ming could clearly hear it from where he sat. What's happening? The emergency braking of the train, coupled with the sounds of battle and beastly roars outside, caused the faces of passengers in the front cars to pale. They rushed to look out the windows. Are those beast sounds outside? How could there be beasts along the high-speed rail route? This looks bad. Look outside. Beasts. So many beasts. Beast tide. It's a beast tide. A massive group of ferocious beasts is charging this way. With such a large beast tide, a new dimensional rift must have opened nearby. This area is desolate, with no nearby military bases or major cities. There's no way reinforcements will arrive in time. We're doomed. This is bad. Driver, reverse the train immediately. As the passengers in the front cars saw the clouds of dust and the approaching herd of beasts outside, they panicked and began rushing toward the rear cars. Screams filled the train, plunging the interior into chaos. Rumble. Just then, the roof of the high-speed train abruptly opened, revealing rows of automated cannons that emerged and began firing wildly at the approaching beasts. The 20mm cannons unleashed bursts of blue light, raining bullets down on the beasts. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets struck the distant beasts, tearing their bodies to shreds on impact. The 20mm machine guns mounted on the train were incredibly powerful. Even the strongest third-tier peak-level beasts were turned into sieves under their firepower. With the train's roof-mounted cannons firing at full force, the pressure on the martial artists defending the front of the train was significantly reduced. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Even with the train's full defensive capabilities, it could only temporarily hold off their onslaught. To make matters worse, this was not a combat-specialized train. Its ammunition was limited. Once depleted, the dozen martial artists at the front would stand no chance against the terrifying tide of beasts. A beast tide this massive? Perfect. In the business cabin, Su Ming looked out the window at the dense swarm of ferocious beasts. Yet, his expression was entirely different from that of the other passengers. Instead of fear, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Open the door. I'm heading out. With that, Su Ming opened his suitcase, retrieving his A-grade combat suit, the scorching sunset, and his A-grade spear, the obsidian spear. He quickly donned his gear. Sir, the outside is full of beasts. Staying inside the train and waiting for rescue is much safer, a train attendant said, firmly refusing to let Su Ming leave. The train is equipped with an automatic defense system and is guarded by accompanying martial artists. It's currently safe in here. We've already sent out emergency distress signals to nearby military bases and the Martial Artists Association. Reinforcements are on their way. As long as we hold on, we'll be fine. The attendant, noticing Su Ming's youthful appearance, assumed his strength was limited and worried he might act recklessly and put himself in danger. She's right. The train cars are specially reinforced, business class even more so. They can withstand the impact of a second-tier peak-level beast, another passenger added. We're safe as long as we stay put. But if you force the door open and let the beasts in, can you bear the consequences? Exactly. Let's stay put and wait. I trust the military will rescue us soon. Young man, I understand you're full of energy and courage, but a beast tide isn't something to mess with. Don't act rashly and endanger us all. As soon as the train attendant finished speaking, the other passengers in the business cabin chimed in, expressing their disapproval and urging Su Ming to stay put. But just as everyone was busy persuading Su Ming, the Vulcan cannons on the train's roof ran out of ammunition and ceased firing. Without the support of the roof-mounted cannons, the pressure on the dozen martial artists at the front of the train surged. Hearing the reproaches within the business cabin and seeing the external machine guns running out of ammunition, Su Ming coldly scanned the room. Without saying a word, he stepped directly toward the cabin door, his figure ghost-like as it appeared at the entrance of the business cabin. The sudden move startled the attendant guarding the door, who barely had time to react. Boom! With a deafening noise, Su Ming kicked the heavy cabin door fiercely. The massive door was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into a distant patch of trees, breaking them apart as wood splinters scattered in the air. Whoa! Whoosh! Before the door even hit the ground, Su Ming's figure shot out of the business cabin like a flash of lightning, heading straight for the beast tide. His blazing armor gleamed under the sunlight as he darted to the front of the train in an instant. At this moment, a mid-tier second-grade warrior on the train was being surrounded by a primary third-grade ferocious beast and two late second-grade beasts from three directions, cutting off all escape routes. It's over. Seeing the beasts closing in, feeling the stench of blood in the air, despair filled the warrior's heart. Even in death, I won't let them have it easy. Clenching his teeth, his eyes glimmered with a fierce red light as he mustered all his strength to slash his blade toward the leading third-grade beast. Bang! The blade clashed with the beast, producing a sharp metallic sound. Contrary to expectations, where the third-grade beast should have effortlessly killed the warrior, the outcome was surprising. The third-grade beast was forced back by the attack, and the two second-grade beasts alongside it were also knocked away. What's going on? How did I suddenly become so strong? The warrior looked at the three beasts that had been sent flying, stunned and filled with confusion. Not only had his single slash repelled them, but blood also spilled from their noses and mouths as they let out miserable cries in midair. When the three beasts hit the ground, their life force vanished instantly. They were dead. Boom, boom, boom. Whoa! Just as the three beasts fell before the warrior, a rainbow-colored light suddenly flashed around the train. In the next moment, countless beasts were sent flying by the light, like sandbags thrown into the air. The scene left the defenders of the train stunned, unable to utter a word in their shock. Before their eyes, not a single beast remained, all had been repelled or killed by the mysterious rainbow light. The roaring of beasts and their death cries resounded one after another. No, those three beasts weren't killed by me, they must have been taken down by a stronger force. To kill a third-grade beast so effortlessly, the person must be at least a fourth-grade warrior. Only then did the initial warrior realize what had happened, his pupils constricting as he stared at the rainbow light moving through the beast tide. It wasn't just him, all the accompanying warriors, including their captain, a third-grade peak-level expert, were wide-eyed, staring at the rainbow light rampaging through the beast tide. Roar! The rainbow light wasn't anyone else, it was Su Ming, who had forcefully broken out of the business cabin. At this moment, he was clad in an A-grade combat suit, capable of effortlessly withstanding attacks from beasts below 5th grade. None of the beasts present exceeded the peak of 3rd grade. Su Ming wielded the A-grade spear, the obsidian spear, each thrust effortlessly piercing through the defenses of the ferocious beasts, sending blood splattering in all directions. Under his attacks, not a single beast survived. Even so, Su Ming could only temporarily stall the beast tide. The creatures quickly split apart, bypassing him from both sides and moving to encircle the train, their crimson eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger for human flesh. This is bad, these beasts are getting smarter. Hurry, split into two teams and block the beasts flanking us. Seeing the tide of beasts bypassing Su Ming and flanking from both sides, the leader of the accompanying warriors turned pale and shouted, awakening the warriors who had yet to react. Yes! Jolted awake by the command, all the warriors responded in unison, preparing to fight the beasts flanking from both sides. Crash! Just as they were about to move, two massive ice walls suddenly rose from the ground on either side, stretching for over a kilometer. The walls towered 100 meters high, and their appearance caused the surrounding temperature to plummet by several degrees. Boom! 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 The beasts charging from both sides slammed into the ice walls with deafening crashes, shaking the earth. Yet the ice walls, seemingly forged from steel, did not budge an inch. Instead, the beasts that collided with them were left dazed, collapsing in front of the walls, only to be trampled by those behind them. In a short time, countless beasts perished under the stampede of their kind. Roar! The beasts at the rear halted, howling furiously at the ice walls blocking their advance. They relentlessly rammed into the walls, attempting to shatter them. Dozens of mid-tier third-grade armored rhinos charged together at a single point on the wall. However, Su Ming's mental power had already reached an astounding 521 points as he fully unleashed his S-grade ability, Ice Crown. His combat power exceeded 260,000. The ice walls now were strong enough to withstand the attacks of peak third-grade beasts. Kill! Having summoned the ice walls to halt the beast tide, Su Ming let out a low growl as his figure darted forward, his obsidian spear sweeping in countless arcs. As he tore through the beasts, countless ice spikes formed atop the ice walls, raining down like a deadly storm upon the beast tide. Splurt! 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 The strength of Su Ming's mental power and the Ice Crown ability rendered the ice spikes as potent as the Vulcan cannons on the train earlier. Even peak third-grade beasts scurried to evade, not daring to endure the assault directly. Under the relentless barrage of ice spikes, countless first and second-grade beasts were frozen into statues, completely immobilized. Killed mid-tier third-grade beast Flaming Ape. Enhancement points plus 200. Killed mid-tier first-grade beast Terror Crocodile. Enhancement points plus 2. Killed late second-grade beast Red Armored Scorpion. Enhancement points plus 30. Current enhancement points, 20,173. As beasts fell one after another, Su Ming's deep blue system continuously flashed kill prompts, with enhancement points surging toward him like a tidal wave. Within moments, he had slain hundreds of beasts, pushing his enhancement points past 20,000. The speed at which his points were growing far surpassed what he had achieved during the battle against the beasts at the hot spring town. Already over 20,000 enhancement points, this isn't a beast tide, it's a horde of walking experience packs. While massacring the surrounding beasts, Su Ming couldn't help but smile as he watched the system display his ever-climbing enhancement points. His movements quickened with excitement. The obsidian spear danced in his hands, conjuring countless shadows like an unrelenting meat grinder, obliterating every beast in his path. Successfully killed mid-tier third-grade beast cloud-splitting leopard. Enhancement points plus 200. Successfully killed a late-stage first-tier ferocious beast, bloodfang wolf, strengthening points plus 30. The ability of the ice crown activated, and 2 ice walls immediately rose, blocking the charge of the ferocious beasts. Su Ming moved with agility, weaving through the beast tide. The black obsidian spear gleamed, transforming into countless spear shadows. Coupled with the ice spike ability, he continued slaughtering the surrounding beasts. The system's kill notifications sounded continuously, and Su Ming's strengthening points steadily and rapidly increased. Behind the ice walls, the warriors accompanying the train widened their eyes, staring intently at the battle in front of the walls. To think he's holding back the beast tide all by himself. His strength must at least be at the 5th tier level. Not just that, he has such a powerful ice ability. To fend off so many beasts, his ability level must be high. I never thought our train would have such a skilled expert aboard. We're truly fortunate. With this powerful individual, we can definitely hold out until nearby warriors and the army arrive. By then, we'll be safe. Seeing the 2 towering ice walls, the second-tier warriors guarding at the rear showed expressions of excitement. Although they couldn't clearly see Su Ming's face, it didn't diminish their admiration. For him, only the third-tier peak-level captain, after the initial shock and joy, furrowed his brows as he observed the increasing number of approaching beasts. His expression remained grave. This third-tier peak-level warrior had much more age and experience compared to the other second-tier warriors. This beast tide is no small scale, with so many third-tier beasts, and there's even a third-tier peak-level beast appearing. I estimate that 4th-tier beasts will emerge soon. The rank of this temporary lair must be high. Hopefully, the truly powerful beasts won't show up too early. Otherwise, even this individual won't be able to hold out for long. As more and more ferocious beasts surged forward, their numbers swelling and their strength increasing, a trace of worry appeared on the third-tier peak-level captain's face. Roar! Just as this thought crossed his mind, a deafening roar echoed from afar. Boom! An overwhelming pressure, as if heaven and earth were collapsing, instantly enveloped a 100-mile radius. Hearing the roar and feeling the oppressive force, everyone felt as if their chests were struck hard, and their breathing nearly stopped. Roar! Howl! At the same time, the ferocious beasts frantically charging around them let out trembling roars and low growls. Then, they stopped, crouching to the ground. This oppressive aura, a 6th-tier beast. And not just any ordinary 6th-tier beast. Feeling the immense pressure, Su Ming also halted his movements, turning to look in the direction the sound came from. Beneath the radiant sun combat suit, his face became solemn. In that direction, a terrifying aura that made one's scalp tingle was rapidly approaching. This oppressive force was far beyond that of master-level instructors like Lu Jiming and Zhao Wuji. Swoosh! Everyone's gazes turned to the distance, where a golden-red figure sped toward them. Within seconds, a massive creature arrived, stepping through the air. A golden battle lion, and a fully grown one at that. Seeing the enormous figure in the sky, the train's warrior captain's face changed drastically, his eyes narrowing sharply. A fully grown golden battle lion. This is trouble. Su Ming looked up at the sky. The lion, standing 3 meters tall at the shoulder, with a body entirely golden and fur flowing like molten metal, caused his expression to turn extremely serious. A fully grown golden battle lion was a 7th-tier beast, incredibly powerful. Even among 7th-tier beasts, it was considered top-tier. A 7th-tier beast was equivalent to a 7th-tier Grandmaster-level warrior. Beasts of this level possessed the power to destroy mountains and cities. Roar! The golden battle lion let out a low growl. It stood in midair, its lion eyes filled with contempt as it gazed down at the crowd before the train. Its gaze finally locked onto Su Ming. In its perception, Su Ming was the strongest among them all. Yet, in its eyes, Su Ming was merely a slightly sturdier insect. After a glance at the 2 ice walls towering 100 meters high and stretching a kilometer long below, the golden battle lion shifted slightly and took a step forward. Boom! As it stepped forward in the air, visible ripples appeared. Rumble! With just one step, the 2 ice walls created by Su Ming's ice crown ability shattered instantly, turning into countless ice fragments. Even Su Ming, standing in front of the ice walls, felt an immense, invisible force smash into his chest, forcing him to take several steps back. Ugh! A dull pain spread through his chest as Su Ming let out a muffled groan, his face paling. So strong! After stabilizing himself, Su Ming was inwardly shaken. Just now, the Golden Battle Lion had effortlessly unleashed an attack from hundreds of meters in the air, a force strong enough to instantly kill a 5th-tier peak-level warrior. If not for the A-grade combat suit, the Radiant Sunset, which absorbed most of the attack, the consequences would have been far worse than just a pale face. Roar! In the air, the Golden Battle Lion noticed that Su Ming had survived its attack. A look of doubt and surprise flashed in its eyes. Based on its earlier perception, Su Ming's blood energy strength didn't even match that of a 5th-tier early-stage beast. Under normal circumstances, its attack would have been enough to kill a 5th-tier peak-level beast, making it impossible for Su Ming to survive. But as a powerful and intelligent creature, the Golden Battle Lion quickly grasped the reason behind Su Ming's survival. Its gaze locked onto the Radiant Sun combat suit enveloping Su Ming, and its eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. After a deep stare at Su Ming, the next second, its figure vanished. Not good. The moment the Golden Battle Lion disappeared, Su Ming's heart tightened, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Without hesitation, he immediately activated both his Frenzy Heart and Ice Crown abilities. Almost instinctively, Su Ming's blood energy surged wildly, an endless chill enveloping the black obsidian spear in his hands. He poured all his strength into a strike aimed above him, Cloud-Piercing Spear. With the power of the Frenzy Heart ability, Su Ming unleashed the Cloud-Piercing Spear with all his might. In that instant, his combat power soared to 3.26 million. Combined with the icy energy of the Ice Crown, the strike's power neared 4 million, almost reaching the level of a 5th-tier early-stage warrior. Boom! As the spear thrust out, the surrounding air exploded with a sharp, deafening roar. Bang! Relying on his instincts, Su Ming's strike accurately hit the spot where the Golden Battle Lion reappeared. The black obsidian spear collided fiercely with the lion's descending right paw. The deafening boom shook the heavens. At the point of impact, ripples spread through the air, and the resulting shockwave erupted, scattering fierce winds in all directions. The warriors accompanying Su Ming quickly plunged their weapons into the ground, barely managing to stabilize themselves. Meanwhile, Su Ming felt an overwhelming force transmitting through the black obsidian spear. Thud, thud, thud. This force pushed him back 3 steps in succession, each step leaving deep imprints on the ground. Although the A-grade Scorching Sun armor absorbed most of the impact, the webbing between his thumbs and forefingers was still torn open, and blood seeped out. If he hadn't gripped the obsidian spear tightly, that strike would have disarmed him. So this is the power of a 7th-tier feral beast? It feels like an entirely different league. Su Ming thrust the obsidian spear into the ground to steady himself as a metallic taste rose in his throat. A 7th-tier feral beast isn't something I can handle right now. It seems today will be my end here. Suppressing the blood surging within him, Su Ming smiled bitterly as he looked at the massive Golden Battle Lion before him. Had it not been for the fact that the Golden Battle Lion initially disregarded him, holding back its strength during its first 2 attacks, he wouldn't have lasted this long. But now, having failed to kill him with those 2 strikes, the lion would certainly not go easy next time. Roar! As expected, the Golden Battle Lion, seeing that its 2 attacks failed to take Su Ming's life, showed no more contempt in its eyes but instead burned with anger. A mere insect it should have easily crushed had managed to survive twice, a grave humiliation to it. With a furious roar, the lion unleashed a mighty swipe of its paw. Boom! As the paw slammed down, the surrounding space seemed to distort, the air before it compressed until it burst with a deafening explosion. A full-force strike from a 7th-tier feral beast caused even the space around it to tremble. Faced with the strike, Su Ming felt an overwhelming pressure unlike anything he had experienced before. Under such pressure, he was horrified to find he couldn't even move a finger. A sharp sense of impending death surged within him. Not good. My legs are cramping. Run, now. As the Golden Battle Lion's paw loomed closer, Su Ming screamed internally, feeling as though time slowed down. His vision was filled with nothing but the nearing lion's paw. Thud! Just when Su Ming thought his end had come, the massive paw of the Golden Battle Lion seemed to crash into an invisible barrier, producing a muffled booming sound. The paw could not advance any further toward him. Roar! Its attack inexplicably blocked, the Golden Battle Lion grew even more agitated, roaring as it reared back on its hind legs. It struck out with both its left and right paws simultaneously. But, just like before, its claws stopped just short of half a meter from Su Ming, unable to penetrate any further. No matter how frantically it attacked, it couldn't wound Su Ming in the slightest. What is up with this Golden Battle Lion? No, wait. Someone must be helping me. At this moment, as Su Ming observed the enraged lion, which was unable to harm him no matter how hard it tried, he was momentarily stunned before realization dawned. A true master had intervened. The oppressive force that had immobilized Su Ming vanished suddenly, and the golden battle lion also ceased its control over his body. Without hesitation, Su Ming spun around and quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and the lion. Then, he turned back to see who had come to his aid. Roar! At the same time, the golden battle lion also sensed something was amiss. It turned its massive head in unison with Su Ming, both looking toward the open ground behind them. There, a figure clad in a plain white robe, hands clasped behind his back, approached unhurriedly from the sky. Though his pace seemed slow, each step traversed hundreds of meters, giving the impression of instant teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the figure arrived between Su Ming and the golden battle lion. With his hands still behind his back, he cast a calm, emotionless glance at the lion before extending his right hand. Roar! As the elder raised his hand, an invisible force enveloped the golden battle lion. Its pupils contracted sharply, its golden fur bristled, and it let out a howl of sheer terror. Without hesitation, the 7th-tier Grandmaster-level golden battle lion turned and fled, abandoning all its previous arrogance. Trying to run? Stay! The elder in the sky saw this and calmly snapped his right hand into a fist. Boom, boom, boom. Far away in the sky, the fleeing golden battle lion froze abruptly. Crack, crack. Su Ming and the martial artists accompanying him watched in stunned silence as the massive golden beast began to shrink. As the elder's fist tightened, the sound of snapping bones filled the air. The majestic body of the golden battle lion was crushed like a paper ball, shrinking into a compact mass before suddenly exploding into a mist of blood that scattered across the sky. It's dead just like that? Seeing the golden battle lion annihilated so effortlessly, as if it were a mere chick in the elder's hands, Su Ming and the others cried out in disbelief, unable to process what had just occurred. This elder must be a being far beyond a 7th-tier grandmaster. Watching the elder dispose of the golden battle lion with ease, Su Ming immediately formed a judgment in his heart. To kill a near-peak 7th-tier beast so effortlessly, this elder must be at least an 8th-tier marquee-level powerhouse. Roar! With the golden battle lion dead in an instant, the remaining beasts were utterly terrified. They fled in panic toward the direction they had come from, abandoning the battle entirely. The retreating beast tide moved even faster than when it had arrived, vanishing swiftly into the distance. Suppress! Floating in the sky, the elder shifted his right hand from a fist to an open palm and pressed downward. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the earth as the ground where the beast tide had fled caved in. Seen from above, the ground bore a massive palm imprint, spanning hundreds of miles in width. Not a single beast within the imprint survived. They were all smashed into fragments, with blood soaking the land red. The power of a marquee-tier warrior is truly terrifying. Su Ming marveled at the scene before him, his heart pounding with awe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the elder's palm obliterated the countless beasts, several figures flew in from the distance. These individuals walked through the air, showing utmost reverence toward the elder. It was clear they were all Grandmaster-level warriors. Their robes were similar in design to the elders, though they were gray instead of white, and their auras were slightly weaker. The emblem on their chests was identical to the elders, indicating they belonged to the same faction. Greetings, Lord Ling Tian Marquis. The figures halted behind the elder, each cupping their hands respectfully in greeting. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with an imposing aura, no less powerful than the golden battle lion from earlier, a 7th-tier grandmaster himself. Ling Tian Marquis nodded faintly, his gaze fixed on the direction the beast tide had come from, his voice resonating across the sky. The sudden appearance of a beast tide, led by a 7th-tier golden battle lion, indicates that the newly opened crypt must be of a high level. Go investigate first, I will follow shortly. Yes. At his command, the Grandmaster and the others responded immediately, transforming into streaks of light as they flew toward the direction of the beast tide. Whoosh! As they departed, Ling Tian Marquis appeared before Su Ming in a flash, his face softening into a kind smile. You must be the top scorer of this year's Jiangnan Province Martial Examination, correct? Not bad, not bad. To last 2 rounds against the Golden Battle Lion, not only do you possess superhuman abilities, but you also wield ice-based powers. Your strength is even greater than we anticipated. Su Ming's thoughts stirred, and the blazing sun armor covering his head dispersed like flowing water, revealing a slightly pale face. With a touch of respect, he cupped his hands toward Ling Tianho. Junior Su Ming greets Senior Ling Tianho. Su Ming maintained a respectful demeanor. The elder before him appeared kind, like a friendly neighbor, but Su Ming had just witnessed him obliterate a 7th tier. Fierce beast, the Golden Battle Lion, with a mere flick of his fingers and effortlessly repel a beast tide of tens of thousands. Such power was truly awe-inspiring. After the greeting, Su Ming asked with curiosity. Senior, how did you recognize me? Ha, though I belong to the Demon Suppression Division, I am also an honorary professor at Imo High University. The A-grade combat suit you're wearing, the Blazing Sun armor, is unique to Imo High University and is only awarded to the top talents recruited each year. And among this year's special recruits at Imo High University, only 2 individuals received the Blazing Sun armor. Seeing you wearing this armor, yet your vitality hasn't reached the level of a 4th-tier warrior, combined with the fact that this high-speed train is passing through Jiangnan province, it wasn't difficult to deduce your identity. Ling Tianhou explained with a smile as he noticed the confusion on Su Ming's face. Given his strength, he could naturally tell that Su Ming's vitality hadn't reached the 10,000-point standard of a 4th-tier warrior. However, for Su Ming to block 2 attacks from an adult golden battle lion using less than 4th-tier vitality, aided by the Blazing Sun armor, was indeed surprising. Even though the golden battle lion had underestimated him and hadn't used full strength in those 2 attacks, Su Ming's ability to withstand them was already a rare feat. Moreover, during Su Ming's second clash with the golden battle lion, the power of his spear strike had already reached the level of a newly advanced 5th-tier warrior. What shocked Ling Tianhou even more was Su Ming's mastery of ice-based abilities, which had gone completely unrecorded. When Ling Tianhou discovered Su Ming's ice powers, he had been taken aback. After all, according to Lu Jiming's records, Su Ming only possessed the A-grade ability Heart of Fury. Now it seemed that Su Ming's abilities extended far beyond just Heart of Fury. To unleash near 5th-tier attacks with less than 4th-tier vitality and to possess 2 distinct abilities, this level of talent was the most extraordinary Ling Tianhou had encountered in decades, bar none. As a master of the Demon Suppression Division in Hanxia and an honorary professor at Imo High University, Ling Tianhou greatly valued talented individuals. This was why, after resolving the beast tide, he didn't immediately investigate the newly emerged cavern but instead came to find Su Ming first. Additionally, the beast tide had emerged suddenly. If Su Ming hadn't stepped forward and fought with everything he had, by the time Ling Tianhou arrived, the beasts would have already broken through the warrior's defenses and slaughtered everyone on the high-speed train. It could be said that the lives of over 1,000 passengers and crew on this train were saved solely because of Su Ming. So, you're a senior from the Demon Suppression Division. Upon hearing Ling Tianhou identify himself as a stronghold of the division, Su Ming immediately became more respectful. The Demon Suppression Division was the most powerful official organization in Hanxia, with each member being a master-level expert who had undergone rigorous scrutiny. The division's sole mission was to station themselves across Hanxia, working with the military to respond to potential beast tides. Furthermore, the initial exploration and classification of newly emerged caverns were carried out by the experts of the Demon Suppression Division. They would assess the size of the caverns and the strength of the fierce beasts within. If a cavern contained a 7th-tier Marquis-level fierce beast or higher, a Marquis-level expert from the Demon Suppression Division would be stationed outside the cavern. After all, against 7th-tier beasts, the military would be utterly ineffective, let alone 8th-tier beasts, which could virtually ignore all human technological attacks and could only be countered by experts of the same level. Alright, Su Ming, show me your student ID. Ling Tianhou nodded with satisfaction in response to Su Ming's respectful greeting. My student ID? Su Ming murmured in confusion. Seeing his puzzlement, Ling Tianhou explained, you saved over 1,000 lives, a great merit. On behalf of the Demon Suppression Division and MO High University, I'm awarding you 500 academic credits. This is your rightful reward. Hand me your student ID so I can transfer the credits to you. So that's what it was. After hearing the explanation, Su Ming nodded and handed over his student ID. Ling Tianhou took the card, pulled out a device with a black crystal screen, scanned the ID, and transferred the credits instantly. Before even officially enrolling at Imo High University, Su Ming had already earned 500 credits, bringing his total to 3,000 points. If other students at Imo High University found out, they would be utterly shocked, creating a huge uproar. After all, at Imo High University, many students might not even accumulate 500 credits in an entire year. Done. After the credits were transferred, Ling Tianhou returned the student ID to Su Ming. Then he said to Su Ming, Su Ming, you're quite to my liking. Here's a little gadget I made. It can be activated with mental energy and unleash the full force strike of a peak Grandmaster level Psychic Awakener. With this, you'll be able to protect yourself in similar situations in the future. With that, Ling Tianhou turned his palm, revealing 2 jade pendants shaped like swords. Senior Ling Tianhou, are you also a Psychic Awakener? Receiving the pendants and sensing the immense mental energy within, Su Ming looked up at Ling Tianhou in shock. Psychic powers were a type of spiritual ability capable of killing silently. psychic awakeners were at least A-grade ability users, and for psychic powers, the starting level was A-grade. This meant that the elder before him was at least an A-grade psychic awakener. That's right. Ling Tianhou nodded in confirmation. No wonder you were able to annihilate the golden battle lion and tens of thousands of beasts with a wave of your hand earlier, Senior. So, you're a psychic awakener. Junior Su Ming sincerely thanks Senior for this gift. Upon hearing Ling Tianhou's response, Su Ming immediately recalled the scene of him crushing the golden battle lion and obliterating the beast tide with just a wave of his hand. He cupped his hands in gratitude. He then carefully stored the two sword-shaped jade pendants as if they were treasures. These two jade pendants could unleash the full-force strike of a peak 7th tier psychic awakener. Among those of the same tier, psychic awakeners were far more terrifying than ordinary warriors. Psychic attacks were also much harder to defend against. If used well, even when facing a peak 7th tier fierce beast, Su Ming could use these jade pendants to kill the opponent instantly. I still need to investigate the newly emerged cavern. Su Ming, you should return to the train and continue your journey. Seeing Su Ming accept the pendants, Ling Tianhou laughed heartily. Before Su Ming could respond, he had already flown into the air, heading swiftly toward the newly discovered cavern. These two jade sword pendants contained the full power of a Grandmaster-level telekinetic awakener's strike, their value surpassing even the legendary Water of Life. If converted into academic credits, the worth of a single pendant would exceed 10,000 credits. Upon meeting Su Ming, Ling Tianhou gifted such a precious treasure solely to establish a connection in advance. Ling Tianhou firmly believed that, with Su Ming's talent, he would not remain confined to the Marquis realm in the future. Becoming a king-ranked powerhouse was inevitable, and he might even surpass the king level to become an unmatched entity. Fostering a good relationship with Su Ming now was undoubtedly beneficial and without harm. Recently, the emergence of new abyssal caverns has been increasingly frequent, and their levels keep escalating. This year's martial arts examinees are overall stronger and more talented than in previous years. I fear another catastrophic cycle looms ahead. I only hope that before the next great disaster strikes, Su Ming and these prodigies can grow stronger, Ling Tianhou muttered to himself. Otherwise, we old folks may struggle to safeguard Blue Planet's safety. As he flew toward the new abyssal cavern, Ling Tianhou glanced back at Su Ming, whose figure was gradually receding into the distance. With a sigh, he quickened his pace. Today's life-saving grace and the gift from Ling Tianhou must be repaid in the future, Su Ming reflected, watching Ling Tianhou disappear into the horizon as a mere black. The corners of Su Ming's lips lifted slightly before he turned and headed toward the train. Under the respectful gazes of the surrounding martial artists, Su Ming returned to the train car whose door he had kicked open earlier. Calculate how much it costs to repair this door and let me know. I'll pay for it, Su Ming said to the attendant still standing by the damaged door after stepping inside the compartment. Esteemed guest, you're the hero who saved us all. How could we possibly let you pay? These damages will be covered by the company, and we would never let a hero like you spend a penny. The attendant, startled by Su Ming's words, quickly bowed in respect. Su Ming replied with a slight nod, casually returning to his seat. The other passengers in the carriage looked at him with a mixture of admiration and awe. Those who had previously spoken rudely to him now shrank back into their seats, heads lowered, silent as quails. With the beast tied outside, brought under control, Su Ming sat back in his seat, at ease. The crew promptly reported the door damage, and before long, someone arrived to temporarily secure and seal the broken door. Soon after, the high-speed train bound for Magic Capital resumed its journey, speeding toward its destination. Dear passengers, the next stop is Magic Capital South Station. Please prepare your belongings and queue to disembark, the train's announcement blared. Less than an hour later, Su Ming's train arrived at its destination. Swiftly disembarking, he headed for the Magic Capital South Station exit and dialed Lu Jiming's number. Shortly after, he learned that Lu Jiming was already waiting at the exit. Rumble. As Su Ming ended the call, the roar of an engine, like the bellow of a ferocious beast, echoed throughout the entire exit, drawing everyone's attention. Wow, that's the latest model of the Hongqi supercar, priced at 5 billion. Whose young master could that be? Didn't you see? The car has the emblem of Magic Sea University. That must belong to someone important from the university. Today's the freshman registration day at Magic Sea University. Could this car be here to pick up a new student? Definitely. For Magic Sea University to send such an extravagant car, this student must be a special admission. Which genius could it be? Look, Someone's getting out of the car. That person looks familiar. It's the admissions director of Magic C University, a Grandmaster level powerhouse. Look quickly, there's the special admission student. Hiss, who is that kid? To have a Grandmaster level powerhouse and the admissions director personally come to pick him up. When Lu Jiming stepped out of the car with a smile and escorted Su Ming inside, the entire exit of Magic Capital South Station erupted into a commotion. The sports car sped along for over 10 minutes before arriving at the entrance of a sprawling sea-crossing bridge. Student Su Ming, once we cross this Magic Sea Bridge, we'll reach our campus, Lu Jiming said with a smile, glancing at the winding sea-crossing bridge stretching dozens of miles ahead. He turned to Su Ming, who was seated in the passenger seat. As they spoke, the car entered the bridge. Suddenly, the calm surface of the distant ocean began to churn violently. A massive turtle's head emerged from the depths of the sea, its eyes shining like brilliant stars, filled with a scrutinizing gaze as it stared at Su Ming and Lu Jiming's car. After confirming that the driver was Lu Jiming, escorting Su Ming, the turtle slowly retracted its gaze and submerged once more beneath the waves. Director Lu, what was that just now? Su Ming asked in shock, turning to Lu Jiming, his heartbeat still unsteady. When their gaze met the giant turtle, Su Ming had felt an overwhelming pressure unlike anything he had ever experienced, even more intense than when he encountered Ling Tianho. Without a doubt, the owner of that turtle possessed strength far surpassing that of Ling Tianho, an 8th-rank marquis. Ha, impressive, isn't it? Lu Jiming chuckled at Su Ming's astonished expression. With a trace of pride, he explained, that's Xian Zun, the ferocious beast companion of our university's president. It has followed the president through countless battles and has reached the 9th-rank king level in strength. Our Magic Sea University is built on an island, and the entire island is the university's territory. Thanks to Xian Zun guarding the surrounding waters, the sea beasts in the area dare not approach lightly, ensuring the safety of both Magic Sea University and Magic Capital. As long as Xian Zun remains, no sea beast dares to cross the line. This is one of the foundations of our university's strength, Lu Jiming said, his face brimming with pride. A 9th-rank king-level turtle? The depth of Magic Sea University's power is truly terrifying. Su Ming was even more shocked after hearing the explanation. He hadn't expected that the university president's beast companion alone possessed king-level strength. With Xian Zun alone, even the combined forces of the Limit Martial Hall would be no match. Magic Sea University's status as one of the top martial arts academies in Hanxia was well-deserved, with unfathomable foundations. The expansive Magic Sea Bridge had little traffic, and the wide road allowed Lu Jiming to drive the sports car at high speed. In less than 10 minutes, they crossed the bridge and arrived at the island where Magic Sea University was located. What grandeur! Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice as he got out of the car and looked up at the grand entrance of Magic Sea University. The scale of the university left him in awe the moment he arrived. The entire island was the university's property, spanning over 20 square kilometers. Before him stood two massive meteoric iron monoliths, each 100 meters tall, forming an imposing entrance gate. Looking further, Su Ming spotted a towering alloy spire in the center of the campus, rising high into the clouds. It was the most eye-catching structure in sight. By Su Ming's rough estimation, the spire was at least 1,000 meters tall. How is it? Impressive, isn't it? Lu Jiming said with a smile, noticing Su Ming's expression. He then pointed to the towering alloy structure before them. Su Ming, that is our Skyward Cultivation Tower, 99 stories tall, personally built by the first president of Demon Sea University. It is the most treasured asset of our school. Inside the tower, the first president set up formations created using his time-based powers. With each ascending floor, the flow of time accelerates, doubling with every level. At the top floor, time flows 100 times faster than outside. To cultivate in the Skyward Cultivation Tower, you need to spend academic credits. The amount required for each level is something you'll understand later. For now, I'll take you to complete your admission formalities and then show you to your dormitory. With that, Lu Jiming led him forward. Skyward Cultivation Tower, time-based powers. Hearing all this, Su Ming felt a deeper shock in his heart. Time-based powers were among the strongest and most supreme abilities. For the first president of Demon Sea University to possess such a formidable power and even establish such an unparalleled cultivation site, his strength must have been extraordinary. Yet, what puzzled Su Ming was that he had never heard of such a powerful figure before. Director Lu, the first president of Demon Sea University, possessing time-based powers, must have been a peerless figure whose name should be etched in history. Why have I never heard of his story? Su Ming quickened his pace, walking beside Lu Jiming and asking as they moved. It's said that the first president's story is deeply entangled and classified as top secret. I don't know much either. Perhaps only the current president and a few core members of the upper echelon of Hanhai know the truth, Lu Jiming replied, shaking his head. Seeing Lu's response, Su Ming did not press further. Instead, his gaze fell on the towering skyward cultivation tower at the center of the campus, and he began calculating in his heart. I'm currently cultivating the 100 refinements golden body technique, increasing my vital energy by 90 points daily. If I could train in the skyward cultivation tower and utilize the 100-fold time acceleration, my vital energy would increase by 9,000 points a day. At this rate, in less than half a month, I could ascend to the level of a grandmaster. However, I wonder how many credits it would cost to train for a day on the 99th floor of the skyward tower. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Ming followed Lu Jiming toward the central administrative building of Demon Sea University. The admission process was handled on the top floor of the administrative building. With Lu Jiming personally leading the way, everything proceeded swiftly. Su Ming only had to make an appearance, and the formalities were completed. Afterward, Lu Jiming guided Su Ming to his dormitory. A dormitory at Demon Sea University? This is way too luxurious. Upon seeing the 3-story standalone villa before him, covering an area of 500 square meters and accompanied by a courtyard of the same size, Su Ming was stunned. This villa was far more luxurious than the one gifted to him by the city government in the heart of Linjiang City. It's nothing special, really. Not every student at Demon Sea University gets to stay in dormitories this grand. Only the dormitories for special admissions students are like this. For regular students, their dorms are half this size, Lu Jiming explained with a smile upon hearing Su Ming's amazement. Su Ming simply shook his head and chuckled helplessly, feeling that Lu Jiming loved to flaunt a bit too much. Demon Sea University admitted only 1,000 students annually, which amounted to 4,000 students over 4 years. If every student were allocated such a spacious standalone villa, the dormitories alone would require 2 million square meters of land. Only a university like Demon Sea, situated on an island spanning over 20 square kilometers, could afford to build so many luxurious villas for its students. Su Ming, after the semester begins, Demon Sea University offers daily martial arts classes taught by Grandmaster-level instructors. Students are free to choose which classes to attend. Of course, you can also skip classes and choose to take on tasks to earn academic credits, which can be used to exchange for martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, or access to the Skyward Cultivation Tower for training. In short, students at Demon Sea University have a lot of freedom. However, freedom comes at a price. Everything in the university is supported by credits. Without credits, you can't do anything. To continue your studies, you must take on tasks to earn credits. This serves as a form of motivation for students. That said, given the academic credits you've been awarded, you don't need to worry about this. You can attend Grandmaster level classes as much as you want. Just don't miss the freshman competition at the end of the month. Alright, my task is complete. If you have any questions, just ask your smart home assistant in the dormitory, it will provide you with answers. After finishing his words, Lu Jiming nodded and took his leave. Once Lu Jiming left, Su Ming quickly entered the standalone villa and sat on the sofa in the living room. Welcome home, master. I am your smart home assistant. Please let me know if you have any requirements. A holographic projection of a beautiful woman appeared and greeted him respectfully as he sat down. Help me check how many academic credits it costs to train for a day in the Skyward Cultivation Tower. Su Ming immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. Understood, master. The credit cost for 1 day of training in the Skyward Cultivation Tower varies by floor. The first floor costs 5 credits per day, the second floor 10 credits per day. The 99th floor costs 2,000 credits per day. The smart assistant promptly provided a detailed breakdown. 2,000 credits per day on the 99th floor? My annual credit allocation is only enough for 2 days of training. This is way too expensive, Su Ming muttered in astonishment as he reviewed the data. List all the martial arts techniques and cultivation methods collected by Demon Sea University, ranked from highest to lowest, he instructed the smart assistant, unable to resist his curiosity. Understood, master. The smart assistant immediately responded, displaying a virtual screen showcasing the university's vast collection of martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. Original visualization method, S-rank meditation method, 25,000 credits for exchange. Stellar body refining technique, S-rank body refining method, 22,000 credits for exchange. Ninefold thunderblade, S-rank martial arts technique, 20,000 credits for exchange. Overlord spear, C-rank martial arts technique, 20 credits for exchange. Wow, there are so many S-rank martial arts techniques and methods. Demon Sea University truly has an astonishing foundation, but to exchange for these S-rank techniques and methods, the credit requirements are way too high. Even with my allocation, over 4 years, I could only afford one S-rank martial arts technique, not even an S-rank meditation or body refining method. Su Ming scrolled through the extensive list of techniques and methods, unable to hold back a deep breath in amazement. My current rate of vital energy growth is rapid, thanks to the help of the A-rank body refining method 100 refinements golden body technique. However, my mental strength growth lags far behind my vital energy. What I need most is a good meditation method. With my current 3,000 credits, an S-rank meditation method is out of reach, but an A-rank one is worth considering. This A-rank meditation method, Heavenly Luo diagram, seems just right. After some thought, Su Ming decided to spend all 3,000 academic credits on the Heavenly Luo manual. "Butler, I want to purchase the A-grade meditation technique Heavenly Luo manual," he said decisively to the intelligent butler. "Master, purchasing the Heavenly Luo manual costs 3,000 academic credits. Are you sure you want to spend all 3,000 credits on this purchase?" the intelligent butler confirmed again. "Yes, I'm sure," Su Ming nodded. "Understood, Master. The Heavenly Luo manual has been ordered, and 3,000 credits have been deducted. Your current account balance is 0, the butler acknowledged, and a small line of text appeared on the screen. "Show me what tasks are available at Demon Sea University to earn credits," Su Ming said immediately. At Demon Sea University, credits were essential. Without them, one could hardly move forward, even meals required credits. With his balance now at 0, Su Ming knew he had to complete some tasks to earn credits before making any further plans. Assist instructors in maintaining training facilities, reward 0.5 credits. Hunt and retrieve the heart of a Tier 4 low-level ferocious beast, the Thunder Leopard, reward 5 credits. Collect 3 Demon Essence Crystals, reward 3 credits. Assist the Special Anomaly Bureau in apprehending a Tier 4 Peak Rogue Cultivator known as Scorpion, reward 20 credits. Seems like earning credits is no easy task. No wonder when I held back a beast tied alone on my way to the university and saved thousands of people, I still only earned 500 credits. Su Ming sighed helplessly as he reviewed the tasks and their corresponding rewards. An ordinary student would probably work themselves to death for a month and still only manage to train in the sky-piercing cultivation tower for a single day, he muttered with a bitter smile. Defeating a Tier 4 low-level ferocious beast only yielded 5 credits. To accumulate enough credits to train on the 99th floor of the sky-piercing cultivation tower for a day would require completing 400 such tasks. Setting aside the difficulty, just the time needed to complete those hunting missions would be absurd. Ding dong. While Su Ming was lamenting, the doorbell suddenly rang. "Who's coming at this hour? Could Director Liu have more instructions for me?" Su Ming's face flashed with curiosity at the sound of the doorbell. Just as he wondered who the visitor might be, the intelligent butler spoke up. "Master, your purchase of the A-grade meditation technique Heavenly Luo manual has arrived." "So fast?" Su Ming's eyes lit up. He quickly got up and walked to the door. Opening the door, he saw a young man of about 20 standing at the villa entrance, holding a sleek silver briefcase. Su Ming approached and opened the door. "Junior Su Ming, this is your delivery. Please sign for it," the young man said with a bright smile as he handed over the briefcase. "This case is secured with an intelligent password lock. You'll need to scan your student ID to open it," he added. "You're also a student at Demon Sea University?" Su Ming asked, slightly surprised as he took the briefcase. "That's right, I'm a third-year student at Demon Sea University. Many of the tasks in the university include delivering packages. For high-value items like yours, the delivery fee is quite generous," the young man explained cheerfully. "For example, I earn 2.5 credits for delivering your package. That's about the same as the reward for hunting a Tier 3 peak ferocious beast. I was lucky to snag this task, it only took me a few minutes to complete," he added with a hearty laugh. Su Ming nodded in understanding. After opening the case and confirming that it contained the A-grade meditation technique Heavenly Luo manual, he quickly completed the signing process. The young man departed after delivering the package. Back in his villa, Su Ming immediately took out the Heavenly Luo manual and read through it from beginning to end. For others, obtaining this meditation technique would require spending significant time studying it before they could begin practicing. But Su Ming was entirely different. Thanks to the Deep Blue system, he needed only a single read-through before a pleasant voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! A-grade meditation technique Heavenly Luo manual detected. Spend 1,000 enhancement points to learn it? Learn it!" Su Ming chose without hesitation. "Ding! Successfully mastered A-grade meditation technique Heavenly Luo manual. Current proficiency, Beginner, spend 15,000 enhancement points to upgrade proficiency to perfection. As soon as Su Ming opted to learn the Heavenly Luo manual, the system displayed a prompt, and an immense amount of insights and experiences related to the manual surged into his mind. Looking at the system panel's prompt, Su Ming waved his hand, and 15,000 enhancement points flowed into the Heavenly Luo manual like a rushing stream. In an instant, the proficiency of the Heavenly Luo manual was elevated from beginner to perfection. Earlier, while on the high-speed train to Demon Sea University, Su Ming had encountered a beast tide and fought valiantly, slaying numerous ferocious beasts in the process. This had allowed him to accumulate over 100,000 enhancement points. Spending 15,000 enhancement points to upgrade the Heavenly Luo manual was hardly a loss for him. After enhancing the Heavenly Luo manual to perfection, Su Ming still had a balance of 100,000 enhancement points. Boom! At the moment when the proficiency reached perfection, a thunderous roar erupted in Su Ming's mind. In the next second, countless insights and realizations about the Heavenly Luo manual surged like a tidal wave, as if they were his own memories. In almost no time, Su Ming's mastery of this A-grade meditation technique reached its peak. Simultaneously, after reaching perfection, Su Ming felt an extraordinary clarity in his soul. His mental strength and sensory perception became several times stronger, and the entire world appeared far more vivid. This sensation, it can only come from a massive increase in mental power. I wonder how much my mental power has improved after maxing out this A-grade meditation technique. After processing the insights flooding his mind, Su Ming immediately checked his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming, Blood Energy, 8,900. Mental Strength, 2,150. Abilities, Ice Crown Empress S+, Heart of Fury A+, Body Refinement Techniques, Rising Sun D Perfection, 100 Refinement Golden Body Technique A Perfection. Meditation Techniques, Heavenly Luo Manual A Perfection. Martial Arts, Vajra Spear Technique D Perfection, Breaking Cloud Spear C Perfection. Enhancement Points, 106,008. My mental strength has increased by over 1,600 points. Back when I used the system to max out the A-grade Body Refinement Technique 100 Refinement Golden Body Technique, my blood energy only increased by around 300. With my mental strength surpassing 2,000, combined with the explosive power of my S-grade ability Ice Crown Empress, my combat strength and ice abilities has finally exceeded 1 million. Indeed, upgrading an A-grade meditation technique to perfection, which costs 15,000 enhancement points, is vastly superior to the 9,000 points needed for an A-grade Body Refinement Technique. The difference in power is undeniable. Su Ming marveled as his eyes widened in delight at the significant boost in his mental strength. Before learning the Heavenly Luo manual, his mental strength had only been at 521 points. After mastering the Tian Luo diagram through the system and maxing out its proficiency, Su Ming's spiritual power tripled instantly. This growth was even more astonishing than the boost in vitality he experienced back when he cultivated the 100 Tempering Golden Body Technique. However, Su Ming understood that the system's ability to bring so much spiritual power with a fully mastered A-rank meditation method was also related to his current strength being far greater than before. Especially now, his physical vitality far surpassed his spiritual power. Let me cultivate for a while and see how much spiritual power the fully mastered A-rank meditation method can actually bring, Su Ming thought. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the excitement in his heart, sat cross-legged in the living room, closed his eyes, and began meditating on the Tian Luo diagram. As he closed his eyes, his consciousness instantly entered a vast starry sky. Before him, star maps continuously flashed, and starlight slowly merged into his consciousness. Time passed quietly. By the time Su Ming opened his eyes and emerged from meditation, it was already late. Just one blink, and 8 hours have passed. I didn't expect time to fly by so quickly. Su Ming looked at the clock, astonished. Then, he opened his status panel and was once again delighted. Spirit, 2230. My spiritual power increased by another 80 points, averaging 10 points per hour. This is far better than directly consuming spirit pills. If I pair this with some supplements that aid in spiritual power cultivation, the speed of improvement would be even faster. And this is just an A-rank meditation method. If I could get my hands on a perfected S-rank meditation method, just how fast could my spiritual power grow? Calculating the spiritual power growth over these 8 hours, Su Ming was overjoyed. In merely 8 hours, the improvement he achieved in spiritual power was something that an ordinary awakened individual could never hope to reach in a lifetime. The effectiveness of the fully mastered A-rank meditation method, the Tian Luo diagram, was evident. As for the potential of a fully mastered S-rank meditation method to enhance spiritual power, Su Ming was filled with anticipation. finding it hard to estimate. "Master, you just missed a call. There's a voice message for you." At this moment, the fully intelligent housekeeper system in Su Ming's villa suddenly materialized into a humanoid figure and reported to him. Earlier, while Su Ming was focused on meditating, it had received a call but chose not to disturb him. It waited until he finished his cultivation to inform him. "Let me take a look." Hearing that someone had called and left a message, Su Ming quickly snapped out of his joy and opened the message. The message was from none other than Lu Jiming, the admissions director who had brought him into the academy. After reviewing the message, Su Ming understood Lu Jiming's purpose in contacting him. "Director Lu wants me to visit his office tomorrow. It's about the Earth Dragon Essence Blood. Earth Dragon Essence Blood is an 8th tier resource, much stronger in enhancing vitality than the tri-leaf purple blood fruit. However, considering my current physical state, I'm not sure if I can withstand the baptism of such a powerful resource. Director Lu probably wants to teach me how to use the Earth Dragon Essence Blood correctly." After pondering for a moment, Su Ming replied with a short "received." Then, he took out a pile of food from the backpack Lin Wanru had given him and began eating heartily. "After meeting Director Lu tomorrow, I'll need to start earning credits. Otherwise, I won't even be able to eat at Magic Sea University," Su Ming muttered while devouring the food Lin Wanru had brought. Currently, he had used up all his credits. Without earning more, he wouldn't even qualify to eat on campus. If he didn't take on tasks to earn credits, he'd have to leave the campus just to get a meal. After filling his stomach, Su Ming didn't resume cultivating. Instead, he went upstairs to wash up and returned to the master bedroom to rest. The next morning, Su Ming followed the directions Lu Jiming had provided and found his office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Lu Jiming's voice came from inside. Pushing open the door, Su Ming entered. "Director Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you?" Su Ming greeted upon seeing Lu Jiming sitting at his desk, reviewing documents. "Su Ming, you're here. Come, have a seat." Lu Jiming, noticing his arrival, set down his work and got up to welcome him, leading him to the sofa in the reception area. "Su Ming, this is the Earth Dragon Essence Blood that the Academy has rewarded you with." Knowing why Su Ming had come, Lu Jiming gestured with a wave of his hand, materializing a palm-sized transparent container filled with crimson liquid on the coffee table. "This is the Earth Dragon Essence Blood?" Su Ming's eyes lit up as he stared at the Earth Dragon Essence Blood before him. Though he was almost certain of its identity, he couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right, it's Earth Dragon Essence Blood." The greatest benefit of joining Magic Sea University, Lu Jiming confirmed with a smile. Then, his tone turned serious as he said, "Su Ming, Earth Dragon Essence Blood is the essence of an 8th tier ferocious beast, containing immense vitality and power. Even after being refined by the university's experts, it still contains extremely volatile energy. Even a 7th tier Grandmaster would struggle to fully absorb it if consumed in one go. For you, it's even more critical. Before you break through to the 4th tier, do not use it. Once you reach the 4th tier, you can only use 1% of it at a time. Pour it into a palm-sized bowl, dilute it with water, and drink it in 3 doses to temper your flesh and blood. Never drink too much at once, or the power of the Earth Dragon Essence Blood could burst your body," Lu Jiming warned earnestly, and Su Ming nodded seriously. "Don't worry, Director Lu. I understand the risks." Su Ming recalled his near-death experience when he recklessly consumed the 4th tier high-grade resource, the tri-leaf purple blood fruit, as a 2nd tier martial artist. That memory remained vivid in his mind. Now, faced with an even stronger 8th tier resource, he would naturally be more cautious. "As long as you understand, take good care of the Earth Dragon Essence Blood," Lu Jiming said, satisfied with Su Ming's serious demeanor. "Thank you, Director Lu." Su Ming quickly and carefully stowed the Earth Dragon Essence Blood in his chest, treating it like a precious treasure. "If there's nothing else, Director Lu, I'll take my leave." Having received the Earth Dragon Essence Blood, Su Ming couldn't wait to test its effects and thus bid farewell to Lu Jiming. "Ha, you're quite the impatient one. Go ahead, then." Lu Jiming, understanding his eagerness, smiled and waved him off. Su Ming nodded and left with the Earth Dragon Essence Blood. Back at his dormitory, he followed Lu Jiming's instructions. Taking out a palm-sized bowl, he poured in some water and added a single drop of the Earth Dragon Essence Blood. As the drop of Essence Blood fell into the bowl, the clear water instantly turned a deep red, emanating a powerful vitality. Without hesitation, Su Ming picked up the bowl and drank a third of its contents in one gulp. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As the Earth Dragon Essence Blood traveled down his throat, it felt as though he had swallowed a mouthful of boiling lava. The intense heat surged from his esophagus to his abdomen, followed by an even more violent energy explosion in his abdomen, far more intense than when he had previously consumed the 4th grade high-tier treasure 3-leaf purple blood fruit. However, Su Ming's physical condition was now much stronger than back then. Though the energy was raging, he didn't feel as uncomfortable as he had when he swallowed the 3-leaf purple blood fruit outside cave number 2 in Linjiang City. My body hasn't reached its limit. It seems I don't need to follow Director Lu's advice to absorb this drop of Earth Dragon Essence blood gradually in 3 separate sessions. I might as well drink all the remaining blood in the bowl in one go, and moving forward, I won't dilute the Earth Dragon Essence blood. I'll just swallow it drop by drop. Feeling the immense energy within him, Su Ming decisively drank the remaining blood in the bowl in one gulp. Boom! After drinking it, the energy within his body grew even more violent, causing his body to swell slightly, though still within tolerable limits. This power rapidly flowed through his entire body, invigorating every cell as they greedily absorbed the energy. Although Su Ming was not yet a 4th grade warrior, his blood vitality had already reached 8,900, not far from the 4th grade warrior standard of 10,000. With an A-grade superhuman ability, his physical attributes far surpassed those of warriors at the same level. Additionally, his S-grade natural ice ability helped alleviate much of the energy's impact, enabling him to endure the tremendous energy of an entire drop of Earth Dragon Essence blood, despite not having the blood vitality of a 4th grade warrior. As the energy of the Earth Dragon Essence blood erupted within him, Su Ming immediately began cultivating the 100 refinement body technique, a faint golden hue appearing on the surface of his skin. After an hour of cultivation, he had completely absorbed the energy from the single drop of Earth Dragon Essence blood. Blood vitality, 9,400. 1 drop of Earth Dragon Essence blood increased my blood vitality by 500 within an hour, far more effective than cultivating directly with blood vitality powder. By this calculation, after finishing this entire bottle of Earth Dragon Essence blood, I can increase my blood vitality by 50,000. 2 bottles will be enough to elevate me to a 5th grade warrior. This is the terrifying power of 8th grade resources. After finishing his cultivation, Su Ming glanced at his blood vitality value, astonished by the dramatic increase brought by the Earth Dragon Essence blood. However, what he didn't know was that not everyone could achieve such an increase in blood vitality by consuming Earth Dragon Essence blood. For an average 4th grade warrior, drinking 1 drop would only increase their blood vitality by a little over 200. After all, not everyone, like him, had mastered an A-grade body refinement technique to its peak, maximizing the energy utilization of the Earth Dragon Essence blood. For others, some energy would inevitably be wasted during cultivation. I'll drink 2 more drops and break through the 4th grade warrior threshold of 10,000 blood vitality this morning. In the afternoon, I'll take on a mission. Closing the attribute panel, Su Ming looked at the transparent bottle on the table, grabbed another drop, and swallowed it directly, resuming his cultivation of the 100 refinement body technique. 2 hours later, he stopped cultivating, his blood vitality having surpassed 10,000, officially reaching the level of a 4th grade warrior. Blood vitality, 10,400. My blood vitality has finally surpassed the 10,000 threshold for 4th grade warriors. I've officially advanced to a 4th grade warrior. Next, let's see if there are any tasks with higher credit rewards. Satisfied, Su Ming checked his attribute panel before speaking. Housekeeper, list all the tasks available at the school right now, sorted by credit rewards from highest to lowest. Understood, Master. The intelligent housekeeper, projected as a humanoid figure, nodded respectfully. Shortly afterward, a virtual screen appeared before Su Ming, displaying all the tasks available at Mo High University, sorted by credit rewards. Capture A-grade wanted criminal Rikoa Osaka from Sakura nationality, requiring late-stage 5th grade strength, reward, 300 credits. Travel to Magic City's cave number 7 and hunt the peak 5th grade beast Silver Moon Wolf King for its fong, requiring 5th grade warrior strength, reward, 200 credits. Recruit 4 students to assist Professor Zhao Renjie in collecting magic source flowers at Magic City's cave number 4, requiring 4th grade warrior strength, currently 3/4 participants, reward, 120 credits. The highest reward is only 300 credits. It seems that the 500 credits I earned from stopping the beast tide at Ling Tian Marquis' request were truly exceptional. Su Ming thought, slightly surprised as he looked at the tasks, noting that the highest reward was only 300 credits. He then fell silent, staring at the task list. These high reward tasks all have certain requirements. My blood vitality has just reached the 4th grade warrior threshold, so so I can take on this task to collect magic source flowers. Along the way, I can also observe the strength of the beasts in the caves near Magic City. Moreover, there are already 3 MO High University students who have accepted this task. This will be my first time in the caves near Magic City, so having senior students around will provide some support. After thinking it over, Su-Ming decided to take on this task, which was tailored for 4th grade warriors. Having selected the task, he returned the bottle of Earth Dragon Essence blood to his room. With an hour left before the task, participants were scheduled to meet. Su-Ming first ate some dry food he had brought from home in his villa, then rested for half an hour. When it was almost time to assemble, he donned his A-grade combat suit, the blazing sunset, grabbed his A-grade weapon, the obsidian spear, and left the villa provided by the school, heading toward the designated meeting point specified in the task description. The meeting point for the task team was at the Martial Arts Hall of MO High University. This location was chosen because each student taking on the task had to undergo a strength test before departure to ensure they met the task's requirements. The Martial Arts Hall was equipped with the most advanced blood vitality testing instruments in Hansha. Excuse me, is this the meeting point for the task issued by Professor Zhao Renjie? Upon entering MO High University, Su-Ming followed the directions in the task description to the designated location. He politely addressed the 3 young men and women standing before him. Among them were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men wore a plain white t-shirt, had short, neat hair, and a burly build. The other man wore black-framed glasses, had a gentle smile, and appeared scholarly and refined. The only woman was tall, with delicate features. She wore ultra-short shorts, her bronzed, long legs toned and firm, without an ounce of excess fat. The trio exuded a strong blood vitality, their presence rivaling that of Jiang Lingchuan, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Linjiang City. Clearly, they were all warriors at mid or late 4th grade levels. That's right. Are you the last student to join the task team? Hearing Su-Ming's question, the young woman smiled and nodded, asking in turn. Su-Ming nodded in response. The young woman was the first to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Song Zihan, a 3rd-year student and a late 4th grade warrior. 3rd-year student Zhang Yang, late 4th grade warrior. 3rd-year student Li Hao, mid 4th grade warrior. The 3 introduced themselves in turn. Su-Ming responded with a faint smile. Freshman Su-Ming, early stage of the 4th tier. You're a freshman? Early stage of the 4th tier? As soon as Su-Ming introduced himself, Zhang Yang, Li Hao, and Song Zihan widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Demon Sea University was one of the top martial arts universities in Hanxia, producing countless geniuses, they had never heard of a freshman who entered university already being a 4th-tier martial artist. Wait, your name is Su-Ming? Could you be that Su-Ming, the provincial top scorer of Jiangnan province in this year's National College Entrance Martial Exam, who scored a perfect 300,000 points? Song Zihan suddenly realized, her eyes widening as she asked. Su-Ming simply smiled lightly and nodded. Wow, it's really you. Song Zihan covered her mouth, gasping in shock. A glimmer of amazement also flashed in Zhang Yang and Li Hao's eyes. Scoring a perfect 300,000 points in the National College Entrance Martial Exam meant Su-Ming already possessed the combat strength of an early-stage 4th-tier martial artist at the time of the exam. The combat strength standard for early 4th-tier martial artists required explosive force reaching 300,000. Now, only 2 months had passed since the exam. Considering Su-Ming's incredible talent, his claim of being in the early stage of the 4th tier was likely modest. It seems the escort team is now complete. Just as the 3 were still reeling from Su-Ming's identity, a calm voice interrupted. All 4 of them, including Su-Ming, turned towards the source of the voice. A scholarly middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared in their view, smiling faintly. Professor Zhao. Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao immediately displayed respect on their faces as they greeted in unison. This is Professor Zhao? I can't sense a trace of martial artist aura from him. Could it be that his strength is so overwhelming that I can't perceive it? Or is he just an ordinary person? If he's truly a hidden powerhouse, there's no need for us students to escort him. Could the school have deliberately assigned this task to us to earn credits? Meaning for the first time, Su-Ming felt puzzled as he sensed the ordinary presence emanating from Zhao Renjie. Hee, you must be the student who accepted the task most recently. Could you please test your blood vitality first? I'm already familiar with Zhang Yang and the others, so they don't need to check. Just as Su-Ming was lost in thought, Zhao Renjie approached the group of 4, smiling as he addressed Su-Ming. All right. Hearing this, Su-Ming nodded, shaking off the distracting thoughts in his mind. He quickly walked to a nearby blood vitality detector and began the test. His actions immediately caught the attention of Li Hao, Song Zihan, and Zhang Yang, all of whom stared curiously at the numbers on the detector. Over a month ago, Su-Ming was already capable of unleashing combat strength at the early 4th tier. Just how much stronger had he become now? Su Ming placed his hand on the detector, and the numbers began to climb rapidly, finally settling at blood vitality, 10,400. 10,400 blood vitality. He has just barely broken into the early stage of the 4th tier? Song Zihan and the other two were momentarily stunned upon seeing the result. In their eyes, a talent like Su Ming, who had early 4th tier combat strength over a month ago, should now at least have a blood vitality of 20 or 30,000, nearing the middle stage of the 4th tier. Perhaps Su Ming's blood vitality isn't as high as we imagined. During the college entrance martial exam, he might have only had a few thousand. His ability to unleash early 4th tier combat strength could be due to his high martial arts mastery and profound skill level. The three, all geniuses themselves, quickly adjusted their thoughts, and the astonishment on their faces gradually faded. Very good. Your strength meets the requirements for this mission. Let's not delay any further. We're setting off immediately. Zhao Renjie looked pleased with Su Ming's test results, smiling as he addressed Su Ming and the others. Understood, Professor Zhao. The group quickly came to a consensus. They then boarded Zhao Renjie's exclusive helicopter and departed from Demon Sea University, heading towards the 4th cavern in the Magic Capital. The entrance to the Magic Capital's 4th cavern was located on another island, near the coast of the Magic Capital, about 80 kilometers from the island where Demon Sea University was situated. Taking the helicopter, they reached the entrance to the 4th cavern in under 20 minutes. Professor Zhao, please. After arriving at the military base outside the 4th cavern entrance, Su Ming followed Zhao Renjie off the helicopter. Two officers, with 1-star insignias on their shoulders, approached to personally escort Zhao Renjie and Su Ming to the cavern's entrance. Not only that, but 4 4th-tier martial artists were specially assigned to accompany Zhao Renjie and Su Ming into the 4th cavern. Professor Zhao's identity is clearly extraordinary. Once inside the cavern, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel silently. The elemental energy here was extraordinarily dense, at least 3 times that of the second cavern in Linjiang City. The energy concentration in Linjiang's second cavern was already sufficient to nurture 3rd-tier beasts. In the Magic Capital's 4th cavern, 4th-tier beasts were common, and 5th-tier beasts could also appear. After passing through the cavern's pathway, Su Ming keenly sensed the density of the surrounding elemental energy, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. His spiritual power had increased significantly, now exceeding 2,000 points, enhancing his environmental awareness. The rich elemental energy in the cavern made him even more alert. Though he had just surpassed 10,000 blood vitality and barely entered the early stage of the 4th tier, he could unleash combat strength equivalent to 40 times his base power by fully activating his A-rank ability, Heart of Fury, combined with the C-rank perfected technique Piercing Cloud Spear. This would push his combat strength past 4 million calories, barely reaching the level of a 5th-tier beginner martial artist. However, if he encountered a 5th-tier beast in the cavern, victory would be difficult. Although his A-rank combat suit, the Blazing Sunset, could withstand attacks from 5th-tier beasts without injury, the mission was to protect Professor Zhao Renjie. It wasn't enough for him to remain unharmed, he had to ensure the professor's safety. To earn the 1.2 million credits for this mission, Su Ming knew he had to stay highly vigilant, ready to confront any beasts at any moment to ensure the mission's success. Su Ming, there's no need to be so tense. We've been to the Magic Capital's 4th cavern many times before. While there are 5th-tier beasts here, the area we're heading to only has beasts up to the late 4th tier. With our current team, we can handle it. Noticing Su Ming's constant scanning of the surroundings, Song Zihan smiled, attempting to ease his tension. In her view, Su Ming's behavior was perfectly normal for someone visiting the cavern for the first time. Zihan is right. With the strength of our team, there's no need to worry about 4th-tier beasts. Even if we run into a 5th-tier beginner beast, we can take it down. Su Ming, relax. As Zhang Yang finished speaking, his face displayed a confident smile. Among the 4 students from Demon Sea University, he had the highest blood energy, reaching 70,000 points. As the genius of the school, he had mastered an A-grade martial art and cultivated it to the intermediate level, allowing his combat power to erupt to 12 times the base level. At full force, his attack power exceeded 8 million calories, which, combined with the efforts of Song Zihan and the others, was enough to deal with most 5th-tier early-stage fierce beasts. After hearing the two speak, Su Ming didn't say much and only nodded lightly. Roar! Just as Su Ming finished nodding, a beast's roar echoed from a distance. Everyone turned towards the sound, and a massive tiger with a shoulder height of nearly 3 meters came into view. Its fierce eyes were wide and round, fixed on them with a low growl that carried a clear warning. A mid-tier 4th-grade fierce beast, the golden striped tiger. That tiger whip on it is worth a fortune. Zhang Yang's face immediately lit up with a smile upon seeing the tiger, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Hao, upon seeing the golden striped tiger, couldn't help but reveal an eager expression as well. Junior Su Ming, why don't you give it a try? Let us witness the true prowess of this year's college entrance exam's perfect score martial arts champion, Song Zihan softly suggested to Su Ming, glancing at the tiger not far away. Though her voice was low, the group was quiet, so her words were heard by everyone. Perfect score in the college entrance exam, already a fourth-tier martial artist in his first year? This kid is this strong? Could he be a special recruit of this year's Demon Sea University? Hearing Song Zihan's words, the four military fourth-tier martial artists accompanying them looked at Su Ming in astonishment. Until now, they had assumed Su Ming was an ordinary fourth-year martial artist in his third year at Demon Sea University. Unexpectedly, Su Ming turned out to be a freshman who had just completed the college entrance exam with a perfect score. Apart from the military martial artists, Zhang Yang and Li Hao became even more intrigued after hearing this. Over a month ago during the college entrance exam, Su Ming's combat power had already reached the perfect score of 300,000. Now, they were eager to see how much his strength had grown in just 1 month. This golden-striped tiger is mine. Su Ming nodded in agreement the moment Song Zihan finished speaking. A mid-tier 4th grade fierce beast came with a considerable amount of enhancement points. Just earlier, he had been contemplating how to take this golden-striped tiger down first. He was willing to give up the valuable materials on the tiger's body, but the 1,000+ enhancement points gained from slaying it were something he couldn't afford to miss. Unexpectedly, just as he was racking his brain, Song Zihan had conveniently given him the opening he needed. The moment he finished speaking, Su Ming drew the obsidian spear from his back, exerted force, and used the consummate mastery of his breaking cloud spear technique, deftly mobilizing the muscles in both legs. The next moment, boom! A dull sound erupted beneath Su Ming's feet, leaving a deep footprint on the ground as his figure shot towards the golden-striped tiger several hundred meters away like a cannonball. So fast! Seeing Su Ming cover dozens of meters in an instant, both Song Zihan and Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. This burst of speed was no less than that of a mid-tier 4th grade martial artist. This kid isn't bad. That Lu Jining fellow actually brought Demon Sea University a promising talent. In the crowd, Zhao Renjie adjusted his glasses, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he watched Su Ming charge forward. Breaking Cloud Spear. In an instant, Su Ming arrived before the golden-striped tiger, his spear striking like a dragon emerging from the sea, its tip aimed directly at the tiger's vitals. Roar! The golden-striped tiger was not one to back down. It roared angrily, raising its paw abruptly, its sharp claws resembling daggers as they swung towards the incoming obsidian spear. Although Su Ming employed the consummate mastery of the Breaking Cloud Spear martial art, he had yet to activate his A-grade superhuman ability, Heart of Fury. Thus, the power of this spear only amounted to around 500,000 combat power. To the golden-striped tiger, this attack was at most at the early 4th grade level and posed no significant threat. "Heh, I'll make you underestimate me." Charging forward with his spear, Su Ming noticed the golden-striped tiger's complacency and let a cold smile form on his lips. Roar! The mid-tier 4th grade golden-striped tiger wasn't stupid. Seeing Su Ming smirk, an ominous feeling surged within its heart, prompting it to growl softly. But at this moment, it was too late to stop. The obsidian spear and the tiger's claws were about to collide. Heart of Fury, full activation. At the instant of collision between the spear tip and the claws, Su Ming abruptly activated his A-grade superhuman ability, Heart of Fury Star. Upon activation, the blood-red heart-shaped shadow in Su Ming's mental sea trembled violently. In an instant, his entire body's blood energy surged, and his physical strength multiplied eightfold. The spear, originally powered by 500,000 combat strength, instantly erupted with over 4 million in power. The moment the spear tip touched, the tiger's claws were shattered into several pieces by the sheer force. With unstoppable momentum, the spear tip pierced through the paw and drove straight towards the tiger's head. Put! Without suspense, Su Ming's spear effortlessly plunged into the massive head of the golden-striped tiger. The tiger's pupils constricted sharply, its eyes filled with shock and terror. Before it could even let out a cry, Su Ming's blood energy surged, and with a powerful twist of his right hand, he lifted the massive tiger by its head using the obsidian spear. Ha! With a soft grunt, Su Ming swung his right hand sharply, pulling the spear out of the tiger's head. Blood splattered as the massive golden-striped tiger, as heavy as a small car, was flung hundreds of meters away as if it were nothing more than a chicken. It landed heavily on the ground not far from Song Zihan and the others, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the golden-striped tiger was lifeless, its eyes still filled with the terror that hadn't had time to fade. Successfully killed a mid-tier 4th grade fierce beast golden-striped tiger, enhancement points plus 2,000. Simultaneously, Su Ming's system interface popped up with the kill notification, instantly awarding him 2,000 enhancement points. The rewards for killing 4th grade fierce beasts are incredible. I need to tell Song Zihan and the others later, let me handle all the fierce beasts along the way. I don't even need the materials. Looking at the 2,000 enhancement points he had just received, Su Ming couldn't help but grin, silently rejoicing to himself. The enhancement points from killing 4th grade fierce beasts were just too lucrative. Encountering a few more of them would easily match his earnings from half a month of desperate fighting in the underground caves of Linjiang City. This is it? One spear, just one spear, and he instantly killed this mid-tier 4th grade golden striped tiger, which had blood energy exceeding 10,000. This golden striped tiger, even as a mid-tier 4th grade beast, is considered strong for its level, with an estimated combat power of 1 million. To kill it so easily, Su Ming's combat power must exceed 1.5 million. Combat power exceeding 1.5 million means he unleashed at least 15 times his base strength with that spear. Could he have mastered an A-grade martial art and cultivated it to an advanced level at such a young age? So this is the strength of a specially recruited student from Demon Sea University? Terrifying. Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and the other third-year students of Demon Sea University, along with the 4 fourth-tier warriors from the military, were all left speechless as they stared at the golden striped tiger that Su Ming had just killed with a single shot. Especially Song Zihan and Li Hao. Both of them were mid-4th-tier warriors with around 30,000 blood energy. Although they had each exchanged for an A-rank martial art, their mastery only reached the beginner level, allowing them to unleash about 8-fold combat strength. Even if they gave their all, they could barely match Su Ming. Thinking about how Su Ming had just joined Demon Sea University but was already on par with them, third-year students, a sense of defeat welled up in the hearts of Song Zihan and Li Hao. Senior brothers and sisters, I'll leave the materials from this golden striped tiger for you to handle, Su Ming said as he returned to the group, holding his obsidian spear and stepping on the head of the tiger he had just killed. I'll take care of it, Zhao Renjie said with a smile, stepping forward before Song Zihan and Zhang Yang could respond. He quickly approached the golden striped tiger. With a flick of his hand, a dagger gleaming with a cold light appeared in his grasp. Gripping it tightly, Zhao Renjie began to expertly disassemble the tiger's corpse. His movements were incredibly skilled. Every stroke of the blade was precise, and the tiger's corpse was swiftly dismantled before Su Ming's astonished eyes. If there was one word to describe it, it would be effortless. Too skillful. In less than a minute, Zhao Renjie had extracted all the valuable materials from the golden striped tiger and piled them together. I'll store these materials in my spatial ring for now. Once we return, I'll hand them over and we can decide how to distribute them, Zhao Renjie explained to Su Ming and Song Zihan with a smile as he waved his hand, making the pile of materials vanish. Song Zihan and Zhang Yang both nodded in agreement, without objection. A spatial ring, Su Ming muttered, his attention more focused on the shimmering ring on Zhao Renjie's right index finger than on the materials. Su Ming, this spatial ring was crafted by spatial ability users. Each one is incredibly valuable, and spatial ability users are extremely rare, making them almost impossible to purchase on the market, Zhao Renjie said, noticing Su Ming's gaze. However, at Demon Sea University, you can exchange 5,000 credits for one that can hold up to 10 cubic meters. Ahem, 5,000 credits. I think I'll hold off on that for now, Su Ming coughed lightly, smiling as he addressed the group. Professor Zhao, senior brothers and sisters, the golden striped tiger has been dealt with. Let's continue on our way. I volunteered for this mission to gain more experience in the cavern. How about letting me take on all the beasts we encounter from now on? Since it's junior brother Su Ming's request, of course, I must give him the honor. From now on, the beasts we encounter will be handled by you first, Song Zihan said with a smile. I agree as well. Li Hao nodded without hesitation. Even Zhang Yang, the strongest among Demon Sea University students, nodded with a grin. Then I'll cover for you. If we encounter any beasts you can't handle, I'll step in. Having witnessed Su Ming's strength, the three of them grew friendlier towards him and readily agreed to his request. Su Ming's initiative to take down the beasts himself also made things easier for them. Hearing his companion's responses, Su Ming nodded, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Since everyone agrees, let's head out, Zhao Renjie said, leading the team as they continued towards the origin of the demon source flowers. The number 4 cavern of the magic capital was much larger than the number 2 cavern in Linjiang City. The group journeyed through the cavern for an entire day and night before finally reaching their destination. Along the way, they encountered numerous ferocious beasts. However, the strongest among them were only in the later stages of the 4th tier, and none could withstand more than a single breath against Su Ming's obsidian spear. In just one day and night, Su Ming had slain at least 100 beasts, with about half of them being 4th tier. These beasts earned him over 123,000 enhancement points. Now, Su Ming's total enhancement points had accumulated to 224,000. His display of formidable strength throughout their journey continually reshaped the perceptions of Zhang Yang and Song Zihan. Whether it was mid-4th tier or late 4th tier beasts, none could withstand a single strike from Su Ming. The fact that he could kill late 4th tier beasts with one strike meant that Su Ming's combat strength was already comparable to peak 4th tier warriors and even rivaled early 5th tier warriors. With around 10,000 blood energy, he was able to unleash strength close to that of an early 5th tier warrior. Even Professor Zhao Renjie from Demon Sea University repeatedly marveled at Su Ming's talent, claiming it was a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Upon reaching their destination, Zhao Renjie pointed towards a valley ahead and turned to Su Ming and the others. This valley ahead is where the demon source flowers grow. These flowers contain dense natural energy and are top-tier 4th-tier treasures. There will definitely be many beasts guarding them, so stay alert and pay attention to your surroundings. Understood, Professor Zhao. Zhang Yang and the other 4 students from Demon Sea University responded immediately, and the 4 military 4th-tier warriors also nodded in agreement. Soon, under Zhao Renjie's lead, the 9 of them charged towards the valley ahead. Before long, Su Ming saw a sea of flowers before them. Large clusters of black blossoms swayed in the wind. Most of these black flowers were still buds, not yet fully bloomed, but there were also several fully open ones. Each blooming black flower was about the size of a palm and emitted a strong energy aura. Surrounding the sea of flowers were not only blossoms but also numerous massive beasts. Some were lying down, while others stood, resting in the valley. Occasionally, a beast would approach the flower bed and devour a blooming black flower. So these are demon source flowers? Such potent energy, no less than the 3-leaf violet blood fruit. But as Professor Zhao mentioned, these flowers have attracted quite a number of beasts. Luckily, there are no 5th-tier beasts, so it should be manageable. Seeing the scene before him, Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He roughly estimated that there were over 30 4th-tier beasts around this flower bed. If he could slay them all, it would bring him another 70 to 80,000 enhancement points. Roar! Just as Su Ming and the others were observing the demon source flowers and the surrounding beasts, the beasts noticed their presence. The first beast let out a warning roar. Immediately after, growls and howls echoed one after another. In the blink of an eye, the more than 30 4th-tier beasts all turned their attention to Su Ming and his team, their eyes burning with fury. A mid-4th-tier ironback mantis charged towards Su Ming and the others, leading the pack of beasts. In an instant, the more than 30 4th-tier beasts formed a massive horde and lunged at them. These beasts were enormous, and as they charged together, they resembled over 30 heavily armored tanks rushing straight at them, shaking the very ground with their advance. The ferocious beasts are charging towards us. Watch out! Protect Professor Zhao. Seeing the ferocious beasts approach, Zhang Yang immediately stepped forward, drawing the long blade from his back and standing at the forefront. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Song Zihan and Li Hao quickly positioned themselves behind Professor Zhao Renjie, shielding him. The other 4 military 4th-rank martial artists also drew their blades, their blood boiling as they prepared for battle. Just as everyone was bracing themselves nervously, a figure suddenly darted out like a cannonball, heading straight for the herd of over 30 4th-rank ferocious beasts. Su Ming, don't be reckless. Zhang Yang's face changed as he shouted loudly. He knew Su Ming's strength, but among these beasts were several at the peak of the 4th rank. Charging in alone, it was nearly impossible to retreat unscathed. Don't worry, Senior Zhang Yang, I've got this, Su Ming replied, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he activated his mind. The blazing sun armor instantly enveloped his body, like a fiery steel battlesuit draping over him. As the blazing sun armor appeared, Su Ming transformed into a crimson shadow. Holding the obsidian spear, he charged directly into the herd of beasts. The frenzied heart was activated immediately. In the next second, the obsidian spear thrust forward fiercely. Piercing cloud spear. A dazzling spear light streaked through the air, piercing through the head of the ironback mantis leading the charge. However, before its death, the ironback mantis swung its dual side-like arms fiercely, slashing at Su Ming. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, but that heavy blow merely sparked against Su Ming's chest, not even causing a scratch, let alone making him retreat a single step. The defenses of an A-rank combat suit were far beyond what a 4th-rank beast could penetrate. SHHHHKK. Su Ming pulled out the obsidian spear, and the 2-meter-tall ironback mantis collapsed to the ground, its head pierced through. Successfully killed mid-4th-rank ferocious beast ironback mantis, strengthening points plus 2,000. As the ironback mantis fell, the deep blue system interface immediately displayed the kill notification, and his strengthening points increased by another 2,000. After taking down the ironback mantis, Su Ming didn't pause. His figure flashed, and holding the obsidian spear, he charged towards the next group of beasts. With the protection of the A-rank combat suit, Su Ming didn't bother defending himself against the 4th-rank beasts. He focused entirely on relentless offense. The beasts' attacks landed on him but were all blocked by the blazing sun armor. The defensive power of the A-rank combat suit was so formidable that it could completely ignore attacks from 5th-rank beasts. No matter how much effort these 4th-rank beasts put in, they couldn't leave even the slightest mark on Su Ming. What's more, the blazing sun armor could store the energy from enemy attacks and convert it into counterattacking force when Su Ming needed it. However, up until now, Su Ming hadn't used this stored energy, he was merely accumulating it silently. Holding the obsidian spear, he continued to slay the approaching beasts. After consecutively killing 4 or 5 4th-rank beasts, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao finally noticed the crimson battle armor Su Ming was wearing. It looked extremely familiar. It was none other than the exclusive A-rank combat suit of Manghai University. That's Blazing Sun Armor. It's the A-rank Blazing Sun Armor. At our university, that's a high-level combat suit requiring 10,000 credits to exchange for. How does Junior Su Ming, a freshman, have so many credits? The Blazing Sun Armor can nullify all attacks below the Grandmaster level. With this advanced battle suit, no wonder Junior Su Ming dared to charge into the beast herd alone. With it, he's practically invincible. Could it be that the university gave the Blazing Sun Armor as a reward for freshmen? Realizing that Su Ming was wearing the A-rank Blazing Sun Armor, the three were instantly thrilled. After their initial shock, they quickly concluded that the suit couldn't have been exchanged by Su Ming himself. Having just joined Manghai University, there was no way Su Ming could have accumulated that many credits. The only plausible explanation was that the university had specially prepared it as a gift for his admission. Though they had been at the university for over 2 years and had never heard of such a valuable reward for specially recruited students, remembering Su Ming's prior feats easily defeating a late 4th-rank ferocious beast, they immediately felt it was justified. A freshman with the strength of an early 5th-rank martial artist was one of a kind in the past few decades of Hansha. No amount of attention from Manghai University would be too much. An A-rank combat suit, it's truly incredible. If only we had an A-rank combat suit, even with just 4th-rank strength, we'd have nothing to fear below the Grandmaster level. Nearby, the 4 military martial artists overheard Zhang Yang and the others exclaiming, their eyes widening as they watched the crimson figure weave through the herd of beasts like a wandering dragon, filled with envy. Although they were 4th-rank martial artists from the military, with access to better resources than ordinary 4th-rank fighters, they only had C-rank combat suits. An A-rank combat suit was an unattainable treasure for them, something they could never afford even if they spent all their savings. Among the group, only Zhao Ranjie, already aware of Lu Jiming's promise when recruiting Su Ming, remained calm. With a faint smile on his lips, he watched Su Ming continue slaughtering the beasts. Roar! As Zhang Yang and the others were reeling in shock, Su Ming had already used his thunderous methods to kill more than 20 ferocious beasts. Seeing Su Ming's overwhelming strength, the remaining beasts, though reluctant to abandon the magical source flower, let out terrified and unwilling howls, ceasing their attacks and turning to flee. These bloodthirsty beasts, terrified by Su Ming, dared not pursue further and could only flee for their lives. Where do you think you're going? Seeing the experience points trying to escape, Su Ming immediately roared angrily, his legs exerting immense force. With a single thought, the energy stored within the Blazing Sun Armor was activated. Streams of dark red energy, like veins, flowed from top to bottom into his legs. Then, Su Ming stomped heavily on the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The energy accumulated from the beast's attacks erupted suddenly, and Su Ming's foot created a massive pit several meters wide in the ground. Propelled by this immense energy, Su Ming turned into a crimson lightning bolt, dashing forward at incredible speed and leaping into the air. Piercing cloud spear. In an instant, Su Ming appeared before a late 4th-rank ferocious beast. His arm muscles tightened as he gripped the obsidian spear and thrust it fiercely. Squelch! The spear pierced through the beast's head with no resistance. The sudden attack left the ferocious beast no time to react. Successfully killed late 4th-rank ferocious beast Red Armored Lizard, strengthening points plus 3,000. Having just dispatched the late 4th-rank beast, Su Ming stomped on the ground again, channeling the combat suit's energy. Another massive pit appeared as he propelled himself forward, instantly appearing before another 4th-rank beast. Once again, he thrust his spear, and in the beast's despairing gaze, the obsidian spear mercilessly pierced through its skull. Successfully slew the mid-4th tier ferocious beast Azure Scale Serpent, strengthening points plus 2,000. Su Ming's movements did not halt because of the system's notification. After slaying the Azure Scale Serpent, he continued flashing through the battlefield. In mere seconds, the remaining dozen or so fourth-tier ferocious beasts fell one by one to his obsidian spear, utterly powerless to resist. Gulp! Only when Su Ming stopped, holding the blood-stained obsidian spear and walking back from the pile of beast corpses, did Zhang Yang and the others involuntarily swallow hard as they gazed at his war-godlike figure. In less than a minute, Su Ming had taken down over 30 fourth-tier ferocious beasts. His strength and ruthless methods once again redefined everyone's perception of him. Professor Zhao, the beasts ahead have all been dealt with. You can start collecting the magic source flowers, Su Ming said calmly. Returning to the front of the team, he removed the mask of his scorching sunsuit and addressed Zhao Renjie, his expression relaxed as if killing dozens of fourth-tier beasts was no big deal to him. Understood. Zhao Renjie nodded approvingly. Without sparing a glance at the still-shocked Song Zihan and the others, he headed straight into the field of magic source flowers to harvest the mature blooms. Senior students, the beast corpses are yours to handle, Su Ming remarked, watching Zhao Renjie begin his work, then turned to Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao. Ah, yes, right. Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao finally snapped out of their daze, quickly nodding and hurrying to the area filled with beast corpses. The materials from so many fourth-tier ferocious beasts, once fully harvested and sold, could be worth billions. Even split among the four of them, each would receive over 1 billion credit points. Though credit points had limited use within Mo High University, they would become incredibly valuable after graduation. While Zhang Yang and the others busied themselves collecting materials from the beast corpses, the four military martial artists spread out to guard the surroundings, on alert for any potential beast attacks. An hour later, Zhao Renjie had nearly finished gathering all the mature magic source flowers. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and his group had also completed collecting all valuable materials from the beast corpses. Mission accomplished. Let's head out, Zhao Renjie announced, storing the beast materials in his spatial ring and addressing Su Ming and the others. Hearing this, Su Ming and the team did not hesitate. They immediately began retracing their steps. With all the beasts along the way already cleared by Su Ming, their return journey was much faster and faced little obstruction. Half a day later, the team arrived at a narrow canyon passage. At this pace, we should reach the exit of the number 4 cavern before nightfall, Song Zihan remarked with a smile to Zhang Yang midway through their trek. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued after over 30 consecutive hours without rest, the thought of earning 120 credits reinvigorated her. Zhang Yang nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, this task turned out much easier than I expected, all thanks to Junior Su Ming. Absolutely. We didn't even lift a hand this time. Junior Su Ming took care of all the beasts. When we divide the materials later, he must get the largest share, Zhang Yang added, to which Li Hao immediately nodded in agreement. Listening to their conversation, Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. When it came to gains, he was undoubtedly the biggest winner of this mission. His system panel now displayed over 300,000 strengthening points, more than he had ever accumulated before. Stop! Suddenly, Zhao Renjie, who had remained calm the entire journey, frowned and raised his hand, shouting loudly. The team came to an immediate halt. Professor Zhao, what's wrong? Both the military escort team leader and Zhang Yang turned to Zhao Renjie simultaneously, their voices tense. Zhao Renjie didn't reply immediately. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently ahead into the canyon. Moments later, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "Something is approaching." As his words fell, the distant sound of sporadic beastly roars reached their ears. Shortly after, a deep rumble, like rolling thunder, grew louder and louder. The ground in the canyon began to quake. It's a beast tide, and it's quite large. Zhang Yang and the others immediately grew serious upon sensing the anomaly, drawing their weapons as they stared warily ahead into the canyon. Su Ming gripped his obsidian spear tightly as his scorching sunsuit automatically activated, swiftly enveloping his entire body. In no time, a massive cloud of dust rose in the distance, resembling a sandstorm surging through the canyon. Behind the dust cloud was a dense swarm of ferocious beasts, their eyes glowing blood red as they roared and charged toward the team. Seeing the enormous beast horde, everyone's expressions darkened. Gripping her long sword, Song Zihan's face turned grim, her brows furrowed. How could such a massive beast tide suddenly appear here? Someone must be behind this. The strongest beasts in Shanghai's number 4 cavern are only 5th tier, and 5th tier beasts don't have the capability to command such a large-scale horde. This must have been deliberately orchestrated, Zhang Yang agreed. The timing of this beast tide is too convenient, and appearing specifically in this canyon makes it clear we're the target. The objective must be Professor Zhao. Everyone, we must protect him, declared the military escort team leader, a late 4th tier martial artist, his expression grim. With that, everyone tightened their grip on their weapons and quickly formed a protective circle around Zhao Renjie. At this point, the beast tide was closing in rapidly. The ground quaked more violently, causing loose rocks to tumble from the canyon walls. Roar! Leading the charge were several massive beasts, exuding a fearsome aura. Among them was a colossal bull covered in azure scales, a sharp horn protruding from its head, a saber-toothed tiger with wings and fangs bared, and a crimson-scaled python slithering forward, its body scraping against the rocks and creating sparks. The aura of these three beasts had reached the early 5th tier level. Those three, azure-horned bull, winged saber-toothed tiger, and crimson-scaled python, are all early 5th tier beasts. We can't let them break through. Junior Su Ming, you and I will handle these three 5th tier beasts, Zhang Yang said, his expression turning resolute as he stared at the approaching beasts. The next second, with a thought, a set of C-rank nano-combat armor swiftly enveloped Zhang Yang's body. Gripping his long sword, he dashed toward the beast tide. Although the armor would struggle against 5th tier beasts, it could still mitigate some damage. Without hesitation, Su Ming tightened his grip on the obsidian spear and charged alongside Zhang Yang toward the three charging 5th tier beasts. Form a defensive formation. Protect the professor. As Su Ming and Zhang Yang rushed out, the military escort team leader shouted a command. He and 3 other 4th-order martial artists quickly adjusted their positions, forming a simple yet comprehensive defensive formation centered around Zhao Renjie. At the forefront stood the captain, who fiercely slammed a heavy shield, about the height of a person, into the ground. Boom! With a muffled sound, the heavy shield sank deeply into the earth, standing firm at the very front. Song Zihan and Li Hao, their expressions solemn, positioned themselves on either side of Zhao Renjie, their sharp gazes fixed on the oncoming beast tide, ready to engage at any moment. Senior Zhang Yang, what's the maximum combat power you can unleash? Su Ming kept pace with Zhang Yang as they charged forward side by side, asking him this question. Zhang Yang, although a late-stage 4th-order martial artist, dared to confront 3 5th-order vicious beasts head-on, so his strength was undoubtedly formidable. I can unleash approximately 9 million combat power at full strength, Zhang Yang replied after a brief moment of surprise, quickly gathering himself. 9 million combat power. Su Ming was stunned upon hearing this number, realizing that Zhang Yang's combat strength was more than twice his own. He immediately formulated a plan and proposed to Zhang Yang, Senior Zhang Yang, I have the Liang suit for protection, which can withstand the attacks of these beasts. You can wait for the right moment while I hold off the attacks from the winged saber-toothed tiger and the other 2 5th-order beasts. Once my Liang suit has accumulated enough energy, I'll unleash it in one go to kill all 3 of these monsters. Su Ming's plan made Zhang Yang's eyes light up, and he immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, we'll go with your plan. Zhang Yang wasn't worried about Su Ming's safety. With the A-grade Liang suit protecting him, these 5th-order beasts couldn't harm Su Ming. Their attacks would only charge the Liang suit, ultimately turning into Su Ming's power. As they spoke, Su Ming and Zhang Yang had already reached the 3 5th-order vicious beasts. Senior Zhang Yang, I'll strike first, Su Ming shouted as he faced the charging one-horned giant bull, winged saber-toothed tiger, and red-scaled python. He swiftly leaped past Zhang Yang, his obsidian spear piercing forward in an instant. Activating the perfected cloud-breaking spear martial technique and his A-grade superhuman ability Heart of Fury simultaneously, Su Ming's spear strike erupted, with over 4 million combat power in a flash. The tip of the obsidian spear gleamed with a cold light as it thrust fiercely toward the one-horned bull's right eye. Moo! As a 5th-order initial stage vicious beast, the one-horned bull reacted with incredible speed. A puff of white mist escaped its nostrils as it abruptly swung its head, bringing its over 1-meter-long horn to block Su Ming's incoming spear. Clang! A metallic clash resounded as Su Ming felt a tremendous force travel through the obsidian spear and into his hands. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment of contact, the one-horned bull's massive body came to a sudden halt, retreating several steps from the impact. Su Ming, too, was forced to retreat repeatedly by the sheer force. This strength is incredible, Su Ming exclaimed, finally stabilizing himself after retreating 7 or 8 meters. A hint of gravity showed on his face beneath the Liang suit. The one-horned bull's power was undoubtedly at the peak of 5th-order initial stage beasts, nearing the mid-stage. Without the Liang suit, that collision would have sent him flying. Roar! Just as Su Ming regained his footing, a massive shadow swooped down from above, its powerful claws slamming into him. With a thunderous bang, Su Ming was sent flying over 10 meters. His attacker was the winged saber-toothed tiger. The tiger's sudden assault left Su Ming no time to react, launching him into the air. Thud! Before he even hit the ground, the red-scaled python's enormous tail, covered in crimson scales, whipped toward him with a ferocious strike. In the next moment, Su Ming crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater as dust flew everywhere. The red-scaled python was the third of the initial stage 5th-order beasts. Before the dust could settle, Su Ming climbed to his feet, the obsidian spear gleaming coldly in his hands as its tip aimed straight at the python's vital spot. The red-scaled python hadn't expected Su Ming to survive its heavy blow unscathed. Caught off guard, it was struck by Su Ming's sudden spear thrust. The Sharp tip of the A-grade obsidian spear, carrying Su Ming's 4 million combat power, pierced through the python's thick crimson scales in an instant. Scales shattered, blood sprayed, and the spear's tip plunged deep into the python's vital organs. Hiss! The red-scaled python let out a chilling scream, its massive body writhing wildly. It broke free of the obsidian spear, blood splattering everywhere as it retreated rapidly. Shadow Blade. Just as the python began to withdraw, Zhang Yang's figure suddenly appeared. His chi and blood surged as he wielded his blade with both hands, slashing fiercely at the python's wound. With a burst of 9 million combat power, Zhang Yang's blade cut deeply into the python's vital spot, creating a gash over a meter deep and nearly splitting the massive serpent, which required 6 people to encircle, in two. Hull, the red-scaled python let out an even more agonized wail than before. Zhang Yang's slash was almost fatal. Even if it survived, it wouldn't last long. Boom! Gravely injured, the red-scaled python turned berserk, its crimson eyes flashing with madness. Its enormous tail lashed out violently at Zhang Yang. In an instant, Zhang Yang was sent hurtling like a cannonball into the canyon wall, crashing with a muffled explosion. Now's the time. Seeing this, Su Ming didn't spare a thought for Zhang Yang's condition, his figure flashing as he appeared before the red-scaled python. The obsidian spear swept fiercely through the air, landing once again on the python's deadly wound. Squelch! With Su Ming's powerful strike, the red-scaled python's body was split in two. Hiss! The python's head let out a pained hiss, its severed body thrashing wildly on the ground. Fifth-order beasts held immense vitality, and even after receiving a mortal wound, it wouldn't die immediately. However, its fate was already sealed. Roar! Just as Su Ming was about to finish it off, the enraged roar of the winged saber-toothed tiger came from his right. Its blood-red eyes glowed as it lunged at Su Ming with its gaping maw. The beast's saber-like fangs, no shorter than Su Ming's obsidian spear, gleamed coldly as they aimed to pierce his body. Exactly what I wanted. Facing the tiger's ferocious attack, Su Ming remained composed, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. The tiger's attack landed squarely on him, but the Liang suit instantly absorbed the full brunt of the damage, storing the beast's immense biting force. Explode! With a single thought, Su Ming unleashed all the energy stored within the Liang suit in an instant. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as a searing crimson energy sphere flashed across the surface of the Liang suit. A radiant burst of heat, as blinding as the sun, forced open the tiger's tightly clenched jaws. Not only that, but the shockwave shattered the tiger's saber-like fangs, breaking most of its sharp teeth. Now's the moment. Cloud-breaking spear. As the Liang suit's energy burst forced the tiger's mouth open, Su Ming seized the fleeting opportunity. His entire body tensed, channeling all his strength into his hands. The obsidian spear thrust fiercely toward the saber-toothed tiger's upper jaw in an instant. Pfft! A full-powered strike erupted from the mouth of the twin-winged saber-toothed tiger. Without any armor to block it, Su Ming's spear effortlessly pierced through its upper jaw. The obsidian spear, carrying a violent force, plunged directly into the tiger's brain. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out a piercing wail. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming gripped the spear shaft with both hands and gave it a fierce twist, churning the tiger's brains into a pulp. The colossal beast froze upon receiving the fatal injury, then collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Successfully killed early-stage Tier 5 beast twin-winged saber-toothed tiger, strengthening points plus 10,000. Struck in the head, the twin-winged saber-toothed tiger died even faster than the crimson-scaled python. After the tiger fell, Su Ming stepped out from its mouth as the system displayed another notification. Successfully killed early-stage Tier 5 beast crimson-scaled python, strengthening points plus 10,000. Emerging from the tiger's mouth, Su Ming glanced at the ground. The two halves of the crimson-scaled python, which had been writhing moments before, had gone completely still. With the most troublesome flying enemy dealt with, the rest will be much easier, Su Ming remarked as he glanced at the system panel, then casually glanced at the fallen saber-toothed tiger beside him with a faint smile. Among the 3 Tier 5 beasts, the saber-toothed tiger might not have been the strongest, but it was undoubtedly the most troublesome. It had wings and could fly. If he hadn't caught it off guard earlier, Su Ming would have had no way to deal with it. Currently, as a Tier 4 warrior, he couldn't fly and had no means to threaten an airborne saber-toothed tiger. Moo! At that moment, a deafening bellow rapidly approached. Su Ming looked up to see the one-horned savage bull charging straight at him. In the nick of time, Su Ming thrust out his obsidian spear to clash with the bull head-on once more. Bang! The two collided, recoiling from the impact. Rumble! Meanwhile, a swarm of sub-Tier 5 beasts from the beast tide surged forward. While a dozen beasts closed in on Su Ming, roaring and charging, the others had surrounded Zhao Renjie and his group, leaving no room to escape. Su Ming was about to move to help Song Zihan and the others deal with a few Tier 4 beasts to ease their pressure, but the recently recovered one-horned savage bull blocked his way. Forced to stop, he clashed with the bull again. Clearly, the one-horned savage bull was stronger than both the saber-toothed tiger and the crimson-scaled python. Trying to bypass it to provide aid had become nearly impossible. System, upgrade my A-grade ability, Heart of Fury. Su Ming commanded the system immediately, seeing Zhang Yang's lack of action and his own inability to defeat the one-horned bull quickly. Upgrading an A-grade ability to S-grade required only 100,000 strengthening points. With over 300,000 points at his disposal, Su Ming had more than enough. Thump, thump, thump. As the command was issued, 100,000 strengthening points drained away like a stream. The next moment, the heart-shaped imprint within Su Ming's mind began beating wildly. A surge of immense energy erupted from within him, coursing through his entire body. His cells became hyperactive, greedily absorbing the immense power brought by the system's evolution. When the strengthening points were fully spent, the blood-red heart-shaped imprint transformed into a golden figure, radiating an aura that rivaled the ice crown beside it. Consumed 100,000 strengthening points. A-grade superhuman ability Heart of Fury has evolved into S-grade superhuman ability Golden Berserker. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The moment the ability evolution completed, Su Ming's entire body surged with vitality and blood. Because he had already been utilizing the A-grade Heart of Fury, its upgrade caused his eyes to turn golden, making him resemble a wrathful Vajra deity. In the next moment, an unprecedented wave of power flooded his entire being. Ha! Facing the charging one-horned savage bull, Su Ming let out a battle cry, gripping the obsidian spear tightly and thrusting it forward. Piercing cloud spear. The one-horned bull used its sturdy horn to meet the spear head-on. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The clash produced a dull, thunderous sound. Moo. The next moment, the bull let out a cry filled with surprise and panic. Its massive body was sent flying, crashing into the beast tied 100 meters away. Several Tier 3 and Tier 4 beasts were knocked aside as it tumbled. Su Ming stood motionless, maintaining his single-handed spear-wielding stance. Snort! The one-horned bull scrambled to its feet after being sent flying. Shaking its dizzy head, it stared at Su Ming in disbelief. It couldn't comprehend how Su Ming, who had been evenly matched with it just moments ago, had suddenly unleashed such overwhelming power. The force of that strike was at least 3 times stronger than before. While keeping his gaze locked on the one-horned bull, Su Ming split part of his attention to glance at his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming, Vitality, 14,000. Spirit, 3,000. Abilities, Ice Crown S+, Golden Berserker S+. Body Tempering Techniques, Rising Dawn D perfected, 100 Refinements Golden Body Art A perfected. Meditation Techniques, Tian Luo Codex A perfected. Martial Arts, Vajra Spear Technique D perfected, Piercing Cloud Spear C perfected. Strengthening Points, 238,600. Upgrading the A-grade ability Heart of Fury to S-grade Golden Berserker instantly increased my vitality by 3,600 points. The growth is incredible. With the S-grade superhuman ability Golden Berserker, my physical attributes are now at least double what they were before. With 14,000 vitality multiplied by at least 16 times the physical enhancement, using the perfected Piercing Cloud Spear, my combat strength is estimated to exceed 12 million. Although my vitality is still at the early Tier 4 level, my explosive power has already surpassed Senior Zhang Yang. My spiritual strength has also increased to 3,000 points, boosting my overall combat ability significantly. Seeing the improvements brought by his ability evolution, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Through the nanomaterial helmet of his blazing sun battlesuit, his golden pupils locked onto the one-horned bull in the distance. With a powerful step, his body shot forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 100 meters. The obsidian spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea, struck toward the one-horned bull once more. With 14,000 vitality multiplied by the S-grade ability Golden Berserker, enhancing his physical attributes 16 times, Su Ming's temporary vitality strength now exceeded 220,000, double the 100,000 vitality of early Tier 5 warriors. The enhancement of his physical attributes also doubled his speed. The sudden surge in Su Ming's speed caught the one-horned bull off guard. Facing the unexpected spear strike, the bull couldn't react in time to counter with its powerful horn and could only tilt its head slightly to deflect the blow. Originally aimed at the bull's right eye, Su Ming's spear landed on its forehead instead. Clang! The obsidian spear, carrying a power exceeding 12 million units, slammed heavily onto the forehead of the unicorn wild bull, causing the spear shaft to resonate with metallic vibrations. In the next moment, the unicorn wild bull let out a piercing, agonized roar. Moo! Despite its desperate attempts to avoid an attack targeting its eyes, Su Ming's powerful strike broke through its thick hide, pierced the skull, and drove straight into its brain. Die! After the obsidian spear penetrated the unicorn wild bull's skull, it got wedged in the hard bone, making it difficult to twist further into the brain. However, Su Ming unleashed his S-class ice ability, Ice Crown Coronet. The extreme cold surged along the spear into the creature's brain, instantly freezing it solid. With 3,000 points of mental strength combined with the 50-fold burst of the S-class Ice Crown Coronet, Su Ming's ice ability attack was no less powerful than that of a typical late-stage 4th-tier ice Elemental Awakener. Even for a 5th-tier beast with exceptional defense, having its brain completely frozen by such a potent force meant instant death. The Unicorn Wild Bull was frozen to death on the spot. Successfully killed 5th-tier primary beast Unicorn Wild Bull, enhancement points plus 10,000. After the Unicorn Wild Bull was killed, Su Ming gained another 10,000 enhancement points. Having eliminated the last 5th-tier beast, Su Ming did not linger. He pulled out the obsidian spear and moved like a phantom, swiftly weaving through the beast horde toward Zhao Renjie and the others. At this moment, Zhao Renjie and his group were surrounded by a large number of beasts. For 4th-tier military fighters, along with Song Zihan and Li Hao, were protecting Zhao Renjie, desperately slaying the surrounding beasts. However, faced with the overwhelming tide of beasts, the 6 of them, despite being 4th-tier fighters, were struggling to keep up. This beast horde included numerous 4th-tier beasts. Among those besieging them, a few were late 4th-tier, and 2 were even at the 4th-tier pinnacle. Each strike from these 4th-tier beasts significantly increased the pressure on Song Zihan and the others. Within mere seconds of combat, sweat began to bead on everyone's foreheads. Bastards, die! Just as Song Zihan and the team were under immense pressure, an enraged roar rang out. They saw a red figure appear, the glint of a spear flashing. One 4th-tier beast after another fell before their eyes. In less than a few breaths, the surrounding beasts had been cleared. A pile of over a dozen 4th-tier beast corpses formed a wall, blocking the horde behind them. It's Su Ming. After eliminating the nearest batch of 4th-tier beasts, Su Ming paused, allowing Song Zihan and the others to finally see clearly. The red figure before them was none other than Su Ming, clad in his blazing sun combat suit. Seeing Su Ming arrive, Song Zihan couldn't help but exclaim softly. Beside her, Li Hao scanned the surroundings but found his view blocked by the mass of beast corpses, making it impossible to see what lay beyond. Li Hao immediately turned to Su Ming and said, "Thank you for saving us, Junior Su Ming. Please hurry back to assist Zhang Yang in holding off the remaining 5th-tier beasts. The strongest 4th-tier beasts here have been dealt with by you, we can handle the rest." Yes, Zhang Yang is barely managing against 2 5th-tier beasts on his own. Junior Su Ming, please hurry and help him. Hearing Li Hao's words, Song Zihan quickly snapped out of her surprise and urgently addressed Su Ming. They had only seen Su Ming and Zhang Yang team up to cut the crimson-scaled python in half. After that, their line of sight had been blocked by the surging beast tide, so they had no idea what had happened. Now, seeing Su Ming rush over, they assumed he had temporarily abandoned the 5th-tier beasts to help clear out the late-stage and pinnacle 4th-tier beasts around them, relieving their pressure. Don't worry, I've already killed those 3 5th-tier beasts. Now, only the other beasts remain. We just need to clean them up. Senior Zhang Yang should be fine for now. Hearing this, Su Ming shook his head calmly. What? Su Ming's words left Song Zihan and Li Hao utterly shocked, their eyes widening as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, staring at him as though he were a monster. The 4 military fighters were equally stunned. From the time Su Ming charged out to confront the 3 5th-tier primary beasts to the moment he returned to them, less than 30 seconds had passed. In other words, this 4th-tier primary fighter, Su Ming, had managed to kill 3 5th-tier primary beasts in under half a minute. Such combat prowess was simply absurd. This is all thanks to the power of the Blazing Sun combat suit, an A-class battle suit. Without it, I couldn't have dealt with the 3 5th-tier beasts so quickly. Everyone, be alert. The surrounding beasts are about to charge again. Noticing the astonished expressions of Song Zihan and the others, Su Ming chuckled lightly and reminded them, roar. At the same time, beastly roars erupted once more. Large numbers of beasts climbed over the wall of 4th-tier beast corpses, their red eyes fixed on the group as they continued to charge forward. Song Zihan and Li Hao had no time to dwell on their shock. They immediately focused, gripping their weapons tightly and aiming at the oncoming beasts. Su Ming once again activated the Blazing Sun combat suit to cover his face, his entire body protected. With spear in hand, he charged into the beast horde. With no 5th-tier beasts remaining, combined with the massive vitality boost from his upgraded S-class superhuman ability Furious Titan, Su Ming was unstoppable. Wherever his spear gleamed, waves of 3rd and 4th-tier beasts fell. Successfully killed late 3rd-tier beast Ironclad Rhino, enhancement points plus 300. Successfully killed early 4th-tier beast Razor Claw Mad Lizard, enhancement points plus 1000. As waves of beasts fell to Su Ming, the system panel continuously displayed kill notifications, and enhancement points accumulated rapidly. Cough, cough. Junior Su Ming actually killed 3 5th-tier beasts. His combat power is terrifying, especially that final burst of strength. His strength feels like an endless abyss, you can never see the bottom. At this moment, amidst the settling dust from the crimson-scaled python's dying strike against the canyon wall, Zhang Yan finally emerged. He coughed lightly, his gaze falling on the 3 slain 5th-tier beast corpses, his eyes filled with shock. Although he had been temporarily incapacitated during the earlier attack, he had witnessed Su Ming's process of killing the 3 5th-tier beasts with his own eyes. The power Su Ming displayed had left him utterly astonished. Especially during the confrontation with the unicorn wild bull, Su Ming's strength had suddenly surged several-fold, nearly causing Zhang Yang's jaw to drop. As the surrounding beasts began converging toward him, Zhang Yang took a deep breath to calm his excitement and let out a low shout. Kill! He raised his blade and charged into the battlefield. Although he still struggled somewhat against 5th-tier primary beasts, he was a veritable killing machine when it came to 3rd and 4th-tier beasts. Most of the beasts charging toward him couldn't withstand his blade and fell one after another. Only a few 4th-tier beasts could resist a few strikes, but they too were soon slain. Zhang Yang was like a tiger among sheep within the beast horde led by 5th-tier beasts. However, compared to Su Ming's killing speed, he was still far behind. With Su Ming's joining in, the pressure on Song Zihan and Li Hao was greatly reduced. Less than 1/10 of the ferocious beasts managed to reach their front lines. Moreover, these low-level beasts, intentionally let through by Su Ming, were all below the 4th rank. Thus, it became very easy for Song Zihan and the others to handle them. Without the 5th-rank beasts, this beast tide quickly diminished under the fierce assault of Su Ming, Zhang Yang, Song Zihan, and the others. Apart from the 3 early 5th-rank ferocious beasts, the rest of the beasts totaled just over 1,000. In less than half an hour, all the beasts in the canyon were wiped out. Su Ming alone had slain nearly 90% of them, and they were all higher-level beasts. After this battle, Su Ming accumulated over 1.16 million enhancement points, enough to evolve his S-rank Ice Crown ability once, upgrading it to SS rank. Phew, at least nothing major happened. After stabbing the last 3rd-rank beast with his spear, Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. The blazing armor on him automatically dissipated, revealing his handsome face. He took a deep breath. Although he now possessed the stamina of an early 4th-rank warrior, the prolonged and intense combat, especially using his Berserk Titan ability, had drained him significantly. His Berserk Titan, a superhuman-type ability, not only allowed him to kill 3 5th-rank beasts but also eliminated all the 4th-rank ones. Afterward, he retracted the ability to avoid overburdening his body. With his current strength, activating the S-rank Berserk Titan ability could only last for about 10 minutes. Even though he cancelled the ability early, Su Ming's combat prowess, supported by his 14,000 vitality and mastery of the C-rank martial art Cloud Piercer Spear, was still on par with mid-4th rank warriors. In his current state, he could easily dispatch the remaining 3rd-rank beasts. Su Ming, we really owe it to you this time. Without you, things would have been much harder for us, Zhao Renjie said with a smile after the battle, looking at the slightly breathless Su Ming with admiration in his eyes. Su Ming's displayed talent and strength during this fight had far exceeded Zhao Renjie's expectations. Su Ming merely responded with a faint smile, not saying much. Then, he turned to Song Zihan and the others. Seniors, we shouldn't waste the materials from so many beasts. Let's gather them together. Yes, yes. With so many 4th-rank beasts and the materials from 3 early 5th-rank ones, selling them will definitely make a fortune. Song Zihan responded excitedly, drawing her weapon and heading toward the nearest 4th-rank beast carcass. Zhang Yang and Li Hao also wasted no time, drawing their blades and starting to gather materials from the corpses. You 4, why don't you join us as well? Everyone contributed to this battle, so we should all share these materials, Su Ming said with a smile to the 4 military warriors. Earlier, he had noticed the desire in their eyes when they looked at the beast corpses. With so many bodies to process, it would take the students at least 2 hours to gather everything. With the help of the 4 military warriors, the time could be halved. Then we won't stand on ceremony, said the leading military warrior, bowing slightly to Su Ming before quickly joining the others to collect materials with his team. Whoosh! Just as Su Ming was about to join in, a scorching arrow shot through the air, aiming straight for Zhao Renjie's head. Professor Zhao, watch out! Su Ming was the first to notice the ambush and shouted urgently. He wanted to intercept it, but the distance between him and Zhao Renjie was too great, and he couldn't block the arrow in time. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he focused his mind. The air temperature around them dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant, and a dozen thick ice walls materialized in front of Zhao Renjie. This was a defensive wall formed using the S-rank ice ability Ice Crown possessed by Su Ming. With Su Ming's current mental strength, each ice wall could withstand the full force attack of a mid-4th rank warrior. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. However, the scorching arrow pierced through the ice walls with ease, leaving fist-sized holes in each one. Its speed remained undiminished as it hurtled toward Zhao Renjie. So powerful. Seeing the arrow's strength, Su Ming's expression changed drastically. The arrow had not only penetrated more than 10 ice walls, which could withstand the attacks of 4th-rank warriors, but its power had also not diminished at all. Its destructive force was at least at the peak of the 5th rank or even higher. The archer's strength likely surpassed that of a 5th-rank warrior. A Grandmaster's ambush. This thought flashed through Su Ming's mind. Without hesitation, the blazing armor instantly covered Su Ming's entire body, protecting him tightly. Facing an ambush from a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, Su Ming knew he couldn't save Zhao Renjie. His priority now was to ensure his own survival. The A-rank combat suit was his only reliance to face such a formidable opponent. As for the safety of others, he could no longer afford to care about it. Humph. Finally, you couldn't hold back anymore, could you? Just as Su Ming thought Zhao Renjie was about to be struck by the arrow, a cold snort suddenly echoed from above. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhao Renjie, catching the arrow that was about to pierce his head. The arrow trembled violently in the figure's hand, unable to advance further, stopping less than half a foot from Zhao Renjie's forehead. Bang! The figure clenched his hand, and the arrow instantly shattered into fragments, scattering his powder in the air. Old Mo, you sure have a knack for timing. Any later, and I would have been done for, Zhao Renjie said with a laugh, looking at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. His tone was filled with humor, showing no hint of fear. What's going on? Could Professor Zhao have known all along this would happen today? Su Ming stared at Zhao Renjie's calm and collected face, as well as the mysterious expert called Old Mo, standing frozen in place. It was evident that Zhao Renjie had been prepared for everything that had happened, otherwise, he wouldn't be so composed. Whoosh! Just then, a figure suddenly darted out from behind a protruding rock wall on the right side of the canyon. Without hesitation, the figure fled into the distance while firing a few arrows at Su Ming, Song Zihan, and the other students of Devil Sea University. These arrows were no less powerful than the one that had targeted Zhao Renjie earlier, sending chills down the spines of Su Ming and the others. However, the moment the 3 arrows were fired, the mysterious expert in front of Zhao Renjie made his move. Humph! You dare harm anyone in front of me, Mo Wendao? Su Ming only heard a cold snort reverberate through the canyon, followed by a flash of blade light sweeping past his eyes. In the next second, all the arrows aimed at them were shattered. The blade's radiance carried residual force as it slashed toward the sky above the underground cave, splitting a thick layer of clouds and finally vanishing into the boundless heavens. At the same time, Su Ming felt a ghostly figure flash past him, stirring up a fierce gust of wind. When he came to his senses, he saw that the powerful individual who had just introduced himself as Mo Wendao had already stepped into the air, pursuing the attacker. 2 Grandmaster-level experts. It was only then that Song Zihan and Zhang Yang snapped out of their stupor, standing dumbfounded as they watched the 2 figures rapidly shrink into black dots on the horizon before disappearing entirely. They exclaimed in shock. The 4 military martial artists were equally stunned, their expressions no less astonished. Professor Zhao, what is going on here? Su Ming was the first to regain his composure. Ignoring the task of collecting materials from the fierce beasts' corpses, he turned to Zhao Renjie for answers. His question brought Song Zihan and the others back to their senses, and all eyes turned to Zhao Renjie. Clearly, they had realized that Zhao Renjie had anticipated this turn of events. The person who attacked just now was an assassin sent by the Dark Council. This mission, I deliberately brought you 4th-tier students with me to number 4 cave to lure him out, Zhao Renjie explained, adjusting his glasses and smiling faintly. You don't need to know the details, just be aware that your mission is now complete. If Old Mo manages to capture that assassin, you 4 will receive an additional reward of 200 academic credits upon your return. Although Zhao Renjie did not elaborate, the mention of the Dark Council made Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao gasp in shock, their expressions turning serious and furious. What is the Dark Council? Su Ming asked curiously, looking at Zhao Renjie and the others, his mind filled with questions. Judging by their reactions, he could tell that there was a deep-seated enmity between the Dark Council and Mo High University. This organization is only known to the top-tier geniuses at the martial arts universities. Since you're new to Mo High University, it's natural that you wouldn't know about it, Zhao Renjie began, crouching beside the corpse of a 4th-tier fierce beast. He pulled out a dagger and started cutting materials as he explained. The Dark Council is an underground organization composed of a group of criminals operating in the shadows worldwide. They specialize in hunting down martial arts geniuses and scientists who have made significant contributions to enhancing martial artists' strength. The high-ranking officials of Hanxia suspect that the Dark Council has developed to its current scale primarily due to covert support from a major nation across the ocean, especially given their frequent activities within Hanxia territory. However, there has never been concrete evidence over the years, so this remains speculation. Hearing Zhao Renjie's explanation, Su Ming felt some of his questions ease, but new ones quickly surfaced. Looking at Zhao Renjie, who seemed as calm as if the earlier danger had been a mere interlude, Su Ming couldn't help but ask, "Professor Zhao, did you know from the start that this mission would involve encountering a Grandmaster-level assassin from the Dark Council? And you still brought us, uninformed 4th-tier students, along to number 4 cave just to draw out the enemy?" As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the expressions of Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, Li Hao, and the 4 military martial artists changed, and they all turned to Zhao Renjie in unison. Zhao Renjie paused his cutting and nodded calmly. With a slight look of apology, he addressed Su Ming, "I'm sorry for not fully informing you beforehand. The assassins from the Dark Council are too cunning, their actions unpredictable. I had no choice but to take this risk." After a brief pause, he adjusted his glasses and continued, "This time, I deliberately leaked information about my plan to collect magic source flowers. Given my status and research projects, it was enough to draw the Dark Council's attention. Having you students participate was to prevent the security detail from being too strong, which might have deterred the Dark Council from making a move. However, the school also made thorough preparations, secretly deploying additional protective forces. The expert you saw earlier is one such individual." Although Zhao Renjie spoke calmly, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. In this operation, they had essentially been bait used to lure the enemy. If not for the timely intervention of Mo1 Dao, the consequences of facing a Grandmaster-level assassin would have been unimaginable. The earlier beast horde and the deadly arrow from the Dark Council assassin had made them feel as though they had narrowly escaped death itself. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yang took a deep breath and was the first to speak. "Professor Zhao, we understand the situation with the Dark Council, but if there are similar missions in the future, could you at least give us a heads up?" "Yeah, Professor Zhao, we were scared out of our wits just now," Song Zihan chimed in after Zhang Yang. As third-year students, they were evidently aware of the Dark Council's rampant activities, but having just faced a life-and-death ordeal, it was only natural for them to harbor some complaints. Zhao Renjie shook his head with a smile. "If I told you in advance, the Dark Council would easily catch on, and the mission's effectiveness would be greatly reduced." Seeing that Su Ming and Zhang Yang were still struggling to recover, he added, "Alright, I admit the school didn't fully consider everything this time. When we return, regardless of whether the assassin is captured, you 4 will each receive an additional 300 academic credits. How about that?" "Now that's more like it." Su Ming and Zhang Yang finally smiled and nodded upon hearing this. Zhao Renjie sighed helplessly before saying, "Alright, everyone, good work. Let's clean up the battlefield. These are all tangible spoils of war." With that reminder, everyone finally snapped out of their earlier shock. Looking at the corpses of fierce beasts strewn across the canyon, their gazes became resolute once more. Although this mission had far exceeded their expectations, at least nothing major had gone wrong. Without the interference of the Dark Council assassin, they wouldn't have gained such abundant rewards. Su Ming stopped dwelling on the matter and buried himself in cleaning up the fierce beasts' corpses. Despite the high risk of this adventure, the rewards were even greater. Not only had he obtained a large number of enhancement points, but he had also advanced his abilities to S rank, significantly boosting his strength. Everyone resumed their busy work of collecting materials. With Zhao Renjie's help, the cleanup proceeded much faster. About 40 minutes later, all the valuable materials in the canyon had been collected, forming a small mountain. Zhao Renjie's spatial ring glowed faintly as he stored all the materials. "The materials will be tallied and converted into credits for distribution. Any objections?" "No objections," everyone replied in unison. Having Zhao Renjie manage the materials was the most reassuring option. Suddenly, a streak of light shot across the distant sky, descending swiftly toward them. It was none other than Mo1 Dao, returning from his pursuit of the assassin. In his hand, he held a weak and unconscious middle-aged man. This man had a pale complexion, his black clothes tattered in several places, clearly subdued after experiencing a fierce battle. "Old Mo, how's the situation?" Zhao Renjie's eyes lit up as he hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Mo1 Dao threw the man onto the ground and responded in a calm tone, "Got him. This guy was cunning and not weak. It took considerable effort to capture him. He's already been rendered useless. We must interrogate him thoroughly this time." "Good work." Zhao Renjie nodded in approval. Mo1 Dao scanned the chaotic canyon and the unharmed team members. His gaze rested briefly on Su Ming, and a flicker of surprise and admiration appeared in his eyes. Clearly, Su Ming's performance had exceeded his expectations. "Mission accomplished. Prepare to head back." "Yes." Zhao Renjie waved his hand, and the team responded immediately. With Mo1 Dao, a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, accompanying them, the return journey went much more smoothly. The aura of a Grandmaster dispersed, causing the surrounding beasts to retreat, and their pace back was much faster. They successfully arrived at the entrance of cave number 4 in the Magic City. Passing through the cave tunnel, they returned to the military base outside. After completing the handover procedures, they boarded a helicopter back to Magic Sea University. Upon returning to campus, Zhao Renjie immediately began handling follow-up matters, while notifications of mission completion popped up on the student IDs of Su Ming, Song Zihan, and the others. Mission Assist Professor Zhao Renjie in collecting magic source flowers completed. Reward, 120 credits. Special contribution reward, successfully responded to an emergency, assisted in exposing a Grandmaster-level assassin of the Dark Council. Reward, 300 credits. Not bad, earning 420 credits in just 2 days. If I could take on missions like this every day, earning 5,000 credits a month wouldn't be a problem. Su Ming smiled as he looked at the credited points, muttering softly to himself. Nearby, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao were all grinning with joy. Junior Su Ming, come on, Senior will treat you to a good meal at the cafeteria. Song Zihan suddenly stepped forward and invited Su Ming. Exactly, Junior Su Ming, we earned quite a lot of credits this time. We should celebrate properly. Let's all go have a feast together, Zhang Yang said, stepping closer as well, with Li Hao chiming in agreement from behind. Su Ming's displayed strength had completely won them over, making them realize how astonishing Su Ming's talent truly was. The three of them were eager to build a good relationship with such a genius. But Su Ming shook his head and responded with a smile, thanks, seniors, but I have some matters to attend to. Let's do it some other time. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming turned and dashed off. Song Zihan and the others could only exchange helpless glances before heading toward the school cafeteria together. After parting ways with Song Zihan and the group, Su Ming returned directly to his private dormitory. 420 credits are enough to cover my daily expenses at Magic Sea University. Next, I'll focus on training, refining this bottle of Earth Dragon Essence, and then take on a new mission. Upon returning to the villa, Su Ming went straight to his second-floor room and retrieved the bottle of Earth Dragon Essence. Without hesitation, he poured out a drop and consumed it, beginning to practice the advanced A-rank body refinement technique, the 100-tempered golden body art. 1 hour later, Su Ming had fully absorbed the energy from the single drop of Earth Dragon Essence, increasing his vitality by 500 points. He didn't stop there. He consumed another drop and continued cultivating until hunger finally forced him to pause. He headed to the school cafeteria for a hearty meal and even packed food equivalent to 10 portions to bring back to his dormitory for continued training. This session of cultivation lasted a full 10 hours. As his body gradually adapted, the amount he consumed each time increased from 1 drop to 1.5, and eventually to 2 drops. With each dose, he could clearly feel his vitality significantly increasing, his physique becoming stronger. By the time his training ended, Su Ming had consumed 20 drops of Earth Dragon Essence, boosting his vitality by a staggering 10,000 points. Gurgle. As soon as he stopped, his stomach let out a loud growl. Feeling the hunger, Su Ming walked into the kitchen and devoured all the beast meat he had packed from the cafeteria earlier. The school credits are hard to earn, but their purchasing power is substantial. All this 4th-tier beast meat cost only 0.5 credits. These 420 credits would be more than enough for an average student to last through 4 years of university just on food. Satiated, Su Ming let out a satisfied burp, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke to himself. Ding! A notification popped up on his phone. Account ending in 9527 has received 5 billion credit points. Looks like Professor Zhao has finished processing all the beast materials, 5 billion credit points. High-tier beast materials are truly valuable. Now I have this Earth Dragon Essence, an 8th-tier cultivation resource, so my vitality is improving rapidly, but my mental strength isn't keeping pace. Perhaps I can use this fortune to buy some excellent materials to enhance my mental strength in the Magic City. Looking at the notification on his phone, Su Ming's thoughts began to stir. Although Magic Sea University had several resources for enhancing mental strength, they required credits to redeem, and a considerable amount at that. With this newfound wealth, it would be more cost-effective to purchase cultivation resources externally. Besides, Magic City was one of the largest cities in Hanxia, and the materials available in its markets far outmatched those in Linjiang City in both quantity and quality. With his current strength, buying a batch of 4th or 5th tier materials to boost his mental strength would be sufficient. The credits could then be saved for redeeming high-tier materials unavailable outside or for training in the university's sky-reaching training tower. Having made up his mind, Su Ming put away his phone, tidied up the dining table, quickly washed up, and lay down for a good night's sleep on his 3 4-meter-wide Simmons bed. Over the next few days, Su-Ming stayed in his dormitory, focusing solely on cultivation. It wasn't until the day after he had completely used up the Earth Dragon essence that he left Magic Sea University, taking a cab straight to the Magic City. After exhausting the Earth Dragon essence, Su-Ming's vitality had reached an astonishing 63,500 points. About an hour later, Su-Ming arrived in the heart of Magic City, standing on its busiest street. As he stepped out of the car, he looked up at the magnificent building in front of him. At the top of the building, the words Extreme Martial Arts Hall were prominently displayed. Before setting out, Su-Ming had already pinpointed the location of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's Magic City branch. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall not only offered warrior training but also sold various resources necessary for martial cultivation, such as vitality powder, mental pills, and other precious materials. As a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Su-Ming could enjoy free access to vitality powder, mental pills, and top-tier training rooms. Additionally, he could purchase materials at a 20% discount. This discount was the primary reason Su-Ming chose to buy his cultivation materials here. A 20% discount might not seem like much, but for 4th-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which were highly valuable, it made a substantial difference. This time, Su-Ming planned to spend all 5 billion credits he had on resources to enhance spiritual cultivation. The 20% discount would save him a full 1 billion credits. Closing the car door, Su-Ming walked into the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Hello, welcome to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. May I assist you with anything? As soon as he entered, a tall, graceful hostess with a professional smile approached and asked, I want to buy some resources that can enhance mental strength. Su-Ming responded calmly, giving her a quick glance. Buying resources for spiritual cultivation? Could he be an awakened? The hostess was surprised upon hearing this and immediately displayed an even more respectful demeanor. Understood, esteemed guest. Please follow me, she said without hesitation, gesturing for him to follow and leading the way. The 4th floor is where we sell rare treasures specifically for enhancing mental strength, she explained as she quickly brought Su-Ming to the 4th floor. This area was dedicated to selling rare treasures that aided spiritual cultivation. The 1st and 2nd floors of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy were designated for group lessons conducted by instructors for students. The 3rd and 4th floors were sales zones for various martial cultivation supplies. The 5th floor and above housed VIP training rooms for one-on-one coaching for VIP clients and instructors. You can carry on with your work. I'll browse around by myself, Su-Ming said to the hostess as he surveyed the hall on the 4th floor. Certainly, she replied. After she left, Su-Ming began exploring the 4th floor. Shanghai really is different. Those 4th-tier resources that are considered treasures in the shops back in Linjiang City are everywhere here, Su-Ming thought to himself as he observed the countless rare treasures displayed in the counters, surrounded by hundreds of other shoppers just like him. And there are so many awakened here, whereas in Linjiang City, you'd barely see one. After marveling for a moment, Su-Ming composed himself and began walking past the counters, searching for rare treasures suitable for himself. Slowly moving along the display cases, he scanned the cultivation resources in front of him. 3rd-tier advanced resource, concentration flower, price, 3 million credits. 4th-tier intermediate resource, purple soul crystal, price, 12 million credits. The prices of 3rd-tier resources seemed reasonable, but the starting price for 4th-tier resources was above 10 million credits. Seeing these prices, Su-Ming couldn't help but mutter in his heart, so expensive. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at one particular display case. Inside, there was a deep blue fruit with natural cloud-like patterns on its surface, exuding a serene, calming aura. The label beneath the fruit provided more detailed information than the other resources he'd seen. Cloud Pattern Spirit Nourishing Fruit, 4th-tier top-grade spiritual treasure, sourced from the depths of Shanghai's Cave Number 5. Contains pure spiritual energy that can significantly nourish the sea of consciousness and enhance mental strength. Price, 50 million credits. Can greatly enhance mental strength. A glint flashed in Su-Ming's eyes as he read the description. This was exactly what he needed. A 4th-tier top-grade treasure would undoubtedly be far more effective at enhancing mental strength than the spiritual pills he had been using. Previously, when he absorbed the triple-leaf purple blood fruit, another 4th-tier top-grade resource from Cave Number 2 in Linjiang City, his vitality had surged by 1,500 points. He figured that the Cloud Pattern Spirit Nourishing Fruit would deliver an equally significant boost to his mental strength. Although the price of 50 million credits per fruit was steep, he had just received a deposit of 5 billion credits, he could afford it. Moreover, as a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he was entitled to a 20% discount, bringing the price down to just 40 million credits per fruit. Excuse me, how many of these cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruits do you have in stock right now? Su Ming called over a nearby staff member in uniform. The staff member glanced at the display case and replied with a professional smile, "Sir, the cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruit is in high demand. Currently, there are 58 of them in stock at our headquarters. How many would you like?" 58. Su Ming felt a surge of joy. If he could buy all of them, it would last him a while, and his mental strength would undoubtedly improve significantly. Without hesitation, he said, "I'll take all 58. All of them?" The staff member's smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Su Ming. 58 cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruits had a total price of 2.9 billion credits. Even the core descendants of major families rarely purchase such a large quantity of cultivation resources in one go. Seeing the staff member's stunned expression, Su Ming smiled faintly and confirmed, "That's right, I'll buy them all." The staff member took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions, and replied even more respectfully, "Understood, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment while I arrange for all the cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruits to be brought out from the warehouse." Just as the staff member was about to leave, a somewhat arrogant voice sounded nearby. "Cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruit? Huh? Not bad, I happen to need it to refine my mental strength." Su Ming turned to see a young man and woman walking over. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed in an expensive custom-made casual outfit. His expression carried a hint of arrogance as he held a fashionable, attractive woman by his side. The young man's gaze fell on the cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruit, and a satisfied look flashed across his face. He then adopted a haughty demeanor and ordered the staff member, you go fetch me 20 cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruits." The staff member paused mid-step, turned to look at the young man, and hesitated before carefully saying, "Third young Master Qin, my apologies, but this esteemed guest has just decided to purchase our entire stock of 58 cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruits." The young man furrowed his brows and looked directly at Su Ming, sizing him up. Su Ming was dressed in simple casual clothes without any obvious family insignias or valuable accessories, making him seem unlike a wealthy scion. However, hearing that Su Ming had just bought 58 cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruits, the young man realized that Su Ming must have significant backing and couldn't be underestimated. Even so, the young man's eyes still held a trace of contempt as he looked at Su Ming. He spoke indifferently, "Listen, kid, I've taken a liking to these cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruits as well. Out of the 58, you'll give me 20. That's worth 1.05 billion credits. Consider the excess as my reward to you," he added, pulling out an unmarked black card from his pocket and tossing it at Su Ming's feet, clearly doing it on purpose. Su Ming's eyes grew cold. He didn't even glance at the black card on the ground but instead stared icily at the young man and said, "There's a proper order to things. I've already purchased all of these cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruits. Giving you 20 would be out of kindness, refusing you is entirely within my rights. You'd better set aside this arrogant attitude." With that, Su Ming turned to the staff member beside him, took out a gold card from his pocket, and handed it over. "Wrap up all 58 cloud pattern spirit nourishing fruits. Not a single one less." The staff hesitated for a moment but eventually took the gold card, nodding slowly. All right, honored guest." The young man across from Su Ming saw that he was being completely ignored, and his face immediately darkened. "Kid, do you even know who I am? What does who you are have to do with me?" Su Ming retorted coldly. His attitude made the young man so furious that veins bulged on his forehead as he roared, "Listen carefully, kid. I am Qin Chen, the third young master of the Qin family from the Magic City. In the Magic City, few dare to ignore me when I set my sights on something." "The Qin family of the Magic City?" Su Ming murmured, recalling that before his departure from Linjiang City to the Magic City, Jiang Lingchuan had mentioned a few major powers in the city, one of which was the Qin family. The Qin family of the Magic City was a very powerful martial clan with a peak grandmaster-level powerhouse at its helm and numerous masters under its banner. Their influence in the Magic City was significant, so much so that even the head of the Extreme Martial Hall had to show them some respect. Seeing Su Ming fall silent, Qin Chen assumed he was afraid, and his arrogance returned. You know your place, good. Since you seem sensible, I won't hold your earlier disrespect against you." After speaking, he turned to the staff and barked an order. "What are you standing around for? Pack 20 cloud pattern spirit fruits for me and charge it to the Qin family." This put the staff in a difficult position. Whether it was the third young master of the Qin family, Qin Chen, or the mysterious big buyer who had just purchased 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits outright, he couldn't afford to offend either of them. "I already said, I'm buying all of these cloud-patterned spirit fruits, every single one of them, Su Ming interjected calmly as the staff hesitated. The commotion had already caught the attention of many people on the fourth floor, and they all turned to look at Su Ming and Qin Shen. That's the third young master of the Qin family. Who would dare speak to him like that? Getting into a conflict with the young master of the Qin family? This kid is asking for trouble. When they saw Qin Shen, many people's faces lit up with interest, and they began to gather around to watch the scene unfold. Hearing Su Ming's words, Qin Shen's expression froze, his gaze turning icy. Heh, no one in the Magic City dares to disrespect the Qin family. Who do you think you are, trying to compete with me? His female companion sneered disdainfully. Exactly. Young Master Chen, taking an interest in your goods is giving you face. Don't be ungrateful and cause yourself trouble. Su Ming couldn't be bothered with them and directly said to the staff, hurry up and settle the payment. Before the staff could act, Qin Shen sneered in anger. Heh, fine. Looks like you need to be taught a lesson before you understand who's in charge. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shen's blood surged as the aura of a fourth-level martial artist erupted from his body. He reached out abruptly, aiming to grab Su Ming's shoulder to teach him a lesson. To him, Su Ming was nothing more than a nouveau riche with no real abilities. Judging by his youth, how strong could he possibly be? However, the next moment, Qin Shen's expression changed drastically. His hand had barely stretched halfway when it suddenly froze in place. Staring in shock, he realized that Su Ming had reacted even faster, catching his wrist with precision in a steel-like grip. Qin Shen's face turned pale, and he struggled desperately, only to find that Su Ming's hand was as unyielding as iron. No matter how much force he used, he couldn't budge it an inch. Then, a powerful force emanated from Su Ming's hand, causing Qin Shen's wrist bones to creak audibly, and a wave of unbearable pain shot through him. Ah! A scream of agony burst from Qin Shen's lips as cold sweat poured down his forehead. His female companion screamed in fear. What are you doing? Let go of young Master Chen. The scene immediately drew the attention of everyone on the fourth floor. Isn't that the third young master of the Qin family, Qin Shen? Why is he fighting someone? Who is that young man? I've never seen him before. How is he easily overpowering Qin Shen? Qin Shen may be a pampered playboy, but he's still a fourth-level martial artist with access to plenty of family resources. And yet, he can't even fight back? This guy is incredible. He actually dared to lay a hand on Qin Shen. Things are about to get interesting. There aren't many people bold enough to provoke the Qin family. Serves him right. Qin Shen's always so arrogant. He finally met his match. Quick, take pictures and post them online. This is big news. The crowd on the fourth floor of the Extreme Martial Hall buzzed with excitement and surprise, with many people pulling out their phones to snap photos. Amidst the murmurs and flashing cameras, Qin Shen felt utterly humiliated. He roared at Su Ming, "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? The Qin family will never let you off. Let me go immediately." Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He had no intention of causing trouble, but since the other party kept provoking him and even initiated the attack, he wasn't about to hold back. Crack! A light sound of breaking bones rang out. Arg! Qin Shen let out a blood-curdling scream, his forehead drenched in sweat. His wrist had been forcibly broken by Su Ming. Only after snapping Qin Shen's wrist did Su Ming release him. But he wasn't done yet. He delivered a swift kick to Qin Shen's abdomen. Asterisk bang! Asterisk! With a dull thud, Qin Shen stumbled backward several steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Clutching his stomach with his remaining hand, he curled up in pain, trembling all over, his face ashen. Young Master Chen. After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Shen's female companion finally snapped out of it and rushed to his side to help him up. Qin Shen gritted his teeth in pain, leaning on his companion for support as he managed to stand. You're dead, you hear me? Stay right here if you've got the guts. Let's go. Qin Shen spat venomously, glaring at Su Ming with eyes full of hatred. He then turned to leave with his companion supporting him. The brief confrontation had made one thing clear to Qin Shen: he was no match for Su Ming. With no Qin family experts by his side, he could only retreat for now and plan to return later with reinforcements. However, before they could get far, a powerful aura rapidly approached from upstairs. Moments later, a middle-aged man in the uniform of an Extreme Martial Hall manager, exuding a stable and restrained presence, strode quickly onto the scene. The man scanned his surroundings, his gaze falling on the disheveled Qin Shen. He frowned deeply and coldly asked the nearby staff, "What happened here?" Before the staff could respond, another voice rang out. "Manager Wang, you're just in time." The crowd turned toward the voice, only to see Qin Shen looking at the middle-aged man as if he were his savior. Manager Wang shifted his attention from the staff to Qin Shen. Seeing that he had the manager's attention, Qin Shen immediately pointed at Su Ming and shouted angrily, "Manager Wang, this guy attacked me inside the martial hall. He injured me. Extreme Martial Hall must give me an explanation for this." Manager Wang immediately turned his gaze toward Su Ming. As the supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the Magic City, this middle-aged man was no weakling, being a late-stage 5th-tier martial artist himself. Judging by his age, he's a 4th-tier martial artist, yet he managed to completely overpower Qin Shen. Whose prodigy is this? Why haven't I seen him before? He glanced at Su Ming, instantly sensing the powerful aura of a 4th-tier martial artist emanating from him, causing his heart to tighten. Then, his gaze shifted to Qin Shen's injuries, and his expression darkened. Qin Shen was the 3rd young master of the Qin family, and being harmed in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall wouldn't end well unless the Qin family was given an explanation. They would never let it slide. "Sir, may I ask your name? Why would you attack someone in my Extreme Martial Arts Hall?" The supervisor, Wang, took a deep breath and asked Su Ming politely. His sharp perception, a requirement for his position, told him that Su Ming was no ordinary individual at first glance. "Supervisor Wang, is it? You might as well check the surveillance footage instead of wasting time questioning me." Su Ming didn't reveal his name and instead retorted bluntly. His attitude left Supervisor Wang momentarily stunned, caught off guard. At the same time, he began to suspect that Qin Shen must have been the one to start the altercation. Before Supervisor Wang could respond, Qin Shen erupted in anger, shouting, "Supervisor Wang, why are you even talking to him? He injured me. That's an insult to the Qin family. Is the Extreme Martial Arts Hall really willing to offend the Qin family over some nobody? My grandfather is Qin Mu." Qin Mu was the name of the Qin family's top grandmaster. Hearing this, Supervisor Wang furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of the situation. The Qin family was indeed powerful, and even the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had instructed him to treat the descendants of major families in the Magic City with extra care. After a moment of silence, he lowered his voice and said to Su Ming, "Sir, regardless of how this started, injuring someone in the martial arts hall is inappropriate. So I must ask you to apologize to young Master Qin. It's better for both of us this way. Otherwise, what?" Su Ming interrupted coldly, his gaze locking onto Supervisor Wang. Under Su Ming's piercing stare, Supervisor Wang found himself momentarily speechless, his head aching. Su Ming's young age paired with his formidable strength suggested an extraordinary background. Meanwhile, the Qin family was a major power in the Magic City and not easily offended. Initially, Supervisor Wang planned to have Su Ming apologize to Qin Shen, then mediate to de-escalate the situation. However, Su Ming's unyielding attitude completely disrupted his plan. "Supervisor Wang, he injured me, an apology won't suffice." Qin Shen's anger surged further as he added, "Look at his attitude. He clearly doesn't respect the Extreme Martial Arts Hall or the Qin family. Someone like him must be dealt with immediately. I'll make him understand the cost of offending me. I've already informed my family, and Qin family experts are on their way. If you haven't captured him by then, be prepared to face the Qin family's wrath." Faced with Qin Shen's pressure, Supervisor Wang took a deep breath and ultimately made a decision. Compared to an unidentified young prodigy, the weight of the Qin family was undeniably greater. He stepped forward, fatally releasing the aura of a 5th-tier martial artist towards Su Ming, and said, "Sir, I must ask for your cooperation." At that moment, Su Ming slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a badge. The badge was dark gold, emblazoned with the emblem of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and beneath the emblem were 5 small stars radiating a unique energy. The S-Class Core Member badge of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Upon seeing Su Ming reveal the badge, Supervisor Wang's words caught in his throat, his pupils contracting sharply. After a brief silence, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The oppressive aura he had directed at Su Ming vanished instantly, replaced by a face full of disbelief and astonishment. As the supervisor of the Magic City Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he understood better than anyone what this dark gold badge with 5 stars represented. It wasn't just an ordinary core member badge, it signified an S-Class core member, rigorously vetted by the headquarters and personally approved by the Hallmaster. S-Class core members were granted the highest privileges and resource support, regarded as the pillars of the Hall's future. Their status could even rival that of the Hallmaster of the Magic City branch, far beyond what a supervisor like him could compare to. Su Ming put away the badge and coldly asked, "Now, do you still want me to apologize?" Faced with Su Ming's icy gaze, Supervisor Wang broke into a cold sweat. His attitude shifted completely as he quickly plastered on a smile and said respectfully, "My lord, you're being too harsh, this is all a misunderstanding." It all made sense to him now why Su Ming had shown no fear in the face of the Qin family's threats. An S-Class core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall held such a high position. that even the most arrogant scions of the Qin family would think twice before provoking him. Not to mention, even Qin family grandmasters wouldn't dare to underestimate Su Ming. He's actually an S-class core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Qin Shen's face drained of color as he muttered to himself in panic. I'm doomed. If my father finds out I've offended an S-class core member, he'll break my legs. What should I do? Though a spoiled brat, Qin Shen wasn't a fool. Realizing that Su Ming's status far exceeded his imagination, his face turned pale with fear. He'd truly hit an immovable wall this time, one far tougher than he ever expected. However, Su Ming merely glanced indifferently at the pale Qin Shen and the flustered supervisor Wang without saying much. His gaze then shifted to the display case, containing the cloud pattern spirit fruits, and he calmly stated, Supervisor Wang, can we now have all the cloud pattern spirit fruits in the hall packed up? Su Ming's words jolted Supervisor Wang into action, and he quickly responded, of course, absolutely. He immediately turned to the staff member beside Su Ming and barked, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and pack every single cloud pattern spirit fruit. Though the staff member felt wronged, they dared not argue and promptly headed to the storage room. My lord, is there anything else you need? After the staff member left, Supervisor Wang smiled obsequiously at Su Ming. Su Ming cast him a glance, choosing not to dwell on his earlier disrespect. He replied calmly, I'll also need about 3 billion in resources, anything that can enhance spiritual power or aid in its cultivation. You're the supervisor, recommend something suitable. The fourth floor of the Extreme Martial Hall housed an abundance of resources of various kinds. With Manager Wang leading the way, it saved a lot of time. Alright, sir, please follow me. Manager Wang didn't hesitate to take the lead, while Qin Shen, at this moment, wished desperately to kick him out of the Extreme Martial Hall, not wanting to deal with him at all. Under Manager Wang's guidance, Su Ming stepped confidently past Qin Shen, walking on the black card Qin Shen had thrown down, not even sparing him a glance. Qin Shen, knowing Su Ming's identity, immediately lowered his head and held his breath cautiously as Su Ming passed by with ease. His previously arrogant demeanor was completely gone. Su Ming didn't pursue the matter further. Enduring the pain in his abdomen and wrist, he bent down, picked up the black card he had tossed away, and left the Extreme Martial Hall in a disheveled state. This guy's actually an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Hall. That's incredible. It's not surprising. He subdued Qin Shen so easily just now, his strength must be around the mid-4th rank. To have such power at such a young age, if I were part of the Martial Hall's senior management, I'd also give him the best treatment. It's the first time seeing Qin Shen so humiliated, he can't even think about retaliation. He's the treasure of the Extreme Martial Hall. Anyone who dares to touch him is essentially going against the entire Martial Hall. If Qin Shen dares to provoke him, even the Qin family can't protect him. Exactly. Though the Qin family has a peak Grandmaster powerhouse, they're still far from being on par with the Extreme Martial Hall, which has an 8th rank titled Marquis-level expert. As Qin Shen left in disgrace, Su Ming and Manager Wang continued selecting cultivation resources. The bystanders whispered among themselves, their conversations audible to Su Ming. Su Ming merely smiled faintly at the discussions. After listening to Manager Wang's introduction, he purchased a batch of suitable resources, spending almost all 50 billion on his card after an 80% discount. Once the resources were packed, Su Ming picked up several large bags and said to Manager Wang, I need a cultivation room. Arrange one for me. Sir, please follow me. Manager Wang immediately led the way. The two took the elevator straight to the 28th floor. Sir, this is the best cultivation room in the Extreme Martial Hall of Magic City. It's fully equipped, and the building materials can withstand attacks from Grandmaster level powerhouses. You can train here with peace of mind, Manager Wang introduced while showing Su Ming into a spacious cultivation room. Not bad. I'll be cultivating here for the time being. Do not disturb me. As for the cost of the room, we'll settle it after I'm done. Su Ming looked around the room and nodded in satisfaction. Sir, as an S-level core member of the Martial Hall, you can use the cultivation room for free, Manager Wang said with a smile. Su Ming nodded and ordered everyone to leave before shutting the door to the cultivation room. Thankfully, this gentleman has a good temper. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to keep my position as manager this time. Damn, Qin Shen almost got me killed. Manager Wang, staring at the closed door, let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Outside the Extreme Martial Hall, Qin Shen had just stepped out when he saw a middle-aged man descending from the sky. The man bore a striking resemblance to Qin Shen, sharing about a quarter of his features. This man was Qin Shen's father, Qin Ba, a 6th-rank Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Son, who did this to you? Whoever dared to beat you up like this clearly doesn't take the Qin family seriously. Come, let's go to the extreme martial hall and demand an explanation. Qin Ba's face darkened. Dad, it was my own fault. I fell. It has nothing to do with the martial hall. Let's just go home. Qin Shen quickly grabbed Qin Ba, forcing himself to lie with a stiff expression. Nonsense. How could a fourth-rank martial artist fall and end up like this? Qin Ba snorted coldly, his brows furrowing as a bad premonition arose in his heart. He knew his son's personality well. If someone had caused Qin Shen to suffer and yet he didn't dare to retaliate, that person's identity must be extraordinary. With his face growing darker, Qin Ba stared sternly at Qin Shen. Tell me, who exactly did you provoke? Qin Shen stammered, unable to speak the truth for a long while. You there, you must know what just happened. Tell me everything you saw, don't leave out a single detail, or you know the consequences. Qin Ba, seeing Qin Shen's guilty demeanor, felt his heart sink. He turned and barked at the woman standing beside Qin Shen. The woman trembled in fear at his scolding and quickly recounted everything that had transpired. Unfilial son. Upon hearing the story and learning that Qin Shen had provoked an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Hall, a young genius no less, Qin Ba was furious. He shouted angrily and raised his hand, intending to slap Qin Shen. The sound of his voice was so loud it echoed through the entire street, prompting passers-by to stop and curiously look toward the entrance of the Extreme Martial Hall. People from nearby shops also came out, their gazes fixed on the scene. Qin Ba stood before Qin Shen, his right hand raised and poised to strike. Speak, what exactly happened? Isn't that the Qin family father and son? The third young master of the Qin family is usually so spoiled. Why is Qin Ba so furious today? What happened? The onlookers couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Qin Ba, his face flushed with anger, stared at his son for a long moment before finally lowering his hand. Unfilial son, take me inside. I will personally apologize to this person. Qin Ba took a deep breath, suppressed his rage, and spoke coldly. Qin Shen hurriedly nodded obediently, leading Qin Ba back into the Extreme Martial Hall. At this moment, Qin Ba wasn't concerned about Qin Shen's injuries. His priority was securing Su Ming's forgiveness and ensuring the Extreme Martial Hall wouldn't hold the Qin family accountable. As for Qin Shen's injuries, while not minor, they weren't severe for a fourth-rank martial artist. With his physique, he would recover quickly after taking some healing medicine. Sir, the master is currently cultivating and isn't accepting visitors. Patriarch Qin, I suggest you leave. Manager Wang refused when Qin Ba explained his intent upon entering the martial hall. Manager Wang, just guide us to the gentleman's cultivation room. Don't worry, I promise we won't disturb his training. I'll have this useless son of mine wait outside until he finishes, and then I'll personally apologize to him. Qin Ba responded decisively when he heard Su Ming couldn't be seen for the time being. Very well. Follow me. Manager Wang gave Qin Ba a deep look. After a brief pause, he nodded in agreement. Manager Wang led the Qin father and son to the door of Su Ming's cultivation room and reminded them, this is where Sir Su Ming is training. Do not disturb him until he finishes. With that, he turned and left. Su Ming's cultivation room was the most advanced one in the entire Magic City Extreme Martial Hall, capable of withstanding attacks from Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Even if Qin Ba wanted to force his way in, it would be impossible. As long as Qin Ba dared to disturb Su Ming's cultivation, the experts and the master of the dojo would immediately find out, and by then, he would absolutely face severe consequences. Manager Wang believed that Qin Ba wouldn't act recklessly. Sure enough, as soon as he left, Qin Ba and Qin Shen obediently waited at the door. Father, are we really going to keep waiting like this? Half an hour later, Qin Shen looked at the motionless door and turned to ask Qin Ba, keep waiting. It's only been a short while, and you're already impatient? Qin Ba's face darkened as he reprimanded Qin Shen. Qin Shen lowered his head, not daring to say more, and obediently continued to wait. Inside the cultivation chamber, Su Ming was completely unaware of the outside world. As soon as he entered, he swallowed a yunwan, spirit-nurturing fruit, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began meditating to cultivate the Tian Luo Codex, absorbing the medicinal power. Another half-hour passed, and Su Ming opened his eyes. A glimmer of light flashed within them. A single yunwan spirit-nurturing fruit can sustain an effect for an hour. Cultivating with it is entirely effortless. Let's see how much my mental power has improved, he murmured to himself softly and immediately opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming Life Force, 63, 500 Mental Power, 6, 800 Abilities, Ice Crown S+, Fury Titan S+, Body Tempering Methods, Rising Sun D Perfection, 100 Refinements Golden Body, Technique A Perfection Meditation Techniques, Tian Luo Codex A Perfection Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection, Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection Enhancement Point. points, 1, 384, 600. My mental power increased by 1000 points. The effect of this 1-hour cultivation is astounding. If I use all the Yunwan spirit nurturing fruits, I could increase my mental power by 58,000 points, bringing it close to my life force. Seeing his current mental power, Su Ming's face showed a satisfied smile. Without hesitation, he took out another Yunwan spirit nurturing fruit and consumed it. The fruit melted in his mouth instantly, and the powerful medicinal power spread throughout his body, rushing straight to his brow. Su Ming immediately activated the Tian Luo Codex, madly absorbing the medicinal energy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Su Ming had been cultivating in the chamber for an entire week. During these 5 days, he not only absorbed all 58 Yunwan spirit nurturing fruits but also exhausted the additional 3 billion cultivation resources he had purchased. 50 billion worth of resources consumed just like that, truly a representation of the phrase weak in words, strong in action. In the cultivation chamber, after digesting the last piece of high-grade 4th-level cultivation material, Su Ming stood up, stretched lazily, and glanced at the now empty bags in front of him, unable to help but sigh. Then, he changed his tone, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, the power boost brought by this 50 billion is indeed remarkable. In just 1 week, my mental power skyrocketed from 5,800 points to 93,600 points, an increase of 87,800 points. At this moment, Su Ming's mental power had already surpassed 90,000, almost reaching the peak level of a 4th-tier awakened one. If not for the fact that consuming so many Yunwan spirit nurturing fruits and other resources had caused his body to develop a resistance, reducing the subsequent effects, Su Ming could have easily surpassed 100,000 points in mental power with just the 50 billion resources, stepping into the 5th-tier awakened level. Even so, his mental power growth within a week was still astonishing. After all, even awakened ones with the same S-rank abilities could not enhance their mental power with the same resources as effectively as Su Ming. This was because not everyone had a system like Su Ming's, which not only granted him dual S-rank abilities but also allowed him to max out the proficiency of an A-rank meditation technique. Both the dual S-rank abilities and the maxed out A-rank meditation technique enabled Su Ming's mental power growth rate to far surpass that of awakened ones of the same tier. There are still 1.38 million enhancement points left. I can use them to evolve the Ice Crown into an SS rank ability. After finishing his cultivation, Su Ming's gaze fell back on the attribute panel. Seeing the over 1.38 million enhancement points, he began to calculate. System, help me evolve the S-rank ability Ice Crown, he commanded decisively. Evolving the S-rank ability Ice Crown will consume 1 million enhancement points. Continue? The system, after receiving the command, popped up a confirmation prompt due to the significant consumption of points. Yes, Su Ming confirmed without hesitation. Boom! 1 million enhancement points surged toward the Ice Crown like a tidal wave. In the next moment, Su Ming felt his mental power soaring rapidly. Simultaneously, a storm of energy erupted within his spiritual sea. The ice crystal crown, originally floating above his soul, began absorbing the energy fiercely. Then, it emitted dazzling golden light, and in the blink of an eye, the entire ice crystal crown was enveloped in the golden glow. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the golden light gradually dimmed and eventually dissipated. After the light vanished, the ice crystal crown above his soul transformed into a unique magical sigil, a frosty sword radiating an extreme coldness that could shake the soul. Consumed 1 million enhancement points. The S-rank natural ability Ice Crown has evolved into the SS-rank natural ability Extreme Frost Regal Artifact. The moment the frosty sword appeared, the system displayed a notification. Su Ming, sensing the transformation of his ability, immediately opened the attribute panel to check. Host, Su Ming Life Force, 64000 Mental Power, 108, 600 Abilities, Extreme Frost Regal Artifact SS, plus, Fury Titan S, plus, Divine Ability, Frost Soul Slayer A. Divine ability attached to the SS rank ability Extreme Frost Regal Artifact. Consumes significant mental power to summon the Frost Emperor Sword, bypassing all defenses to directly attack the soul. Body Tempering Methods, Rising Sun D Max Level, 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique A Max Level Meditation. Techniques, Tian Luo Codex A Max Level Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Max Level, Cloud Breaking Spear C Max Level Enhancement Points, 384, 600. After the S-Rank Ice Crown evolved into the SS-Rank Extreme Frost Regal Artifact, not only did Su Ming's mental power surge by 15,000 points, but he also gained a brand new divine ability. His life force also slightly increased. As expected, my earlier insights were correct. After the Ice Crown evolved into the Extreme Frost Regal Artifact, I gained a new ability. This Frost Soul Slayer divine ability, could it be that I can directly summon the Frosty Sword from my spiritual sea to attack an enemy's soul? Staring at the newly added divine ability on the attribute panel, Su Ming's eyes lit up with joy and curiosity simultaneously. Never mind, I'll test my current combat strength first. Quickly calming his excitement, he walked toward the deepest part of the cultivation chamber, where the combat strength tester was located. The combat strength tester in the Extreme Martial Hall of Shanghai could withstand attacks from Grandmaster level experts, so Su Ming had no reservations and planned to unleash his full power. He retrieved a long spear from the cultivation room, summoned all his blood energy, activated the superpower Raging Vajra, and then executed the martial skill Cloud-Breaking Spear. The spear, carrying immense power, smashed heavily into the target in front of the combat strength testing machine. Asterisk bang, asterisk. A thunderous roar echoed through the room as the target was blasted away, slamming into the testing machine with tremendous force. Immediately, the numbers on the display screen of the testing machine started to fluctuate wildly, finally settling on a value so astonishing that even Su Ming himself was shocked. Combat strength, 96 million. Wow, 96 million combat strength. That's almost at the standard of a Grandmaster level powerhouse's 100 million. It seems I underestimated the power of the Raging Vajra, this S-rank superhuman type ability. The amplification it provides is far greater than I had imagined. Staring at the numbers on the combat strength tester, Su Ming froze for a few seconds before exclaiming in amazement. Currently, his blood energy was at 64,000 points. Using the perfected Cloud-Breaking Spear, he could unleash 5 times his combat strength, achieving an output of approximately 3.2 million. But now, with the activation of the S-rank superpower Raging Vajra, his combat strength had skyrocketed to 96 million, 30 times his original strength. When he had first evolved his A-rank ability, Heart of Rage, in the number 4 Abyss of Magic City, he had estimated that the S-rank Raging Vajra could enhance his physical strength by about 20-fold. But now, through the precision instruments at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, it was revealed that Raging Vajra could amplify his physical attributes by 30-fold, half again as much as he had expected. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise. Although I can now unleash combat strength close to the Grandmaster level with the 30-fold enhancement from the S-rank superhuman ability and the support of martial skills, I still don't stand a chance against a true Grandmaster level powerhouse, especially if they have the aerial advantage. The key lies in how much more power this ability of mine can unleash. Excited, Su Ming focused his thoughts, activating the newly evolved SS rank ability Frost Emperor's Armament. In an instant, the temperature of the entire training room plummeted, and a layer of frost quickly formed on the surrounding walls. Above him, a spear formed entirely of ice energy materialized rapidly. Charge! With a single thought, the ice spear shot forward, smashing into the target of the combat strength testing machine. Asterisk bang, asterisk, asterisk crack, crack, asterisk. The target was violently blasted away and simultaneously encased in solid ice, rendered immobile. At the same time, the numbers on the testing machine's display fluctuated wildly before finally stopping at a figure that once again stunned Su Ming. Combat strength, 108.6 million. 108,600,000 combat strength. I've broken through 100 million. I've surpassed the minimum standard for Grandmaster level powerhouses. The combat strength amplification from the SS rank ice ability Frost Emperor's Armament is actually 100-fold. It's incredibly powerful. Now, my physical combat strength and ability-based combat strength are nearly equal, and, more importantly, my ability-based combat strength has reached the Grandmaster level. Even if I face a true Grandmaster powerhouse, I now have the means to contend with them. Su Ming stood frozen for 2 seconds, taking a deep breath, his face brimming with joy. The 100-fold amplification from Frost Emperor's Armament had far exceeded his expectations. Breaking through 100 million in ability-based combat strength meant that he now possessed the capability to truly threaten Grandmaster-level powerhouses. He could use his mental power to freely release ice-based abilities within a certain range to immobilize his opponents. With his current mental power strength of 100,000, he could easily cover an area with a radius of 1 kilometer. Within such a vast range, the aerial advantage of Grandmaster-level powerhouses would be rendered completely ineffective. I've been here for a week, it's time to head back to school. But first, I'll have a proper meal. After all, I can freely enjoy the perks of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. After completing the ability strength test, Su Ming glanced at the time, suppressed his excitement, and focused his mind. The temperature in the training room returned to normal. The surrounding frost disappeared, and the frozen target returned to its original position. Once everything was restored, Su Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he ordered a variety of delicious dishes in the training room and indulged in a hearty meal before heading toward the door. Even the training rooms of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in smaller cities like Linjiang provided 3 meals a day. Naturally, the one he was in offered even higher quality meals. During this week, he ordered all kinds of high-grade beast meat through the training room's intelligence system for every meal. The The meat came from Tier 4 or higher apex beasts, and the taste was extraordinary. If he had been training his blood energy instead of his mental power this time, he would have eaten even more, and the consumption of these beast meats would have been a massive expense. Even so, his expenses in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's training room had exceeded tens of millions of credits. However, as a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, all his expenses were covered by the hall, and he didn't have to spend a single cent. Clang! Su Ming walked to the door and pressed the switch. The alloy door slowly opened. But as soon as the door opened, he saw two people standing outside, one of whom was a familiar face. Qin Chen? What's he doing here? The middle-aged man next to him looks a lot like him. Must be his father. Could it be that the troublemaker this time is his dad, here to settle scores with me? Upon seeing Qin Chen and Qin Ba, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly calculated in his mind. Thud! Just as Su Ming was pondering whether they were here to cause trouble, Qin Chen suddenly dropped to his knees. Then, Su Ming saw Qin Chen slap himself hard across the face and hurriedly apologize. Brother, I was blind before and offended you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. As soon as Qin Chen finished speaking, the man beside him, Qin Ba, pulled out a black card from his pocket, handed it to Su Ming, and said earnestly, Brother, I am Qin Chen's father, Qin Ba. It's my fault for not teaching my son properly, and he offended you. This is 20 billion credits, a token of our Qin family's apology. I hope you'll accept it and let this matter go. Please, forgive him this once. Qin Ba's attitude was extremely humble, holding out the black card with both hands while slightly bowing. He knew very well what Su Ming's identity as an S-rank core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall meant. If Su Ming insisted on pursuing this matter, even if the Qin family used all its resources, it would still be difficult to protect Qin Chen, so they've come to apologize. It seems the Qin family has learned about my identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so polite. Su Ming was momentarily surprised, then quickly understood that the Qin family had come to make amends. He looked at the kneeling Qin Chen and the bowing Qin Ba, who was holding out the black card, and remained silent for a few seconds before finally nodding and accepting the card. After taking the black card, Su Ming said calmly, Stand up. Let's just leave it at that. 20 billion credits, this was no small amount. Considering the influence of the Qin family in Magic City, there was no need to fall out with them. Thank you, brother. Qin Chen quickly stood up, a look of relief spreading across his face. Qin Ba let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Thank you for your understanding, brother. I haven't asked for your name yet. Su Ming, he replied coldly, his expression still indifferent. Qin Ba nodded with a smile and said, So it's brother Su Ming. I've heard of you for a long time. I've already reserved a banquet at the Bulgari Hotel and hope you can honor us with your presence. Knowing Su Ming's name, Qin Ba was eager to befriend such a genius. Su Ming shook his head. No, I still have matters to attend to at Mo High University, but I appreciate your kind offer, Mr. Qin. Brother Su Ming, you're also a student at Mo High University? Qin Chen asked in surprise upon hearing Su Ming mention returning to school. Su Ming glanced at Qin Chen and nodded slightly. Qin Ba also looked at him with some surprise. Qin Chen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly made a decision that caught both men off guard. He clasped his fists and said earnestly to Su Ming, Brother Su Ming, your strength commands my respect. I want to acknowledge you as my elder brother. How about accepting me as your younger brother? Su Ming hesitated for a moment as he looked at Qin Chen's sincere expression. Finally, he nodded. Since you insist, then do as you wish. In Mo High City, the Qin family was a powerful force. Accepting Qin Chen as a younger brother and forging a connection with the Qin family would bring more benefits for Su Ming. Wonderful! Qin Chen exclaimed with excitement, bowing again to Su Ming. Qin Ba was secretly delighted. Su Ming's willingness to accept Qin Chen as a younger brother essentially established a tie between him and the Qin family, which was far more effective than inviting him to a meal. Boss, what year are you at Mo High University? With your strength, it's extraordinary. Qin Chen asked curiously. Although he had been trained as a mid-4th tier warrior with the Qin family's resources and was stronger than most at the same level, Su Ming had effortlessly defeated him without giving him a chance to fight back. Su Ming's strength was at least close to the peak of the 4th tier. In Qin Chen's opinion, anyone at Mo High University with such strength would likely be a third-year student. However, Su Ming's answer left him astonished. Su Ming replied calmly, I'm a special recruit for this year's intake at Mo High University. Special recruit? Then you're a first-year student. Both Qin Chen and Qin Ba exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. Special recruits at Mo High University were even more extraordinary than regular prodigies, each one a future leader given special training by the school. What shocked them most was that Su Ming was just a freshman who had only recently enrolled, yet his strength had already surpassed the late 4th tier. Having just started his first year and already nearing the level of a 5th-tier warrior, Su Ming's talent and potential were astonishing. While Qinba was shocked, he was also grateful that he hadn't chosen to oppose Su Ming initially and had instead worked hard to build a connection with him. "Boss, your talent is truly otherworldly." Qin Shen finally recovered after a while, his face full of admiration. Qinba also praised him. "Brother Su Ming, your talent is something I've rarely seen in my life. You are destined to become an invincible powerhouse in the future." Listening to their compliments, Su Ming smiled faintly. If he told them that his current strength was already nearing the early master level, he wondered how much more shocked they would be. After chatting for a bit longer, Qinba noticed the timing wasn't ideal and tactfully excused himself. Once Qinba left, Qin Shen excitedly suggested, "Boss, since you've forgiven me and accepted me as your younger brother, let me treat you to a meal at the most luxurious hotel in Mo High City." Su Ming shook his head. "No need. I need to return to Mo High University to complete some tasks and earn some credits." He had just eaten at the training room's entrance and wasn't hungry. Qin Shen reluctantly nodded and then offered, "In that case, let me drive you back to school." Su Ming glanced at him and nodded. "As you wish." The two left the Extreme Martial Hall together, and Qin Shen drove his private car to take Su Ming back to Mo High University. Over the past week, all of Qin Shen's injuries had healed completely, thanks to the medicine provided by Qinba, and he had fully recovered to his previous state. "Well, isn't this the Qin family's good for nothing? Haven't you been hiding all this time? What makes you dare to return to school today?" As soon as they got out of the car and walked a short distance past the school gate, a mocking voice called out. Su Ming and Qin Shen turned to see a tall young man in a black training suit approaching with a few companions, a sneer on his face. This man was Huang Hao, a direct descendant of Mo High City's Huang family. The Huang family and the Qin family were evenly matched in strength, constantly competing openly and covertly. Naturally, Huang Hao and Qin Shen were not on good terms. The two were of similar age and both third-year students, but Huang Hao's talent far surpassed Qin Shen's and he was also a special recruit at Mo High University. Currently, Huang Hao was a late 4th-tier warrior, a level higher than Qin Shen, and possessed an A-class superpower called Demonic Ape Transformation. Once activated, this ability could multiply his strength several times, allowing him to easily overwhelm an average early 5th-tier warrior. Qin Shen had suffered many losses at the hands of Huang Hao, who often caused trouble for him at school. Over time, Qin Shen started avoiding Huang Hao altogether, and one of the main reasons he stayed off campus was to avoid encountering him. Upon seeing Huang Hao, Qin Shen's expression immediately darkened, and he averted his gaze, whispering to Su Ming, "Boss, let's go quickly." "Trying to run again?" Huang Hao sneered. "Qin Shen, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson." He burst into laughter, and his companions joined in mocking. Hearing their taunts, Qin Shen clenched his fists, his face turning red with anger, but he didn't dare to retaliate and only wanted to leave quickly with Su Ming. Seeing this group act so arrogantly, Su Ming furrowed his brow and asked Qin Shen, "Who is this guy?" Blushing, Qin Shen replied, "Boss, that's Huang Hao. He's from the Huang family. The Huang family and my Qin family have always been at odds. He's very strong. We should just leave." He then tried to pull Su Ming away. However, when Huang Hao heard Qin Shen address Su Ming as boss, his eyes lit up as he scrutinized Su Ming. Huang Hao sneered at Qin Shen, "Qin Shen, you really are a disgrace. You're actually calling someone younger than you boss? You've brought shame to the great families of Mo High City." Then, turning to Su Ming, he said disdainfully, "Kid, I don't care who you are. I've got Qin Shen under my thumb. You'd better cut ties with him, or you'll end up like him, avoiding me whenever you see me." At Huang Hao's words, Su Ming's gaze turned icy in an instant. He had originally intended to avoid unnecessary conflict, but the other party clearly had no intention of letting them go and had even directly challenged him. With his level of mental strength, Su Ming could clearly sense that Huang Hao had a blood energy level of 80,000, making him a genuine late 4th-tier warrior. A late 4th-tier warrior who thought he could make Su Ming avoid him? What a joke! Taking a step forward, Su Ming said coldly, "Huang Hao, is it? I'll give you 3 seconds. Apologize immediately and then get out of my sight." Huang Hao was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, apologize? Get out? Do you even know who you're talking to?" Huang Hao's companions joined in, laughing contemptuously. This kid must be crazy to talk to Brother Hao like that. Judging by his expression, he must be new here and doesn't know how strong Brother Hao is. "Brother Hao, you've got to teach him a lesson so he learns the rules." Huang Hao's smile vanished, his face turning cold. He stared at Su Ming and snorted, "Kid, you seem pretty arrogant, huh? Let's see how much skill you really have." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of blood and energy erupted from Huang Hao's body, unleashing the full aura of a late-stage 4th-tier fighter, pressing down on Su Ming. At the same time, his body began to transform. His muscles swelled, thick black fur sprouted over his skin, his teeth sharpened, and he began to resemble a humanoid demonic ape. This was his greatest superpower, demonic ape transformation. Once he activated his ability, Huang Hao's energy level skyrocketed, instantly breaking past the threshold of a 5th-tier warrior. His strength even approached the mid-stage of the 5th tier. Kid, kneel and admit your mistake, and I might just show you mercy. Huang Hao, now in his berserk demonic ape state, growled in a hoarse, beast-like voice. His brutal glare flashed in his ape-like eyes. Seeing this, his companions quickly stepped back, wearing amused expressions as they stared at Su Ming. It's Huang Hao. He's causing trouble again. He must be a student since he got into Demon Sea University, but I've never seen him on the leaderboard. His strength must not be great. This is bad. Huang Hao's demonic ape transformation is insanely strong. No one at the same level can beat him. How did that kid end up provoking Huang Hao? Seems like he's with Qin Shen. I even heard Qin Shen call him boss. So Qin Shen sees him as his leader. No wonder he'd clash with Huang Hao. Huang Hao ranks 36th on the Demon Sea University leaderboard. This kid is doomed. The commotion soon drew the attention of many Demon Sea University students from afar. They began gathering around Su Ming and Huang Hao, whispering among themselves. In the midst of it all, Qin Shen, feeling the oppressive aura radiating from Huang Hao, turned pale and instinctively stepped back half a step. But when he saw the calm expression on Su Ming's face beside him, he clenched his teeth, suppressed his fear, and stood firm. He shouted angrily, Huang Hao, don't do anything reckless. This is the school grounds. Heh, so what if it's the school grounds? I'll teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Huang Hao ignored Qin Shen's protests entirely. Demon Sea University didn't prohibit fights between students. In fact, it encouraged sparring and duels. Only when injuries became severe or lives were at stake would the school intervene. Kid, take this. Huang Hao roared, taking a massive step forward. His enormous ape-like hand, carrying the sound of howling wind, swung straight toward Su Ming. The strike was immensely powerful, enough to shatter metal or stone. Everyone around held their breath, as if they could already see the tragic scene of Su Ming being sent flying. Qin Shen was so frightened he shut his eyes tightly. However, faced with this ferocious attack, Su Ming simply and calmly raised his right hand. In an instant, his greatest superhuman ability, Raging Titan, activated. He casually threw out a punch to meet Huang Hao's ape-like palm. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. At the moment their hands collided, the sinister grin on Huang Hao's face froze, replaced by shock and disbelief. He felt an indescribable and terrifying force erupt from Su Ming's palm. His ape-like hand, which was strong enough to crush steel, felt as if it had slammed into an immovable mountain. It didn't budge at all. Not only that, but the overwhelming power surged through Huang Hao's arm and furiously invaded his body. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking echoed. Ah! Huang Hao let out a scream of agony as his entire body was sent flying backward, as though hit by a speeding truck. Boom! He landed heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the surface. His beastly transformed right arm was now twisted and deformed, obviously broken. The surrounding area plunged into an eerie silence. Everyone stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, as if they had seen a ghost. Wow, what incredible strength! Defeating Huang Hao in just one move, how's that even possible? One move! He didn't even use any special abilities or martial techniques, yet he defeated Huang Hao, who had activated his demonic ape transformation and reached nearly mid-5th tier strength. Am I seeing things? Huang Hao is a genius ranked 36th on the Demon Sea University leaderboard, and he was defeated so easily. Just who is this guy? After a brief silence, the surrounding students erupted into chaos, their discussions filling the air. Hearing the chatter around him, Qin Shen opened his eyes in confusion. When he saw the scene before him, his eyes widened, and his mouth hung slightly open in astonishment. His mind was filled with questions. What just happened? Did the boss defeat Huang Hao in just one move? Isn't he just a freshman? How can he be this strong? Qin Shen knew that Su Ming was powerful, but he hadn't expected him to be this formidable. After all, when Su Ming first entered Demon Sea University, Qin Shen had assumed his strength was at most at the early 5th tier. But now, it seemed that Su Ming's ability to defeat Huang Hao in one move meant his strength far surpassed most mid-5th tier warriors. You brat, you're dead. Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding students, Huang Hao's eyes turned blood red. Ignoring the excruciating pain from his broken arm, he roared furiously at Su Ming. A faint light flashed, and a 2-meter-long, pitch-black alloy staff appeared in his hand. Gripping the staff with his left hand, Huang Hao channeled all his energy and charged at Su Ming with a loud roar. Demonic ape staff technique, he bellowed, swinging the staff with an overwhelming momentum, aiming it directly at Su Ming. That's Brother Hao's demonic ape staff technique. The demonic ape staff technique is an A-rank martial art. Brother Hao has mastered it to the beginner level, increasing his muscle strength by 8 times. This strike is something even mid-5th tier warriors would struggle to withstand. That kid won't escape this unscathed. As Huang Hao swung the staff down toward Su Ming, the eyes of his followers lit up. Their earlier surprise quickly turned into excitement. Behind Su Ming, someone shouted anxiously, "Boss, watch out! Damn you! Go to hell!" Huang Hao's face twisted into a cruel grin, as if he could already see Su Ming's head smashed to pieces by his staff. After all, Huang Hao was a late-stage 4th-tier warrior with over 80,000 units of energy. Activating his greatest superhuman ability, Demonic Ape Transformation, instantly multiplied his physical strength 6-fold. Combined with the beginner-level Demonic Ape Staff technique, his combat power surged to 8-fold. The force behind this strike exceeded 40 million calories, enough to terrify even mid-5th-tier warriors. Such recklessness! In the crowd, a Demon Sea University teacher who had been observing Su Ming and Huang Hao furrowed his brow, preparing to step in and stop Huang Hao's attack. In his opinion, if this staff strike landed, Su Ming would undoubtedly be in big trouble. Impressive kid! But just as the teacher was about to act, he suddenly froze, his eyes locking onto Su Ming in surprise. He couldn't help but exclaim. As Huang Hao's staff was about to smash down, a gleaming ice shield suddenly appeared above Su Ming's head. Bang! The staff struck hard against the ice shield, producing a muffled boom. The ice shield only trembled slightly, shedding a few ice shards, but showed no cracks whatsoever. In contrast, Huang Hao's hands trembled from the intense recoil, causing the staff to bounce high into the air, almost slipping from his grasp. Huang Hao took a step back, gripping the staff tightly, his left hand stinging from the force of the recoil. He frowned, glaring at the ice shield above Su Ming's head. A flash of ferocity appeared in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings and shouted angrily. Judging from the force of the impact, the defense of this ice shield could withstand the full-powered attack of a mid to late 5th-tier warrior, or even one at the peak of the 5th tier. The person capable of forming such an ice shield had to be at least a peak 5th-tier powerhouse. Huang Hao couldn't believe Su Ming could be this strong. That ice shield was surely created by someone else, most likely one of the Magic Sea University teachers secretly observing nearby, trying to prevent him from harming Su Ming. Just as he finished speaking, Su Ming let out a cold snort. "Stop looking. I'm right in front of you." He raised his right hand, and the ice shield above his head transformed instantly into an ice spear radiating bone-chilling coldness, firmly gripped in his hand. "It's you? How is that possible?" Huang Hao stared at Su Ming in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could never have imagined that Su Ming had such powerful ice abilities. Su Ming said nothing more. Clutching the ice spear, he thrust it fiercely toward Huang Hao. Damn! Huang Hao sensed the danger and quickly raised his staff to block. Clang! The ice spear collided with the staff, producing a crisp metallic sound. The next second, Huang Hao was sent flying backward by the immense recoil. His staff was knocked out of his hands. Thud! Huang Hao and his weapon landed heavily on the ground with a dull crash. This time, he reverted from his beast form and fainted on the spot, his left hand crusted with thick frost. The smiles on Huang Hao's companions froze instantly, while Qin Shan and the surrounding students were left dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. The entire scene fell eerily silent, as though death had claimed the air. After knocking out Huang Hao, Su Ming did not continue his attack. In fact, he hadn't even used his full strength with that last strike. During the skirmish, he had keenly noticed that more than one Magic Sea University teacher was secretly watching. When Huang Hao went all out, Su Ming sensed one of the teachers preparing to intervene. Even if he hadn't blocked, Huang Hao's strike wouldn't have reached him. For this reason, Su Ming knew that if he went too far and posed a lethal threat to Huang Hao, these teachers would step in to stop him. Thus, he held back. Otherwise, by the rules of combat, with Huang Hao's clear intent to kill, Su Ming would have resolved the matter decisively long ago. Although he didn't kill Huang Hao, this was enough to leave him bedridden for a week. Su Ming glanced indifferently at the unconscious Huang Hao. With a thought, the ice spear in his hand dissolved into snow and vanished. Without lingering, he turned and said to the still-stunned Qin Shan, "Let's go." "Ha? Oh, okay, boss, wait for me." Qin Shan snapped back to reality, casting a deep glance at Huang Hao lying on the ground before quickly catching up to Su Ming. Trailing behind Su Ming, Qin Shan's eyes were filled with a mix of shock and fervent admiration. As Su Ming approached, the surrounding students instinctively made way, watching him leave with reverence in their gaze. "Brother Hao, Quick, take brother Hao to the campus hospital. Move, make way. It wasn't until Su Ming and Qin Shen had left that Huang Hao's friends swarmed forward, lifting him and rushing him to the campus hospital. The 36th ranked Huang Hao on the WinCloud leaderboard lost this quickly? That was way too decisive. That last strike, I could feel he wasn't even using his full strength. Otherwise, Huang Hao wouldn't have just fainted. To overpower Huang Hao's beast form with pure physical strength, this guy's physical strength must be at least mid-5th tier warrior level. Not only that, but he also blocked Huang Hao's full-powered strike. His ice abilities are clearly no weaker than his physical combat strength. Terrifying. With this strength, it wouldn't be surprising if he ranked in the top 20 of the WinCloud leaderboard. I've never seen him on Magic C University's top 50 rankings. Is he even from our school? When did such a powerhouse appear? Could he be a freshman? Impossible. There's no way a freshman could be this strong. If he's a freshman, I'll be utterly convinced. After Huang Hao was carried away, the surrounding students gradually recovered from their shock, and the scene quickly became lively again. Everyone was discussing the battle, speculating about Su Ming's background. This guy's abilities are already on par with a 5th tier Peak Awakener. He looks unfamiliar, and he's not on the Magic C University WinCloud leaderboard. I need to find out who he is. The WinCloud leaderboard rankings definitely need to be updated. Not only were the students abuzz with chatter, but even the observers in the shadows were astonished by the strength Su Ming had displayed. As a special recruit, Su Ming rarely appeared on campus. Apart from the admissions office staff, few teachers knew his identity, leaving the surrounding teachers with little understanding of him. Boss, can you tell me just how strong you are now? On the other side, Qin Shen followed Su Ming toward the dormitory area, unable to contain his curiosity. My current strength? I can handle any opponent below the Grandmaster level with ease. Su Ming smiled confidently. Wow, a freshman already at the peak of the 5th tier? Is this guy even human? Qin Shen gasped, utterly astonished. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. Back when Su Ming had confronted him at the Extreme Martial Hall, if Su Ming had been any harsher, he might have been bedridden himself. Shaking his head to clear those thoughts, Qin Shen quickly gave Su Ming a thumbs up, his face full of admiration as he exclaimed, "Boss, you're amazing." "Alright, stop with the flattery. Tell me about this WinCloud leaderboard you mentioned," Su Ming said, shaking his head. What exactly is the WinCloud leaderboard? He had heard someone mention that Huang Hao was ranked 36th on the WinCloud leaderboard, which piqued his curiosity. You don't know about the WinCloud leaderboard, boss? Qin Shen paused in surprise before quickly realizing, oh, right, you're new to Magic C University, so it makes sense you wouldn't know. The WinCloud leaderboard at Magic C University records the top 50 strongest students in the school. Every genius on the list has strength comparable to an average mid-5th tier warrior. Huang Hao relied on the special A-rank martial art, demonic ape staff technique, provided by the Guanshang Martial Hall, combined with his A-rank superhuman ability, to rank 36th with late 4th tier strength. But with your strength, boss, breaking into the top 20 would be a breeze. Hearing what Qin Shen said, Su Ming was a bit surprised and asked, I can't make it into the top 10? Qin Shen gave an awkward laugh. Cough, cough, boss, the top 10 of the Fengyun ranking are all top-tier geniuses, each capable of defeating master-level experts. So, to make it into the top 10, at the very least, you need the strength of a master. However, he quickly added, but you just entered the school. With your talent, breaking into the top 10 by sophomore year is definitely achievable. He wasn't just saying it casually. The students in the top 10 of the Fengyun ranking were mostly juniors and seniors, which gave them 2 more years of cultivation than Su Ming. Yet Su Ming, having been in school for less than half a month, already possessed the strength of a peak 5th tier. Su Ming was a specially recruited student and an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Hall. His cultivation speed would only accelerate from here. Qin Shen firmly believed that as long as Su Ming trained diligently at Demon Sea University for a year, by sophomore year, possessing the strength to defeat master-level experts would be entirely possible. Su Ming nodded and asked, then who is ranked first on the Fengyun ranking? How strong are they? The first on the Demon Sea University's Fengyun ranking is Jiang Xinyao, a junior and also a specially recruited student. She's widely recognized as the school beauty. Jiang Goddess' strength already allowed her to defeat mid-master level warriors by the end of last semester. After a summer break, she's only grown stronger. Oh, by the way, boss, Jiang Goddess is also an awakened ice ability user like you, and her ice ability has already reached S-level. It's precisely this powerful S-level ability that has secured her top spot on the Fengyun ranking since her junior year. Hearing Su Ming's question, Qin Shen immediately shared everything he knew. S-level ice ability, what a coincidence. Upon hearing that the Fengyun ranking's first place, Jiang Xinyao, was also an S-level ice ability user, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the coincidence. Hee boss, since you could effortlessly block Huang Hao's full power strike, your ice ability must also be S-level, right? Just as Su Ming finished speaking, Qin Shun chimed in with a smile. Su Ming nodded. Up until today, his ice ability was indeed S-level. However, after its evolution fueled by 1,000,000 enhancement points, his ice ability had already reached SS level, stronger than Jiang Xinyao's. But he didn't disclose this secret to Qin Shen. I knew it. Seeing Su Ming nod in acknowledgement, Qin Shen's eyes lit up. He felt fortunate for choosing the extreme martial hall and immediately began praising Su Ming again. Before long, the two arrived at the door of Su Ming's dormitory. I'm at my dorm now. I won't keep you. Head back on your own. Standing outside the villa's courtyard gate, Su Ming said to Qin Shen. Qin Shen nodded, memorized the dorm's location, and, after bidding farewell to Su Ming, left alone. After Qin Shen left, Su Ming returned to the villa assigned to him by the school. He didn't rest much and immediately summoned the intelligent housekeeper to start browsing the school's tasks. With my current strength, I'm comparable to someone newly stepping into the master realm. With my power and the protection of the fiery sunset, as long as I don't encounter a late-stage master, I can fully protect myself. I can take on higher-level beast hunting tasks now. 5th-tier beast hunting tasks offer credit rewards of at least 50. Taking these tasks will not only accumulate credits but also yield enhancement points. Before long, Su Ming identified his targets. After browsing through all the 5th-tier beast hunting tasks, he selected several that were concentrated in the same underground cavern, accepted them, geared up, and left the school. While Su Ming went out to earn credits through missions, news of him defeating Huang Hao at the school gate spread rapidly across Demon Sea University. Under the teacher's investigation, his identity as a freshman was also revealed. Learning that a freshman had caused the 36th-ranked Huang Hao to faint on the spot with just 2 moves, the entire Demon Sea University, both staff and students, erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, the teachers of Demon Sea University adjusted the Feng Yun ranking based on Su Ming's performance against Huang Hao. For the first time, Su Ming made the list, ranking directly at 16th place, becoming the only freshman on the ranking. Xinyao, look at the latest Feng Yun ranking. This freshman named Su Ming is ranked 16th. That's incredible. In a luxurious villa within the girls' dormitory area of Demon Sea University, Liang Mengmeng widened her eyes as she looked at the information on her tablet and couldn't help but exclaim. She then handed the tablet to a tall and beautiful girl sitting beside her. This was none other than Jiang Xinyao, the school beauty mentioned by Qin Shen. A freshman, ranked 16th on the Feng Yun ranking? Hearing Liang Mengmeng's words, Jiang Xinyao showed a surprised expression and quickly took the tablet. This Su Ming really is a freshman, and he's quite handsome. Looking at the information on the tablet, Jiang Xinyao couldn't help but praise. Xinyao, I just checked the campus wall. It says this Su Ming is also an ice ability user. Here's the video of his battle with Huang Hao this morning. Take a look. At this moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Liang Mengmeng, a control panel of the villa's intelligence system. On the screen, a clip of Su Ming's fight with Huang Hao played. Jiang Xinyao raised her head, her gaze fixed on the video. After the video ended, Liang Mengmeng sighed, are freshmen nowadays really this strong? Taking down Huang Hao so cleanly and decisively, his strength surpasses what you had back then. I can't compare to him. Although the video doesn't show how strong Su Ming's ice ability is, the fact that he could easily defeat Huang Hao indicates that his ice ability isn't weaker than mine. Hearing Liang Mengmeng's words, Jiang Xinyao nodded in agreement. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xinyao suddenly stood up and said to Liang Mengmeng, Mengmeng, I'm going to the Tongtian training tower to train. Want to come along? Ha, didn't we just finish training? Hearing Jiang Xinyao's words, Liang Mengmeng froze for a moment, but she quickly realized that her close friend felt a sense of urgency after witnessing Su Ming's talent and strength. She immediately replied, Xinyao, I'll pass. You go ahead. I'll go alone then. Jiang Xinyao nodded and left the dormitory. What an extraordinary Su Ming, truly deserving of the title of the first full-score genius on the college entrance exam in years. Just a freshman, and he's already ranked 16th on the Feng Yun ranking. Demon Sea University has really unearthed a genius even greater than Jiang Xinyao this time. With Su Ming's talent, he'll probably make it into the top 10 of the Feng Yun ranking very soon. Young people are becoming more and more remarkable. The change in the Feng Yun ranking not only shocked Liang Mengmeng and Jiang Xinyao, but also left every student on the list in awe of the news that a freshman had leapt to 16th place. Before long, Su Ming's name spread throughout Demon Sea University, becoming the talk of the campus. This kid actually blocked Huang Hao's beastified heavy strike barehanded and even pushed him back. Could it be that he has fully absorbed that vial of Earth Dragon essence blood? Even if he refined the blood essence of an 8th rank Earth Dragon, that would at most increase his vitality by 30,000. How could he possibly send the beast-transformed Huang Hao flying with one punch and even break his right arm bone? Wait, is that an ice-type power? What the hell? This kid is hiding an ice-type power too? He actually awakened dual abilities. On the other side, in the office of the admissions director of Mohai University, Lu Jiming stared at the video of Su Ming's battle against Huang Hao and suddenly jumped up from his seat, his eyes wide like copper bells. Su Ming was personally admitted by him. At the time, he only knew that Su Ming possessed an A-grade superhuman ability. After all, during the college entrance exams, Su Ming's vitality was only a little over 4,000, but with a C-grade martial art, he easily defeated the exam puppet. This combat prowess clearly indicated the support of an ability. During admission, Lu Jiming had asked Su Ming if he had any other abilities, and Su Ming honestly stated that he only had the A-grade superhuman ability. So Lu Jiming didn't think much about Su Ming possibly having other abilities. At the time, Jiang Lingchuan, who was beside him, was also stunned to hear that Su Ming had an A-grade superhuman ability, and naturally didn't think Su Ming was hiding an ice-type ability. Before seeing the video of Su Ming's battle with Huang Hao, Lu Jiming only knew about Su Ming's A-grade superhuman ability. Initially, when he saw Su Ming's first punch repelling Huang Hao, he was still pondering how it was possible. But when Su Ming struck a second time, displaying an ice-type power, Lu Jiming's brain completely short-circuited. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jiming immediately replayed the video and analyzed it carefully. A normal A-grade superhuman talent, after refining a bottle of Earth Dragon blood essence, can increase vitality by about 30,000. Unless they cultivate an A-grade body refinement technique to its peak, the maximum increase would only reach 40 to 50,000. But adding it all up, Su Ming would at most have 60,000 vitality, while Huang Hao has over 80,000. With the same A-grade superhuman ability, Su Ming, whose vitality is 20,000 less than Huang Hao's, has a physical combat power deficit of several 100,000 calories. Yet he could send the beast-transformed Huang Hao flying with one punch, without using any martial arts techniques. His superhuman ability must far surpass A-grade. And that ice-type ability, it completely overwhelmed Huang Hao's full-strength strike. That ice-type ability must be beyond S-grade. Could I have admitted a peerless genius with dual S-grade abilities? Wow! After watching the video and calmly analyzing it, Lu Jiming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The thought that Su Ming might be a dual S-grade ability genius made his entire body tremble with excitement. Completely unaware of the sensation his battle with Huang Hao had caused at Mohai University, Su Ming was currently alone, holding a long spear and searching for his mission target in the fourth cavern of the demon metropolis. Any fierce beasts he encountered were all slain by his obsidian spear. With Su Ming's strength, there wasn't a single fierce beast in the fourth cavern of the demon metropolis that could stand against him. Any beast that crossed his path couldn't withstand even one strike from him. In this manner, Su Ming slaughtered his way through the demon metropolis's fourth cavern for 3 days, finally completing his mission of killing 7 5th-rank fierce beasts. After collecting the required materials, he returned to Mohai University's mission hall to submit his task. Are you Su Ming? When Su Ming handed over the materials of the 7 5th-rank fierce beasts to the counter, the girl in charge of reception immediately let out a cry of surprise upon seeing his student ID. Her exclamation instantly drew the attention of many people around them. Su Ming, it's him, the genius who ranked 16th on the wind and cloud list as a freshman. Finally, I get to see him in person. He's even more handsome than in the videos. Look at the beast materials in front of him, there are even the wings of a late-stage 5th-rank silver-winged griffin. Su Ming actually managed to kill a late-stage 5th-rank fierce beast like the silver-winged griffin. His strength must be close to that of a master-level fighter. To have such strength as a freshman, Su Ming is destined to become a king-level powerhouse in the future. In the mission hall, students who were originally focused on their tasks turned to look at Su Ming, all marveling at him just like the girl at the counter. When did I become so famous? And how did I rank 16th on the wind and cloud list? Over the past few days, Su Ming had been staying in the fourth cavern of the demon metropolis, focused on hunting fierce beasts. He was completely unaware that his name had already spread throughout Mohai University. Hearing the exclamations around him, Su Ming maintained a calm expression, nodding slightly at the girl at the counter. However, he was internally a little surprised. Especially, the way some of the girls were staring at him, their eyes shining as if they were eager to strike up a conversation, made him even more reluctant to linger in the mission hall. Senior, please process this quickly so I can take on new tasks. Su Ming looked at the girl in front of him, who was staring blankly at him, and reminded her. The mission receptionists in Mohai University's mission hall were all students working part-time, earning a good number of credits. The girl in front of him was also a student at Mohai University, and this job was prestigious enough that it was usually handled by senior students. Oh, yes, of course. The girl snapped back to her senses, quickly nodding. After checking the materials with the equipment and confirming everything was in order, she immediately credited the points Su Ming earned from completing the task to his account. By completing 7 fifth-rank tasks, Su Ming's account balance instantly increased by 400 credits. The remaining 5th-rank tasks are down to just 3. I need to grab them quickly. After submitting the task, Su Ming glanced at the remaining tasks for the day and found that there were only 3 tasks left for collecting materials from 5th-rank fierce beasts. Without hesitation, he took them all. He then selected a few 4th-rank fierce beast hunting tasks and swiftly left the mission hall, heading back toward the caverns outside Mohai University. In the following half-month, Su Ming hardly stopped, traveling daily between the school's mission hall and the caverns around the demon metropolis. It wasn't until the day before the freshman competition that he returned to Mohai University, no longer taking on external tasks. During these 15 days, he defeated over 35th-rank fierce beasts and killed more than 1,000 fierce beasts ranked 4th and below. Most of these beasts were ones he encountered while searching for his targets and eliminated along the way. Through these battles, Su Ming accumulated over 1 million enhancement points. In these nearly 20 days, he earned an average of over 100 credits per day, bringing his total credits to 2,500, enough for him to train for 1 day on the highest floor of the Tower of Heavenly Cultivation. With 2,500 credits, I can train for 1 day on the highest floor of the Tower of Heavenly Cultivation, he calculated in his mind. But the highest floor only accelerates time by 100-fold and costs 2,000 credits. To students who aren't in a hurry to improve their strength, it's not cost-effective. The 20th floor of the tower has a 20-fold time acceleration and only costs 150 credits per day. As long as I'm not in a rush, training on the 20th floor is more economical. After the freshman competition, I'll head to the Tower of Heavenly Cultivation to train. Su Ming glanced at his accumulated academic credits. Instead of choosing the highest floor, he set his sights on the 20th floor, where time accelerated 20-fold. On the topmost floor, cultivating for 1 day cost 2,000 credits, equivalent to cultivating for 100 days in the outside world. However, the same number of credits on the 20th floor allowed for 13 days of cultivation, which equated to about 260 days of external cultivation and unquestionably higher cost-effectiveness. Since he wasn't in a rush to improve his strength, Su Ming naturally opted for the most efficient method. After making his decision, Su Ming turned his gaze to the virtual screen displayed by the smart home assistant. It was showing news about the freshman competition at Mohai University. Besides the competition process, the screen also detailed the prize information. Only the top 3 in the freshman competition would receive rewards. The first-place winner could choose any one A-grade martial art from the university's treasured collection and also receive an additional 2,000 credits. The second-place winner would receive no extra credits but could still pick one A-grade martial art. The third-place winner would only be awarded 5,000 credits. The A-grade martial arts in Mohai University typically cost between 8,000 and 10,000 credits. The first prize alone is worth over 10,000 credits in total. The university is really being generous. I can already pick one A-grade martial art now, Su Ming thought, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With his current strength, the freshman competition posed no challenge to him. Becoming champion was something he could achieve effortlessly. Just as he confidently opened the martial arts library page to select a treasured martial art, his phone suddenly rang. The call was from Lu Jiming. Director Lu, what's the reason for calling me at this time? Su Ming looked at the caller ID with a hint of surprise on his face and then answered the call. Director Lu, what's going on? He asked. On the other end of the line, Lu Jiming's voice came through. Su Ming, you don't need to participate in tomorrow's freshman competition. Why don't I need to participate? The sudden news stunned Su Ming, and he quickly asked for clarification. He had been planning to secure first place, select an A-grade martial art, and use it to improve his combat power. Su Ming, don't worry. Let me explain first. Lu Jiming chuckled lightly, sensing the urgency in Su Ming's voice. He then proceeded to explain why the university had decided not to let Su Ming participate in the competition. It turned out that half a month ago, after Su Ming had effortlessly defeated Huang Hao in seconds, the university's leadership became well aware that his strength far surpassed that of other freshmen in the same year. In this cohort of students at Mohai University, there was another special recruit like Su Ming, a student named Zhu Jun. He was an awakened individual with an S-grade mental ability. Zhu Jun had achieved the top score. in Beja province during the college entrance exams, with a score as high as 280,000. However, despite his rapid progress over the past month, Zhu Jun's strength had only reached the late stage of the 4th tier. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already reached the peak of the 5th tier, a massive gap in power. Among the first-year students of Mahai University, Su Ming was clearly in a league of his own, the undisputed freshman king. If he were to participate in the freshman competition, the championship would inevitably go to him without suspense. Thus, the university's leadership decided to withdraw Su Ming from the competition, allowing the other students to compete for rankings and thereby igniting their enthusiasm. As for Su Ming, although he wouldn't have the title of freshman champion, the university had decided to grant him benefits even more generous than the champion's rewards. Su Ming, the university leadership has decided that you can directly select any one S-grade martial art, Lu Jiming informed him. Choose any S-grade martial art? And I don't even need to participate in the competition. Su Ming's eyes lit up at the news. That's right, you can browse the university's martial arts library right now. Once you select an S-grade martial art, it will be directly transmitted to the smart mainframe in your villa via the campus network, Lu Jiming said with a smile, noticing Su Ming's delighted expression. Alright, Director Lu. Su Ming immediately agreed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the call ended. Not only do I get a reward better than the freshman champions, but I also don't have to go through the hassle of competing. The university has truly given me a pleasant surprise. Let's see if there's a suitable S-grade martial art. Butler, open the university's martial arts library and filter out all the S-grade martial arts for me, Su Ming said eagerly after hanging up the phone. Understood, Master, the smart assistant replied. The virtual screen flickered, and the martial arts library of Mahai University appeared before Su Ming, showcasing various S-grade martial arts. The martial arts library of Mahai University was a treasure trove of wisdom accumulated by generations of powerful individuals, containing tens of thousands of martial arts. However, S-grade martial arts, considered top-tier and exceedingly rare worldwide, numbered only 13 in the university's collection. Su Ming quickly browsed through the descriptions of the 13 S-grade martial arts, his gaze stopping on the 7th one. Glacial Inferno Spear, S-grade martial art, a spear technique created 200 years ago by the Xianyu martial saint. It consists of 3 consecutive moves, combining physical strength with ice element abilities to unleash up to 50 times one's combat power. Price, 20,000 credits. Combining ice element abilities with physical strength and unleashing 50 times the combat power, this Glacial Inferno Spear seems tailor-made for me. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, his face full of excitement as he read the description. His ice element ability had already evolved to SS grade, capable of unleashing up to 100 times his combat power. If he mastered the Glacial Inferno Spear to perfection and learned its 3rd move, it would provide an additional 50-fold boost. The two combined would result in a staggering 5,000-fold combat power. With his current mental strength exceeding 100,000, the sheer burst of ability-based combat power would allow him to unleash over 5 billion calories of destructive force. With over 5 billion calories of combat power, I could easily obliterate a mid-stage Grandmaster-level opponent. Even among late-stage Grandmasters, those capable of reaching 5 billion combat power are rare. Su Ming performed some quick calculations, growing more excited the more he thought about it. Without hesitation, he purchased the Glacial Inferno Spear. While the martial art was originally priced at 20,000 credits, Su Ming's student account had already been granted one free S-grade martial art purchase. Thus, he obtained it effortlessly. Master, you have new mail. Please check it, the smart assistant chimed in shortly after Su Ming made his purchase. A flashing message icon appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Su Ming quickly opened it. The detailed training instructions for the Glacial Inferno Spear were contained within. Opening the file, Su Ming began studying the step-by-step methods for mastering this martial art. Just as when Jiang Lingchuan had given him the Grade A body tempering technique, the 100 Refinements Golden Body Art, there was also a teaching video attached to the document for the Ice Prison World-Piercing Spear. Every movement, every muscle's exertion, every burst of energy and blood, and even the precise details of mental power coordination were demonstrated clearly. Su Ming spent half an hour carefully watching the entirety of this Grade S martial art. However, after finishing, he was utterly perplexed. Compared to the Grade C martial art Piercing Cloud Spear he had previously learned, the Ice Prison World Piercing Spear was evidently far more complex. When he had studied the Piercing Cloud Spear, he could grasp its essence just by watching it once, relying on his intuition, even without the support of systematic enhancement points. But now, after watching the Ice Prison World Piercing Spear, he had no idea where to even begin. The only thing he remembered was that this martial art had 3 techniques in total. The first technique, Shattering Abyss, which, when fully mastered, could unleash 50 15 times one's combat power. The second technique, judgment, which, when fully mastered, could unleash 30 times one's combat power. The third technique, eternal silence, which, when fully mastered, could unleash 50 times one's combat power. Indeed, this is a grade S martial art. The difficulty of mastering it is just too high. Even the grade A body tempering and meditation techniques pale in comparison to it. I reckon even true martial arts prodigies would struggle to grasp its basics just by watching it once. After finishing the video, Su Ming rubbed his head and murmured softly. He was about to watch it again carefully. The next second, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as the most delightful sound from the system rang in his mind. Ding! Detected the grade S martial art ice prison world-piercing spear. Would you like to spend 10,000 enhancement points to learn it? Learn it! Although learning a grade S martial art required a cost of 10,000 enhancement points, Su Ming didn't hesitate and immediately chose to learn it. The system prompted again. Ding! Successfully learned the grade S martial art ice prison world-piercing spear. Current proficiency, beginner. You may spend an additional 990,000 enhancement points to raise proficiency to perfection. Boom! As the sound echoed, countless insights into the cultivation of the ice prison world-piercing spear surged into Su Ming's mind. The previously incomprehensible parts from the video suddenly became clear. However, these insights only covered the first technique, shattering abyss. As for the latter two techniques, he still had no understanding of them. Only by continuing to invest enhancement points to increase his proficiency could he quickly master them. System, raise the proficiency of the ice prison world-piercing spear to perfection. After digesting the insights in his mind, Su Ming immediately ordered the system. Ding! Raising the proficiency of the ice prison world-piercing spear to perfection requires 990,000 enhancement points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. After 20 days of hunting, Su Ming had accumulated over 1.1 million enhancement points, more than enough to support this upgrade. Boom! With just a thought, 990,000 enhancement points transformed into a torrent of energy, flooding into the martial art of the ice prison world-piercing spear. A massive amount of cultivation insights emerged in Su Ming's mind once again, as if he had personally trained for hundreds of years. These memories were deeply ingrained. He couldn't help but close his eyes as his body, under the system's enhancement, developed muscle memory for the ice prison world-piercing spear. Simultaneously, an intense and sharp aura emanated from his body, growing stronger and stronger. Though he was merely standing there, appearing no different from before, he now gave off an entirely different impression, as if he were a completely transformed person. 50 times combat power explosion, success. After a long moment, Su Ming finally digested all the memories and opened his eyes. Buzz! A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and the temperature inside the villa plummeted instantly before quickly returning to normal. Now that I have the grade S martial art in hand, I can use all my credits for training in the sky-reaching cultivation tower. But before that, I need to first visit the Extreme Martial Hall to purchase a batch of cultivation resources. After using the system to train the ice prison world-piercing spear to perfection, Su Ming turned and walked toward the door. With the direct reward of a grade S martial art from the school, he didn't have to worry about learning new martial arts for the time being. He could invest all his credits into training in the sky-reaching cultivation tower. For now, he only needed resources for 4th and 5th tier cultivation. These resources could all be purchased at the Extreme Martial Hall, fully meeting his requirements. Since they could be bought with money, Su Ming naturally wouldn't waste his credits exchanging for them in the school's resource vault. His plan was to first purchase 20 days worth of cultivation resources at the Extreme Martial Hall and then use these resources to train on the 20th floor of the sky-reaching cultivation tower. In fact, at Devil Sea University, almost all students adopted the same approach as him, choosing to buy resources outside for cultivation. For ordinary students at Devil Sea University, earning credits wasn't easy unless they could acquire exceptionally rare high-tier resources to trade in the market. Most students spent the credits they earned solely on entering the sky-reaching cultivation tower for training. Some would even save every fraction of a credit by going off campus to eat at cheaper restaurants for every meal. Boss! As Su Ming stepped out of the villa's front door, he ran into Qin Chen. Qin Chen greeted him immediately upon seeing him. Qin Chen, what a coincidence! Su Ming nodded in response. Qin Chen, indeed a coincidence. Qin Chen chuckled and said, not exactly a coincidence. I knew tomorrow was the freshman competition, so I figured you'd be back at school and came specifically to find you. You came to find me? What's the matter? Su Ming asked, somewhat surprised. Nothing major. I just wanted to treat you to a meal, boss, Qin Shen replied with a grin. Since recognizing Su Ming as his boss at the Extreme Martial Hall last time, Qin Shen had always wanted to treat him to a meal. However, Su Ming had been in a hurry to return to school at the time and had only said they'd meet another day. Later, as Su Ming often left for outings, Qin Shen had tried to find him several times but failed to meet him. Today, knowing the freshman competition was approaching, Qin Shen guessed Su Ming would definitely return to school, so he came by and finally caught him. Perfect timing. I was planning to head to the Extreme Martial Hall today. Let's go together, Su Ming said without refusing. Got it, boss. Please wait a moment, I'll bring the car around, Qin Shen said excitedly, then quickly left. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Shen drove up in his luxury sports car and took Su Ming toward the city center of the Magic City. Before heading to the Extreme Martial Hall, Su Ming, unable to resist Qin Shen's enthusiastic invitation, first went to dine at the Bulgari Hotel. As soon as the two arrived at the Bulgari Hotel, a tall and elegant waitress with delicate features welcomed them and led them to their reserved private room. The top-floor restaurant of Bulgari was already bustling with people. Su Ming and Qin Shen followed the waitress across the hall toward their private room. Tomorrow is the freshman competition at Devil Sea University. I heard there's a genius freshman this year who scored full marks on the college entrance exam. I know, that's the provincial top scorer from Jiangnan province, Su Ming. Apart from Su Ming, there's also a genius who awakened a great S-ability, called Zhu Jun. This year's freshman competition will definitely be exciting. The competition tomorrow is open to the public. I've already secured tickets for the inner section. Have you got yours? Of course, I got mine early. This year's event is too exciting to miss. I have to witness these prodigies. The level of high school graduates from Hanxia this year is clearly much higher than in previous years. Even Capital University has recruited a lot of geniuses. With so many talents emerging from Hanxia, it's only a matter of time before our nation's strength surges ahead to lead the world. As Su Ming and Qin Shen walked along, they overheard numerous discussions in the restaurant about the rookie competition at Mo High University and the scramble for tickets to attend. Evidently, the competition had transcended being just an internal school event and had become a grand spectacle for the entire city of Mo High. Boss, it seems your fame is pretty impressive, Qin Shen said with a smile to Su Ming. Su Ming merely nodded with a faint smile. After all, achieving a perfect score in the national college entrance exams, a feat not seen in decades, was bound to turn heads. The two soon entered a private dining room. The hotel manager immediately ordered the dishes to be served, and the table was quickly filled with an array of delicacies. Most of the dishes were made from meat of 4th tier or higher ferocious beasts, complemented by medicinal ingredients, making them not only fragrant and flavorful but also brimming with energy. The two ate heartily, saying little as they indulged in the feast. While Su Ming and Qin Shen were dining, a group of young men and women seated in the restaurant hall listened to the surrounding discussions, faint smiles forming on their lips. Jessica, perhaps Su Ming from Mo High University could be a match for you, one of the girls said to the person beside her. As soon as she finished speaking, a burly, muscular man immediately retorted, a perfect score in Hanxia's college entrance exams is nearly equivalent to a combat strength of 300,000 at most. Jessica, you were already evenly matched with early-stage 5th-tier experts before you even entered the Federal University. Su Ming is no competition for you, right, Jessica? As he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to a handsome blonde, blue-eyed young man, Jessica. Jessica was calmly cutting into his steak with a knife and fork. After chewing and swallowing the bite, he wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and looked at the two of them confidently. The geniuses from Hanxia this year. Apart from Su Ming, there's hardly anyone worth noticing. I just hope he doesn't disappoint me. Otherwise, this mission will be far too dull. Jessica is right. If Hanxia's so-called geniuses aren't strong enough, then our trip from the Federal Empire to Hanxia will have been for nothing. Hearing Jessica's words, the group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed youths exchanged glances, each sharing a knowing smile. Inside the private room, after finishing their meal, Su Ming declined Qin Shen's suggestion to continue the night's entertainment and instead asked to be driven directly to the Mo High Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The black luxury car sped through Mo High's bustling streets like a streak of lightning. In less than 20 minutes, the car came to a smooth stop in front of the futuristic entrance of the Martial Arts Hall. Boss, should I wait for you here? Qin Shen asked, turning off the engine and looking at Su Ming. No need. You can head back. This procurement will take some time. I'll return to school afterward, Su Ming replied, stepping out of the car and waving him off. All right, boss. Take care. Qin Shen nodded, refraining from further questions. Adjusting his collar, Su Ming strode into the hall of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As soon as he entered, Manager Wang, who had already been notified of his arrival, hurried over with an enthusiastic smile and greeted him with utmost respect. Lord Su Ming, you've arrived. Manager Wang said, bowing slightly with a demeanor even more deferential than last time. It was evident that the news of Su Ming effortlessly defeating Huang Hao at the gates of Mo High University and securing the 16th spot on the Fengyun rankings had already reached his ears. Manager Wang, I need to purchase a batch of training resources to enhance both vitality and mental strength, each totaling 10 billion credits. Here's the list, Su Ming stated calmly, getting straight to the point. With that, he handed over his phone, its screen displaying a meticulously curated list of resources. These were top-tier materials of the fourth and fifth tiers, selected for their optimal absorption efficiency based on his perfected body refinement and meditation techniques. Taking the phone, Manager Wang scanned the list and was immediately stunned. The resources listed were extensive in variety and quantity, amounting to a staggering total of 20 billion credits. Not daring to delay, he quickly replied, "Please wait a moment, my lord. I'll personally see to it that everything is prepared as quickly as possible." Su Ming was escorted to a luxurious VIP lounge to rest, where a maid served him fragrant tea. He sipped the tea lightly, closed his eyes, and quietly waited. The efficiency of the extreme martial arts hall was remarkable. Just over 30 minutes later, Manager Wang returned with several staff members, pushing carts laden with training resources. "Lord Su Ming, all the resources you requested have been prepared. Please take a look," Manager Wang said, handing over a detailed inventory and a portable detection device. Su Ming stood and casually opened a few of the containers for inspection. Inside were crystalline fruits that shimmered like jewels, energy-radiating crystals, and viscous liquids stored in specially made jade bottles, all of the highest quality. The readings on the detection device also matched his specifications perfectly. "Not bad. Everything checks out," Su Ming said with a satisfied nod. "Charge it to my card." He retrieved a gold card marked with the hall's distinctive emblem from his pocket and handed it over. "Understood, my lord. You're eligible for a 20% discount. The total comes to 16 billion credits," Manager Wang said, swiping the card on his device. Beep. "Transaction successful, 16 billion credits deducted." Hearing the notification, Manager Wang's smile widened further as he respectfully returned the card to Su Ming. For a transaction of this magnitude, his commission was undoubtedly substantial. "Lord Su Ming, would you like us to deliver these items to Mo High University for you?" Manager Wang asked, glancing at the fully loaded carts. Su Ming nodded. Without hesitation, Manager Wang arranged for personnel and vehicles to escort Su Ming back to the university. Upon returning, Su Ming didn't head to his villa. Instead, he directed the staff to transport all the resources to the base of the towering sky-piercing training tower located at the university's center. The tower's spacious and brightly lit lobby was bustling with students immersed in their training. As soon as Su Ming appeared, countless eyes turned toward him. "That's Su Ming, the new student ranked 16th on the Fengyun rankings? He's here to train in the sky-piercing tower too? Isn't that vehicle from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? The energy fluctuations from those crates are insane. Are they all training resources? Looks like Su Ming plans to train for quite some time in the tower. But tomorrow is the rookie competition, is he not participating?" The murmurs around him grew, but Su Ming seemed oblivious, heading straight to the service desk at the back of the lobby. "Senior, I'd like to rent a training room on the 20th floor for 2 days, he said, handing over his student ID. The senior at the desk recognized him and momentarily looked surprised before smiling politely. "The 20th floor costs 150 credits per day. 2 days will be 300 credits. Su Ming nodded, confirmed the fee deduction, and took the access card, which was the key to room 2 on the 20th floor of the Tongtian Cultivation Tower. After completing the formalities, Su Ming instructed the staff of the Extreme Martial Hall to unload the resources. Ignoring the curious and reverent gazes around him, he carried the abundant cultivation resources and quickly stepped into the exclusive elevator leading to the upper floors. The elevator ascended rapidly and soon stopped on the 20th floor. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, a surge of energy, more than 10 times stronger than outside, swept over him. Su Ming felt every cell in his body cheering with excitement. Following the signboards, he quickly located room 2. Using the access card, he opened the heavy alloy door. Before him was a nearly 100 square meter cultivation room, simple in design but fully equipped. "Move everything inside, and then you can leave," Su Ming instructed the staff who had followed him. "Understood, Master Su Ming." They acted swiftly. Before long, the cultivation room was left with only Su Ming and the large quantity of resources he had prepared. Su Ming locked the door behind him, cutting off all external disturbances. The entire room trembled slightly. He immediately sensed something unusual, as if the surrounding spacetime had shifted upon the door's closure. He was about to delve deeper into this sensation, but found that it vanished in an instant. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. He turned to the 2 large boxes in front of him and smiled. 2 days outside is 40 days in here. That's more than enough to make use of these resources. Let's begin full power cultivation. Without hesitation, he reached into the open box and took out a dragon eye-sized fruit. It was entirely crimson and radiated a fiery energy of vitality. This was a tier 4 basic resource called Scarlet Blood Fruit. It could greatly enhance a warrior's vitality, far surpassing the effects of vitality powder. Su Ming swallowed the scarlet blood fruit. The fruit instantly turned into a blazing torrent of energy that surged through his limbs and meridians. 100 refinement golden body technique, he exclaimed, immediately activating his perfected grade A body tempering method to channel the energy into strengthening his physical body and nourishing his vitality. During cultivation, a faint golden light emanated from his body. His vitality flowed like mighty rivers, producing a low rumble as it steadily increased. Once the scarlet blood fruit was fully absorbed, Su Ming consumed another resource and continued his cultivation. He repeated this cycle without pause, alternating between vitality and spiritual resources, not wasting a single moment. Within the time-accelerated environment of the Tongtian Tower, Su Ming remained in the room for 20 days without leaving. On the 20th floor of the tower, he was entirely immersed in the exhilaration of rapid growth and strength. Every day, he could clearly feel a significant increase in both vitality and spiritual power. The combination of perfected level, body tempering and meditation techniques, abundant resources, and his unique abilities made his cultivation efficiency extraordinary. Inside the Tongtian cultivation tower, Su Ming cultivated for 18 hours a day and rested for 6 hours. His vitality increased by approximately 250 points daily, while his spiritual power grew by about 200 points. Time outside passed quietly. Within the Tongtian Tower, the resources piled before Su Ming diminished visibly. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day since entering the tower, as his cultivation time was nearing its end, he fully refined the last resource, Buzz. As all the resources were completely absorbed, an aura far beyond his previous strength radiated from his body, causing the air in the cultivation room to ripple. Phew, Su Ming ended his cultivation with a long exhale, his mind sinking into his attribute interface. Host, Su Ming, Vitality, 69,400. Spiritual Power, 113,200. Abilities, Extreme Ice Emperor DRSS, plus, Furious Vajrayas, plus, Divine Skills, Frost Soul Execution. Body Tempering Techniques, Rising Sun Technique D Perfected, 100 Refinement Golden Body Technique A Perfected. Meditation Techniques, Tian Luo Diagram A Perfected. Martial Arts, Vajra Spear Technique D Perfected, Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfected, Ice Prison World Piercing Spear S Perfected. Enhancement Points, 63,711. My vitality increased by 5,000 points, and my spiritual power rose by 4,000. Those 300 credits and 20 billion credit points were well worth it. Su Ming felt the surging power within him and couldn't help but feel elated. Now, his vitality was close to 70,000, and his spiritual power had broken through the 110,000 mark. His strength had made a tremendous leap compared to before entering the tower. Resources are depleted, and the time is about up. Time to leave. I wonder how the results of the freshman competition at Devil Sea University turned out. Su Ming rose to his feet, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, as he walked toward the door and pushed it open. As he stepped out of the Tongtian cultivation tower, thunderous cheers and applause erupted from the central plaza of Devil Sea University in the distance. Hearing this commotion, Su Ming's heart stirred. He quickened his pace and dashed toward the plaza. He wanted to see who the top freshman of this year was. At that moment, on the enormous arena in the central plaza, a tall and lean young man with sharp eyes and an air of confident arrogance stood alone. He was Zhu Jun, the provincial champion from the Northern River Province and an S-rank mental ability awakener. After 2 days of intense competition, I hereby announce that the first place in Devil Sea University's 2,397th freshman competition is Zhu Jun. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. The applause surged like waves. Zhu Jun, Zhu Jun, Zhu Jun. As the host's voice echoed across the plaza, the cheers and applause from the crowd grew louder and louder. Zhu Jun basked in the attention, a confident smile on his face and a spirited demeanor. In the finals, Zhu Jun's strength had already reached the level of a peak Tier 4 warrior. He truly lives up to his reputation as an S-rank ability awakener. Besides Zhu Jun, the second and third place contestants are strong as well. Both are A-rank ability awakeners, with combat power nearing late Tier 4. The quality of this year's freshmen at Devil Sea University is far superior to previous years. Truly outstanding talents, this region is incredibly fortunate. The audience buzzed as they discussed the top-ranking freshmen, all deeply impressed by the remarkable strength of these young warriors. It's a pity that our boss went to the Tongtian Cultivation Tower to train, otherwise, Jun wouldn't have had a chance to take first place. In the audience, Shin sighed lightly as he looked at the confident Jun on stage. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a voice with a distinct foreign accent suddenly rang out, overpowering the surrounding noise and reaching everyone's ears. Heh, so this is the freshman champion of Devil Sea University? Doesn't look like much. As the words fell, several figures stood up from the front row seats in the inner area, moving through the crowd and heading straight for the stage. Leading them was a tall, handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore a tailored casual suit, his expression carrying an air of arrogance, and his lips curled into a mocking smile as his cold gaze swept over Jun. Behind him followed a group of young men and women with outstanding demeanor. They were all blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and had high-bridged noses, clearly not locals of Hanxia. The lively atmosphere of the scene instantly cooled down as everyone's attention shifted to these uninvited foreign guests. Jun's face immediately turned serious, and he sharply stared at the young man speaking from the crowd below. Who are you? What do you mean? The blonde youth chuckled softly and leapt onto the arena several meters high with ease, standing face to face with Jun. My name is Jessica, from the Federal University of America. I am one of the top students in our school this year. I heard that Hanxia's Manghai University has enrolled quite a few geniuses this year, so I specifically brought my classmates across the ocean to take a look, he said with a tone full of superiority. But now it seems that your school's freshmen have greatly disappointed me. Jessica's words carried a provocative tone, his eyes gleaming with disdain as he shook his head condescendingly. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Federal University of America? They're from the Federation. Is he here to cause trouble? The Federation and Hanxia have always been at odds internationally, constantly clashing. This is definitely a provocation. This guy is way too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. Hanxia's geniuses will never allow these foreigners to look down on them. Jun, show him what you're made of. Exactly, show them our strength. The crowd boiled over in anger, their voices filled with indignation. On the high platform, the school leaders, including Lu Jiming, frowned deeply. Talk is cheap. Do you have any evidence to prove your identity? If you cannot prove your identity, please leave immediately and stop interrupting Manghai University's award ceremony. At this moment, Manghai University's principal, Yang Jin, stood up, his sharp gaze fixed firmly on Jessica. As Yang Jin's eyes landed on Jessica, the smile on Jessica's face suddenly vanished, and his pupils contracted sharply. He felt an unprecedented pressure crashing down on him. This aura, it's too overwhelming. As expected, the principal of Manghai University is extraordinary. His gaze alone feels like it could knock me down. The invisible oppression made Jessica's pupils shrink even further. It felt as if a massive mountain had descended from the heavens, suffocating him, shaking his very soul. Not just Jessica, but the students from the Federal University of America standing behind him also felt an immense pressure, their faces instantly turning pale. Just as Jessica and his companions were panicking, a voice, laced with mockery, broke through the tension. As soon as the voice fell, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping Jessica and the others dissipated. Before anyone could react, a figure suddenly appeared on the arena, standing right in front of Jessica. The man was a bald, muscular figure with a hooked nose, standing over 2 meters tall. His bulging muscles exuded a wild and dominant aura. Principal Seagate. Recognizing the newcomer, Jessica and his companion showed expressions of relief and joy, feeling much more at ease. This man was none other than the principal of the Federal University of America, a powerful figure who had reached the pinnacle of king-level strength. On the high platform, Yang Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a faint hum. Seagate, since you claim these are your students, they don't need to prove their identity anymore. However, bringing people from your school here, what exactly are you trying to do? It was obvious that as the principals of the top martial arts universities representing Hanxia and the Federation, two global superpowers, Yang Jin and Seagate, were very familiar with each other, both being pinnacle king-level martial artists. Yang Jin, Jessica is a newly admitted student of the Federal University this year and the first in decades to enter the golden sequence of our university, Seagate said with a smile. However, while Jessica is exceptionally talented, his personality is overly arrogant. This time, I brought him to Hanxia to let him witness the top talents of your country. In your Hanxia terms, it's to let Jessica learn that there are always people stronger than him, to temper his pride. How about this, let's have them spar a bit, exchange some skills. What do you think? Seagate noticed the displeasure on Yang Zhen's face but continued to explain with a smile, unperturbed. While he appeared polite on the surface, anyone with a discerning eye could see that his real intention was to stir up trouble. He claimed it was for an exchange, but in reality, he aimed to defeat Manghai University's strongest freshman in front of everyone, crushing Hanxiao's pride and proving the superiority of the Federal University's genius. This child is indeed a golden sequence prodigy. His ability level must be no less than S rank, perhaps even surpassing it. Hearing Seagate's words, Yang Zhen's expression darkened immediately. With his strength, he could naturally sense Jessica's blood energy. Earlier, he had detected that Jessica's blood energy had just surpassed 80,000, a level considered strong among late-stage 4th-tier martial artists. For someone of this age, such blood energy was indeed rare. However, Yang Zhen initially thought Jessica's claims about being in the golden sequence were exaggerated. But now, with Seagate, a pinnacle king-level martial artist, personally confirming it, Jessica's ability to enter the golden sequence with just late-stage 4th-tier blood energy must mean he had awakened an extraordinarily powerful talent. Seagate, why aren't you speaking? Could it be that a mighty country like Hanxia doesn't even dare let its own prodigies spar with foreign talents? Seagate taunted, a smirk on his face. Or is Manghai University too afraid to let its students step forward? If that's the case, I'll take Jessica to challenge the talents of Jingcheng University instead. Seagate's purpose for bringing Jessica here was clear, to challenge the top freshman talents of Hanxiao's premier martial arts universities and show the world that the Federation had produced a prodigy capable of surpassing all of Hanxiao's youths. He wanted Jessica to step on the shoulders of Hanxiao's geniuses and become a legendary figure known worldwide. Principle, the reputation of Manghai University cannot be tarnished. I request to fight Jessica of the Federation. On the arena, Zhu Jun clenched his fists tightly upon hearing Seagate's words. He turned to Yang Zhen and loudly requested permission. Alright, be careful and don't go overboard. Yang Zhen finally relented. Facing Seagate's calculated provocation, he originally wanted to find an excuse to decline. However, seeing Zhu Jun's eagerness to take on the challenge, he had no choice but to agree. These words were not only directed at Zhu Jun but also served as a subtle warning to Jessica. Yang Zhen knew very well how strong the Federal University's golden sequence geniuses were. Although Zhu Jun was also talented and had awakened an S-rank ability called Phoenix Flame, Yang Zhen's intuition told him that Zhu Jun might not be a match for Jessica. That's more like it. Jessica, take this opportunity to learn from the talents of Manghai University, Seagate said with a meaningful smile, addressing Jessica. Seagate, let's go up and watch their duel together, Yang Zhen called to Seagate. Immediately, a staff member from Demon Sea University placed an additional chair beside him. Although Seagate's intentions were clearly unfriendly, as the principal of Demon Sea University and a peak king-level powerhouse, Yang Zhen couldn't afford to appear petty, otherwise, others might mock the university for not even offering a seat to their rival. Seagate graciously accepted, his figure flickering and instantly appearing on the high platform. The two exchanged a glance, then sat down, focusing their full attention on the arena. At the same time, all eyes at the scene were locked onto Zhu Jun and Jessica in the ring. This Americ is clearly here to provoke us. Junior Zhu Jun, teach that Jessica a lesson. Let these foreigners see the strength of our Demon Sea University. Hanxiao will not be insulted. Take down that golden sequence guy. The audience, comprised of Demon Sea University students and many Hanxia citizens, shouted passionately. Clearly, Jessica and Seagate's arrogant demeanor had already infuriated them. Jessica, is it? Zhu Jun's voice was cold on the platform. Today, I'll show you the power of Hanxiao's geniuses. With a sharp shout, Zhu Jun's blood energy erupted in an instant, and waves of heat radiated from his body. Even the alloy arena beneath his feet began to heat up slightly. He understood that for his opponent to dare challenge them in Hanxia, they must have confidence in their abilities. Thus, Zhu Jun held nothing back from the very start, unleashing his S-class ability, Phoenix Flame. Screech! A crisp phoenix cry echoed across the square as Zhu Jun thrust both palms forward. A massive fire phoenix with a wingspan of over 5 meters materialized before him, a fusion of spiritual energy and scorching blood energy. The force of it stunned the entire arena. The fire phoenix appeared almost lifelike, its feathers composed of flickering crimson flames, and its eyes blazing with golden light. It dove rapidly toward Jessica, carrying a wave of heat that distorted the air and a destructive aura capable of annihilating everything in its path. The power of this strike exceeded the limits of an ordinary Tier 4 warrior and even surpassed the full force attack of an early Tier 5 awakened fighter. That fire phoenix looks like it could melt steel. Fire-type abilities are just too powerful. Even as a Tier 5 freshman, I find Zhu Jun's attack terrifying. He's so strong. Is this the legendary S-class ability? He's going all out right from the start, how fierce. Junior Zhu Jun is incredible, this one move could decide the fight. Let's see if that Jessica still dares to be arrogant. Let him taste the might of our Hansha flames. Zhu Jun's attack is so powerful that not even an early Tier 5 fighter could withstand it. If Jessica's blood energy level is really just at the late Tier 4 stage, he won't stand a chance. As Zhu Jun launched his attack, the audience erupted into deafening cheers and exclamations. Demon Sea University students were flushed with excitement, pumping their fists into the air. They had all witnessed Zhu Jun dominate the freshman competition with this very Phoenix Flame ability. Now, seeing its overwhelming momentum, their confidence soared. They believed victory was within reach. Even the school leaders on the high platform showed expressions of approval and anticipation. However, as the Fire Phoenix, which even early Tier 5 warriors would fear, charged toward him, a playful smile appeared on Jessica's face. His expression was as if he were observing an amusing toy. An S-class natural fire ability? Interesting, Jessica remarked calmly, but it's not quite mature yet. As the Fire Phoenix closed in on him, Jessica finally moved. Radiant Holy Dragon, Half-Dragon Transformation. He didn't dodge. Instead, with a slight vibration of his arms, an aura even stronger than Zhu Jun's erupted in an instant. Buzz! A dazzling yet gentle white halo spread out from Jessica's body. His form was instantly covered in dense, jade-like dragon scales, crystalline and translucent. His hands transformed into sharp dragon claws, with razor-sharp tips. The sides of his forehead swelled slightly, as if dragon horns were about to pierce through. His eyes turned into icy, pale golden vertical pupils. This was Jessica's awakened SS-class superhuman ability, Radiant Holy Dragon, which allowed him to transform into a dragon and drastically enhance his physical attributes. However, against Zhu Jun's Fire Phoenix attack, Jessica merely underwent a half-dragon transformation, refraining from fully transforming. Even so, in an instant, his blood energy intensity surged dramatically, nearing the terrifying levels of a peak Tier 5 warrior. The overwhelming pressure even made the audience members closest to the ring feel as if their breathing had tightened. What a terrifying aura! What level is this foreigner's ability? That surge was insane. Those scales on him, they look like the dragon scales of a Western dragon. I heard him say something about dragon transformation. Could it be a dragon-related transformation ability from the superhuman class? Abilities involving dragons are almost always top tier, even if it's a Western dragon. This could be trouble. That aura rivals a peak Tier 5 warrior, and he's just a freshman. The cheers from the audience abruptly ceased, replaced by gasps of shock and disbelief. A sense of foreboding loomed over everyone present, but the scene that followed allowed the crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. Facing Zhu Jun's powerful Fire Phoenix, Jessica didn't dodge. Instead, he let the Phoenix crash directly into him. Boom! Flames erupted, and a pillar of fire shot into the sky. The boundless flames instantly engulfed Jessica's figure. The scorching heat waves activated the protective shield surrounding the arena, causing ripples to spread across its surface. It hit! Fantastic! Some students couldn't help but cheer, eagerly anticipating Jessica being burned into a pitiful state. However, the more powerful senior special admissions students and the high-ranking figures of Demon Sea University wore grim expressions, silently observing the flame-covered platform. As the attacker, Zhu Jun's face was equally serious, showing no excitement despite landing a direct hit on Jessica. Gradually, the flames subsided, and the area previously obscured by fire became clear. Jessica remained standing firmly in place. The jade-like dragon scales on his body gleamed beautifully under the firelight, completely unscathed. Even a small section of the platform beneath him, shielded by the dragon scales, remained intact, contrasting sharply with the surrounding area, which had turned slightly red from the heat. How is this possible? Seeing Jessica unharmed, the students who had been cheering moments earlier froze, their expressions stiffening as they stared in disbelief at his half-dragon transformed figure. Jessica thoroughly enjoyed the visible shift in the students' emotions. His pale golden eyes glinted with disdain as he turned his gaze to the now grim-faced Zhu Jun and flashed a mocking smile. Is that your strongest attack? It's not even enough to tickle me. After my dragon transformation, I possess an extraordinary immunity to elemental abilities. Your little flames can't even scratch this layer of dragon scale protection, Jessica said with a smirk. You attacked first. Now it's my turn. As soon as the words left her lips, Jessica's figure blurred suddenly. So fast. Zhu Jun's vision flickered, and a cold gust of wind swept in, sending a chill through his heart. Before he could react to defend or dodge, Jessica's attack had already landed. Bang! With a dull thud, Jessica's dragon-scaled fist smashed brutally into Zhu Jun's chest. What seemed like a casual punch carried the overwhelming force of mountains splitting and rocks shattering. Upon impact, Zhu Jun's chest immediately caved in, and his clothes at the back were torn apart into a large hole by the sheer force of the punch. Ugh! Zhu Jun looked as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer. His eyes widened, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. His entire body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, drawing a sharp arc through the air before crashing heavily to the edge of the arena, over 10 meters away. A one-shot defeat. Zhu Jun, the champion of the freshman competition at Devil Sea University and an S-Class awakened ability user, had given his all only to be taken down by Jessica in a single move. This scene plunged the central plaza of Devil Sea University into a deathly silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in disbelief, fixed on the arena where Jessica stood tall and proud like a war god, and the defeated, utterly disheveled Zhu Jun lay motionless. Many students of Devil Sea University flushed with anger, especially those who had loudly proclaimed that Zhu Jun would teach Jessica a lesson. Their faces now burned with humiliation. One moment they were cheering for Zhu Jun's strength, and the next, they were doused with the cold water of reality. The swift turn of events was too much. The drastic fall from the peak to the abyss left the students of Devil Sea University feeling stifled and furious. But more than that, there was an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Jessica was arrogant, but she had every right to be. Even the champion of the freshman competition, Zhu Jun, was no match for her. Her strength had already surpassed 99% of Devil Sea University's students. Only the top 10 geniuses on the university's elite ranking list might barely hold their own against her. But Jessica was a freshman from the American Federation University, while the top 10 geniuses of Devil Sea University were all third-year or higher students. Even if they challenged Jessica and won, there would be no glory in it. Humph, pathetic. Jessica glanced at Zhu Jun, who lay unconscious near the edge of the arena, and sneered disdainfully. Then, she swept her gaze across the crowd, taking in the shocked, furious, and indignant expressions of the onlookers. Faced with the stares of thousands of eyes, Jessica not only refrained from reining herself in but became even more pleased with herself. She raised her right hand sharply, extended her index finger, and gently wagged it toward the Devil Sea University students in the audience. She then said, in an extremely arrogant and provocative tone that echoed across the entire plaza, "The so-called champion of Devil Sea University's freshmen is nothing more than this? Is this the strength of the top talents of Hansha? How disappointing. If your freshmen are this fragile, then I will now challenge your second-year students. Let the strongest genius among your second years come up and fight me." As her words fell, the deathly silence in the central plaza of Devil Sea University was shattered. In its place arose an atmosphere of extreme anger and uproar. Bastard! Too arrogant! He's gone too far. This is infuriating. Someone teach him a lesson already. In the audience, Devil Sea University students flushed with rage, their fists clenched tightly as their chests heaved with suppressed fury. Their eyes burned with anger, and many Hansha spectators were equally indignant, wishing they could personally step onto the stage and teach this arrogant individual a lesson. However, anger could not change reality. Even the strongest freshman, Zhu Jun, had been defeated with a single punch. The strength Jessica had displayed just now was already approaching that of a peak 5th-tier fighter. Even among the specially recruited students of Devil Sea University's second-year class, no one could guarantee they had the strength to defeat her. If they went up to challenge Jessica, a victory would be sheer luck, but a loss would bring utter disgrace. On the high platform, Principal Yang Jin had already ordered Zhu Jun, who lay unconscious, to be carried away for treatment. Seeing Zhu Jun's caved-in chest, Yang Jin could tell that at least half of his ribs were broken. Zhu Jun's miserable state darkened Yang Jin's expression. Turning to Haij, he said coldly, "Haij, your student was far too ruthless." Haij wore a satisfied smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome. In response to the accusation, he replied indifferently, "Yang Jin, Jessica didn't even use her full strength. That punch just now was far from her strongest. She wasn't even using her full strength? Could this guy already be capable of battling at a master-level tier?" Haij's words sent a jolt through the hearts of the high-ranking officials of Devil Sea University on the platform. They stared at Jessica in shock. Yang Jin's brows furrowed slightly as he gazed at Jessica on the stage with a grave expression. He then asked Haij, "Haij, what level is this radiant holy dragon ability that Jessica has awakened?" "An SS-class superhuman-type ability. When fully transformed into a dragon, it enhances physical attributes by a factor of 80. Hyge had come specifically to flaunt, so he revealed Jessica's ability ranking and amplification rate without holding back. SS class, 80-fold enhancement. Hearing this news, Yang Zhen's breath even paused momentarily. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and said slowly, Hyge, your American Federation University has indeed produced an extraordinary talent this year. As soon as the words landed, even Yang Zhen, a peak king-level powerhouse, felt a sense of powerlessness. If what Hyge said was true, then none of the freshmen at Devil Sea University this year could defeat Jessica, not even the most outstanding Su Ming. Of course. Hearing Yang Zhen's words, Hyge nodded proudly, his face brimming with satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he had anticipated, making him feel as though he had everything under control and putting him in an excellent mood. Especially when he saw the stunned expressions of Yang Zhen and the high-ranking officials and students of Devil Sea University, his smugness only grew. Yang Zhen, I brought Jessica here this time to teach your Hansha talents a lesson in humility. But instead, I'm the one who's disappointed. The result has been counterproductive, as this kid has become even more arrogant. Watching Jessica arrogantly provoke the students of Devil Sea University from the arena, the smile on Hyge's face faded, replaced by a look of melancholy and regret. However, anyone with eyes could see that this old man was actually mocking the students of Devil Sea University for being too weak. This two-faced, thorn-laden attitude made the high-ranking officials of Devil Sea University behind Yang Zhen clench their fists tightly. Yang Zhen's mouth twitched slightly. He struggled to suppress the anger in his heart as he prepared to acknowledge that Jessica was indeed a once-in-a-century prodigy and then send them on their way. Which reckless brat dares to act so arrogantly at Demon Sea University? At this moment, a calm voice echoed from the edge of the square. The voice wasn't loud, yet it strangely drowned out the entire crowd's noise and reached everyone's ears with clarity. Shush, shush, shush. In an instant, the once noisy central square of Demon Sea University fell silent. Everyone turned their gazes toward the direction of the voice. At the edge of the square stood a tall, handsome young man dressed simply in casual wear. He was swiftly making his way toward the arena. Within just a few breaths, he crossed a distance of over 100 meters and appeared on the stage. That person was none other than Su Ming. It's Su Ming, the strongest freshman at Demon Sea University. He's so fast, I couldn't even see how he got to the arena. Although he didn't participate in the freshman tournament, if Su Ming makes a move, he'll surely crush Jessica's arrogance. Su Ming, please teach that guy a lesson for us. Upon seeing Su Ming rush onto the stage, the students from Demon Sea University who recognized him immediately erupted with excitement, cheering in unison. In the audience stands, Qin Shan's face lit up with excitement when he saw Su Ming appear. He quickly stood up and shouted, "Boss, beat him up." Qin Shan's behavior drew the attention of many around him. Yet, for Demon Sea University students, the fact that Qin Shan, a freshman, regarded Su Ming as his boss wasn't surprising at all. Su Ming was currently ranked 16th on Demon Sea University's prestigious ranking board, a talent whose strength surpassed 99% of the geniuses at the university. If Su Ming ever decided to take on disciples, even senior students in their fourth year would vie for the opportunity to become his followers. This guy is actually a late-stage fourth-tier warrior too. On the elevated platform, Shi Jie immediately sensed the faint blood energy emanating from Su Ming, roughly around 70,000. 70,000 blood energy was the standard level of an ordinary late-stage fourth-tier warrior. Compared to Jessica's 80,000 blood energy, Su Ming wasn't far off, they were both in the late fourth-tier realm. Jessica had managed to reach the late fourth-tier realm and surpass 80,000 blood energy in a short period, thanks entirely to his SS rank superhuman ability. Su Ming, who was the same age as Jessica and had also reached the late fourth-tier realm, displayed such rapid progress that Shi Jie's expression turned serious. He turned to Yang Zhen and asked, "Yang Zhen, is he also a freshman at your school?" Yang Zhen nodded, his gaze fixed on Su Ming, his eyes glimmering with interest. He too had sensed Su Ming's blood energy nearing 70,000. Impressive. This kid is even stronger than Ling Tianho described. You haven't let me down, you're worth paying special attention to. Although his A-rank superhuman ability can't compare to Jessica's, this kid also possesses an even more powerful ice ability. I hope his ice ability will surprise us all. Looking at Su Ming's confident expression, Yang Zhen remained outwardly calm, though inwardly he was full of anticipation, eager to see just how formidable Su Ming's ice ability could be. In fact, during Su Ming's journey to Demon Sea University, Ling Tianho had already informed Yang Zhen about Su Ming's capabilities. Yang Zhen had known about Su Ming's strength. even before Lu Jiming, who was responsible for recruiting him. He was aware that Su Ming not only possessed an A-rank superhuman ability but also wielded an ice ability. Even so, Yang Jin remained doubtful about Su Ming's chances of defeating Jessica. After all, Shijie had just mentioned the Radiant Holy Dragon superhuman ability, which significantly boosted Jessica's combat strength. Geniuses with SS rank abilities were extremely rare throughout history. Globally, there were fewer than 10. Each SS rank ability was enough to grant the wielder extraordinary power, making them terrifyingly formidable. In Yang Jin's view, as long as Su Ming could fight Jessica to a draw, it would be enough to disrupt Shijie and Jessica's plans to flaunt their superiority in Hanxia. Standing nearby, Shijie noticed Yang Jin's reaction. His face instantly darkened as he shifted his gaze toward the arena. So, you're Su Ming? The guy who scored full marks in Hanxia's martial exam? On the stage, Jessica stared at Su Ming with great interest. It seems you've done plenty of research just to show off at Demon Sea University. Enough talk, let's get started. If I make the first move, you won't even have a chance to react. Facing Jessica's provocation, Su Ming sneered coldly. He extended his hand, and the surrounding air temperature plummeted. An ice crystal spear materialized in his grasp, its tip embedded in the ground as he stood proudly, gazing at Jessica. Ha, I hope your strength isn't as weak as your words. Seeing Su Ming acting even more arrogant than himself, Jessica's expression turned grim, and he let out a cold laugh. He despised anyone more overconfident than he was, especially someone from Hanxia. Though enraged, Jessica didn't underestimate his opponent. He believed that since Su Ming had witnessed his power yet still displayed such confidence, Su Ming must have absolute assurance in himself. Rising Dragon Fist, Jessica roared, and his blood energy surged. He clenched his right fist and threw a powerful punch. Roar! A golden dragon head phantom accompanied his punch, roaring as it charged toward Su Ming. This is our university's S-rank technique, Rising Dragon Fist. Jessica has already reached the intermediate level. As an S-rank martial skill, the intermediate Rising Dragon Fist can unleash a 20-fold combat power increase. Jessica's semi-dragonized blood energy is nearing 1,000,000. This punch has the strength of a grandmaster. Su Ming actually let Jessica make the first move. He's doomed. Below the stage, students from the United States of America Federation University watched with fervor, cheering loudly. A Grandmaster-level attack. Hearing the cheers, the students of Demon Sea University turned pale, their gazes fixed nervously on the impending clash. Facing the ferocious golden dragon fist shadow, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Sensing the nearly 200 million combat power contained in the attack, he had to admit that Jessica's talent and strength indeed surpassed his peers. At the moment the fist shadow approached, Su Ming moved. His S-rank superhuman ability, Furious Titan, erupted, instantly boosting his blood energy by 30-fold. His aura surged, breaking past 2 million. Gripping his ice spear tightly, Su Ming swung his right hand forcefully, unleashing the first move of his ice prison spear art, Abyss Breaker. The icy spear thrust forward, accompanied by a dazzling spear light that tore through the air with a sharp sound. It directly confronted Jessica's fist shadow. This time, Su Ming relied solely on his physical strength. But with the 30-fold blood energy boost from Furious Titan and the 15-fold combat power, Explosion from Judgment, this single spear strike carried a combat power of 300 million, surpassing Jessica by a full 100 million. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the spear light and fist shadow collided violently. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the entire venue. The powerful shockwave shook the energy barrier surrounding the arena, sending ripples continuously outward. Roar! After the thunderous roar, the crowd heard a mournful wail. Immediately afterward, the students of the America Federal University were left dumbfounded as they witnessed Su Ming's silver snow. Spear shadow pierced through Jessica's golden fist shadow, carrying terrifying residual power as it thrust directly toward Jessica. Bang! Faced with the sudden spear shadow, Jessica was initially stunned but quickly reacted. Her right fist swung out, the jade dragon-scaled fist shattering the silver snow spear shadow with ferocious force, its power significantly diminished. Su Ming, well done. Seeing Su Ming gain the upper hand, the central square of Devil Sea University erupted in cheers. Blood energy instantly boosted 30 times. This kind of amplification doesn't resemble an A-grade superpower at all. It's clearly something only S-grade powers can achieve. And Su Ming, that kid, has only had the frozen hell spear for less than 3 days. In just 3 days, he's mastered the first technique to such a degree, unleashing a 15-fold combat power increase. This guy's a spear prodigy. If Bai Yufei knew about this, he'd definitely want to take him in as his final disciple. On the high platform, Yang Jin watched Su Ming, his body radiating immense blood energy, and couldn't hide his delight. Lu Jining's report explicitly stated that Su Ming's superpower was A-grade. Yang Jin had always assumed Su Ming only possessed S-grade ice abilities. He hadn't anticipated that Su Ming's superpower would also be S-grade and that he would master the first technique of the S-grade martial art Frozen Hell Spear so quickly. This was just the beginning, and Su Ming had already exceeded all of Yang Jin's expectations, giving him surprise after surprise. This kid not only possesses ice abilities but also holds an S-grade superpower. He's a dual ability genius. I wonder what level his ice abilities are at. If they're also S-grade, then. Compared to Yang Jin's excitement, Shi Jie, standing beside him, couldn't help but feel uneasy, his brows furrowing tightly. Clearly, Su Ming's overwhelming talent had given him a sense of danger. Jessica is actually at a disadvantage? That's impossible. This Su Ming kid, his attack has already reached the level of a grandmaster. Don't panic. That spear attack must have been his strongest move, and Jessica hasn't even used her full strength yet. Exactly. Jessica's partial dragon transformation hasn't even unleashed 1/3 of her SS-grade power. If she fully transforms, she'd crush Su Ming into pulp with a single punch. Below the stage, seeing Jessica fall behind in her first clash with Su Ming, the faces of several America Federal University students turned grim. However, they quickly regained their composure, encouraged by their peers, their gazes fixed on the two atop the platform, brimming with fighting spirit. Su Ming, your strength is indeed impressive. You've surprised me. On the stage, after shattering the silver snowspear shadow, Jessica looked at Su Ming with a hint of astonishment, but her demeanor shifted immediately, her eyes gleaming with dangerous light. But if this is all you've got, then you're definitely going to lose today. That was just a warm-up. Next, I'll show you my full strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Jessica unleashed her radiant holy dragon ability to its limit, fully entering her dragon transformation state. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from her, surging straight to the heavens. In the next moment, her pupils became vertical slits, and the white jade scales on her body turned a brilliant silver white. Even her human-like skin on her face was covered by a layer of silver-white dragon scales. Not only that, but a thick dragon tail and a pair of shining silver-white dragon wings instantly formed behind her. In the blink of an eye, Jessica transformed into a dragon-like figure over 3 meters tall, her entire body covered in shimmering silver-white dragon scales. Su Ming, this is my full power. The earlier partial dragon transformation only enhanced my physical strength tenfold. Now, my physical strength is 80 times its original level. With my current physical strength combined with my rising dragon fist, I can unleash 1.3 billion calories of combat power. Even a grandmaster at the initial level might not be my match. You'd better kneel and surrender, admitting that Devil Sea University is no match for our America Federal University. Otherwise, I fear I might accidentally kill you. Transformed into a dragon, Jessica spread her wings, ascending into the air. She looked down at Su Ming with a hoarse voice and an arrogant expression, as if victory was already in her grasp. What? An 80-fold physical enhancement? What kind of ability is that? How is it this strong? Unleashing 1.3 billion calories of combat power, this is definitely Grandmaster level strength. This guy could easily rank among the top 10 of Devil Sea University. Damn it, how does America have someone this strong? This is really troublesome. Though Su Ming is strong, I fear he might not be able to defeat this foreigner with a 1.3 billion calorie combat power burst. Forget beating him, Jessica's aerial advantage alone has already secured her victory. Damn it! Are we, Devil Sea University, really just going to be trampled on like this? Jessica's words froze the smiles on the faces of Devil Sea University students. Shock and unwillingness painted their expressions as they stared at the high and invincible Jessica in the sky. Jessica, show these people from Hansa country the true talent of America. Go! Take down Su Ming. Unlike the panic-stricken students of Devil Sea University, the students of America Federal University were ecstatic. So, this is your final trump card? It's just mediocre. If this is the best America Federal University has to offer, they might as well shut down. However, on the platform, Su Ming raised his head to look at the triumphant Jessica in the sky. His face showed no sign of panic. Instead, his lips curled into a faint, contemptuous smile. Heh, you deserve this. Seeing that Su Ming not only refused to surrender but even dared to mock her, a flicker of anger flashed through Jessica's pale golden vertical pupils. She laughed in fury. Without further words, the best way to deal with someone like Su Ming, who refused to admit defeat, was to knock him down and stomp on his head, making him understand the gap between them. As soon as Jessica finished speaking, her silver dragon wings flashed, and her figure vanished from the sky in an instant. When she reappeared, she was less than 3 meters away from Su Ming. Her speed was so fast that, to the weaker students in the audience, it seemed as though she had teleported, appearing before Su Ming in the blink of an eye. Rising Dragon Fist. Die. Jessica's form flickered as she unleashed an S-grade martial art, her fist roaring towards Su Ming's face. Roar! The familiar dragon's roar resounded once again. The golden fist shadow morphed into a dragon's head, fiercely charging at Su Ming. At a distance of only 3 meters, Jessica's attack arrived almost instantaneously. What a ruthless kid! At the same time, Yang Jin, standing on the high platform, fixed his gaze on Jessica's fist as it aimed directly at Su Ming's head, a cold sneer forming on his face. His fists were clenched tightly, ready to intervene at any moment. If the situation took a wrong turn, he would immediately step in to block Jessica. A talent like Su Ming could not afford any mishap. Courting death. On the arena, Su Ming faced Jessica's full-force punch with an icy gaze. This was no sparring match, it was clearly an attempt on his life. Since that was the case, he decided not to hold back either. After all, being at Demon Sea University, even if he killed Jessica, the forces behind her could do nothing to him. Break the abyss. Su Ming's thoughts surged, and he immediately channeled all the power of his ice-type ability into the ice spear in his hand, thrusting it forward with immense force. ZZZ, his 110,000 mental energy, under the 100-fold amplification of the SS-class ice ability Extreme Ice Imperial Armament, combined with the first move of the S-class martial technique, Ice Prison World-Piercing Spear, unleashed astonishing power. Simultaneously, he activated his S-class superhuman ability, amplifying his blood energy 30-fold and infusing it into the spear. With 70,000 blood energy and 110,000 mental energy, multiplied by 30-fold and 100-fold amplifications, his base combat strength exceeded 1.3 billion calories. Coupled with the 15-fold combat strength amplification of the Break the Abyss spear technique, this strike directly surpassed 2 billion calories. The ice spear pierced forward, a pale, chilling gleam ripping through the air, colliding with unparalleled force against Jessica's dragon head punch. Splurt! Su Ming's spear light tore through the golden fist shadow effortlessly, continuing its momentum towards Jessica's chest. Impossible! Seeing his full force strike being easily torn apart, Jessica's pale golden vertical pupils shrank sharply, filled with shock. But he had no time to think, the spear light was already aiming for his chest. The cold and immense power made him feel a threat to his life. Even with full-body dragon transformation and his tough dragon scales, he felt he couldn't withstand this strike. Without hesitation, Jessica flapped his wings fiercely, swiftly dodging to the right. At the critical moment, he narrowly avoided the terrifying spear light. Boom! The spear light struck the energy shield at the edge of the arena, producing a deafening explosion. The energy shield trembled violently, nearly shattering. Reinforce the energy shield quickly. The teachers of Demon Sea University responsible for maintaining the energy shield swiftly increased the power of the equipment, stabilizing the shield just in time. Crack! On the arena, the sound of ice crystals shattering rang out from Jessica's body. Although he avoided the spear light, half of his body was covered in frost, instantly frozen. The biting cold penetrated his dragon scales and seeped into his body, causing him to shiver. Roar! An inhuman roar erupted from Jessica's mouth. His wings flapped fiercely, and his scorching blood energy erupted, dispelling the cold as the ice crystals shattered. Whoosh! He quickly flew into the air, creating distance, and looked at Su Ming with a mix of fear and suspicion in his eyes. How can your ice ability be so strong? Jessica questioned sharply. Humph! Su Ming snorted coldly, refusing to answer. Instead, he raised his spear again, executing the first move of the Ice Prison World-Piercing Spear, Break the Abyss, and attacked Jessica in the air once more. A pale gleam of cold light burst forth, rushing towards Jessica. Whoosh! Prepared this time, Jessica flapped his wings and deftly dodged the attack. Su Ming, I'm much more agile than you in the air. Your attacks are strong, but since you haven't reached the Grandmaster realm and can't fly, you pose no real threat to me. How about we call it a draw? Jessica said grimly after evading the attack. Although he could unleash the full power of his SS-class ability, the strain on his body was immense. Even as a late-stage 4th-rank martial artist, he couldn't maintain his dragon transformation for more than 10 minutes without sustaining injuries. Having witnessed Su Ming's strength, Jessica realized he couldn't defeat him in a short amount of time. If the fight dragged on, he would have to end his dragon transformation, leaving himself vulnerable to Su Ming. Though a draw wasn't what he desired, negotiating with Su Ming seemed the wisest choice at this moment. Humph, do you really think I can't deal with you just because you're in the air? Su Ming sneered from below upon hearing Jessica's proposal. The moment his words fell, the temperature on the arena plummeted drastically. In the blink of an eye, the arena, spanning over 10,000 square meters, was rapidly covered in a thick layer of frost. Simultaneously, the energy-shielded area above the arena began to freeze ice from the dome downward. A massive ice mountain, growing thicker by the second, condensed rapidly from the top, compressing the already limited space above the arena. Within seconds, the entire arena was dominated by an ice mountain the size of a reversed giant bowl, its base just 3 meters above the ground. Jessica had no choice but to land back on the arena floor. Holy crap, is this even possible? The audience gawked at the massive suspended ice mountain, their faces filled with shock. Break for me. Confronted with the ice mountain that loomed like Mount Tai, Jessica immediately launched an attack as soon as it appeared, attempting to shatter the ice and reclaim the space it occupied. However, Su Ming's extreme ice Imperial armament ability granted his ice walls a 100-fold combat strength amplification. With his mental energy exceeding 110,000, the ice mountain he created could withstand the attacks of even a newly advanced Grandmaster realm expert. Though Jessica was strong, even his rising dragon punch could only shatter a small section of the surrounding ice layer. Destroying the entire ice mountain was out of the question. Moreover, the shattered section of the ice layer repaired itself in the blink of an eye, and the ice mountain continued to press downward. In the end, Jessica was forced back to the ground, his head nearly touching the massive ice mountain base that spanned the arena's entire area. His movement space was severely restricted, and his speed advantage was completely nullified. This farce ends now. Su Ming stared coldly at Jessica, whose movements were confined, and declared sharply. He raised his ice spear and unleashed the first move of the ice prison world-piercing spear. A pale spear light, carrying a biting chill, shot straight towards Jessica. Damn it, you forced me to this. Madness flickered in Jessica's eyes, his pale golden pupils instantly turning crimson. Blood explosion. A beast-like roar erupted from him as his aura surged threefold. Rising dragon punch. He punched forward, his fist glowing with golden light and accompanied by a dragon's roar, shattering the oncoming pale spear light into pieces. His blood energy tripled again. This punch's power exceeds 5 billion, what kind of ability is this? Su Ming narrowed his eyes in shock as he watched his attack be effortlessly crushed. At this moment, Jessica spoke, solving Su Ming's curiosity. Su Ming, you're the first to make me use the divine ability of my glorious holy dragon power. Losing to me, you have no shame. At this moment, Jessica's pupils transformed from pale gold to crimson red, and scorching blood seeped out from the gaps between her silver-white dragon scales. Clearly, the blood-burst divine skill was exerting immense pressure on her body. Although her strength had tripled, the cost was severe. Utilizing the blood-burst skill not only subjected her body to extreme stress but also accelerated the dragon transformation within her. Frequent usage could turn her completely into a dragon-human hybrid, causing her to lose her human form. Thus, Jessica would never resort to this power unless absolutely necessary. So, it's a divine ability of a special power. It seems that SS-class abilities come with attached divine skills, Su Ming realized with a sudden epiphany. Just then, Jessica moved. She stepped forward, her figure flashing like silver lightning as she charged toward Su Ming, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Rising Dragon Fist. Another full-force punch erupted, the golden light of her fist even brighter, and the dragon roar even louder, as it crashed fiercely toward Su Ming. Faced with this punch, comparable to the mid-stage Grandmaster level and with power exceeding 5 billion, Su Ming finally became serious. Icy Prison Spear, third form. Eternal Silence. He gripped his ice spear tightly, his vitality and mental power boiling within him as he unleashed the third form in an instant. Buzz! As the spear thrust forward, a domain formed, and the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply, as if even time itself had frozen. The golden fist shadow, which had been as fast as lightning, now moved towards Su Ming at a snail's pace. In contrast, Su Ming's spear surged forward at an even greater speed, seizing the initiative. The moment the spear's radiance collided with the fist shadow, time resumed its normal flow. Then, boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated across the central square of Magic Sea University, deafening and earth-shaking. Over 70% of the audience couldn't help but cover their ears, all eyes drawn to the center of the arena. At this moment, the stage was engulfed in a blinding white light, as dazzling as the core of a nuclear explosion, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The powerful energy shockwave instantly obliterated the ice mountain overhead, causing the energy shield surrounding the stage to bulge under the impact. The figures of Su Ming and Jessica were completely swallowed by the white light, leaving no one able to discern the outcome of the clash. This light is too blinding. It's going to destroy my titanium alloy eyes. The power is insane. It's practically on par with a mid-stage Grandmaster duel. First-year students with such terrifying combat strength, are they even human? You can't tell who won or lost right now. Everyone squinted at the stage shrouded in white light, unable to hold back their discussions. The white light lasted for a few seconds before gradually dissipating. As the radiance faded, the scene on the stage finally became clear. The ice mountain that had once covered the entire area was gone, and on the stage, instead of just Su Ming and Jessica, there were now 4 figures. The 2 new arrivals were none other than Magic Sea University's principal, Yang Jun, and Federal University's principal, Shi Jie, each standing beside their respective students. By Shi Jie's side, Jessica had reverted from her dragon transformation back to her human form. However, she was covered in blood and unconscious, cradled in Shi Jie's arms. Meanwhile, by Yang Jun's side, Su Ming, though pale and with slightly disheveled clothes, still stood upright, gripping his spear. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately understood the result of the fight between Su Ming and Jessica. Yang Jun, this child from Hanxia is truly an extraordinary genius. This match, we've lost, Shi Jie said, holding the unconscious Jessica, his gaze lingering deeply on Su Ming before he spoke to Yang Jun. Thank you for the compliment. I imagine that after this battle, your school's Jessica will likely have a more restrained personality. If you still have any arrogant, rebellious prodigies, feel free to bring them to Magic Sea University for sparring and character refinement, Yang Jun replied, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Shi Jie's face darkened immediately at these words. We'll certainly return to Magic Sea University for guidance when the opportunity arises. Shi Jie snorted coldly, wasting no time as he leaped off the stage with Jessica in his arms. Let's go! The group from Federal University gathered with their remaining geniuses below the stage and left Magic Sea University in disgrace. The Federal University geniuses fled like that. How embarrassing. Ha, Su Ming did an amazing job. So satisfying. I actually liked their arrogance at the start. Let them be haughty, they've been taught a hard lesson now. Watching Shi Jie's group leave in disarray, the crowd burst into laughter, releasing the frustrations they had previously felt. Hearing the cheers, Shi Jie's face grew even darker, and he quickened his pace, hurrying away from Magic Sea University. After they departed, the central square of Magic Sea University erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, with everyone shouting Su Ming's name. Su Ming, did I see it right? Was that the perfected form of the icy prison spear you just used? After Shi Jie and his group disappeared, Yang Jun turned to Su Ming, asking in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with light. The spear technique Su Ming had executed in the final moment was clearly the third form of the icy prison spear, and it had reached a state of mastery. To wield the third form with such proficiency meant Su Ming's accomplishment in this martial art had reached perfection. Although Yang Jun had guessed Su Ming's progress, it still left him astonished, compelling him to confirm it directly with Su Ming. Principal, you have sharp eyes. I've indeed cultivated the icy prison spear to its perfected state, Su Ming responded with a faint smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Yang Jun then asked, when did you obtain this S-class martial art? Was it 3 days ago when the school waived your qualification for the freshman competition, and you exchanged for it from Magic Sea University's arsenal? Su Ming nodded again. Hiss. Upon learning that Su Ming had only acquired the icy prison spear manual 3 days ago, Yang Jun couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. To perfect an S-class spear technique in just 3 days, what kind of terrifying talent is this? Su Ming's aptitude in spear techniques is even more astonishing than his 2 abilities, which are on par with S-class. This child has the potential to become an unstoppable master. We must cultivate him to the highest standard. Yang Jun gave Su Ming a deep look, immediately making up his mind. From the moment he saw Su Ming execute the first form of the icy prison spear, Abyss Breaker, Yang Jun had been amazed. After all, he was well aware that Su Ming had just exchanged for this S-class martial art from the school's arsenal. Perfectly mastering the first form in just 3 days was already an extraordinary display of talent. But now, Yang Jun realized Su Ming's talent in spear techniques far surpassed ordinary comprehension. It was practically divine. Such an unparalleled genius must be nurtured by Magic Sea University at all costs, with his strength swiftly elevated. While he's basking in his great achievement and has won the recognition of the entire school, I'll announce that all school resources will be made available for his unrestricted use. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jun made his decision. Ahem, everyone quiet. Yang Jun gave a light cough. Though his voice wasn't loud, it echoed throughout the central square. In no time, the square became eerily silent. Yang Jun glanced around at the gathered crowd and then loudly announced his decision. From today onward, Su Ming is officially the top genius on Magic Sea University's Wind and Cloud rankings. Given Su Ming's extraordinary talent and his contribution in defeating a formidable enemy for our school, I am granting him free access to all school resources, including unlimited entry to the heaven-reaching training tower. The moment Yang Jun finished speaking, the entire square erupted in an uproar. The students of Magic Sea University were in disbelief as they stared at Yangjin, unable to process what they had just heard. Not only were the students shocked, but even the teachers on the high platform, including Lu Jiming, were left speechless. Su Ming became the #1 on the wind and cloud rankings just like that? And he gets free access to all the school's resources? Even those rare and precious 8th-tier resources? Not to mention he can freely enter the heaven-reaching training tower. Free access to the heaven-reaching training tower? Doesn't that mean Su Ming can stay on the top floor every single day? This is way too biased. In the history of Magic Sea University, there's never been such preferential treatment. Even if Su Ming defeated Jessica and saved the school's reputation, does that warrant the principal treating him like this? Could it be that Su Ming is the principal's illegitimate son? Don't spout nonsense. If you could reach mid-master level strength at the age of 18, the principal would treat you just as well. This kind of treatment really makes one envious. Even though Su Ming is incredibly gifted, the wind and cloud rankings are based on strength. Him taking the top spot is definitely going to spark dissatisfaction among the other top students. Every month, students on the wind and cloud rankings receive extra academic credits. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. Now that Su Ming has claimed the top spot, those pushed down by him are bound to be unhappy. Just wait. The ranking battles at the end of the month are going to be intense. Faced with Yangjin's decision, the crowd went from shock to heated discussion. On the arena platform, Su Ming was momentarily stunned when he heard Yangjin's announcement, but he quickly regained his composure, a delighted smile appearing on his face. He bowed towards Yangjin, saying, "This student thanks the principal." Yangjin waved his hand and smiled. "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Just focus on your training and grow stronger as quickly as possible. I've gone out on a limb for you, so don't let it go to waste. This student will train diligently and will not disappoint the principal's expectations." Su Ming confidently patted his chest in assurance. "Ha ha ha, good. Yangjin laughed heartily. Soon after, he announced for everyone to disperse in an orderly manner. After exchanging a few words with Yangjin, Su Ming returned to his villa. The consumption of an S-tier spear technique is truly extraordinary. With my current strength as a late-stage 4th-tier warrior and an early-stage 5th-tier awakened, I can barely execute the third move of the Ice Prison world-piercing spear twice. It seems I need to further enhance both my vitality and mental strength. Upon returning to his villa, Su Ming sat on the sofa, sensing the significant depletion of his vitality and mental strength, and fell into deep thought. Fortunately, I can now freely utilize the school's resources and access the heaven-reaching training tower without restriction. With Magic Sea University's full support, it won't be long before I officially break through to the Master Realm. By then, executing the Ice Prison world-piercing spear will become much easier. Thinking about the treatment Yangjin publicly announced for him, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. He turned to his intelligent housekeeper and said, "Housekeeper, open the school's treasure vault. I need to select some training resources." "Understood, Master." Soon, a virtual screen appeared before Su Ming, displaying the treasured contents of Magic Sea University's vault. Without much hesitation, Su Ming immediately filtered for 5th-tier training resources and selected a batch that suited him. Half were resources to enhance vitality, while the other half were for speeding up mental strength improvement. That should suffice. I'll choose more once these are used up. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had selected resources worth over 100,000 academic credits. And there's the storage ring worth 500,000 credits with a capacity of 1 million cubic meters. I won't have to carry bulky bags of beast materials around anymore. After choosing his resources, he also picked the largest capacity storage ring available. Ding dong! Less than 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. "Master, the training resources and storage ring you requested have been delivered," said the intelligent housekeeper. "All right." Su Ming nodded and got up to head to the door. He opened the gate to his courtyard. "Junior Su Ming, here are the training resources and storage ring you ordered. Everything else has been placed inside the ring. Please sign for it." As soon as the door opened, a tall young woman handed Su Ming a storage ring and brought out a signing device, her eyes filled with envy. When she received this task, she had been shocked by the sheer amount of credits Su Ming had spent in one go on resources and the storage ring. After all, the value of Su Ming's purchase exceeded 300,000 academic credits. 300,000 academic credits, this was an astronomical figure that most Magic Sea University students couldn't even dream of. Even the geniuses on the wind and cloud rankings might not accumulate that many credits over 4 years. But she understood that Su Ming had been granted special privileges by Yang Zhen. Even if he purchased resources worth 1,000,000 credits in one go, the school wouldn't charge him a single cent. This kind of treatment was simply enviable. Alright, no problem. Thanks for making the trip, senior sister. Su Ming took the storage ring, infused his mental energy into it to quickly verify all the resources, and confirmed that everything was correct before pulling out his student ID to complete the receipt process. It's no trouble at all. It's an honor to deliver something for Junior Su Ming, the young woman said with a smile. Then, her tone shifted, and she gazed at Su Ming with a hint of affection. Junior Su Ming, do you have a girlfriend yet? How about senior sister? As she spoke, she leaned closer to Su Ming, her alluring figure nearly pressing against his chest. A faint, fragrant scent wafted into his nose. Ahem, well, senior sister, I just had a major battle and I'm quite drained. I need to start training right away. Faced with the senior sister's sudden enthusiasm, Su Ming coughed awkwardly twice, hastily closed the courtyard gate, and quickly returned to his villa. Sigh, it seems Junior Su Ming isn't interested in me, the young woman muttered, looking at Su Ming's retreating figure. She glanced down at her long, elegant figure, let out a disappointed sigh, and reluctantly left, looking back every few steps. Phew, it seems being too outstanding can bring its own troubles, Su Ming thought with a sigh of relief. Returning to the villa, Su Ming recalled the earlier scene, shook his head with a wry smile, took out 2 portions of 5th tier cultivation resources, consumed them, and began recovering the mental energy and vitality expended during his fierce battle with Jessica. Half an hour later, Su Ming had fully recovered and, feeling refreshed, left the villa and headed toward the sky-piercing cultivation tower. Upon arriving, he briefly showed his student ID and went straight to the top floor. Unlike the other floors, the top floor had only one cultivation room. Su Ming used a key to unlock the door, entered, and closed it behind him. From his storage ring, he retrieved 2 sets of resources and began cultivating the technique's 100 refinements golden body art and heavenly luo diagram. With abundant resources and the 100-fold time acceleration of the sky-piercing cultivation tower's top floor, Su Ming's vitality and mental energy rapidly increased. A day later, when he walked out of the cultivation room, his vitality and mental energy had each soared by 25,000 and 20,000 points respectively. Phew, the 100-fold time acceleration is truly incredible. To improve so much in just one day. At this rate, in just over a month, I'll officially step into the Grandmaster realm. Leaving the sky-piercing cultivation tower, Su Ming glanced at the system panel displaying his vitality and mental energy, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Over the next few days, he withdrew more than 100,000 academic credits worth of cultivation resources from the school each day, then entered the top-floor cultivation room to train. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the door to room 1 of the sky-piercing cultivation tower's 20th floor, which had been closed for half a month, suddenly opened. A young man, 1.85 meters tall with a well-proportioned build and a smile on his face, walked out, exuding a powerful aura. After half a month in seclusion, I've finally broken through to the Grandmaster realm. With my breakthrough to early Grandmaster level, combined with my abilities in martial arts explosive power, I can rival even late-stage Grandmasters. The day after tomorrow is the monthly wind and cloud ranking battle. It's time to reclaim first place. The young man stretched lazily, a confident smile on his face, before quickly composing himself and heading toward the elevator. He was Zhang Song, a senior at Demon Sea University, and second only to Jiang Xinyo in strength. He had once been the second-ranked genius on the wind and cloud rankings. However, with Su Ming having been personally designated as the first by Dean Yangzhen, Zhang Song's rank had naturally dropped to 3rd. What's going on? My ranking fell to 3rd? When did Su Ming take 1st place? Walking out of the cultivation tower and seeing the wind and cloud rankings, Zhang Song was stunned. He immediately started asking the surrounding students about Su Ming. A freshman, no matter how talented, the wind and cloud rankings are based on strength. What qualifies him for 1st place? Even if he's reached early Grandmaster level, so what? Which of the top 5 geniuses can't rival mid-stage Grandmasters? The dean is too biased. Upon learning that Su Ming was still a freshman, Zhang Song's dissatisfaction grew even stronger. Although he had heard of Su Ming's performance during his battle with Jessica, which demonstrated strength on par with early-stage Grandmasters, his discontent did not diminish in the slightest. A freshman actually managed to climb to the top of the wind and cloud rankings? I don't accept this. In the end-of-month ranking battle, I must reclaim the top spot and seize the generous academic credit rewards. With a dark expression, Zhang Song put away his phone and quickly left the sky-piercing cultivation tower, returning to his villa dormitory. Before long, Zhang Song successfully broke through to the Grandmaster realm. The news spread like wildfire, and everyone knew he was preparing to defeat Su Ming in the end-of-month wind and cloud ranking battle and reclaim the title of the strongest at Demon Sea University. Senior Zhang Song has broken through to early Grandmaster. With his strength, he's now definitely the strongest student at Demon Sea University. After being defeated by Jiang Xinyao, he went into seclusion in the sky-piercing cultivation tower, vowing to reclaim first place. Now that he's finally broken through to the Grandmaster realm, his strength has greatly increased. He'll definitely challenge Su Ming. Even though Su Ming is powerful, he might not have the upper hand against Zhang Song, who just broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Su Ming was personally recognized as the first on the wind and cloud rankings by the dean. Will the school allow Zhang Song to challenge him? The ranking battle starts the day after tomorrow, and the school hasn't responded, so it seems they're tacitly allowing Zhang Song's challenge. Let's just wait and see. Upon hearing that Zhang Song intended to challenge Su Ming, students at Demon Sea University began to buzz with excitement. Everyone eagerly anticipated this high-stakes showdown. Completely immersed in his cultivation, Su Ming remained unaware of all this. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming spent yet another full day cultivating on the top floor of the sky-piercing cultivation tower. Host, Su Ming. Vitality, 269,400. Mental energy, 273,200. Abilities, Extreme Ice Emperor Gear SS, plus, Furious Titan S, plus, Divine Powers, Absolute Frost Soul Slayer. Body Refinement Methods, Rising Sun D Mastery, 100 Refinements Golden Body Art A Mastery. Meditation Techniques, Heavenly Luo Diagram A Mastery. Martial Arts, Vajra Spear Art D Mastery, Cloud Breaking Spear C Mastery, Ice Prison World Piercing Spear S Mastery. Enhancement Points, 63,711. After completing his cultivation session, Su Ming left the sky-piercing cultivation tower, returned to his villa to rest, and opened his attribute panel to review his strength. The 100-fold speed cultivation on the sky-piercing tower's top floor is so fast. In just 8 days, my vitality has increased by 200,000, and my mental energy has risen by 180,000. Now, with vitality and mental energy both nearing 270,000, if I fully unleash the third form of the Ice Prison World Piercing Spear, my combat power can reach 17.5 billion. With a combat power surpassing 17.5 billion, it's likely even late-stage grandmasters wouldn't be able to keep up. Looking at his rapidly growing strength, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction. Then, he addressed the completely unintelligent butler. Butler, open Demon Sea University's resource vault. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared in the air, listing the vast array of cultivation resources in the university's vault. Su Ming selected resources worth over 100,000 academic credits, placed an order, and returned to his villa to wait for the delivery. Ding dong! In less than 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. Su Ming walked to the villa's entrance to receive his delivery. Boss! As soon as he opened the door, an excited voice rang out. Standing at the door was none other than Qin Shen, one of the underclassmen Su Ming had recently taken under his wing. Qin Shen, you're the one delivering my resources this time? Su Ming asked, surprised at the sight of Qin Shen. Hee, I suddenly felt like earning some academic credits today and happened to pick up your delivery task. But, boss, you're really something. You ordered over 128,000 credits worth of cultivation resources in one go. That's more than I could save up in 4 years. Qin Shen placed 2 large boxes of resources in front of Su Ming, smiling as he spoke, his eyes filled with envy. He had been present when Yang Jin announced Su Ming could freely use the university's resources and knew these resources were essentially free for him. This is all thanks to the dean's keen eye for talent. Without it, I wouldn't have received such generous treatment. Su Ming listened to Qin Shen's sigh and shook his head with a smile. He took the delivery slip handed over by Qin Shen, pulled out his student ID to complete the signing process. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stored the 2 large boxes of resources into his storage ring. The school's resources were always reliable. Su Ming had checked before and confirmed there were no shortages or missing items. Moreover, with Qin Shen delivering them in person this time, there was nothing to worry about. Alright, the items are signed for. I'm going to take these cultivation resources back to the Tongtian training tower to continue cultivating. After securing the resources, Su Ming handed the delivery slip back to Qin Shen. Boss, are you really not participating in tomorrow's ranking battle? Are you heading back to the Tongtian training tower instead? Zhang Song already announced yesterday that he will challenge you in the end-of-month ranking battle to claim the top. Spot on the Demonic Sea Windcloud list, Qinshan said anxiously. You know the rules at Demonic Sea University. Any student on the Windcloud list must accept a challenge during the end-of-month ranking battle, or they will automatically be replaced. If you don't accept Zhang Song's challenge tomorrow, he will directly take the top position. The academic credit rewards between first and third place differ by a full 3,000 points. Qinshan took the delivery slip from Su Ming and immediately voiced his concern upon hearing Su Ming intended to return to the training tower. Do you even know who Zhang Song is? How strong is he? Hearing this, Su Ming looked surprised. Boss, you really don't know? Qinshan hadn't expected Su Ming's reaction. His voice involuntarily rose a few notches. Su Ming shook his head and explained, I've been focusing on improving my strength in the Tongtian training tower these past few days and haven't paid attention to such things. Fine, let me explain everything in detail. Qinshan nodded and proceeded to tell Su Ming the entire story, emphasizing that Zhang Song had already broken through to the early master level. Master level, huh? Su Ming pondered for a moment. Soon, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and a glint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He turned to Qinshan and said, Got it. I'll definitely attend tomorrow's end-of-month ranking battle. Su Ming's vitality and mental strength had increased several-fold compared to 8 days ago when he fought Jessica. It was the perfect opportunity to test his strength against Zhang Song, who had just broken through to the master level. Moreover, he had never fought a master-level opponent before, and he was eager to experience their true power. Boss, are you confident about defeating Zhang Song? Qinshan's eyes lit up as he saw the smile playing on Su Ming's lips. Zhang Song is indeed a genius of Demonic Sea University. After breaking through to the master level, his strength is far beyond that of an ordinary early-stage master. Without seeing him in action, it's hard to predict the result, but I won't lose to him easily. The ranking battle starts in a day. I'll head to the Tongtian training tower to train further. You should head back now, Su Ming said, not elaborating further. With the newly acquired resources in hand, he walked toward the Tongtian training tower. Since there was still time, he planned to utilize the top floor's 100-fold time acceleration to increase his vitality and mental strength by 20,000 points. That way, he'd have a greater chance of defeating Zhang Song, who had just reached the early master level. Seeing this, Qinshan had no choice but to leave and wait for tomorrow's ranking battle. The day of the end-of-month ranking battle arrived quickly. Because Zhang Song had announced in advance that he would challenge Su Ming, the central square of Demonic Sea University was many times more crowded than usual. Almost every student had gathered. Even all the teachers had come to watch. The ranking battle hadn't even started, yet the venue was already packed to capacity. Zhang Song made a high-profile entrance, stepping through the air and flying into the venue. Instantly, he attracted everyone's attention. Look, Zhang Song is here. He's walking on air. He's really broken through to the master level. I heard Zhang Song is only 22 years old. A 22-year-old master-level expert, what an unlimited future. No wonder he was once the #1 genius on the Windcloud list. Zhang Song has an A-level ability and has cultivated an A-level martial art to an extremely advanced level. Although he's just entered the early master stage, his strength is definitely no less than that of an ordinary late-stage master. Zhang Song announced a few days ago that he would challenge Su Ming, and the school hasn't responded. Clearly, they've tacitly approved. There are so many teachers here to watch today, and even the principal hasn't broken the rules of the genius ranking battle for Su Ming's sake. Where's Su Ming? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Could it be that he knows he's no match for Zhang Song and is avoiding the battle? Seems likely. Su Ming is strong, but he's only a 4th-tier martial artist. Facing a true master-level expert, who's also a specially recruited genius at Demonic Sea University, he doesn't stand a chance. As soon as Zhang Song entered the venue, discussions erupted among the students of Demonic Sea University. Everyone was full of praise for Zhang Song, who had successfully broken through to the master level. Hearing the admiration around him, Zhang Song smirked and raised his head high, exuding an air of confidence. A senior challenging a freshman and acting so self-righteous about it, what's there to be proud of? In the audience, Qinshan couldn't help but comment as he watched Zhang Song's smug demeanor. He then turned his gaze toward the square's entrance, eagerly awaiting Su Ming's arrival. Xinyao, do you think you could defeat Zhang Song now? At this moment, Liang Mengmeng, seated in the front row of the audience, frowned at Zhang Song's arrogance and wrinkled her nose. She turned to ask Jiang Xinyao beside her. Zhang Song has broken through to the master level, with vitality exceeding 1 million points. Combined with his mastery of martial arts and his A-level superhuman ability, his strength is on par with that of an ordinary late-stage master, Jiang Xinyao replied, shaking her head. I'm currently only at the late 5th tier, awakener level. Although I have an S-level ability, I can merely defeat an ordinary mid-stage master. With my current strength, I could hold out for 10 minutes against Zhang Song, but any longer and I'd be at a disadvantage. Master-level experts clearly have much greater endurance than those below the master stage. Sigh, so we can only watch him flaunt his arrogance. Liang Mengmeng sighed helplessly, but a trace of anticipation remained in her eyes. I wonder if that freshman, Su Ming, can surprise us again and defeat Zhang Song. Su Ming, huh? Maybe he really can create another miracle, Zhang Xinyao murmured. Her eyes flickered with a complex light. She had learned earlier that Su Ming had defeated Huang Hao and entered the 36th rank on the WinCloud list shortly after enrolling. At that time, she had felt immense pressure and began training even harder. But in less than a month, Su Ming had represented Demonic Sea University, defeated a foreign genius with an SS-level ability, and demonstrated strength comparable to a mid-stage master. Such astonishing cultivation speed and talent left her feeling utterly inferior. She could only admit the vast gap between them. Although it had only been a little over a week, Su Ming enjoyed special privileges at Mo Hai University, allowing him free access to the Tongtian Training Tower and unrestricted use of various cultivation resources. With his talent, if he had spent the past few days cultivating on the top floor of the Tongtian Training Tower, his strength would surely have improved significantly. The outcome of the duel between Zhang Song and Su Ming was truly hard to predict. On the other side, at the entrance of the Tongtian Training Tower, Su Ming stepped out. This round of training has pushed both my vital energy and spiritual power to 290,000, bringing my strength to a whole new level. Now, if I face Zhang Song, who is at the early stage of the Grandmaster level, winning shouldn't be difficult at all. The end-of-month ranking battle is about to start. I need to hurry over there. Glancing at the time, Su Ming didn't hesitate. He strode forward, speeding like the wind toward Mo Hai University's central square. The central square wasn't far from the Tongtian Training Tower. At full speed, Su Ming arrived in less than 2 minutes. Look, Su Ming is here. The moment Su Ming appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Su Ming, you finally arrived. Standing in the front row, Zhang Song noticed the figure at the square's entrance and allowed a faint smile to spread across his face. A powerful wave of spiritual energy quickly probed Su Ming's vital energy strength. In no time, disdain filled Zhang Song's expression. A mere early-stage 5th-rank warrior's vital energy? How can someone like this be ranked first on the Wind and Cloud leaderboard? The principal is too biased toward him. Feeling Su Ming's vital energy strength, Zhang Song cursed inwardly. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the arena. The next second, he loudly called in Su Ming's direction. Su Ming, do you dare to come up here and fight me? His arrogant challenge left the audience of students exchanging uncertain glances. A senior in the 4th year challenging a freshman so boldly? Yeah, couldn't he just wait for Su Ming to step up instead? Exactly. On the arena, Zhang Song's face turned awkward as he overheard the murmurs from the crowd. Fortunately, Su Ming didn't keep him waiting too long. Not afraid at all. Su Ming responded loudly. He quickly walked to the arena, leaped, and landed steadily opposite Zhang Song. Buzz! At that moment, a powerful aura descended from the sky, enveloping the entire square. Everyone instinctively looked up. Mo Hai University's principal, Yang Jun, descended gracefully and landed firmly in the center of the arena, standing between Su Ming and Zhang Song. Yang Jun glanced at Su Ming with a face full of satisfaction. Not bad. Vital energy strength has reached the early stage of the 5th rank, almost nearing the mid-stage. It seems the resources he used over these past days were well spent. Ever since granting Su Ming special privileges, he had been using more than 100,000 academic credits worth of cultivation resources daily, even spending 200,000 credits on the first day to purchase the largest capacity spatial ring. The instructor managing resources had even complained about his excessive consumption and considered limiting his usage. After all, even with Mo Hai University's abundant resources, it was challenging to provide such a large daily supply. However, seeing Su Ming elevate his vital energy from the late stage of the 4th rank to the early stage of the 5th rank, nearly reaching mid-stage in just a few days, Yang Jun immediately dismissed the notion of imposing any restrictions. Improving vital energy by over 200,000 in such a short time, even with the 100-fold time acceleration on the top floor of the Tongtian Training Tower, was still an astonishing speed. For ordinary geniuses, even those like Zhang Xinyao, who had achieved an S-rank awakening, if they had the same conditions and resources as Su Ming, their progress over the same period might not even reach a third of his. Principal. As soon as Su Ming spotted Yang Jun, he stepped forward to greet him. His rapid improvement in strength over the past few days was entirely thanks to Yang Jun's help. Su Ming was deeply grateful to him. Yang Jun nodded before shifting his gaze to Zhang Song. Zhang Song greeted him respectfully as well. After the two exchanged courtesies, Yang Zhen addressed them. Both of you are among the top 3 geniuses on Mo High University's Wind and Cloud leaderboard. A single mistake is unacceptable. I will personally oversee today's match as the referee. Neither Su Ming nor Zhang Song raised any objections. Then let's begin. The moment Yang Zhen's voice fell, his figure leaped, positioning himself in midair above the arena. Buzz! Simultaneously, the energy shield around the arena lit up, forming a dome-shaped light blue barrier that completely enclosed the stage. Since this was a duel between two Grandmaster-level powerhouses, the energy shield's strength had been set to its maximum. Additionally, an extra protective layer was added to the stage's surface. Although this layer was thin, its defensive power was formidable, capable of withstanding attacks at the Great Grandmaster level. Su Ming, you go first. Once I make my move, you won't stand a chance. As soon as the energy shield activated, Zhang Song immediately revealed his weapon, a Grade A alloy saber. Su Ming wasn't one to back down. In the next moment, he drew the Grade A obsidian spear gifted to him by the university from his waist. In that case, I won't hold back. The moment his words fell, Su Ming launched a full-scale attack. Grandmaster-level powerhouses could fly and were highly agile in the air. If Zhang Song took to the skies before Su Ming could counterattack, it would undoubtedly take more effort to subdue him. Seizing the opportunity before Zhang Song took him seriously, Su Ming decided to strike swiftly and overpower him with a thunderous offensive. Raging Titan. In an instant, Su Ming's aura surged 30-fold. His vital energy, which was originally close to 300,000, skyrocketed to 9 million, surpassing most late-stage Grandmaster powerhouses. Almost instantaneously, Su Ming closed the distance between himself and Zhang Song. With the obsidian spear in hand, he thrust it forward like a ferocious dragon leaping out of the sea. At the same time, Su Ming unleashed his SS rank ability, Extreme Ice Sovereign, at full force. Nearly 300,000 units of spiritual energy, infused with endless cold, enveloped the obsidian spear. Eternal Silence. The third move of the Frozen Prison Spear technique was executed in an instant. This was a perfected S-rank martial art. When fully unleashed, it seemed to freeze the surrounding space. Zhang Song's eyes widened as he saw the icy gleam of the obsidian spear's tip rapidly magnify before his eyes, carrying an overwhelming force. Ha! Blazing 100 strikes. At the critical moment, Zhang Song activated his A-rank ability. Intense flames instantly engulfed his saber. He swept his blade horizontally, unleashing a burst of scorching vital energy and fiery power. A dazzling crimson saber arc shot out, clashing fiercely with Su Ming's spear energy. Boom! Sizzle! The moment the saber arc and spear energy collided, dense steam engulfed the center of the arena. At the same time, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the entire central square. The deafening roar prompted many to cover their ears, but everyone's eyes remained fixed on Su Ming and Zhang Song on the arena. This power is terrifying. Who won the first exchange? I can't see clearly. The students of the Demon Sea University watching the duel widened their eyes, eager to know the result. Senior Zhang Song is already a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. No matter how talented Su Ming is, he's still too young. This move will definitely end with Zhang Song's victory. At the front row of the student seats, Huang Hao listened to the chatter behind him, staring at the steam-covered arena with a cold snort. Having been defeated by Su Ming and bedridden for a week before he could barely stand, he naturally did not want to see Su Ming claim another victory. Whoosh! The next second, the smile on Huang Hao's face froze. Amidst the steam, a figure was suddenly sent flying, breaking through the mist and crashing heavily against the energy barrier at the edge of the stage with a dull thud. Senior Zhang Song was sent flying. Seeing Zhang Song land in such a disheveled state, the majority of the students widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Senior Zhang Song had already mastered the A-class martial art Raging Wild Slash to perfection and possesses an A-class ability. After breaking into the Grandmaster realm, his combat power rivals that of ordinary late-stage Grandmasters. How could he lose in just one move? Huang Hao stared at the wobbling Zhang Song as he got back on his feet. The smile on his face stiffened, turning into disbelief and shock. Cough, cough, cough. On the stage, Zhang Song supported himself with his long blade, coughing a few times and wiping away a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His blade was encased in a thick layer of frost. The entire blade was frozen, including the handle, which was covered in white frost. His right hand, gripping the blade, had turned purple from the cold, the icy chill rampaging through his body. He hurriedly activated the flame power within him to barely expel the intense cold. Crash! With a sudden burst, the cold energy exploded, and the steam enveloping Su Ming instantly turned into ice particles that fell to the ground, revealing his figure. Your combat power is nearing the peak of the Grandmaster realm, yet you've just broken through to the early 5th stage. How is this possible? Zhang Song looked at Su Ming in shock, exhaling the last wisp of icy breath from his mouth. Although he had been careless at the start and reacted hastily, he had unleashed his full strength in the final moments. As an A-class awakened being who had broken into the Grandmaster realm, Zhang Song's mental power was as high as 1.3 million, and his vitality exceeded 1,000,000. With the support of his A-class ability and mastery of advanced martial arts, the explosive force of his previous strike reached a staggering 14 billion calories of combat power. A combat power of 14 billion calories was formidable even among late-stage grandmasters. Yet, despite this, he had still lost to Su Ming. That spear strike from Su Ming just now had overwhelmed him in a matter of moments, sending him flying with its immense power and piercing cold. Zhang Song estimated that the power behind Su Ming's spear was at least 18 billion calories. A combat power of 20 billion calories marked the extreme limit of a grandmaster. Surpassing this realm would place one in the ranks of great grandmasters. Reaching 18 billion calories was already close to the peak of grandmaster-level combat power. Few late-stage grandmasters could escape unharmed against such an attack. It all comes down to talent. Su Ming responded with a faint smile to Zhang Song's question. His vitality and mental power were close to 300,000, and with the combination of his S-class ability, Frenzied Titan, and SS-class ability, Frozen Emperor's armament, his combat power soared to 19 billion calories when unleashing the perfected world-piercing ice prison spear. With the element of surprise, this single spear strike was enough to sweep through most grandmasters. Against a prodigy like Zhang Song, who had just broken into the Grandmaster realm, Su Ming could still secure victory in one move. Talent. Zhang Song muttered under his breath, his whole demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon, looking utterly dejected. Senior, do you wish to continue? Su Ming planted his obsidian spear into the ground and asked loudly. I concede. Su Ming, your talent is the strongest I've ever encountered, bar none. The top spot on the Demon Sea rankings rightfully belongs to you, Zhang Song replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Though he still had the ability to retaliate, employing the flight advantage and endurance of a Grandmaster-level powerhouse to engage in a war of attrition with Su Ming, he found no honor in such a victory. Moreover, he had seen the footage of Su Ming's battle with Jessica. Su Ming had an ultimate move, the descending glacier. Judging by the intensity of the cold that had invaded his body earlier, even if Zhang Song went all out and used his fire ability, he might not be able to suppress Su Ming completely. This kid is truly astonishing. Yang Zhen, watching from the arena, gave Su Ming a deep look, inwardly thrilled. Previously, Su Ming's battle with Jessica had led Yang Zhen to suspect that Su Ming possessed an SS-class ability. Now, his showdown with Zhang Song had confirmed his suspicions. Sigh, I just hope this battle hasn't affected Zhang Song's mindset, Yang Zhen sighed, his gaze shifting to the somewhat despondent Zhang Song before announcing the results. I hereby declare that Su Ming is the victor. He will retain his position as the number one on the Demon Sea rankings. Is there anyone else willing to challenge Su Ming? Yang Zhen's voice had just fallen when the first row geniuses of the rankings exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Su Ming had already displayed combat power close to the peak of the Grandmaster realm, defeating Zhang Song, who had just advanced to the early Grandmaster stage, in a single move. They didn't dare to challenge him. Since no one is challenging, I officially announce that Su Ming will continue to hold the top spot on the rankings, Yang Zhen declared. He then turned to the ranked students in the audience and said loudly, next, we'll begin the ranking matches for positions 2 through 50. Those who wish to challenge higher ranks may step onto the stage. With the conclusion of the battle, both Su Ming and Zhang Song left the arena. At this moment, in the central plaza of Demon Sea University, all eyes were on Su Ming, filled with awe. Su Ming's defeat of Zhang Song secured his place as the number one on the Demon Sea rankings. No one dared to claim anymore that he had only achieved this position because of favoritism from headmaster Yang Zhen. A freshman who had been enrolled for less than 2 months had defeated numerous talented competitors and even crushed a senior who had reached the Grandmaster level. Such a feat instantly silenced all doubts and opposition. Boss, you're unbelievably strong. As Su Ming stepped off the stage, Qin Chen immediately approached him, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Su Ming merely smiled faintly. Just as Qin Chen was about to say more, his expression suddenly turned serious. Standing upright, he called out behind Su Ming, Headmaster. Before the words left his mouth, Yang Zhen had already appeared beside Su Ming. He nodded at Qin Chen before speaking softly to Su Ming, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming felt an invisible force envelop him. In the next instant, he was lifted into the air. The scenery around him changed rapidly. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he and Yang Zhen had left the central plaza of the university and were now in an elegant room, the headmaster's office. So this is the power of a king-level expert? Too powerful, I had no chance to resist at all. Su Ming looked at himself, realizing that he had been transported here in an instant, and was utterly shocked. "This is my office," Yang Zhen's voice suddenly rang out. Su Ming quickly regained his composure, nodded slightly, and asked, "Principal, did you summon me to ask something?" Let's sit down and talk." Yang Zhen nodded lightly and gestured towards the nearby sofa. After Su Ming sat down, Yang Zhen also took a seat, his tone becoming serious. "Su Ming, no one will know about this here. I've been watching your battles closely. Your superhuman type ability far surpasses the A level of the same rank, and your ice type ability is even more extraordinary, absolutely incomparable to an ordinary S level. I believe you've been hiding something from the school. I called you here alone today to hear the truth. Can you tell me, what level have your abilities actually reached?" The moment Yang Zhen finished speaking, a slight ripple stirred in Su Ming's heart. He had long anticipated this question. After all, the recorded superhuman type ability he had registered earlier was merely A level. Of course, it wasn't intentional deception. Back then, it was genuinely just the A-level Furious Heart. As for the Ice-type ability, Lu Zhiming hadn't mentioned it to anyone, nor had he informed others about it. Even if Lu Zhiming had asked back then, Su Ming could only truthfully register his S-level Ice ability at that time, because the SS-level Ice ability had only been upgraded after he joined the school. Now, Yang Zhen had shown him immense trust and support. Since the principal had asked, there was no need to hide anymore. Only by showcasing greater strength could he gain more attention and better resources. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ming spoke candidly, "Principal, your insight is truly sharp. I did withhold some information. My superhuman type ability is not A-level, but S-level, and it's called Raging Titan." A gleam of light flashed in Yang Zhen's eyes as he slowly nodded. "As expected. Otherwise, your terrifying physical enhancement couldn't be explained. And your Ice-type ability?" "My Ice-type ability is SS-level, called Frozen Emperor's Gear." SS-level. Even though Yang Zhen had already speculated, hearing Su Ming confirm it himself still made him gasp in astonishment, his face full of shock. SS-level abilities were extremely rare in Hanxia, and even in the entire world. Every awakened individual with an SS-level ability, as long as they didn't fall prematurely, had the potential to become a dominant force in the future, perhaps even reaching the highest levels of power. Good. Yang Zhen took a deep breath, praising repeatedly, his excitement barely concealed. 2 abilities, 1 S-level, 1 SS-level. Su Ming, your talent is absolutely top tier in the history of Hanxia. It's truly a blessing for Magic Sea University to have you, and Hanxia is proud of you as well. Rest assured, I will keep your ability levels a secret. Other than you and me, no one else will know. In the future, the school will only provide you with more support. Whatever you need, just ask. Yang Zhen stood up, enthusiastically patting Su Ming on the shoulder. Wait a moment. After the excitement, Yang Zhen quickly regained his composure, his expression becoming more serious. He walked to his desk, retrieved a jade pendant from a hidden compartment. The pendant was pure white, with a warm and smooth texture. Its design was ancient, engraved with intricate patterns, faintly exuding spiritual energy. Su Ming, your exceptional talent makes you a target. Now that you've revealed your brilliance, I fear many ill-intentioned individuals have set their sights on you. Some human forces that don't wish for Hanxia to grow stronger, or even those traitorous fallen martial artists, might make you their top assassination target. This jade pendant contains a seal of my spiritual imprint. Keep it close to you, and activate it immediately if you're in danger. My spiritual form will manifest briefly. Though it's only 1/10 of my full strength, it's sufficient to handle most threats below the King Ceiling level. As long as the opponent isn't a King Ceiling expert, this jade pendant can ensure your safety. Once activated, I will also sense it and rush to your aid as quickly as possible. After finishing, Yang Zhen solemnly handed the jade pendant to Su Ming. Su Ming took the jade pendant, feeling a warm and peaceful energy merge into his body, calming his spirit and filling his heart with warmth. With this jade pendant, it was as if he had gained a powerful protector, possibly even one at the half-step King Ceiling level. To him, this jade pendant was a life-saving charm of immeasurable value. Thank you, Principal. Su Ming carefully secured the jade pendant, wearing it around his neck. I've said all I needed to. Continue with your cultivation. I look forward to the day you break through to the Grandmaster level. Seeing Su Ming accept the jade pendant, Yang Zhen smiled with satisfaction. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Principal. Su Ming bade farewell to Yang Zhen and left the principal's office. After leaving, Su Ming didn't relax but immediately threw himself into intense cultivation. With Yang Zhen's support and unlimited resources, he let loose completely. The amount of cultivation resources he consumed daily was staggering. various rare 5th-tier resources, and even a small amount of 6th-tier resources were absorbed like flowing water. Time flew by in the Tower of Endless Cultivation. Su Ming was entirely immersed in the thrill of advancing his strength. With a continuous influx of resources, his vitality and spiritual power surged rapidly. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed outside. What's going on? I clearly feel like I'm only a step away from the Grandmaster level, and the resources are sufficient, so why can't I break through? In the topmost room of the Tower of Endless Cultivation, Su Ming furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Currently, his vitality and spiritual power had both reached the threshold of 990,000, but surprisingly, this number refused to budge. No matter how perfectly he operated the techniques of the 100 Refinements Body Codex and Heavenly Luo Diagram, or how many precious resources he consumed, the last 10,000 points of vitality and spiritual power seemed like an unfathomable chasm, unmoving. The previously surging tides of vitality and spiritual energy came to a halt upon reaching 990,000, as if colliding with an invisible, untouchable yet unbreakable wall. Su Ming had attempted to break through over a dozen times, yet this wall remained as unyielding as ever. The stagnation in his cultivation left him feeling deeply frustrated and puzzled. Could it be that there are unknown conditions for breaking through to the Grandmaster level? Forget it. I better go ask the principal. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming decided to pause his cultivation. Without hesitation, he left the Tower of Endless Cultivation and headed back to the principal's office. At Magic Sea University, if anyone was qualified to help him break through to the Grandmaster level, it was Principal Yangjun. Only a month in, and you're already preparing to break through to the Grandmaster level? After listening to Su Ming's request, Yangjun widened his eyes and looked at him in astonishment. Yes, Principal. Su Ming nodded, detailing his situation. My blood energy and mental power have both reached 990,000, but no matter how hard I try, I can't break through. It feels like there's an invisible barrier blocking me. Because my blood energy and mental power can no longer improve, I've come to seek your guidance. Yangjun took a deep breath, suppressing his inner shock, and gestured for Su Ming to sit down. Su Ming, the issue you're facing is something all 5th-tier martial artists encounter when attempting to break through to the Master Realm. I guess that since you entered Mo High University, you've hardly attended any classes, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confused. Su Ming nodded somewhat embarrassedly. Principal, I've been training in the Sky Tower these past days and haven't had much time for classes. Please enlighten me. Yangjun smiled and nodded, explaining, before martial artists become masters, their main focus is on refining their physical body and enhancing their spirit. The Master Realm marks the true beginning of a martial artist's connection with the heavens and earth. Your current state indicates that both your physical body and mind have reached the limit of what an ordinary person can endure. 990,000 blood energy and mental power represent this threshold. Only by breaking through it can you ascend to the Master Realm. Then how do I break through this limit? Su Ming asked eagerly. Seeing Su Ming so anxious, Yangjun didn't hesitate to continue. Breaking through to the Master Realm hinges on condensing the Heavenly Gate. Within the human body lies a secret passage that serves as a connection to the energy of the heavens and earth, known as the Heavenly Gate. Only by successfully condensing the Heavenly Gate can you draw upon external heavenly energy, shatter mortal limits, and achieve a significant leap in power. At that point, your blood energy and spirit will be vast like the ocean, and even flying through the air will no longer be difficult. Condensing the Heavenly Gate. Su Ming murmured softly, hearing this term for the first time. Exactly. Yangjun nodded. Condensing the Heavenly Gate requires a special technique called the Heavenly Gate Condensation Method. It guides your blood energy and mental power to impact, open, and stabilize the Heavenly Gate acupoint in your body. The quality of the Heavenly Gate Condensation Method determines the strength of the Heavenly Gate you condense. It also affects your potential in the Master Realm and the efficiency and power of your future communication with heavenly energy. As he spoke, Yangjun produced a jade slip glowing faintly with light. This is the most advanced Heavenly Gate Condensation Method in Mo High University's collection, rated as S grade. Even in Jingqing University or the military, techniques of this grade are extremely rare. An S-grade Heavenly Gate Condensation Method. Su Ming was deeply shaken, knowing this was an invaluable treasure. Thank you, Principal, he exclaimed excitedly, extending his hands to receive the jade slip. However, Yangjun didn't hand over the Heavenly Gate Condensation Method as Su Ming had expected. Instead, he withdrew the jade slip back into his storage ring. Principal, what conditions do I need to meet to obtain this S-grade Heavenly Gate Condensation Method? Su Ming awkwardly retracted his hands, keeping his eyes fixed on Yangjun. He was determined to acquire this S-grade technique. With the system at his disposal, as long as he mastered it, he could use enhancement points to max out its proficiency, condense the Heavenly Gate, and smoothly break through to the Master Realm. No, Yang Jin shook his head. Su Ming, if you were another genius from Mo High University, I might let you cultivate this S-grade Heavenly Gate condensation method. But you're not. While this S-grade Heavenly Gate condensation method is indeed powerful, there's an option even more suitable for your talent. Seeing Su Ming's eyes light up, Yang Jin smiled and shook his head. A more suitable option? Su Ming's spirits lifted. Exactly, Yang Jin nodded. Although this S-grade Heavenly Gate condensation method is the pinnacle of Mo High University, in Hanxia, there are techniques of an even higher grade. There are 3 SS-grade Heavenly Gate condensation methods in the world, and there's even one that is SSS-grade. An SSS-grade technique exists? Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. Previously, he had only heard of techniques in martial arts reaching S-grade at most. Even in a powerful institution like Mo High University, the highest level of techniques in martial arts was S-grade. Yang Jin's revelation of an SSS-grade Heavenly Gate condensation method completely shattered his expectations. Yes, Yang Jin nodded. However, obtaining a Heavenly Gate condensation method above S-grade requires passing a test. Only geniuses who complete the test are allowed to cultivate techniques above S-grade. When breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, you'll need to push open an even stronger Heavenly Gate. The stronger the Heavenly Gate, the harder it is to push open. If your talent isn't sufficient and you prematurely cultivate an overly advanced Heavenly Gate condensation method, it could block your future development. Principal, then I'd like to know, what are the requirements to pass the test for the SSS-grade Heavenly Gate condensation method? Su Ming asked eagerly. Right now, all he wanted was to break through to the Master Realm and improve his strength. But before that, he needed to understand the test requirements for these high-level Heavenly Gate condensation methods to prepare himself. Beyond S-grade Heavenly Gate condensation methods, the primary test is on a martial artist's talent, in other words, your innate ability. When your strength reaches the peak of the Master Realm, martial artists or awakened individuals will fuse their blood energy and mental power into a stronger force, vital energy. Innate abilities amplify vital energy. The higher the level of the ability, the greater the amplification. Only powerful abilities can provide enough vital energy to push open the condensed Heavenly Gate. These tests primarily assess how much a martial artist's innate ability enhances their strength. I myself participated in the test for the SS-grade Heavenly Gate condensation method at the virtual Divine Palace. There, blood energy and mental power are adjusted to the same level, and martial arts or other skills that enhance combat power cannot be used. You can only rely on your ability to fight. Unfortunately, my innate ability was only S-grade, with a 40-fold amplification. I couldn't pass the final test, so I could only cultivate this S-grade Heavenly Gate condensation method. As for you, with your current S-grade superhuman ability and SS-grade natural ability, passing the SS-grade test should be no problem. But the SSS-grade test will be extremely difficult. Yang Jin recounted his own experience of participating in the SS-grade test in detail to Su Ming. Only testing innate ability strength? Looks like I'll need to pause my cultivation and hunt more ferocious beasts to accumulate enhancement points. Su Ming mused. The office fell silent for a moment. Since an SSS-grade Heavenly Gate condensation method existed, he naturally wanted the very best. But if the trials of the Void Temple are truly as Yang Jin described, focusing primarily on the strength of one's abilities, then rushing to pass the SSS level trial would be impossible. To master the SSS-level Heavenly Gate condensation technique, he would need to elevate at least one of his abilities to SSS level. Last time, at the Extreme Martial Hall in the Magic Capital, he had upgraded his ice ability to SS level. He knew that to further enhance this SS-level Extreme Ice Emperor's artifact, to SSS level would require 10 million enhancement points. However, the enhancement points displayed on his system panel were less than 100,000, far from the 10 million needed. So, have you decided whether to challenge the SS-level Heavenly Gate condensation technique? Yang Jin suddenly broke the silence. Principal, I still want the best. Su Ming snapped back to reality, his gaze resolute as he looked at Yang Jin. Su Ming, I know you have lofty goals, but I must remind you that the SSS-level Heavenly Gate condensation technique trial is extremely difficult. For so many years globally, not a single person has passed it. The SS-level Heavenly Gate condensation technique is already incredibly powerful. Those who have successfully condensed a Heavenly Gate and broken through to the Grandmaster realm using this technique have surpassed the King-level realm and are now virtually unmatched. With your talent, if you train using the SS-level Heavenly Gate condensation technique and ensure no mishaps occur along the way, you'll definitely step into an invincible realm. Seeing that his previous attempts to dissuade Su Ming had failed, Yang Jin tried once more to persuade him. Principal, I know you mean well, but I've decided to challenge the SSS-level Heavenly Gate condensation technique. Even if I fail the SSS-level trial, I can always fall back later and attempt the SS-level trial. Either way, I won't lose out. However, before challenging the SSS-level Heavenly Gate condensation technique, I still need some time to prepare. Su Ming's tone was firm, showing no hesitation. Alright then, you're right. During your preparation period, whatever you need, just let me know. If the Magic Sea University can help, I'll do everything I can to support you, Yang Jin said, no longer trying to dissuade him and instead choosing to support Su Ming's decision. Thank you, Principal. If I need anything, I will definitely come to you. If there's nothing else, I'll start preparing for the SSS-level Heavenly Gate condensation technique now. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately stood up and addressed Yang Jin. Go ahead. Yang Jin nodded with a smile. Su Ming bid farewell to Yang Jin and left the principal's office. Next, I need to head outside the university to those underground lairs to hunt fierce beasts and earn enhancement points. With my current strength, any fierce beasts below Tier 7 are no threat to me. Back when I encountered that Tier 7 Golden War Lion on my way to Magic Sea University, I could have at least fought it. Now, I can head to the higher tier underground lairs near the Magic Capital to hunt fiercer beasts. After leaving the principal's office, Su Ming made up his mind. He planned to challenge the underground lairs with Tier 7 fierce beasts, as the stronger the beasts he killed, the more enhancement points he would gain. Housekeeper, pull up information on all the underground lairs near the Magic Capital. Upon returning to his villa, Su Ming instructed the intelligent housekeeper to retrieve data on all the underground lairs near the Magic Capital. Soon, information on 7 underground lairs appeared before him. After reviewing the data, Su Ming frowned slightly. Didn't expect that the fiercest beast in the highest level lair near the Magic Capital is only at the peak of Tier 6. Seems like a bigger city doesn't necessarily mean higher tier lairs around it. Seeing that the strongest fierce beast in the Magic Capital's #1 lair was only at the peak of Tier 6, Su Ming shook his head and sighed. Right, during my journey to Magic Sea University last time, there was that beast tied with the Tier 7 Golden War Lion. That area seemed to be on the outskirts of Yan'an City, just 300 kilometers from the Magic Capital. I can check out the lair there. Also, I remember a new lair that appeared north of Linjiang City before the college entrance exams. I wonder what level it is. If that lair's tier is high enough, heading back to Linjiang City to hunt beasts for enhancement points could work too. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Ming's frown eased. He immediately instructed the housekeeper to search for information on these 2 lairs. Yan'an #3 lair, a new lair that appeared in the past 2 months. Strong experts from the Bureau of Anomalies have explored it, discovering Tier 8 marquee level fierce beasts. It ranks among the top 10 most dangerous lairs in Hanxia. Linjiang #4 lair, a new lair that appeared in the past 4 months. The Bureau of Anomalies has determined that it is guarded by Tier 6 Grandmaster level fierce beasts, posing moderate danger. Soon, concise information on these 2 lairs appeared before Su Ming. The Yan'an #3 lair actually has marquee level fierce beasts. Looks like I was lucky last time to have only encountered an early Tier 7 Golden War Lion. If I had run into a beast tide led by a Tier 8 fierce beast, I wouldn't have lasted until Ling Tian Marquis arrived to save me. Reading the information on these 2 lairs, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Then, his gaze fell on the Linjiang #4 lair. The Linjiang #4 lair was the one that had appeared north of the hot spring town near Linjiang City, nearly causing his sister Su Xiaowei to lose her life to a beast. Seeing that the strongest fierce beast there was only Tier 6, Su Ming felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, the highest tier beasts that had appeared back then were only at Tier 3. Since the strongest fierce beasts in the Linjiang #4 lair are only Tier 6, I'll head there. After a moment of thought, Su Ming made his decision. The fiercest beasts in the lairs around the Magic Capital were only Tier 6, similar to those in the Linjiang #4 lair. Instead of hunting beasts near the Magic Capital, it made more sense to return to Linjiang City and clear out the fierce beasts in the Linjiang #4 lair. Linjiang City didn't have as many strong experts as the Magic Capital. If a beast tide were to break out in the Linjiang #4 lair, it would pose a significant threat to his family in Linjiang. Even with the military's protection, Su Ming wouldn't feel at ease. He decided to personally eliminate all the high-tier fierce beasts there. Not only would this earn him a large number of enhancement points, but it would also greatly reduce the threat to Linjiang City. Housekeeper, open the Magic Sea University Resource Database. Having decided where to go, Su Ming didn't set off immediately. Instead, he accessed the Magic Sea University Resource Database and browsed for a long time. He eventually selected several rare resources that could accelerate a martial artist's cultivation, improve ordinary physiques, and help ordinary people become martial artists faster. He placed the order immediately. 10 minutes later, Su Ming received resources worth nearly 5,000 academic credits. He stored them in his storage ring and booked the earliest high-speed train ticket to Linjiang City, leaving Magic Sea University with the resources in hand. He didn't book a flight because, on Blue Star, underground layers frequently appeared. If a flying beast attacked during the journey, or if a fierce beast above Tier 6 showed up, the passengers on the plane would almost have no chance of survival. In the early days, there had indeed been numerous tragic plane crashes. Eventually, no one dared to fly anymore. However, with the rapid development of high-speed rail technology, its speed is now comparable to that of airplanes, while being significantly safer. High-speed rail has become the primary mode of long-distance travel for martial artists below the Grandmaster level and ordinary people. This batch of resources was evidently not for Su Ming's own use but intended to be brought back for his mother and younger sister. Although these resources were insignificant compared to the ones he usually purchased for tens of thousands of credits for his own cultivation, for Su Xiaowei and Lin Wanru, they were sufficient to last a long time and significantly enhance their abilities. Principal, Su Ming just bought a ticket to Linjiang City and has already left Mohai University. He also looked into information about newly emerged dungeons near Modu, Yannan City's outskirts, and Linjiang City. As soon as Su Ming left Mohai University, Yang Jin received the news. A humanoid intelligent projection appeared on his desk, providing a detailed report on Su Ming's movements. It even relayed the details of how Su Ming had instructed the smart housekeeper at his villa to look up information on the dungeons. Does this kid plan to venture into the dungeons to hunt ferocious beasts, using that to enhance his strength and challenge the SSS-level Heaven Gate condensation technique? Yang Jin frowned. The trials of the Void Divine Palace only assess the strength of abilities. Combat experience won't improve the chances of passing. After listening to the report, a hint of doubt flashed in Yang Jin's eyes. Forget it. With the protective jade pendant I gave him, even if he goes to dungeon number 4 after returning to Linjiang City, where the highest level beasts are at the peak of the 6th tier, he won't face any danger. Besides, with his current strength, even without the jade pendant, he wouldn't have to fear any beasts below the 7th tier. Shaking his head, Yang Jin wasn't worried about Su Ming's actions. After all, a month ago, when Su Ming was at the early stage of the 5th tier, he could already unleash an attack nearing the peak strength of a Grandmaster. Now that he had reached the peak of the 5th tier, his strength was second only to a 7th tier Grandmaster, and virtually no one, not even ferocious beasts, could defeat him. 2.5 hours later, Su Ming stepped out of Linjiang's high-speed rail station. Linjiang City, I'm back. Home is always the most comfortable. He looked at the familiar surroundings, took a deep breath, and felt reinvigorated as he headed in the direction of his home. After becoming the top scorer in Jiangnan Province's college entrance exams, the Linjiang city government had gifted him a large villa in the city center, just a 5-minute drive from the high-speed rail station. With his formidable strength, Su Ming had no need for a taxi. With a single step, he dashed forward like a whirlwind. Whoa, what was that just flew past? Ordinary people nearby only saw a blur as a gust of wind swept by, making it impossible to catch a clear glimpse of Su Ming. So fast. Is that the speed of a 4th tier or 5th tier martial artist? That figure looks so familiar. Oh, that's it. Isn't that Su Ming, who scored full marks in Linjiang City's college entrance exams 2 months ago? The government martial artists patrolling outside the high-speed rail station were startled by Su Ming's sudden burst of speed. Only after a moment did they recognize him. When Su Ming shattered the test puppet during the college entrance exams and emerged as the top scorer in Jiangnan Province, he became the pride of Linjiang City. While ordinary people might not all recognize him, he was a household name among the city's martial artists. The news quickly spread among the martial artists, and soon the mayor and the heads of major martial arts schools were informed, causing a considerable stir. Unaware of all this, Su Ming had already arrived back at his home in Linjiang City's downtown. That evening, in the villa's dining room, Lin Wanru placed a large piece of spiced and braised beef into Su Ming's bowl. Here, son, this is your favorite spicy braised beef. Eat more. You've gotten thinner after these 2 months at school. Su Ming's bowl was already piled high with dishes Lin Wanru had personally prepared, all of which were his favorites. Mom, stop adding more. My bowl is almost full. I can serve myself after finishing this. Besides, I might look thinner, but I'm actually in great shape. Su Ming accepted the food with a smile. Brother, how's life at Mohai University? Much more interesting than high school, right? On the side, Su Xiaowei ate her meal while curiously staring at Su Ming. You'll find out for yourself when you get there, Su Ming responded with a faint smile, avoiding a direct answer. Humph, you always like to keep me guessing. Su Xiaowei wrinkled her nose at his response, unable to resist complaining. However, thinking about the precious cultivation resources Su Ming had just given her after coming home from school, her face lit up with a smile. Confidently, she said to Su Ming, but with these resources you've given me, I'm sure I can increase my blood energy to over 10 points by the end of this semester and officially become a martial artist. Becoming a martial artist in my first year of high school will definitely make history in Linjiang City, hee. When it's time for my college entrance exams, I also want to claim the top spot in Jiangnan province, just like you, and experience university life at Mahai University for myself. Then work hard. Su Ming nodded with a faint smile, watching her brimming confidence. But in his heart, he didn't truly believe Su Xiaowei could achieve the top score in the martial arts exams 3 years later. Even though he had brought back plenty of cultivation resources from Mahai University, enough to ensure Su Xiaowei's blood energy and mental strength would far surpass her peers in Linjiang City, Jiangnan province wasn't short of families with grandmasters or even marquis-level experts. The resources these families provided to their descendants were just as good, if not better, than what he could give Su Xiaowei. Unless Su Xiaowei awakened an S-level ability, supported by his resources, there might be hope for her to compete for the top spot in the exams 3 years later. Don't worry, brother. I won't let you or mom down. Hearing Su Ming's encouragement, Su Xiaowei became even more motivated. Lin Wanru stood silently to the side, smiling as she watched the siblings. After they finished speaking, Lin Wanru finally asked, "Son, are you home for a break this time, or is there something else?" As a martial artist herself, Lin Wanru knew quite a bit about Mahai University. She was aware that the talented students there rarely left campus, instead spending all their time working on improving their strength. Su Ming's sudden return to Linjiang City likely meant he had other plans. "I came back to explore Linjiang City's dungeon number 4 and take the opportunity to hunt more ferocious beasts to hone my combat skills," Su Ming replied honestly. "You're going to dungeon number 4? No way. The Cleansing Bureau has already scouted the area and found 6th-tier ferocious beasts there. Those are formidable foes equivalent to Grandmaster-level martial artists. It's too dangerous for you to go." Upon hearing that Su Ming planned to venture into the newly emerged dungeon number 4, Lin Wanru's expression changed. She immediately shook her head to dissuade him. "Don't worry, Mom. My current strength is no weaker than a Grandmaster's, and the principal gave me a protective talisman. As long as I don't encounter a king-level expert, I'll be perfectly safe." Seeing Lin Wanru's smile fade, Su Ming remained calm and composed. As soon as he finished speaking, both Lin Wanru and Su Xiaowei froze, their movements halted, and the room fell into an instant silence. "Brother, what did you just say? You already possess the strength of a grandmaster?" Not long after, Su Xiaowei was the first to break the silence. She put down her chopsticks, stood up with her mouth wide open, and her voice raised several octaves in shock. Su Ming looked at the overly dramatic Su Xiaowei and nodded in confirmation. "Brother, you're incredible." Receiving Su Ming's confirmation, Su Xiaowei stammered for a long while, unable to find the right words to describe his rapid improvement in strength, and could only utter this sentence. Hearing this, Su Ming's expression instantly darkened. Although he knew Su Xiaowei was praising his martial talent, he couldn't help but feel strange. Did this make him sound like some kind of monster? "Since that's the case, I won't try to stop you anymore, son. But when you're out, especially in the catacombs, you must be careful. There are dangers in the catacombs beyond just ferocious beasts. Other martial artists can be threats too," Lin Wanru said seriously, quickly recovering from her initial shock. I understand," Su Ming replied. Seeing this, Lin Wanru nodded and didn't say more. The family resumed eating, and after finishing their meal, they watched some television together before heading to their rooms to rest. The next morning, word about Su Ming's achievements spread throughout the city. Prominent figures from all sectors of Linjiang City, bearing valuable gifts, rushed to his home in hopes of establishing a connection with this future powerhouse. Su Ming, however, ignored the visitors. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he simply dashed out of his home and headed straight for catacomb number 4 at such speed that no one could stop him. "It's Su Ming. He's so fast." At that moment, the mayor of Linjiang City happened to be nearby, just about to step out of his car, when he saw Su Ming sprint past. Startled, he froze. "This kid, it's only been 2 months, and his strength has grown this much?" The mayor stepped out of the car, staring in shock as Su Ming's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. The speed Su Ming displayed just now was unmatched, even by him, a peak 4th rank martial artist. With such speed, Su Ming's strength must have surpassed the 4th rank. In just 2 months, he had ascended to the 5th rank. The speed of such improvement was simply unbelievable. "Leaving so early, it seems I won't get to meet him today," the mayor muttered, staring blankly in the direction Su Ming had vanished before letting out a faint, bitter smile. Just then, the commotion outside Su Ming's house drew the mayor's attention. Turning his head, he saw a large crowd gathered in front of Su Ming's villa. Frowning, he immediately instructed his secretary, Secretary Wang, arrange for people to clear out these onlookers. They shouldn't be disturbing Su Ming's family. Understood, Mayor, Secretary Wang responded promptly and got to work. Before long, the crowd outside Su Ming's house was dispersed, and the area finally returned to peace and quiet. Beyond Linjiang City, Su Ming left from the northern part of the city and sprinted non-stop. In less than 15 minutes, he had passed the hot spring town and arrived at Catacomb Number 4, located approximately 40 kilometers north of Linjiang City. Near Catacomb Number 4, there were no military bases, only 2 buildings erected beside the catacomb's entrance, guarded by martial artists dressed in uniforms of the Bureau of Unusual Affairs. The guards are 4th-rank martial artists. Noticing the powerful vitality emanating from the guards, Su Ming wore a look of surprise. Then, his gaze shifted to a nearby building, where he spotted an elderly man lounging on a recliner, basking in the sun, sipping tea, and looking utterly relaxed. Although Su Ming observed the old man closely, he couldn't detect any aura of a strong fighter from him. Yet, even so, Su Ming felt a subtle sense of pressure from the man. Clearly, this old man was no ordinary person. The absence of any detectable aura was likely because the old man's strength far exceeded Su Ming's. This old man's strength gives me pressure. Could he be a Grandmaster-level powerhouse? Su Ming stared at the elderly man in the Bureau of Unusual Affairs uniform, his heart filled with astonishment. Shifting his gaze away, Su Ming scanned the buildings flanking the catacomb entrance. He noticed many martial artists in bureau uniforms moving about. The weakest among them were at the 4th rank, most were 5th rank, and there were even Grandmaster-level martial artists present. It seems that for catacombs harboring Grandmaster-level beasts, ordinary military forces are no longer sufficient. Only true human powerhouses can garrison them. Perhaps, in all of Hanxia's catacombs containing 6th rank or higher beasts, they are safeguarded by the elite of the Bureau of Unusual Affairs. Only such a setup can ensure the safety of Hanxia. After assessing the situation around Catacomb Number 4, Su Ming felt significantly more at ease. After all, with the Bureau's powerhouses guarding the area, it was far more reassuring than relying on military forces. After all, martial artists who had reached the Grandmaster realm, whether human or beast, could fly and possessed incredible speed. Against opponents of this level, ordinary military firearms were nearly useless. Only martial artists stronger than all the beasts in the catacombs could keep them contained. Having gained a clear understanding of the defenses at Catacomb Number 4, Su Ming strode decisively toward the catacomb entrance. A student of Mahai University? When Su Ming presented his Mahai University student ID to the guards, they looked astonished and kindly warned him, "Classmate, Linjiang's Catacomb Number 4 contains 6th-rank beasts. Entering alone is extremely dangerous, please think it over carefully." Mahai University was the top martial arts university in Hanxia. Its students were the cream of the crop, the future backbone of the nation. Even the most average student at Mahai had the potential to become a grandmaster. This was why the guards felt compelled to warn Su Ming when they saw him entering the catacombs alone. "I know there are 6th-rank beasts, but I have great confidence in my own abilities. Even if I encounter them, I can retreat unscathed. Please rest assured." Su Ming smiled politely, his gaze firm as he responded, "Very well then." The 2 guards exchanged glances before allowing Su Ming to enter the catacombs. Interesting. Already at the peak of the 5th rank, his growth far exceeds expectations, probably due to frequent training in the Sky Tower at Mahai University. But even then, entering the tower requires the school's approval. For him to reach the peak of the 5th rank so quickly, it's clear the school is fully backing him. If the upper echelon of Mahai University values him this much, he must be extraordinary. Perhaps it's time for those above to start paying closer attention to Su Ming. Inside the catacombs, the elderly man who had been sipping tea in the recliner revealed a glimmer of interest in his eyes, along with a faint smile. He was a 7th-rank grandmaster with immense spiritual power. He had noticed Su Ming the moment the young man approached the catacomb entrance. With his strength, it was easy for him to sense the near-million vitality emanating from Su Ming. Moreover, Su Ming was one of only 2 geniuses in the nation to achieve a perfect score in this year's martial arts college entrance exam. Any martial artist with even slightly superior strength or influence had already taken note of him. The moment he laid eyes on Su Ming, the old man recognized him instantly. Su Ming's rapid progress and strength also made it clear to others that his martial arts talent was far from ordinary. Very soon, the elder took out a communicator from his storage ring and sent out a few messages. On the other side, deep within the cave, As Su Ming traversed through a narrow passage, he was immediately greeted by an unprecedented surge of intense energy from heaven and earth. "Such thick mist," he exclaimed, staring at the scene before him in surprise. A vast forest appeared before him, shrouded by dense fog. Even with his extraordinary vision, which surpassed that of ordinary people, he could only see clearly within a range of 30 to 40 meters. Beyond that, it was a blank expanse of white, completely obscured by the fog. Seeing his vision obstructed, Su Ming immediately released his spiritual power, letting it spread out in all directions. With his current formidable spiritual power, he could easily scan the surroundings within a kilometer, detecting even the smallest mosquito. "Thankfully, my spiritual power isn't affected. Finding fierce beasts won't waste much time," he let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, with a thought, he retrieved an A-grade obsidian gun from his spatial ring, gripping it tightly in his hand. Simultaneously, the pendant on his chest began to glow, and the A-grade fiery sun battlesuit rapidly unfolded, covering his entire body in a layer of scarlet armor. Although Su Ming had absolute confidence in his strength and felt no pressure against beasts below the 7th tier, he dared not lower his guard. This A-grade combat suit could withstand attacks below the Grandmaster level and could even mitigate most of the impact from a Grandmaster's strike. In Lingjiang No. 4 cave, donning this armor was undoubtedly a significant boost to his safety. Whoosh! Fully equipped, Su Ming's spiritual power expanded rapidly to cover a radius of 1 kilometer. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting swiftly toward the depths of the forest. In the sky, an ice spear several meters long pierced through the dense mist, shooting straight into the clouds. Chirp! Above the fog-shrouded forest, a giant silver bird with metallic wings let out a mournful cry. It plummeted rapidly from the sky. As the silver bird fell, its massive body was quickly encased in ice. The ice spear had struck precisely at its chest, its long shaft completely penetrating the bird's body. Boom! With a heavy thud, the frozen bird crashed to the ground, shattering 2 towering trees over 30 meters tall upon impact. Successfully killed mid-tier 5th level fierce beast, Iron-Winged Eagle. Gained enhancement points, plus 20,000. The system notification popped up before Su Ming's eyes, and 20,000 enhancement points were instantly credited. The one who had effortlessly slain the mid-tier 5th level fierce beast, the Iron-Winged Eagle, was none other than Su Ming himself. With a spiritual power intensity of 990,000 points, combined with the 100-fold power boost from his SS-level ice talent, even without using martial techniques, the power of a casually thrown ice spear was enough to make Grandmaster-level experts retreat in fear. For anyone below the Grandmaster level and fierce beasts under the 6th tier, it was essentially a guaranteed one-hit kill, leaving no chance for evasion. After the Iron-Winged Eagle's body hit the ground, Su Ming quickly moved to its side. Looking at the intact corpse of the Iron-Winged Eagle, which had remained whole despite its high-altitude fall, he willed the ice encasing it to melt rapidly. 2 gleaming ice blades formed in an instant and, under Su Ming's control, transformed into countless flashes of light. In the blink of an eye, the Iron-Winged Eagle's body was dissected by the ice blades, and all valuable materials hovered in the air under the control of Su Ming's spiritual power. With his level of spiritual power, controlling objects remotely was effortless. In fact, every powerful awakened being could use their spiritual power to manipulate objects at a distance or even directly attack an enemy's spirit. However, unlike spiritual-type awakened beings, those like Su Ming, who possessed natural and superhuman abilities, couldn't benefit from their talents' combat bonuses when using spiritual power to attack. This mid-tier 5th level Iron-Winged Eagle is a treasure, especially its iron wings, which are incredibly valuable. Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. With a single thought, all the materials were stored in the spatial ring on his right hand. After finishing, Su Ming didn't linger and continued heading deeper into the misty forest. Not long after, the scent of blood from the Iron-Winged Eagle attracted numerous 4th-tier fierce beasts. Their eyes turned red as they pounced on the Iron-Winged Eagle's body, tearing into its flesh ravenously. Roar! Thud! Successfully killed peak 4th-tier fierce beast, Iron-Spine Beast. Gained enhancement points, plus 5,000. A 3-meter-tall humanoid beast covered in solid ice collapsed to the ground, and a system notification appeared. Current enhancement points, 837,500. Another 5,000 enhancement points. Hunting fierce beasts in such a high-level cave really speeds up point accumulation, Su Ming said with satisfaction. Opening his attribute panel, Su Ming glanced at his current enhancement points, a smile appearing at the corner of his lips before closing the panel. In the blink of an eye, he had been in the cave for 2 days. In these 2 days, the enhancement points he had gained from hunting beasts far exceeded what he had earned during half a month of hunting missions near the caves around Magic Sea University. Closing the attribute panel, Su Ming didn't spare another glance at the fallen peak 4th-tier fierce beast Iron-Spine Beast, nor did he bother collecting its materials. Generally speaking, the stronger the beast, the larger its body. In Lingjiang No. 4 cave, Su Ming had hunted many 5th-tier fierce beasts. The materials from these 5th-tier beasts already occupied a significant portion of his spatial ring. Although his spatial ring was the largest in Magic C University, in just 2 days, the beast materials had taken up nearly 1/5 of its capacity. To maximize his gains, he decided not to collect materials from beasts below the 5th tier moving forward. However, even though he disregarded the materials from the peak 4th tier Iron Spine Beast, Su Ming's attention locked onto a massive tree nearby that the Iron Spine Beast had dug into, creating a hole. Under this giant tree, which had a diameter of nearly 10 meters, grew 6 knee-high, bright silver herbs that swayed gently in the wind. 5th-tier low-grade resource, bone-strengthening grass. Judging by the surrounding traces, there were likely many more bone-strengthening grass plants here, but the Iron Spine Beast must have eaten them. With so much 5th-tier low-grade bone-strengthening grass, it's no wonder this Iron Spine Beast reached peak 4th-tier strength. Looking at the 6 swaying herbs before him, Su Ming quickly removed the visor of his fiery sun battlesuit, revealing a handsome face with a faint smile and eyes filled with anticipation. Although the Iron Spine Beast was a 4th-tier fierce beast, adult individuals typically only reached mid-tier 4th level strength. The one he had just killed had reached the peak of the 4th tier, undoubtedly due to these bone-strengthening grass plants. When boiled into a medicinal broth for bathing, the energy within the bone-strengthening grass greatly enhanced bone strength. Even ordinary people could use it, as long as the broth was slightly diluted and applied in small amounts over multiple sessions. A single sturdy bone grass could enhance an ordinary person's physique by 4-fold, making it an invaluable resource for young individuals. Just starting their cultivation journey, it was perpetually in short supply on the market. Even in the resource vault of Demon C University, Su Ming had never seen a sturdy bone grass. Now that he had come across it, there was no way he would let it slip by. Although he didn't need it for himself at the moment, he could take it back for his mother and younger sister to strengthen them. Su Ming stepped forward, preparing to pick all 6 stalks of sturdy bone grass and store them in his spatial ring. At that moment, he suddenly turned his head to look at the mist on his left side. Sweeping his spiritual senses across, he found nothing unusual and cautiously continued picking the herbs. As he was harvesting the 4th stalk, several figures suddenly leapt out from the thick mist on his left. They rushed forward, stopping about 15 meters away from Su Ming. Upon seeing him, their eyes lit up with delight. Sturdy bone grass. We're so lucky. The 4 individuals were all newly initiated martial artists. The weakest among them was at the late stage of Tier 4. Among the remaining 3, one was at the mid-stage of Tier 5, another at the early stage of Tier 5, and the last was at the peak of Tier 4. Their strength was sufficient to explore the number 4 cavity in Linjiang City without much danger, as long as they didn't venture too deep. To them, the Tier 5 primary resource, sturdy bone grass, was immensely attractive. Due to its unique effects, its market value was on par with high-tier Tier 5 resources. Although Su Ming had already harvested 3 stalks ahead of them, 3 stalks still remained, and their value was substantial. Even the strongest among them, the mid-stage Tier 5 martial artist, was tempted. Gazing at the 3 stalks of sturdy bone grass in front of Su Ming, greed flickered in their eyes. However, Su Ming, who had long sensed their presence, remained calm and focused on collecting the remaining stalks of sturdy bone grass. Before long, he carefully uprooted the 4th stalk, intact, and stored it in his spatial ring. A spatial ring. The moment the sturdy bone grass vanished into thin air, the 4 individuals froze in shock, their eyes wide open and pupils contracting. Spatial rings were of immense value, typically only owned by Tier 6 master-level experts. Even if the 4 of them pooled their resources, they couldn't afford the smallest spatial ring. This young man is so young. He can't possibly be a master-level expert. Could he be a scion of a prominent family? Not just the spatial ring, his battle attire is also extremely valuable. He must be the descendant of some major family. Upon realizing that Su Ming possessed such a precious spatial ring, their greed deepened, surpassing even their desire for the sturdy bone grass. However, their rationality quickly suppressed those thoughts. It seems like there's an iron-spined beast behind him. To kill an iron-spined beast, this young man, despite his youth, must possess powers surpassing mid-stage Tier 4. The iron-spined beast appears to have been frozen to death. This young man must be an ice elemental ability user. For someone so young to kill an adult iron-spined beast, possess ice elemental abilities, and be such a rare talent, he's likely protected by a hidden expert. It was only at that moment that the 4 finally noticed the frozen corpse of the iron-spined beast not far away, and their hearts trembled. Though their cultivation levels weren't low, they quickly deduced the situation based on the condition of the iron-spined beast's corpse, especially when they saw how Su Ming remained composed and unfazed by their appearance, continuing to harvest the sturdy bone grass with such ease. Their suspicions were solidified. The 4 immediately decided to remain docile where they were, signaling that they had no interest in Su Ming's belongings. Ming's. At least you know your place, Su Ming said indifferently, after digging up all the sturdy bone grass and storing them in his spatial ring. He stood up and gazed calmly at the 4 individuals on his left. When they had first laid eyes on the sturdy bone grass, Su Ming had already sensed their greedy and restless aura. If they had dared to act against him earlier, he wouldn't have hesitated to send them to meet their ancestors. Thud. In stark contrast to Su Ming's cold demeanor, the 4 men stiffened under his gaze, their hearts skipping a beat as chills ran down their spines. Su Ming's spiritual power was at the peak of Tier 5, far surpassing theirs. That single glance brought an oppressive pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe. Disregarding their reactions, Su Ming simply turned and walked forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dense forest mist. Gulp. It wasn't until Su Ming vanished that the 4 men's Adam's apples bobbed, and they exchanged looks, their eyes filled with fear. He's a peak Tier 5 awakener. Luckily, we didn't act recklessly just because he looked young. Otherwise, we'd all be finished today. After a long while, having calmed their nerves, the mid-stage Tier 5 martial artist leading the group finally voiced his thoughts. Even if the 4 of them combined their strength, they wouldn't stand a chance against a single peak Tier 5 martial artist. Moreover, awakeners were far more formidable than ordinary peak Tier 5 martial artists. If they had fought, they would have been annihilated in an instant. This man wasn't a pampered scion protected by a hidden expert, he himself was a powerhouse nearing master-level strength. Big brother, now that I think about it, that young man looked somewhat familiar. Have we seen him somewhere before? At this moment, the Tier 5 early-stage martial artist glanced at the middle-aged leader with a puzzled expression. Now that you mention it, he does seem familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen him before. The middle-aged leader frowned, trying hard to remember. They were martial artists from Jiangnan province. When news of the newly discovered cavity in Linjiang City broke, they had rushed over to explore. New cavities, untouched by human activity, often contain treasures far richer than older ones. Thus, many martial artist teams had flocked to Linjiang's number 4 cavity in search of fortune. As martial artists from Jiangnan province, they were somewhat familiar with this year's martial arts exam champion. They had seen news of Su Ming's victory in the newspapers and even his photos. However, nearly 3 months had passed since the martial arts exam, and with Su Ming's face obscured by the radiant sun battle armor, leaving only his face visible, they didn't recognize him immediately. Forget it, he's probably far away by now. Since he left the iron-spined beast behind, we might as well take advantage of the situation. Unable to recall, the middle-aged leader shook his head, dismissing the thought. His gaze shifted to the frozen corpse of the iron-spined beast. Yeah. The other 3 nodded quickly, setting aside their doubts as they approached to cut up the iron-spined beast's corpse. Ding! Just as they tried to smash through the ice with their weapons, they were met with a powerful rebound. The intense shock made their hands ache, even for the mid-stage Tier 5 leader. Hiss! This ice is unbelievably hard. The result startled them, filling their hearts with silent astonishment. Having secured all 6 stalks of sturdy bone grass, Su Ming continued swiftly into the depths of the cavity. Along the way, every ferocious beast he encountered was slain without exception. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed, and Su Ming's enhancement points had exceeded 1.8 million. The deeper he ventured into the cavity, the higher the level of the beasts he encountered. Not long ago, he had just slain a peak Tier 5 ferocious beast, earning a whopping 50,000 enhancement points in one go. However, after running continuously for 10 minutes, Su Ming encountered no beasts at all. This is strange. Logically, I've covered 30 kilometers in 10 minutes, I should have encountered a second beast by now. Could it be because I've ventured too deep into the cave, entering a region frequented by Tier 6 beasts? Su Ming extended his mental energy over a kilometer, yet still couldn't detect any sign of a beast, which made him start doubting his assumptions. His teachers at school had once told him that Tier 6 and above beasts always have their own territories, forbidding other beasts from entering. If any intruder is discovered, they would either be driven away or outright killed. Now, having ventured so far without encountering a second beast, Su Ming wondered if he had already entered the territory of a Tier 6 beast. The deeper one goes into the cave, the denser the world's energy becomes, and the rarer the resources. Tier 6 beasts, possessing intelligence not inferior to humans, usually choose to dominate and occupy the deeper areas alone. After thinking for a moment, Su Ming shook his head and dismissed the thought, continuing to walk in a straight line toward the forest, shrouded in mist. The cave was vast, and he believed that as long as he kept moving forward, he would eventually encounter a Tier 6 beast. At the same time, about 40 kilometers ahead of Su Ming's path, 2 teams stood stationed on opposite sides of a small hill. Both teams consisted of skilled martial artists, including Tier 6 Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Their outfits made it clear they came from the Limitless Martial Hall and the Guanshang Martial Hall, respectively. Each martial hall had dispatched 6 warriors, led by a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, with the weakest team members being at late Tier 4. From the limitless martial hall, the head of the Linjiang City branch, Jiang Lingchuan, was, among them, his strength already reaching late tier 4. Compared to when Su Ming left Linjiang City, Jiang Lingchuan's blood energy had increased by 20,000 points, and his strength had advanced from mid to late tier 4. This progress was all thanks to him recruiting a genius like Su Ming. However, even so, Jiang Lingchuan remained the weakest in the team. Aside from another peak tier 4 warrior, the other three were tier 5 powerhouses, and the team leader was a mid-tier 6 grandmaster. Similarly, the Guanshang Martial Hall team had comparable strength, also led by a mid-tier 6 grandmaster. Apart from the Hall Master, who was late tier 4, the rest were all tier 5 warriors. At this moment, the attention of both martial halls was focused on the small hill in front of them. Atop the hill lay a patch of lush bamboo forest, and at its center grew a jade-green bamboo stalk, its surface glowing with golden lightning. The golden lightning emitted immense power and a searing heat, dissipating all surrounding mist. Within a 50-meter radius, no fog dared to approach. Clearly, this was an advanced tier 7 resource, the Golden Thunder Jade Bamboo. The 12 powerhouses from both martial halls had excitement and a hint of greed flashing in their eyes. Advanced tier 7 resources were incredibly valuable, enough to tempt even grandmaster-level powerhouses. However, neither team leader dared to act rashly. This was because near the Golden Thunder Jade Bamboo, 3 massive bear-like beasts, black and white in color and exuding immense power, were staring down at the two teams from the hill. These 3 wild bears were all tier 6 beasts. Among them, 2 adult wild bears radiated a powerful tier 6 aura, while the one in the middle, noticeably smaller, only emitted a tier 5 presence. However, its black and white fur was laced with flickering electric arcs. Wild bears are known for their sturdy bodies and immense strength but lack other special abilities. Yet, this juvenile bear, with its electrical properties, was clearly a mutated beast. Even though it was only at mid-tier 5, the pressure it emitted caused the tier 5 martial artists from both martial halls to look grim. Even late tier 5 warriors felt a considerable sense of threat. Shuiruahai, that Golden Thunder Jade Bamboo is guarded by 2 adult wild bears. If we want to claim it, we'll have to work together to take down those 2 bears. Neither of us can succeed with our own strength alone, the Grandmaster leader from the Guanshang Martial Hall said, staring at the leader of the Limitless Martial Hall. Shuiruahai, those 2 wild bears are both mid-tier 6, their strength comparable to ours. Even if we cooperate, it'll be extremely difficult to kill them, He Wushuang frowned. Beasts naturally had an advantage in physicality. Without exceptional martial techniques or profound cultivation, it was nearly impossible for martial artists to kill beasts of the same tier. If killing them isn't feasible, we could try to lure the 2 adult bears away. As for the smaller one, we can leave it to the others to handle. Whoever ultimately claims the Golden Thunder Jade Bamboo will depend on who grabs it first. As Grandmasters, our task is only to keep the 2 adult bears occupied, He Wushuang calmly analyzed. Hearing this, Shuiruahai smiled faintly. Heh, your plan is flawed. You have 4 tier 5 warriors on your side, while I only have 3. Are you suggesting we send them to their deaths to compete? We might as well leave now and let your Limitless Martial Hall have the Golden Thunder Jade Bamboo. However, before he could finish speaking, He Wushuang sneered. Shuiruahai, you've got it wrong. If we join forces, even if your side takes a slight loss, there's still a chance to claim the bamboo. But if we walk away now, the Golden Thunder Jade Bamboo will have nothing to do with you at all. We're both here in this new cave to search for treasures. Are you really willing to give up on such a close tier 7 advanced resource? If we can bring back the Golden Thunder Jade Bamboo, the contribution points earned will be enough for both of us to advance our strength to greater heights. Breaking through to late Grandmaster tier would be just around the corner. Are you sure you want to let that go? Shuiruahai ignored He Wushuang's tone and instead smiled confidently. He didn't believe He Wushuang would give up on the tier 7 advanced resource so easily. As expected, after a few seconds of hesitation, He Wushuang finally nodded in agreement. Do your best to seize the Golden Thunder Jade Bamboo. Whoever obtains it will be heavily rewarded when we return. Having made up his mind, He Wushuang turned to Jiang Lingchuan and the others, giving them a solemn directive. The 5 men's expressions turned serious, and they all nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, He Wushuang no longer hesitated and shouted at Shuiruahai, "Let's make our move together." Exactly what I was hoping for. Shuiruahai laughed heartily. The next moment, the 2 simultaneously leapt into the air, their battle gear quickly enveloping their bodies as their weapons appeared. They charged straight toward the 2 adult wild bears on the hill. The powerful mid-tier 6 aura erupted instantly, and 2 waves of pressure locked onto their targets. Roar! The 2 adult wild bears roared furiously, their massive bodies leaping into the air to meet He Wushuang and Shuiruahai head-on. They understood that fighting these human powerhouses would cause a significant commotion. If they didn't take the initiative, the battle battle might endanger the golden thunder jade bamboo and their offspring. Ah, coming right at us. Seeing the wild bear charge forward, Wushwang and Shueruai both revealed smiles on their faces. Boom! Thud! Their laughter was instantly drowned in the thunderous sounds of intense battle. The confrontation between a Grandmaster-level warrior and a 6th-tier ferocious beast shook the heavens with each collision. Even though the battle took place 100 meters above the ground, every clash caused the earth below to tremble. The thick fog in the vicinity was swept away by the shockwaves. Such deafening noise, it must be a fight involving Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Over 20 kilometers away, Su Ming was also drawn by the commotion. Looking in the direction of the battle, though the dense fog obscured his view, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he sprinted with all his might toward the scene. Meanwhile, at the foothill below, Wushwang's team has already pinned down the 2 adult wild bears. Get ready to strike! A late-stage 5th-tier warrior from the Extreme Martial Pavilion raised his head toward the fierce battle in the sky and shouted sharply. Almost simultaneously, 7 5th-tier warriors from the Extreme Martial Pavilion and the Guanshang Martial Pavilion launched themselves like arrows from a bowstring, rushing toward the golden thunder jade bamboo in the middle of the bamboo grove. Roar! The juvenile wild bear, seeing the 7 5th-tier warriors charging forward, let out a low, guttural roar, its eyes filled with fury. After the roar, it lunged toward the approaching warriors. Humph, so what if it's a mutated beast? It's just mid-5th tier, how strong can it be? Warriors from Guanshang Martial Pavilion, let's take it down first and then fight over the golden thunder jade bamboo. Just what I was thinking. Charge! Facing the mutated wild bear, the 5th-tier warriors from both the Extreme Martial Pavilion and Guanshang Martial Pavilion immediately reached a consensus. Though the 2 pavilions were usually rivals, even clashing at times, they swiftly joined forces when confronted with a common enemy and a similar level of strength. Their speed was astounding, and in the blink of an eye, they collided with their target. In an instant, the 5th-tier warriors from both pavilions unleashed their martial skills to the fullest, igniting their chi and blood, and launched ferocious attacks at the wild bear with their weapons. The mid-5th-tier mutated wild bear faced an onslaught of attacks strong enough to shatter boulders. Had it been an ordinary mid-5th-tier wild bear, it would have surely been killed or severely injured under the combined assault of 2 late 5th tier, for mid-5th tier, and 1 early 5th tier warriors. But at the critical moment, a flash of blue-purple lightning suddenly glimmered in the wild bear's eyes. Roar! With a deafening roar, a terrifying purple thunderbolt erupted from its body, striking the warriors' weapons with immense force. The lightning seemed like an invisible giant hand, firmly gripping the weapons and preventing them from advancing any further. Even more terrifying, the blue-purple lightning rapidly conducted through the weapons, instantly spreading to the bodies of the 5th-tier warriors from both pavilions. Ah! The intense electric current pierced through their bodies, causing unbearable pain and eliciting screams of agony. The weakest of them, the early 5th-tier warrior, let out a blood-curdling howl as the electricity blasted him backward, flinging him over 10 meters away. When he hit the ground, his body was charred black, faint wisps of smoke rising from him, and his breath was barely detectable. The other 5th-tier warriors fared no better. Their faces turned dark, their hair stood on end, and their bodies went numb, leaving them temporarily unable to control their movements. Roar! Seizing this precious opportunity, the wild bear rose up and swung its massive paws, leaving behind a series of afterimages. With an enraged roar, it struck the 4 mid-5th-tier warriors before it with ruthless swipes, sending them flying and coughing up blood. Even their battle armor couldn't withstand the wild bear's ferocious claw strikes imbued with purple lightning. Their chests bore deep, bloody claw marks edged with blackened, singed flesh. Only the 2 late 5th-tier warriors from the Extreme Martial Pavilion and Guanshang Martial Pavilion managed to react at the last moment. They quickly withdrew their weapons and raised them to shield their chests, barely absorbing the brunt of the attack. Even so, they were forced back 4 or 5 steps by the wild bear's sheer power, leaving deep footprints in the ground before they could stabilize themselves. How can it be this strong? After regaining their footing, the 2 late 5th-tier warriors glanced at their severely injured companions beside them, then stared at the rampaging wild bear ahead with shock and disbelief in their eyes. It wasn't just the 5th-tier warriors who were stunned. Even the Grandmaster-level warriors, who were locked in a fierce battle with the 2 adult wild bears, were taken aback by the juvenile wild bear's explosive power. Both of them were mid-Grandmaster-level powerhouses with keen senses. In that brief moment of eruption, they realized that this mutated wild bear's strength was nearly at the Grandmaster level. The sheer force was overwhelming, capable of crushing anyone other than the 2 of them with ease. The plan has changed. We underestimated the juvenile wild bear's strength. Fall back immediately. Snapping out of their shock, He Wushwang and Shueruahai quickly ordered a retreat, shouting commands to their respective pavilion members. But the wild bears weren't about to let them escape so easily. Sensing He Wushwang and Shueruahai's intent to retreat, the two adult wild bears' eyes glinted with madness as they roared and charged at the two warriors. Though their strength was on par with He Wushwang and Shueruahai's, making it impossible to kill them outright, their juvenile could easily eliminate everyone else below. As long as the two grandmasters remained occupied, no one else would survive. Damn it, get out of my way. Faced with the relentless assault of the adult wild bear, He Wushwang's expression darkened. Gripping his long blade tightly, he slashed with all his might, attempting to drive the beast back. But their strengths were evenly matched, and the wild bear even held a slight advantage. Under the bear's fierce attacks, he found himself unable to break free. On the other side, Shueruahai was in a similar predicament. It's a trap. These two beasts must have known how powerful the juvenile is. No wonder they charged at us right away and deliberately drew the battlefield apart. Only now did He Wushwang and Shueruahai realize they had been outsmarted, their faces turning grim. Roar! Below, the mutated wild bear let out another furious roar and charged at the two remaining late 5th tier warriors from the Extreme Martial Pavilion and Guanshang Martial Pavilion, unleashing a thunderous strike. With its mastery over lightning abilities, its speed was astonishing. It darted toward the two warriors like a bolt of lightning, and before they could react, its paws, crackling with blue-purple arcs of electricity, struck repeatedly. The air nearby buzzed with the sound of electric currents. Thud! Thud! The two late 5th tier warriors were sent flying by a single strike, blood spraying from their mouths as their conditions worsened drastically. Run! Scatter and flee! The two warriors, upon landing, immediately realized that even together, they couldn't withstand the mutated wild bear. They urgently shouted to their companions before abandoning them and fleeing in separate directions. Though the mutated wild bear was faster than a late 5th tier warrior, they knew that as long as they ran faster than the others, they could save their own lives. Run! The sudden turn of events caused the remaining warriors from both pavilions to pale, but they quickly came to their senses. Except for the early 5th tier warrior who had been heavily injured and left charred on the ground, the other 9 warriors scattered in all directions. Roar! Watching the people scatter chaotically, the mutated wild bear let out a deep growl, its gaze locking onto the slowest runner, Jiang Lingchuan. Although the other 5th tier martial artists were also severely injured, their escape speed far exceeded that of Jiang Lingchuan, who had only recently advanced to the late 4th tier. Naturally, the mutated wild bear chose him as its target. Before its growl had even faded, the wild bear was already charging toward Jiang Lingchuan. It's over. It's targeting me. Feeling the ferocious aura behind him, Jiang Lingchuan's face turned pale in an instant, his heart filled with despair. Even as Jiang Lingchuan exerted all his strength, wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs, he couldn't outrun the mid-5th tier mutated wild bear, enhanced with lightning abilities. Jiang Lingchuan's escape route happened to align with the direction Su Ming was rapidly approaching. Just as the mutated wild bear was about to catch up to Jiang Lingchuan, Su Ming sensed his presence through his 1,000-meter spiritual perception. This aura, so familiar, it's Master Jiang? Wait, no, Master Jiang is in danger. At first, when Su Ming sensed Jiang Lingchuan's presence, he was pleasantly surprised, as if reuniting with an old friend. But soon, he noticed the mid-5th tier mutated wild bear closely following behind. Su Ming's expression immediately darkened. The next second, he stomped heavily on the ground, his muscles exploding with incredible power, propelling him like a cannonball toward Jiang Lingchuan's location. To Su Ming, Jiang Lingchuan was like a mentor on his martial arts path. If it weren't for Jiang Lingchuan's sharp eye for talent, recommending him to the Extreme Martial Hall, making him a core disciple, and securing for him the A-level body refinement technique, 100 refined golden body art, Su Ming's strength wouldn't have improved so rapidly. Roar! The mutated wild bear behind Jiang Lingchuan grew closer. Jiang Lingchuan could even smell the stench of its growl. The bear suddenly leaped, its massive body soaring into the air. Its claws, crackling with bluish-purple arcs of lightning, slashed ferociously toward Jiang Lingchuan's head. If this strike landed, Jiang Lingchuan, with only late 4th tier strength, would undoubtedly die. It's over. I'm really done for today. Facing the bloodthirsty maw and sharp claws lunging at him from behind, Jiang Lingchuan's eyes were filled with despair. Master Jiang, get down. At the critical moment, Jiang Lingchuan suddenly heard an angry roar, like a clap of thunder. Though the voice sounded somewhat familiar, the dense fog ahead obscured his view, and he couldn't see who had shouted. For some reason, he instinctively chose to trust the voice. Without hesitation, his body dove forward, hitting the ground instantly. The moment he hit the ground, a pitch-black spear, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, streaked past his scalp like a black lightning bolt. Clang! The spear collided with the charging mutated wild bear, and and the resulting explosion was earth-shattering. The shockwave swept across the surroundings, compressing the air into a vacuum zone. Jiang Lingquan, however, tumbled awkwardly onto the ground, sliding over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. But he couldn't care about his disheveled state. Quickly turning his head to look behind him, his eyes widened in shock. The mutated wild bear that had been blocking his path was blasted backward by the force of the black spear. Its paw, once armed with sharp claws, now had several broken by the overwhelming power of the weapon. Though the bear had been repelled with a single strike, and its claws shattered, what shocked Jiang Lingquan even more was not this. His gaze was fixed on the spear, which had been thrown back a few meters by the recoil and now stood quivering in the ground not far from him. The obsidian spear, isn't this the A-level battle weapon awarded to Su Ming by Demon Sea University? He recognized the long spear immediately. It was the very weapon handed to Su Ming as part of his enrollment reward by Lu Jiming, the admissions director of Demon Sea University. Why is the obsidian spear here? That voice just now, it sounded like Su Ming. Could it be? As he pieced it together, Jiang Lingquan instantly understood the source of that thunderous shout earlier. It was Su Ming's voice. It had only been 2 months since they last met, yet Su Ming had grown powerful enough to contend with a master-tier opponent. To Jiang Lingquan, this felt like a dream. Master Jiang, long time no see. Just as Jiang Lingquan was immersed in shock, Su Ming's figure emerged from the dense fog, smiling as he extended a hand. Su Ming, it really is you. Seeing Su Ming in the flesh, Jiang Lingquan finally confirmed he wasn't dreaming. His eyes widened further, and for a moment, he even forgot to stand. It wasn't until Su Ming nodded with a gentle smile that Jiang Lingquan snapped out of it, hurriedly grabbing Su Ming's outstretched hand to pull himself up. Ahem, Su Ming, you caught me at a bad time, Jiang Lingquan said awkwardly, coughing twice as he realized how disheveled he must have looked. Su Ming smiled, unconcerned by Jiang Lingquan's appearance. After all, Jiang Lingquan had just been facing a mid-5th tier beast. Although Jiang Lingquan had advanced to late 4th tier, the gap between an ordinary late 4th tier martial artist and a mid-5th tier beast was immense. What's more, this wild bear wasn't just any beast, it was a mutated one, its bluish-purple lightning arcs emanating an aura of destruction, clearly marking it as a beast with supernatural abilities. After greeting Jiang Lingquan, Su Ming turned to face the mutated wild bear, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. Finally, another mutated beast, and it's lightning elemental too. Now that I think about it, both mutated beasts I've encountered recently seem connected to Master Jiang. Honestly, having Master Jiang around really feels like a blessing. Staring at the tense, bristling mutated wild bear that looked as alert as a startled cat, Su Ming thought to himself. Calmly, he stepped forward, pulling the obsidian spear from the ground. As he did, his internal energy surged forth, and the aura of a peak 5th tier martial artist burst out unmistakably. Peak 5th tier. The moment Su Ming unleashed his energy, he Wushuang and Shuiruai, who were battling 2 adult wild bears high in the sky, felt the surge and immediately took notice. Could it be that Su Ming is already at peak 5th tier? Standing behind Su Ming, Jiang Lingquan was equally stunned. The powerful aura Su Ming had just released far surpassed that of the late 5th tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Hall and Guanshang Martial Hall. Realizing Su Ming's current strength, Jiang Lingquan couldn't help but shout a warning. Be careful, this is a mutated beast. Although it's only mid-5th tier, its combat prowess is comparable to an early-stage master. Su Ming calmly gestured an okay with his fingers. Don't worry, Master Jiang, this beast won't be able to hurt me. Roar! The mutated mid-5th tier wild bear was no fool. Hearing Su Ming call it a beast, it growled angrily, its fear momentarily overridden by fury. Crackling thunder echoed immediately after. The mutated wild bear suddenly stood upright, its right claw crackling with blue-purple electric arcs. It raised its claw fiercely toward the sky and then smashed it down toward Su Ming with great force. Boom, crack. A thunderous roar echoed across the land for miles. A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel appeared above Su Ming's head almost before the sound of the thunder reached them, striking down in an instant. The dazzling lightning was blinding. Even Jiang Lingquan, standing behind Su Ming, couldn't help but squint his eyes. Su Ming! Seeing Su Ming engulfed in the radiance of lightning, Jiang Lingquan's face turned pale. Lightning was the most destructive among all elemental abilities. If even an early-stage grandmaster were struck, their skin would be torn apart. Watching the lightning strike Su Ming, Jiang Lingquan's heart leapt into his throat. But soon, he realized his worry was unnecessary. The lightning came and went quickly. The blinding flash of light dissipated, revealing Su Ming's figure. The scene Jiang Lingquan had feared of Su Ming, charred and collapsed on the ground, did not materialize. Instead, Su Ming stood encased in a spherical layer of solid ice, like a sturdy cage isolating him from the outside world. While the surface of the ice began to melt, the inner layers remained completely intact. Standing at the center, Su Ming was unharmed, not even a single strand of his hair disturbed. Phew, good lad. you keep surprising me. Jiang Lingchuan exhaled deeply, his face shifting from worry to delight. Roar! The mutated wild bear, seeing its most powerful attack fail completely, revealed panic in its eyes. With a low, terrified growl, it turned and tried to flee. Trying to run? Su Ming let out a soft snort. Crack, crack. The air temperature plummeted as a layer of silvery frost blanketed the forest within several hundred meters. At the same time, a thick wall of ice rose around the mutated wild bear, forming a cage that sealed off its escape route. The ice wall was incredibly sturdy, no matter how the wild bear struck it, not even a crack appeared. This ice ability is truly formidable. He's so young, yet not only is he a peak-tier 5th stage martial artist, but he can also unleash ice abilities at the Grandmaster level. Just who is this guy? In the sky above, Shuiruohai blocked an adult wild bear's attack with his blade, glancing down at Su Ming on the ground in astonishment. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent, excellent. As expected of the core talent of our extreme martial hall. Brilliant work. On another aerial battlefield, He Wuxuan laughed and answered Shuiruohai's question. Su Ming is the core of the extreme martial hall. With such a genius, the future of the extreme martial hall is bound to be glorious. Upon learning Su Ming's identity, Shuiruohai's expression turned emotional, his heart filled with anticipation. Roar! Seeing their offspring suppressed by human martial artists and trapped by ice abilities, the two adult wild bears let out anxious, furious roars. That was in the past. Now, if you want to go save your cub, you'll have to see if my blade agrees. Facing the two agitated adult wild bears eager to rush down and rescue their young, He Wuxuan and Shuiruohai smirked, their fighting spirit surging. Just as the two were preparing to give their all to block the wild bears from descending, Su Ming's voice suddenly rang out. Both of you, let those two beasts come down. I'll handle them. The unexpected voice startled both He Wuxuan and Shuiruohai. They exchanged doubtful glances and turned toward Su Ming, the source of the voice. Su Ming was looking up at them, his face brimming with confidence. All right. Seeing Su Ming's calm demeanor, an inexplicable sense of trust arose in He Wuxuan and Shuiruohai. Without hesitation, they both ceased their interference, allowing the two adult wild bears to descend. Roar! With no obstacles in their way, the two frantic adult wild bears didn't pause to consider why their opponents had let them go. Their only thoughts were to rescue their cub and escape from the human martial artists as quickly as possible. Although they knew Su Ming's strength was comparable to a grandmaster, they also believed his energy level was only at the peak of the 5th stage. The ice ability he had displayed earlier, while formidable, was only at the mid-grandmaster level. Moreover, the two wild bears were both mid-6th stage beings. Together, they had no fear of Su Ming. What they didn't know was that Su Ming had never fought at full capacity. The ice prison that had trapped the mutated wild bear earlier had only used less than half of Su Ming's power. Finally coming down. Watching the two adult wild bears, each over 5 meters tall, descend from 100 meters in the air, Su Ming's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. In the next moment, he gripped the obsidian spear tightly in his right hand, stepped forward, and launched himself like a cannonball, charging directly at the wild bears as they landed. The two wild bears, intent on breaking the ice prison to save their cub, found their path blocked by Su Ming. A flash of cold light, Su Ming's obsidian spear thrust toward one of the wild bears. Roar! The targeted wild bear let out an angry roar, its muscles surging with terrifying power as it swung its paw, carrying immense force, toward Su Ming. Eternal silence. At the instant their attacks were about to collide, Su Ming unleashed the ultimate strike of the S-Class Spear technique, Frozen Purgatory Spear. Simultaneously, he activated the S-Class superhuman ability, Raging Titan. At that moment, Su Ming's vitality surged to an astonishing 9.9 million, and upon activating his ability, it skyrocketed to nearly 30 million. With the Frozen Purgatory Spear granting a 50-fold power boost, the attack reached a staggering 15 billion joules of destructive force. Even without the enhancement of ice abilities, this strike exceeded the full force attack of an average late Grandmaster tier opponent. Unsurprisingly, the spear tip pierced through the wild bear's paw effortlessly. The immense force shattered the wild bear's right paw, sending flesh and shattered bones flying in all directions. Arrgh! The wild bear's agonized wail echoed. Die! Seizing the moment, Su Ming showed no mercy. The spear in his hand spun, creating a dazzling spear flower. Within seconds, the obsidian spear coiled like a serpent, striking at the injured wild bear's head from an unexpected angle. Squelch! Crack! The sound of metal tearing through flesh and piercing bone reverberated. The wild bear, with its paw already destroyed, froze in place as the spear pierced through its skull, leaving a massive, gaping hole. Roar! The other adult wild bear, seeing its companion's head impaled, roared in fury, its eyes blood-red as it charged towards Su Ming with the intent to tear him apart. Boom! But before it could get close, Su Ming's next attack landed first. He swung his spear, hurling the corpse of the slain wild bear at the charging one. The second wild bear was sent flying by the impact. Before it could hit the ground, a spear shadow flashed, and with a final wail, its head was pierced. Successfully killed mid-6th stage beast wild bear. Reinforcement points plus 200,000. Successfully killed mid-6th stage beast wild bear. Reinforcement points plus 200,000. The system interface displayed 2 consecutive kill notifications, instantly granting Su Ming 400,000 reinforcement points. Roar! At the same time, the mutated wild bear trapped inside the ice prison saw the 2 adult wild bears killed by Su Ming. Its eyes turned blood red as it stared unwaveringly at him, pounding the ice walls with all its might, letting out furious roars. No rush. You'll reunite with them soon, Su Ming said calmly, unfazed by the ferocious gaze of the mutated wild bear. Beasts and humans had always been mortal enemies. After the cataclysm, countless humans had been devoured by savage beasts, becoming their food. Even Su Ming's father had fallen victim to a beast, leaving Su Ming with absolutely no pity for these creatures. Perish! With a flicker of thought, Su Ming acted. Crack! Crack! The ice walls began to rapidly shatter, collapsing inward and squeezing the mutated wild bear. Roar! The mutated wild bear let out a blood-curdling scream as the ice walls compressed it into a mass of blood, freezing it solid within the ice. You have slain a mid-tier 5th-rank savage beast, Thunderstorm Bear. Strengthening points plus 20,000. You have successfully plundered the Thunderstorm Bear's special ability. You have acquired an A-rank ability, Thunderstorm. The system prompt immediately lit up Su Ming's eyes. In an instant, he felt his sensitivity to the surrounding thunder elements increase several-fold. Whenever he willed it, he could summon thunder at his fingertips. Moreover, with the acquisition of the A-rank ability Thunderstorm, his spiritual power, which had been capped at 990,000, broke through its limit, increasing by another 5,000 points. Plundering the abilities of savage beasts can actually push my spiritual power beyond its limit and allow it to keep growing? If I can plunder enough abilities, could I break through the 1 million spiritual power bottleneck before reaching the Grandmaster stage? Staring at the additional 5,000 points on his attribute panel, a sharp gleam flashed through Su Ming's eyes. Is this all it takes to solve everything? To instantly kill a mid-tier 6th-rank wild bear, Su Ming's combat strength must already be at the late Grandmaster level. Even among late Grandmasters, there are few who can annihilate a mid-tier 6th-rank adult wild bear with a single strike. Su Ming's strength is top-tier even in that realm, but he's only at the peak of the 5th rank, yet he can unleash powers surpassing an ordinary late Grandmaster. What on earth is the level of his ability? The sight of Su Ming obliterating 2 adult wild bears and the mutated wild bear in the blink of an eye left Yi Wushuang and Shueruohai dumbfounded, frozen midair. It took them quite a while to snap out of their shock. When they looked at Su Ming again, their faces were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Is this still the Su Ming I know? Behind Su Ming, Zhang Lingchuan stood as if struck dumb, his gaze fixed on Su Ming, his shock far surpassing that of Yi Wushuang and Shueruohai. He knew Su Ming better than they did, was familiar with his family background. Compared to the prodigies of other great families who had resources laid out for them since childhood, Su Ming had been struggling just 4 months ago to afford his mother's medical expenses with government subsidies. Nearly all his money had been spent on her treatment, leaving no spare funds for cultivation resources. It could be said that Su Ming only began acquiring cultivation resources and resumed training in earnest over the past 4 months. In less than 4 months, he had risen from a first-rank warrior to wielding power comparable to a late Grandmaster. Such speed was unheard of. Master Jiang, what brings you to cave number 4? While Zhang Lingchuan was still reeling from shock, Su Ming had already snapped out of his own joy over acquiring the A-rank Thunderstorm ability and the boost in spiritual power. He walked up to Zhang Lingchuan with a smile and asked, "After the investigators from the Bureau of Anomalies assessed the level of this cave, I figured there must be vast unexplored areas here, along with resources far exceeding those in the older caves. So, I came to try my luck," Zhang Lingchuan explained with a sheepish smile, finally regaining his composure from the earlier shock. Coincidentally, some of the experts from Jiangnan Province's Extreme Martial Hall were also drawn here, so I came along with Lord He and the others. We had quite the haul over the past few days, but today, while discovering a high-grade resource, we encountered 3 Grandmaster-level savage beasts. If you hadn't shown up in time, I might have been killed by that mutated wild bear. As he finished, Zhang Lingchuan suddenly remembered the resource on the small hill where they had been chased earlier. He hurriedly added, "Su Ming, the reason we were fighting the wild bears was because we found a 7th-rank high-grade resource resource, Golden Thunder Bamboo. You should go and claim it. Previously, while being chased by the mutated wild bear, Jiang Lingchuan had fled at full speed despite the short time. Now, the small hill was more than 500 meters away, obscured by the forest and dense fog. Even for grandmasters, it was impossible to see that far, and Su Ming naturally couldn't see it either. 7th rank high-grade resource, Golden Thunder Bamboo. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's urging, Su Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately extended his spiritual power in the direction Jiang Lingchuan had indicated to probe. Golden Thunder Bamboo was priceless for those who had awakened Thunder Element abilities, for it had the potential to enhance such abilities. The lower the level of the ability, the higher the probability of enhancement. Although the chance of it enhancing an A rank or higher Thunder Element ability was slim, it could still slightly boost the ability's power. For instance, an ability that originally increased combat strength 20-fold could be improved to 21 or 22 times. The thunder elements here are incredibly dense. Master Jiang is absolutely right. Previously, Su Ming had been too focused on the battle to extend his spiritual power very far. Now, as his spiritual power spread to the small hill, he immediately sensed the concentrated thunder elements surrounding the Golden Thunder Bamboo. Master Jiang, I'll be right back. Without hesitation, Su Ming called out to Jiang Lingchuan and darted toward the small hill where the Golden Thunder Bamboo was located. As he left, he also collected the 3 wild bear corpses into his space ring. The adult wild bears were mid-tier 6th rank beasts, comparable in strength to mid-stage grandmasters. The materials from the 2 adult wild bears were worth more than all the beast materials Su Ming had acquired in recent days combined. Of course, he wouldn't let them go to waste. Meanwhile, He Wushuang and Shuiruai, still hovering midair, watched as Su Ming sped toward the Golden Thunder Bamboo. Their expressions darkened. A 7th rank high-grade resource, such an item might be the most precious treasure in the entire Linjiang No. 4 cave. Its allure was immense, even for mid-stage grandmasters like them. After only a brief hesitation, Shuiruai lunged toward the small hill, attempting to seize the Golden Thunder Bamboo first. Shuiruai, that Golden Thunder Bamboo belongs to the Extreme Martial Hall. Take your people and leave, He Wushuang said as he suddenly blocked Shuiruai's path, a faint smile on his lips. Are you really going to let that kid have the Golden Thunder Bamboo? Shuiruai's face darkened. Still smiling, He Wushuang replied lightly, let him have it? This was something Su Ming had won with his strength. You should be thanking him. If not for his timely appearance, not only would we have failed to seize the Golden Thunder Bamboo, but we might have also lost many of our own people. If we had lost 2 or 3 5th-tier fighters, we wouldn't even be able to give an explanation back at the headquarters. After hearing He Wushuang's words, Shuiruai's face shifted repeatedly, looking troubled. At this moment, Su Ming had already rushed to the Golden Thunder Bamboo and started digging. Seeing this, Shuiruai finally relented. This time, consider your Extreme Martial Hall lucky. With a cold snort, Shuiruai didn't linger. He first took away the early-stage 5th-tier fighter from Guanshan Martial Hall who had been struck unconscious by lightning, then turned and left. The Golden Thunder Bamboo is indeed a high-level 7th-tier resource. It actually contains the origin power of thunder within it. No wonder it can level up lower-tier lightning abilities. If the origin power of this thunder was a bit stronger, its tier wouldn't just stop at the 7th. Su Ming uprooted the Golden Thunder Bamboo and held it in his hand, immediately feeling the powerful thunder energy within. Ever since he had plundered the A-tier ability Thunderstorm from the Thunderstorm Bear, Su Ming's sensitivity to lightning elements had greatly increased. He could clearly sense the origin power of thunder within this Golden Thunder Bamboo, which was different from ordinary lightning elements. Having mastered a lightning ability, the lightning flickering on the surface of the Golden Thunder Bamboo posed no harm to Su Ming. If it were another fighter who hadn't awakened a lightning ability, they might easily get electrocuted by the lightning on the bamboo. Unfortunately, this Golden Thunder Bamboo is only high-level 7th tier and can't directly evolve my newly acquired A-tier Thunderstorm ability. I'll still have to rely on the system to increase my power. Su Ming weighed the Golden Thunder Bamboo in his hand, shook his head, and sighed before storing it in his spatial ring. Just as he had put away the Golden Thunder Bamboo, a figure descended from the sky, landing not far from him. It was none other than He Wushuang, a master-level expert from the Extreme Martial Hall. Su Ming immediately turned around, his face slightly darkened as he stared at him. Su Ming, don't misunderstand. I'm here to congratulate you on obtaining the Golden Thunder Bamboo. He Wushuang quickly smiled and waved his hand upon seeing Su Ming's reaction, offering his sincere congratulations. Su Ming had initially thought he was here to fight for the Golden Thunder Bamboo, but after hearing He Wushuang's words and seeing the genuine smile on his face, he realized he had misunderstood. May I know your name? Su Ming asked with a smile, finally letting down his guard. Deputy Master of the Extreme Martial Hall in Jinling City, He Wushuang, He Wuxuang replied amicably. Su Ming had just displayed strength far beyond that of this mid-master level expert. Coupled with his status as an S-tier corps member recognized by the Extreme Martial Hall headquarters, He Wuxuang naturally wouldn't dare to act arrogantly in his presence. So, it's Master He. I've heard much about you, Su Ming responded with a smile upon learning of his identity. Su Ming, Master He. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Lingchuan arrived as well, greeting them to draw their attention. Jiang Lingchuan approached, and upon seeing the empty pit before Su Ming, he realized that the Golden Thunder bamboo had already been taken. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Master He, Master Jiang, are you planning to continue treasure hunting in the cave, or are you preparing to leave? Su Ming asked about their plans upon Jiang Lingchuan's arrival. With my strength, the Linjiang No. 4 cave is still too dangerous. Earlier, I gathered quite a few cultivation resources by following Master He. I'll head back to rest first, Jiang Lingchuan said after a moment of thought. Su Ming nodded without objection. Most of the beasts in the Linjiang No. 4 cave were above the 4th tier. Given that Jiang Lingchuan had only recently broken through to the late 4th tier, staying there would be too risky. Su Ming then turned to He Wuxuang. I plan to stay in the cave a bit longer, He Wuxuang replied, his choice differing from Jiang Lingchuan's. With his mid-master level strength, he was among the top fighters in the cave. As long as he avoided the peak 6th tier beasts, he wouldn't face much danger. Since the Linjiang No. 4 cave had only recently appeared, it was rich with rare resources. Not only He Wuxuang, but other master-level fighters like Shuiruohai were also present. He Wuxuang wanted to gather as many precious cultivation resources as possible before others began large-scale treasure hunting. In that case, I'll escort Master Jiang out of the cave first, Su Ming said with a nod after hearing He Wuxuang's response, turning to look at Jiang Lingchuan. They were deep in the Linjiang No. 4 cave, surrounded by 5th-tier beasts. Without He Wuxuang or other experts from the Extreme Martial Hall accompanying him, Jiang Lingchuan would find it challenging to safely return to the cave's entrance alone. Then let's part ways here, He Wuxuang said. Oh, by the way, Su Ming, here's my business card with my contact information. If you ever come to Jinling City, be sure to contact me. I'll treat you well. He Wuxuang pulled a card from his spatial ring and handed it to Su Ming. If I have the chance to visit Jinling City, I'll definitely have a drink or two with you, Master He, Su Ming replied with a smile, taking the card. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan began making their way toward the cave's entrance. Along the way, any beasts they encountered were effortlessly killed by Su Ming's overwhelming strength. Since they weren't specifically hunting for prey, it took them less than a day to return to the passage connecting to the outside world. Master Jiang, I'll stay in the cave a while longer, so this is where we part, Su Ming said with a smile upon reaching the passage. Su Ming, I'm already very grateful that you escorted me this far. You go ahead and take care of your business. See you later, Jiang Lingchuan replied, thanking him before stepping into the passage and leaving the cave under Su Ming's watchful gaze. After Jiang Lingchuan's departure, Su Ming didn't linger. He turned and chose another path, continuing deeper into the cave. His current accumulation of enhancement points was still under 2 million, far from the 10 million needed to evolve the Extreme Ice Imperial gear to its next stage. He needed to hunt beasts quickly to gather enhancement points and upgrade his ability to SSS tier as soon as possible. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had been in the Linjiang No. 4 cave for half a month. Deep within the Linjiang No. 4 cave, bang! Successfully killed the peak 5th tier beast Steel Force Black Rhino, enhancement points plus 50,000. As a massive black beast over 8 meters long collapsed, the system panel popped up with a kill notification. 10 million enhancement points finally reached. System, evolve the ability Extreme Ice Imperial Gear immediately. Staring at the additional 50,000 enhancement points, Su Ming's eyes glimmered with determination. Without hesitation, he activated the evolution program for his S-tier ability Extreme Ice Imperial Gear using the accumulated 10 million enhancement points. As he issued the command in his mind, a thunderous roar, as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, erupted in his consciousness. Ding! Consumed 10 million enhancement points. The SS-level natural ability Extreme Ice Imperial Armament begins to evolve into the SSS-level natural ability Frozen Throne. A tremendous surge of energy transformed from the dissipated enhancement points, flowing into Su Ming's sea of consciousness. This power was no longer a warm energy but a primordial chill akin to the origin of the universe itself, penetrating every cell of his being. Even with Su Ming's steadfast will, he couldn't help but groan, as though his soul was frozen by the extreme cold. The blazing sun-themed suit he wore was instantly enveloped in a layer of deep blue ice, turning him into a living ice sculpture. However, this wasn't a form of restraint but rather a protective layer formed due to the overwhelming energy during evolution to prevent leakage. In his sea of consciousness, the ice sword symbolizing the extreme ice imperial armament trembled violently, beginning to disintegrate. Under the reconstruction of the primordial chill, intricate and ancient frost runes intertwined and finally coalesced into the phantom of a throne exuding endless majesty and auras of annihilation. This throne was made of eternal black ice, its backrest towering high, engraved with depictions of vanishing stars and frozen time. At the moment the throne appeared, Su Ming's soul seemed to find its rightful place. Naturally, he seated himself upon the throne and closed his eyes. Evolution successful. The SS-level natural ability Extreme Ice Imperial Armament has evolved into the SSS-level natural ability Frozen Throne. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the exclusive SSS-level ability Divine Power Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero. By consuming a large amount of mental energy, this ability releases a domain that freezes time and space. Within the domain, both time and space are completely frozen. Boom! In reality, centered around Su Ming's frozen figure, an indescribable, terrifying chill erupted all at once. Crack, crack. The air within a 1,000-meter radius solidified into pale blue crystals, falling like frozen mist. Leaves suspended midair stopped moving, and even sound was entirely frozen, plunging the surroundings into a deathly silence. Having just comprehended the divine power, the absolute zero time-space freezing domain erupted instantaneously, creating a completely motionless, independent world within a 1,000-meter radius of Su Ming. However, shortly after, the soul of Su Ming, seated within the frozen throne in his sea of consciousness, opened his eyes. With a mere thought, the absolute zero domain outside receded like a tide, and the frozen space instantly returned to normal. So this is the divine power of an SSS-level ability? It can actually freeze time. However, the consumption is enormous, just maintaining it for a second used up 30% of my mental energy. Feeling both the immense power and the steep cost of the absolute zero domain, a sharp gleam flickered in Su Ming's eyes. He then opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming, Vitality, 990,000. Mental Energy, 1,045,000. Abilities, Frozen Throne SSS, Raging Titan S, plus, Thunderstorm A, plus, Divine Powers, Eternal Frost Soul Slayer, Absolute Zero. Body Refining Techniques, Rising Sun D Complete, 100 Refined Golden Body Technique A Complete. Meditation Methods, Skyfall Diagram A Complete. Martial Arts, Vajra Spear Technique D Complete, Cloud Breaking Spear C Complete, Ice Prison World Piercing Spear S Complete. Enhancement Points, 1,200. An SS-level ability directly upgraded to SSS level, and my mental energy increased by 50,000 points, breaking past the 1 million limit. My earlier hypothesis was correct. Relying on system enhancements or seizing abilities can indeed break through the 1 million threshold for both vitality and mental energy. Seeing the sharp rise in his mental energy, Su Ming felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had planned to challenge the SSS-level Heavenly Gate refinement test in the Void God Palace after upgrading his ice ability to SSS level, but this thought was immediately dismissed. Perhaps I should also upgrade the S-level Raging Titan ability to SSS level, breaking through the 1 million limit for both vitality and mental energy. That would ensure I passed the Heavenly Gate refinement test with no difficulty. With this thought, Su Ming decided not to leave the underground world yet. Instead, he turned around and resumed his frenzied hunt for beasts. Half a month later, Su Ming's enhancement points once again surpassed 10 million, reaching a total of 11 million points. Upgrading the S-level Raging Titan ability to SS level was just 1 million points short. This gap could not be ignored. System immediately evolved the S-level ability Raging Titan into the SSS level ability. Su Ming commanded decisively, and the system responded without delay. Ding! Consumed 11 million enhancement points, the S-level superhuman ability Raging Titan begins to evolve into the SSS level superhuman ability Immortal Battle Body. Boom! 11 million enhancement points transformed into surging energy, pouring into Su Ming's body in an instant. He felt as though he was engulfed in flames, every cell in his body activated and frantically absorbing the searing energy. His long-stagnant vitality began to skyrocket. Evolution successful. The S-level superhuman ability Raging Titan has successfully evolved into the SSS-level superhuman ability Immortal Battle Body. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the exclusive SS-level ability Divine Power Invincible Golden Body. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the exclusive SSS-level ability Divine Power Blood Rebirth. Invincible Golden Body. Upon activation, this divine power renders the user immune to all attacks and damage for 2 seconds. Usable once every 24 hours. Blood Rebirth, an exclusive divine power of the Immortal Battle Body. Even if the host is completely killed, as long as a single drop of blood remains, the host will instantly resurrect, with no limit on the number of uses. This time, the ability evolution was even faster than during the ice ability's transformation. Compared to the mental anguish caused by the prior evolution, the brief physical pain this time was far easier to endure. Although Su Ming skipped the SS level stage of the ability, he did not miss out on the SS level divine power. The invincible golden body and blood rebirth divine powers, while not directly enhancing his combat power, greatly improved his survivability. These divine powers have drastically increased my survival rate, especially the blood rebirth of the immortal battle body. As long as I hide a single drop of blood beforehand, I'll never have to fear death again. With this divine power, there's no place in this world that I can't go. After reading the details of the immortal battle body's powers, an excited gleam appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and his heart brimmed with joy. Host, Su Ming, Vitality, 1,060,000. Mental Energy, 1,045,000. 50,000 abilities, Icebound Throne SSS, Immortal Battle Physique SSS, Thunderstorm A+, Divine Powers, Frost Soul Slayer, Absolute Zero, Invincible Golden Body, Blood Rebirth Body Tempering Methods, Rising Dawn D Perfect, 100 Refinements, Golden Body Technique A Perfect Meditation Technique, Tianluo Diagram A Perfect Martial Arts, Vidra Spear Technique D Perfect, Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfect, Ice Prison World Piercing Spear S Perfect Enhancement Points, 28,800. Filled with surprise, Su Ming once again checked his attribute panel. The upgrade of my superhuman abilities has increased my vitality by 70,000, breaking past the 1 million limit. But I still can't escape gravity. I still walk on the ground. I can't be considered a true grandmaster yet. It seems that to walk on air, I must first master the Heavenly Gate refinement method. Looking at his current vitality and mental strength, Su Ming understood that although he had surpassed the 1 million limit, he had yet to grasp the ability to fly. Closing the attribute panel, he did not rush to leave the Linjiang number 4 abyss. Instead, he continued hunting fierce beasts in the abyss to accumulate more enhancement points. His target was the SSS-level Heavenly Gate refinement method. Although he now possessed 2 SSS-level abilities and could undoubtedly pass the ultimate test, truly comprehending and mastering the SSS-level Heavenly Gate refinement method was not something that could be achieved overnight. He needed to gather more enhancement points. Once he obtained the SSS-level Heavenly Gate refinement method, he planned to leverage the system's power to directly enhance and master it, condense the Heavenly Gate, and step into the Grandmaster realm. Time flew by, and half a month passed. At the entrance of the Linjiang number 4 abyss, Su Ming finally emerged from the depths. The elder from the Qingyi Bureau, stationed at the entrance, immediately noticed him. This kid finally came out. Wait, his vitality has already surpassed the 1 million limit. Could it be that during his month and a half in the abyss, he broke through to the Grandmaster realm? Based on the age of an average first-year university student, Su Ming is only 19. With the powerful perception of a 7th-tier Grandmaster, the elder instantly sensed the extraordinary vitality in Su Ming, surpassing the 1 million barrier. His eyes widened, flashing with shock. In his view, Su Ming's ability to break through 1 million vitality surely meant he had successfully condensed the Heavenly Gate, achieving the Grandmaster realm. After all, in Hanxia's history, no one had ever surpassed the 1 million barrier in vitality or mental strength before reaching the Grandmaster level. Even Hanxia's most invincible warriors had not broken this threshold before becoming Grandmasters. Yet, despite this, the elder's heart was filled with excitement. A 19-year-old Grandmaster, this shattered all age records for Grandmasters in Hanxia. Before Su Ming, the youngest Grandmaster in Hanxia's history had only succeeded in condensing the Heavenly Gate after the age of 20. However, Su Ming did not notice the changes in the expression of the elder guarding the abyss. After leaving the abyss, his first action was to contact Lin Wanru to assure her of his safety. Then, he sprinted towards the center of Linjiang City. Having been in the abyss for a month and a half without any news, Lin Wanru was undoubtedly worried sick. As expected, Su Ming had barely sent her a message before receiving a call from her. While running, he reassured her over the phone. He didn't hang up until he arrived home. Lin Wanru was already waiting at the door. Seeing Su Ming appear, she immediately stepped forward to examine him carefully. Thank heavens, you're not hurt. After confirming he was unharmed, Lin Wanru breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, didn't I already tell you over the phone that I was fine? Why don't you believe me? Su Ming said with a smile, his heart warm with affection. When a son goes far, a mother will naturally worry. You went to the number 4 abyss and stayed for 47 days, how could I not be worried? If Master Jiang hadn't personally come to tell me he saw you in the abyss a month ago, I might have gone looking for you myself. Lin Wanru, unable to suppress her complaints, looked at Su Ming's indifferent demeanor. Indeed, if it hadn't been for Jiang Lingchuan informing her that Su Ming's strength was already on par with a late-stage grandmaster. She wouldn't have been able to sleep peacefully while Su Ming remained out of contact for so long. Alright, Mom, I'm home safe and sound. I gained quite a lot from the number 4 abyss this time. Let's go inside, and I'll tell you all about it. Seeing Lin Wanru feign anger, Su Ming chuckled and accompanied her back to the villa. Once inside, Su Ming began unloading the massive amount of resources he had collected in the abyss, filling the space before him. The resources he chose were all 5th tier and above, with the lowest being early stage 5th tier. They were also mild in nature, suitable for lower-level martial artists or even quasi-warriors. These were meticulously selected by Su Ming to help Lin Wanru and Su Xiaowei improve their strength, because these resources were suitable for weaker martial artists and ordinary people without many restrictions. Each resource was more valuable than those of the same level. Lin Wanru stared at the mountain of resources before her, too shocked to speak. Each of these resources was worth a fortune. Just one would be enough to buy an apartment in the city center. The resources that she and Su Ming's father had worked years to afford were now piled up before her, leaving her in a daze. My Minger has truly grown up. After a long while, Lin Wanru looked at Su Ming, who was still explaining the uses of each resource. She finally realized her son had reached a height she had never dared to imagine, no longer the child she constantly worried about. Son, you need these resources more than I do. You should keep them for yourself. After Su Ming finished explaining the uses of all the resources, Lin Wanru looked at the table full of 5th and 6th tier resources and shook her head. Don't worry, Mom. These are just a portion of what I got from the number 4 abyss. I still have plenty in my spatial ring. Besides, Magic Sea University has given me full access to their resource library, so I can take whatever I need at any time. I don't lack cultivation materials now. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Lin Wanru was stunned by the fact that he had such high privileges at Magic Sea University. Ultimately, she stopped refusing and accepted the resources Su Ming had left for her. Son, how many days will you stay at home this time? Shifting the topic away from cultivation resources, Lin Wanru looked at Su Ming with eyes full of hope. Su Ming had originally planned to leave Linjiang City and return to Magic Sea University early the next morning. However, seeing the expectation in his mother's eyes, he decided to spend a few more days with his family. After all, obtaining the SSS-level Heavenly Gate refinement method was easy for him. There was no rush to leave. I'll head back to school in 3 days. I'll stay at home for a couple more days first. Hearing this, Lin Wanru smiled. That's good. Take a break and enjoy yourself for a few more days. Cultivation also requires a balance between work and rest. I'll go buy some groceries now and make your favorite dishes when I return, she said, standing up to leave. Mom, I'll start preparing a medicinal bath with bone-strengthening grass and a few other resources. When Xiaowei comes back tonight, you can bathe together to improve your strength, Su Ming said, planning to keep himself busy as well. Lin Wanru nodded and left the villa. Once she was gone, Su Ming immediately sprang into action. Using a formula he had found in the Mo High University archives, he began brewing a medicinal solution with bone-strengthening grass and several other Tier 5 resources, which could enhance the strength of low-level martial artists. Time flew by, and it was already late at night. Su Ming's family had finished dinner. At this moment, Su Ming sat on the living room sofa watching TV. In separate bathrooms, Lin Wanru and Su Xiaowei soaked in bathtubs filled with the medicinal solution Su Ming had spent half the afternoon brewing from multiple Tier 5 resources. The two of them soaked for half an hour. The effect is amazing. In just this short hour, I feel like my vitality has increased by at least 500 points, and my bones have become much stronger, Lin Wanru exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she felt the surge in her vitality and physical strength. It was only now that she truly understood the vast difference between martial artists with ample cultivation resources and those without. Even children from influential families with mediocre talent could grow stronger by relying on the resources poured into them by their families. After this moment of realization, Lin Wanru continued to absorb the energy from the medicinal bath with all her might. As a martial artist herself, who wouldn't want to become stronger? In the other bathroom, Su Xiaowei was also soaking in the warm medicinal bath, her cheeks flushed with a charming red hue. Since Su Xiaowei had not yet become an official martial artist, her absorption of the solution was much slower than Lin Wanru's. Even so, half an hour in the bath had already doubled her physical strength. If her vitality were tested now, it would have risen from 4.3 points before the bath to over 9 points, just one step away from the 10-point threshold required to become an official martial artist. Although she hadn't fully reached the threshold yet, there was still a considerable amount of energy left in the medicinal bath. As long as she continued the bath tonight, Su Xiaowei would undoubtedly break through and become an official martial artist. Time ticked by, second by second. Midnight arrived. Boom! From the bathroom in Su Xiaowei's room on the second floor, her vitality surged violently, and an entirely different aura emanated from her. Xiaowei broke through. Downstairs, Su Ming, with his powerful mental strength, keenly sensed the vitality fluctuations on the second floor and immediately became energized. At the same time, Su Xiaowei felt as if her body had broken through some kind of barrier. Her strength surged instantly, and even her perception of her surroundings improved significantly. What surprised her the most was that she could now clearly sense the flow of electricity within the home's wiring, and it even felt as though she could control it at will. This feeling is so strange. Why can I sense the movement of electricity? Could it be I've awakened an ability in advance? This sudden, peculiar sensation brought a flash of doubt to Su Xiaowei's eyes. With a tentative thought, she extended her finger and focused her mind. Zzz. A faint crackle of electric current sounded. In the next second, Su Xiaowei's eyes widened in astonishment. A small arc of blue electricity danced on the tip of her right index finger. Though it was faint, it carried an undeniable power. It's really an ability. Staring at the blue arc flickering on her fingertip, Su Xiaowei stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Lightning elemental fluctuation. This isn't the electricity from the house's wiring, it's an ability. The moment Su Xiaowei's finger produced the blue arc, Su Ming immediately sensed it. With his A-grade lightning ability and immense mental strength, he was highly attuned to lightning elemental fluctuations. Almost simultaneously, he detected the lightning's presence. Su Ming's mental power instantly expanded, covering the entire villa and an area of several hundred meters around it. In a flash, he rushed to the second floor, stopping outside Su Xiaowei's room and calling out loudly, "Xiaowei, are you alright?" The sudden appearance of lightning elemental fluctuations made Su Ming's first instinct to suspect an intruder. However, using his mental strength, he confirmed that only Su Xiaowei and Lin Wanru's auras were present in the villa, no strangers. Outside the villa, within a radius of several hundred meters, there were 4 second-tier martial artists and 1 third-tier martial artist. These were the security personnel assigned by the mayor, whom Su Ming had long been aware of. Once he was certain there was no danger, Su Ming relaxed and began to speculate that the lightning fluctuations might have originated from Su Xiaowei herself. "Brother, I'm fine. I'm great." Su Xiaowei's excited voice came from behind the door. She awakened an ability too. Hearing the excitement in her tone, Su Ming's worry dissipated instantly, replaced by joy. He returned to the living room downstairs to continue waiting. An hour later, Su Xiaowei and Lin Wanru emerged from the bathrooms after absorbing all the energy in the medicinal baths and freshening up. "Brother, I've awakened an ability. Look!" Su Xiaowei exclaimed excitedly as she stood before Su Ming, showcasing her newly awakened lightning ability. "As I thought, it's a lightning ability." Su Ming nodded silently as he observed the arc of electricity flickering on her fingertip. Lin Wanru also approached, her eyes fixed on the blue arc on Su Xiaowei's fingertip, her face brimming with delight. "I awakened it during the medicinal bath, but right now, I can only control this small amount of lightning. I'm not sure what specific type of lightning ability it is, or what its rank might be," Su Xiaowei said, flexing her finger and making the arc vanish instantly. "What do you feel after awakening your ability? Has your body undergone any changes?" Su Ming asked. With his knowledge of ability ranks, from B grade to SSS grade, and his experience with different abilities, he believed he could deduce her rank based on her descriptions. "Aside from being able to summon arcs of lightning, I feel incredibly sensitive to the electricity in all the circuits and appliances at home. It seems like I can even control them. My body hasn't changed much, but my perception of my surroundings has become clearer and sharper," Su Xiaowei replied quickly. After listening, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly. Sensitivity to electricity was a common trait of lightning abilities. Enhanced perception was a sign of increased mental strength. Based on this alone, he couldn't determine her ability's rank. However, judging by the strength of the arc earlier, it likely wasn't very high. "Alright, I understand. It's late, get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Extreme Martial Hall to test your ability," Su Ming said after some thought. Su Xiaowei nodded obediently, though her excitement made it hard for her to fall asleep that night. The next day, Su Ming took Su Xiaowei to the Extreme Martial Hall. After explaining their purpose to Jiang Lingchuan, they proceeded, amid his astonishment, to the highest level ability testing apparatus for her evaluation. The results were just as Su Ming had expected. Su Xiaowei's lightning-based ability was of a low grade, classified as an E-level ability called Weak Current. Only E-level? The lowest level of abilities? Upon seeing the result, disappointment appeared on Su Xiaowei's face. She knew that Su Ming had awakened an A-level ice ability and had hoped that she might at least have a B or C-level ability. She hadn't expected it to be the lowest E-level. "Don't be discouraged. Awakening any ability and becoming an awakened already places you ahead of 99% of martial artists, Su Ming said with a smile, patting her head to comfort her. Su Xiaowei nodded absent-mindedly. Weak current? This is exactly the kind of talent we most need in Hanxia. However, when Jiang Lingchuan saw Su Xiaowei's awakened talent, his eyes lit up, and he was so excited that he nearly jumped. Jiang Lingchuan's excitement immediately caught the attention of Su Ming and his sister. Curious, Su Ming asked, Master Jiang, what's going on? Jiang Lingchuan laughed heartily. Su Ming, you don't know, but although weak current is considered one of the lowest grade abilities, its potential is beyond imagination. It could even surpass S-level abilities in usefulness. Hearing Su Ming's question, Jiang Lingchuan turned to Su Xiaowei with a smile and asked, Xiaowei, can you now clearly sense the flow of electrical signals in all the appliances in this room? Su Xiaowei nodded. Exactly. Jiang Lingchuan immediately continued. Your awakened weak current ability, as your mental strength grows, will allow you to control the electrical signals of all appliances at will in the future. You could even alter how these signals are transmitted. Although technology has advanced rapidly, it still heavily relies on electricity. If the higher-ups in Hanxia find out about your ability, they'll undoubtedly recruit you into the Longan Bureau immediately. With professional training, once your mental strength reaches the level of a grandmaster, your ability could potentially monitor all signals worldwide. No matter how well hidden someone is, as long as they use modern technology to communicate, they won't escape the detection of your ability. Now you see why I say those who awaken the weak current ability are geniuses, right? I guarantee that once your talent is reported to the nation, they will spare no effort in helping you rapidly advance to the grandmaster level. Hearing all this, Su Xiaowei was utterly confused. Although Jiang Lingchuan's words sounded impressive, she couldn't fully grasp their significance. After all, she had just started high school at the age of 15, and such matters were far too complex for her. So that's the case. Standing beside her, Su Ming's eyes gleamed after listening to Jiang Lingchuan's explanation. Thank you, Master Jiang, for telling me. Su Ming quickly expressed his gratitude with a bow. If not for Jiang Lingchuan's explanation, Su Ming would have still thought of using the golden thunder jade bamboo he had obtained from cave number 4 in Linjiang to enhance Su Xiaowei's weak current ability by 1 grade, but now that he understood the unique nature of the ability, he immediately dismissed the idea. While the golden thunder jade bamboo could indeed evolve the weak current ability, it would at most elevate it to D-level. To awakened individuals, the combat effectiveness of a D-level ability was limited, at least in Su Ming's opinion. Su Ming did not want his loved ones to face dire beasts and engage in direct combat in the future. No matter how strong a martial artist was fighting, dire beasts always came with the risk of danger. He couldn't bear the thought of someday receiving tragic news of a loved one falling in battle. Now that Su Xiaowei had awakened the weak current ability, if it was as powerful as Jiang Lingchuan claimed, she would undoubtedly become a key figure protected by Hanxia. She would be assigned to the safety of the rear lines, specializing in gathering intelligence on enemy forces, rather than fighting on the front lines. Protecting his family's safety was Su Ming's top priority. It's not a big deal, Jiang Lingchuan said with a wave of his hand, smiling modestly. However, his expression quickly turned serious as he walked over to the testing equipment and swiftly deleted the earlier records of Su Xiaowei's test results. He then turned to Su Ming and Su Xiaowei and said, Su Ming, under no circumstances should you let outsiders know that your sister has awakened the weak current ability. Hanxia's adversaries, including the Dark Council operating within Hanxia's borders, would never allow someone with such an ability to grow. The intelligence-gathering potential of the weak current ability is omnipresent, posing an immense threat to them. It makes it impossible for them to hide. If these factions learn that Xiaowei has awakened the weak current ability, they will stop at nothing to assassinate her. Jiang Lingchuan's words made Su Ming's expression darken. His smile faded, replaced by a stern look. Understood. Thank you, Master Jiang, for the warning. This is a token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse. As he spoke, Su Ming focused his thoughts and retrieved dozens of 5th-tier resources and 2 6th-tier resources from his storage ring, presenting them to Jiang Lingchuan with his mental strength. These resources are far too valuable, Jiang Lingchuan said, his eyes widening as he looked at the pile of resources. He quickly waved his hands, trying to refuse, but before he could speak, Su Ming cut him off. Master Jiang, I plan to move my family to the magic capital and will also report my sister's awakened ability to Hanxia's higher-ups. Who knows when we will meet again next time? During the early days of my awakening, I received a lot of care from you, Master Jiang. These resources are my way of expressing gratitude. Please accept them. Seeing the sincerity on Su Ming's face, Jiang Lingchuan eventually nodded and accepted the resources. Then I won't stand on ceremony. When Jiang Lingchuan accepted his gift, a faint smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. After the two chatted a bit longer, Su Ming turned to Su Xiaowei and said, "Xiaowei, let's go." "I'll escort you too," Jiang Lingchuan said with a smile. And so, with Jiang Lingchuan accompanying them, Su Ming and Su Xiaowei left the Extreme Martial Hall. "I was right about him. Su Ming is truly extraordinary," Jiang Lingchuan murmured as he watched the siblings' figures disappear into the distance. "The Su family really is full of talent." Looking at the resources Su Ming had given him, Jiang Lingchuan couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The pile of resources included 56 fifth-tier resources and 2 sixth-tier resources. The value of these items far exceeded the Rengold battle armor he had once gifted Su Ming by dozens of times. With these high-tier resources, he was confident he could advance his strength to the 5th tier within the next few years. Without Su Ming's help, he would have been stuck at the mid-4th tier for the rest of his life, never reaching a breakthrough. Meanwhile, after returning to the villa in the city center with Su Xiaowei, Su Ming explained to Lin Wanru his plan to send the three of them to Magic Sea University. He also explained in detail the special nature of Su Xiaowei's awakening of the low-voltage electrical ability, analyzing its pros and cons. Magic Sea University was a place teeming with the strong, guarded by a 9th-rank king-level powerhouse, Yangzhen, making it, in Su Ming's opinion, the safest place for now. Even if Su Xiaowei's ability were to be discovered, as long as she and Lin Wanru were within the university, neither the Dark Council nor the hostile forces from Hanxia would dare to act recklessly here. More importantly, Su Ming wasn't just bringing them to Magic Sea University, he planned to personally explain Su Xiaowei's situation to Yangzhen and request that Yangzhen contact the upper echelons of Hanxia to help her enter the Longyan Bureau. With someone like Yangzhen, a king-level powerhouse, speaking on her behalf, it would be far more reliable than Su Ming going to Hanxia's higher-ups himself. Su Ming believed that as long as Su Xiaowei could join the Longyan Bureau, with Hanxia's full support and protection, her safety would be far more assured than staying at Magic Sea University. "Son, you've made the right decision. I'll pack up right away and go to the magic capital with you," Lin Wanru said decisively after hearing Su Ming's thorough explanation. In her heart, nothing was more important than the safety of her children. For their safety, she could let go of any sentimentality, even if it meant burning down the ancestral home in her hometown, she wouldn't hesitate. "Good, then we'll leave early tomorrow morning. I'll book the tickets now," Su Ming said. "If your teachers or classmates ask about your situation, just tell them I'm taking you to the magic capital to attend high school. Don't say too much," he added, turning to Su Xiaowei after getting Lin Wanru's reply. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother," Su Xiaowei nodded without hesitation. She had always wanted to see Magic Sea University, the nation's top martial arts academy, and now that she had the chance, she wouldn't let it slip by. After hearing Su Ming's analysis of her ability, she also realized how valuable her unique power was and understood the dangers of exposing it. The family quickly reached an agreement and began packing for their journey to the magic capital. The next day, Su Ming, Lin Wanru, and Su Xiaowei boarded a high-speed train and embarked on their journey to the magic capital. Everything went smoothly, and 2.5 hours later, they safely arrived at Magic Sea University. "Brother, is this Hanxia's top martial arts university? It's so magnificent," Su Xiaowei exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement, as she looked at the towering 100-meter-high gates of the university. Beside her, Lin Wanru was equally stunned into silence. "Su Ming!" Su Xiaowei's exclamation drew the attention of several passing students. They looked toward Su Ming, and upon recognizing him, greeted him warmly and respectfully. At the same time, they cast curious glances at Su Xiaowei. Because Su Xiaowei had just called Su Ming brother, the students immediately took note of this top-tier prodigy's younger sister. Acknowledging their greetings with a nod, Su Ming then led Lin Wanru and Su Xiaowei directly toward the principal's office. "Is that Su Ming's younger sister? At such a young age and already a formal martial artist, truly, the offspring of a family of geniuses are extraordinary. I also heard that Su Ming's sister is quite beautiful. This family really has outstanding genetics." After Su Ming and his family left, the students near the gate began whispering among themselves. Most of them were senior martial arts students who had just returned from completing external hunting missions. Their strength was formidable, with the weakest among them being at least at the early 4th rank. Naturally, they could sense the vitality and energy radiating from Su Xiaowei, who had just broken through to the first rank as a martial artist. "Brother, are you that famous at school? It feels like everyone knows you, and the way they look at you, they seem to be a little afraid of you?" Su Xiaowei couldn't help but ask curiously as they walked along, noticing how every Magic Sea University student they encountered greeted Su Ming with deference. "You've become famous?" "Not bad," Su Ming replied casually. "I'm currently recognized as the strongest student at Magic Sea University, so that's why everyone knows me." "The strongest in the whole school? Are you serious?" Su Xiaowei froze, staring at him in disbelief. If Su Ming had claimed to be the strongest freshman, she wouldn't have been too surprised. But this was Magic Sea University, a place where the nation's top martial arts prodigies gathered. For Su Ming, who's just started his first semester, to already be recognized as the strongest in the entire school, it was simply too astonishing. Beside them, Lin Wanru's expression remained calm. She had already learned from Jiang Lingchuan that Su Ming's true strength could rival even late-stage grandmasters. With such power, it was entirely plausible for him to be the strongest student in a place like Magic Sea University, which was brimming with geniuses. How could it not be true? Su Ming said with a smile, leading the way. "Come on, I'll take you to meet the principal of Magic Sea University." Soon, they arrived at the door to Yang Zhen's office. "Come in," came Yang Zhen's voice after Su Ming knocked on the door. "Su Ming, you're finally back." Yang Zhen greeted him warmly, standing up with a smile. However, his gaze quickly shifted to Su Xiaowei and Lin Wanru behind him. "And who might these two be?" he asked. Su Ming immediately introduced them. "So, it's Ms. Lin and Xiaowei. Please, have a seat," Yang Zhen said warmly after learning their identities, personally pouring tea for them. Seeing the principal of Magic Sea University treating them with such respect, Lin Wanru and Su Xiaowei felt both flattered and astonished, hurriedly expressing their gratitude. "Su Ming, you've been absent for a month. I was quite worried about you," Yang Zhen said after taking a sip of tea. "You mentioned preparing to challenge the Heavenly Gate tempering test. How has your preparation been going?" A month ago, Su Ming had already reached the peak of the 5th rank. With his strength, he could challenge the SS-level Heavenly Gate tempering test at any time to train and break through to the Grandmaster realm. A young Grandmaster had the potential for even greater achievements in the future, so Yang Zhen naturally hoped he would succeed soon. "I'm ready and can take the test anytime," Su Ming nodded. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Principal, I also have something else I'd like to ask your help with." "Go ahead, as long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help," Yang Zhen said, his curiosity piqued. "My younger sister has just awakened an E-level lightning-type ability called Low Voltage. According to the director of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Linjiang City, Jiang Lingchuan, Hanxia places special importance on this ability. This time, I brought her here to ask if you could contact Hanxia's higher-ups and inform them of this news," Su Ming explained directly. "Low voltage ability?" Yang Zhen's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression as he looked at Su Xiaowei in astonishment. Under the gaze of a king-level powerhouse, Su Xiaowei felt an immense pressure bearing down on her. Noticing her nervousness, Yang Zhen quickly regained his smile and spoke in a gentle tone. "Xiaowei, could you show me your ability? Let me take a look." Su Xiaowei glanced at Su Ming, and with his nod of approval, she released her ability without hesitation. She extended her finger, and a faint arc of electricity appeared at her fingertip. Yang Zhen squinted slightly, carefully observing the arc while using his psychic power to probe it. "Not bad. It's indeed a weak electricity ability." After a few seconds, he withdrew his psychic power, nodding slightly with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Then, he turned to Su Xiaowei and said, "From today onward, you are officially a specially enrolled student at Mo High University. You will receive the same privileges as your brother, with access to all university resources free of charge." Yang Zhen's statement surprised Su Ming, who hadn't expected the principal to grant Su Xiaowei such generous treatment. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, Yang Zhen smiled and said, "Su Ming, don't look at me like that. Although your sister's ability level is not high, it holds immense strategic value. Hanxiao will spare no effort in nurturing her. I am not only the principal of Mo High University but also the deputy director of the Longyan Bureau. Naturally, I understand the importance of this. What your sister needs most right now is to grow stronger. The fastest way to do so is by training in Mo High University's Tongtian Cultivation Tower, supported by abundant resources." "I understand." Su Ming finally grasped the situation after Yang Zhen's explanation but was still somewhat shocked to learn of Yang Zhen's additional identity as the Longyan Bureau's deputy director. Yang Zhen added, "I will also assign a few experts from the Longyan Bureau to secretly protect your sister, providing an extra layer of safety for her." "Thank you so much, Principal." Su Ming expressed his gratitude immediately. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. Yang Jin waved his hand dismissively and turned to Su Xiaowei, saying, Xiaowei, I will now arrange for you to move into the dormitory reserved for specially enrolled students and prepare your student ID. From today onward, you are officially a student at Mo Hai University. As Yang Jin finished speaking, a flicker of excitement appeared in Su Xiaowei's eyes. She hadn't expected to join Mo Hai University so soon, let alone as a specially enrolled student with access to all resources for free. This sudden privilege felt like a dream. Hurry up and thank the principal, Lin Wanru, standing beside her, reminded. Snapping out of her daze, Su Xiaowei quickly expressed her gratitude to Yang Jin. Afterward, she hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something. Feel free to speak your mind, no need to be shy, Yang Jin encouraged her with a smile. Su Xiaowei nodded and asked, Principal, may I have my dormitory near my brother's? Having just arrived at Mo Hai University, the unfamiliar environment made her naturally want to stay close to someone familiar. Of course, no problem. Yang Jin laughed heartily and agreed. The villa where Su Ming lived was in the special enrollment area, and there were 2 vacant villas nearby, making it convenient to assign one to Su Xiaowei. Hearing this promise, Su Xiaowei smiled brightly and thanked him. After chatting for a while longer, Su Ming and Yang Jin arranged to conduct the Tianmen refining technique assessment the next day, and then Su Ming led Su Xiaowei and Lin Wanru out. Brother, is this really the dormitory for students at Mo Hai University? Su Xiaowei stood in front of her assigned villa, her mouth agape in astonishment at the sight of the luxurious mansion, which was even grander than the government-rewarded villa she had in Linjiang City's downtown area. Lin Wanru, beside her, was equally stunned. The magnificence of Mo Hai University exceeded their wildest imaginations. From today onward, this villa is your dormitory until you graduate, Su Ming said with a smile. My dormitory is just next door. Each of us has our own villa. Recalling his own reaction when he first saw the accommodations at Mo Hai University, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, the two suppressed their shock and followed Su Ming, the veteran, as he gave them a thorough tour of the villa, inside and out. Su Ming also provided detailed introductions to the villa's smart housekeeper system, campus network features, and the Tongtian cultivation tower. By the end of the day, Su Xiaowei had fully acclimated to life at Mo Hai University. Later, Su Ming returned to his villa while Lin Wanru stayed with Su Xiaowei. That evening, Su Ming sensed faint traces of powerful presences flicker around the villa. He released his psychic power to investigate but found nothing unusual. The presences vanished as quickly as they had appeared, as if they were merely passing by. However, Su Ming knew that the timing was no coincidence. Those powerful presences must have been the experts assigned by Yang Jin from the Longan Bureau to protect Su Xiaowei. The principal really is reliable, Su Ming thought to himself, impressed. After confirming there was no threat, he retracted his psychic power, smiled faintly, and prepared to rest. The next day, he would face the challenge of the SSS-level Tianmen refining technique, so he needed to be in peak condition. Just as he withdrew his psychic power, 3 figures emerged silently from the shadows around Su Xiaowei's villa. His perception is incredibly sharp. Director Yang was right. Su Ming is indeed a once-in-a-century genius, the leading man remarked softly, gazing at the villa with admiration. With a talent like him in Hanxia, within 10 years, we'll have another king-level powerhouse. 10 years later, Hanxia will gain an invincible force. The 2 people beside him nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with praise. After a brief exchange, the 3 figures blended back into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The next morning, Principal, I'm ready, Su Ming said, leaving his dormitory and heading to Yang Jin's office. In order to acquire an S-class or higher Tianmen refining technique, Mo Hai University didn't have the necessary resources. He would have to leave the university and travel to Hanxia's capital city, where S-class and SSS-class techniques were stored. Awaiting him was a grueling trial. In that case, let's set off. Yang Jin, who had been prepared, nodded at Su Ming. The next moment, Su Ming felt an invisible force lift him. As before, the scenery around him retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he and Yang Jin had ascended above the clouds, speeding toward the capital. Su Ming, we've arrived, Yang Jin's voice rang in Su Ming's ears after about half an hour of high-altitude flight. As the words fell, Su Ming looked ahead and found himself above a massive structure. The building resembled a futuristic starship, like an alien battleship straight out of a sci-fi movie, standing there with overwhelming grandeur. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. The newcomer was clad in Hanxia military uniform, bearing a 3-star rank on his shoulder. The aura emanating from him was no less imposing than Yang Jin's. Su Ming immediately understood that this was a top-tier expert whose strength was on par with Yang Jin's. General Li, Yang Jin smiled faintly and took the lead in greeting. Then, he introduced Su Ming. Su Ming, this is General Li Kai, who is in charge of the matters in the Void Divine Palace. General Li, Su Ming pays his respects. Su Ming greeted respectfully. Li Kai nodded with a smile and said, Old Yang, so this is the challenger sent by your Demon Sea University, Su Ming. Indeed, his demeanor is extraordinary, and his talent is remarkable. Then, he looked at Yang Jin and laughed heartily. General Li, time is of the essence. Let us begin now, Yang Jin said solemnly, his eyes gleaming with urgency. All right, follow me, General Li Kai said without much elaboration. His figure moved gracefully like the wind as he swooped down toward the starship structure. Yang Jin gave Su Ming an encouraging look, and a gentle yet powerful energy enveloped Su Ming. The two followed closely behind Li Kai, transforming into two beams of light as they descended rapidly. The three landed precisely on a wide platform made of unusual metal at the top of the building. The surface of the platform was so smooth it reflected their images. As soon as they stepped on it, the metal beneath their feet seemed alive, silently sliding to the sides to reveal a circular passage extending downward, emitting a soft and bright white light. The platform's opening and closing were completely silent, a level of quiet that was astonishing. Su Ming looked down and saw that the light inside the passage was not glaring, yet it illuminated everything clearly, even the tiniest specks of dust. Stay close to me, Li Kai said briefly, stepping into the light. Su Ming and Yang Jin followed closely into the passage. As soon as they entered the interior of the structure, the futuristic scene before Su Ming's eyes left him dazzled and in awe. Seeing Su Ming looking around like a curious child, Yang Jin's lips curved upward slightly. He explained softly by Su Ming's ear, Su Ming, what you are in right now is not an ordinary building but a starship. A starship? Su Ming was astonished, looking at Yang Jin in disbelief. Yang Jin nodded and said, that's right. This starship is called Kunlun. It is one of our nation's top secrets, far beyond the scope of Earth's current technology. It originates from an extraterrestrial civilization. Our country assembled the most elite team of scientists and spent nearly a century mastering part of this starship's functionalities. Based on it, we established the Void Divine Palace. As Yang Jin finished speaking, Li Kai added with a smile, the Void Divine Palace is built using the core energy of the starship to create a virtual space. When martial artists enter the Void Divine Palace, they do not enter with their physical bodies but with their consciousness. The starship's intelligence system thoroughly scans a martial artist's physical strength, vitality, soul essence, mental characteristics, and even special ability imprints to obtain their complete data. Subsequently, the intelligence system uses this data to perfectly replicate an identical consciousness body within the Void Divine Palace. This consciousness body possesses all of your abilities, feelings, and thoughts. In the Void Divine Palace, even if the consciousness body is defeated or disappears during combat, you will at most feel mentally fatigued and recover after some rest. Your real body will not be harmed. However, the moment the consciousness body disappears, the sensation of life and death feels incredibly real. Many high-level martial artists in Hanxia leverage the Void Divine Palace to break through their bottlenecks in life and death battles. This is the greatest value of the Void Divine Palace. The SS-level and SSS-level Heavenly Gate tempering trials you are about to undergo will take place in specially designed trial spaces within the Void Divine Palace. After hearing Li Kai's explanation, Su Ming suddenly understood. Although his heart surged with excitement, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness. Since the Kunlun starship came from an extraterrestrial civilization, did this mean that Blue Star's enemies were not just the ferocious beasts from underground but also threats from alien forces? I had never heard of Blue Star being under threat from extraterrestrial civilizations before. It seems that the real danger comes from those savage beasts. Even if there are threats from alien civilizations, there are powerful experts guarding us. For now, I just need to focus on improving my own strength. Su Ming shook his head, dispelling his worries, calming himself, and continued to follow Li Kai and Yang Jin deeper into the Kunlun starship. Under Li Kai's guidance, they reached the end of the passage. In front of them was a silver door, designed with extreme simplicity but radiating energy glows that rippled like water waves. Li Kai placed his palm on a special light panel beside the door. The light flickered, and the door slid open silently, revealing the scene within. Behind the door was a massive circular hall. The center was devoid of complex equipment, only dozens of sleek, futuristic-looking pods arranged neatly. These pods were entirely white, smooth in texture, with most of them closed. A few had their lids open, emitting soft blue guiding light. Technicians in white research uniforms were busy recording data near the open pods. The dome of the hall was not solid, instead, it was a deep, immersive virtual projection, with twinkling stars making it feel like standing beneath the night sky. The surrounding walls were enormous circular screens displaying real-time energy curves, three-dimensional human models, and numerous incomprehensible symbols, creating a striking sense of cutting-edge technology. "This is it." Li Kai stopped and pointed to an open pod where the guiding light had turned from blue to green. He then said to Su Ming, "Su Ming, lie down, relax, and do not resist the upcoming scan. The system will guide your consciousness through the subsequent operations." As soon as Li Kai finished speaking, Yang Jin patted Su Ming's shoulder encouragingly. "Don't worry, there's no danger involved." "Understood." Su Ming nodded, took a deep breath, cleared his mind of distractions, and strode toward the designated pod. A technician gestured gently for him to proceed. Su Ming slowly lay down inside the pod, which had a peculiar material and a cool yet extremely comfortable touch. As soon as he lay down, the pod's lid silently closed above him. Before the last sliver of light disappeared, Su Ming saw Yang Jin and Li Kai standing outside, their eyes fixed on his pod. The pod was completely sealed but not stuffy, a refreshing airflow circulated gently within. Scanning program initiated. "Please relax and do not be tense," a soft, neutral electronic voice resonated within the pod. Next, Su Ming felt countless tiny points of light illuminating on the milky white inner walls. Invisible yet perceivable waves of gentle energy swept across every part of his body, penetrating deep into his muscles, bones, organs, and even further. A few minutes later, he felt a slight coolness between his eyebrows, as a powerful and refreshing consciousness entered his mental world. He remembered the instructions to completely relax and offer no resistance. The entire process lasted about 5 minutes. During this time, he seemed to see the flow of his blood and energy being modeled and projected in the form of energy streams before his eyes, his spiritual power being precisely measured, and even the 3 major cores of his abilities vaguely outlined. Scan complete, data modeling finished, beginning consciousness connection. An electronic voice suddenly sounded. "Connection successful." The electronic voice sounded again a few seconds later. Su Ming felt a slight dizziness in his mind, as if his soul had been gently drawn out of his body. The sensations and sounds around him quickly faded away, his vision blurred, and then everything turned completely dark. But this feeling lasted only an instant. Suddenly, his vision lit up. When his sight returned, he found himself standing in an endless, pure white space. Beneath his feet was a smooth, mirror-like white surface that cast no reflection. Above him stretched a boundless, soft white light. There was no sky, no stars, and all around was an empty expanse of pure white. His body felt exactly the same as in reality, the surging power of his blood and energy, the vast and ocean-like control over his spiritual power, even sharper and more precise than in the real world. "So, this is the virtual divine palace? What a strange feeling," Su Ming muttered softly, looking down at his hands, clenching his fists, and sensing the strength coursing through them. At that moment, the gentle electronic voice sounded again. "Trial participants Su Ming detected. Identity verification complete. Please select the level of the Heavenly Gate Condensation Technique Challenge, S-level, SS-level, or SSS-level." The electronic voice seemed to emanate directly from the space itself, resounding in Su Ming's mind. At the same time, 3 glowing doors appeared in the void before him, each emitting a distinct light and aura. The door on the far left glowed deep blue, the middle one deep purple, and the one on the far right a dark gold. Each door bore the corresponding labels, S, SS, and SSS. Clearly, entering the respective door would lead to the challenge space of that level. Su Ming had already made up his mind. Without any hesitation, his gaze locked onto the dark gold door on the far right, the challenge space for the SSS-level Heavenly Gate Condensation Technique. The next second, Su Ming stepped forward, his figure vanishing into the dark gold door. Choosing the SSS-level challenge space, this guy Su Ming certainly isn't lacking in ambition, someone remarked. But the SSS-level challenge is no joke. Over the years, not a single genius with awakened SS-level abilities has managed to pass. I wonder if he'll surprise us. Outside, Li Kai watched the virtual screen in front of him, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The screen clearly displayed the moment Su Ming chose to enter the SSS-level challenge space. Su Ming never does anything he isn't confident about. "Let's wait and see," Li Kai said with a calm tone. "Seems like you have high hopes for him," a voice interjected. Li Kai glanced at Yang Jin, surprised by his comment. Seeing that Yang Jin only smiled without elaborating further, Li Kai shifted his focus back to the virtual screen. At this moment, the screen was already displaying the scene of Su Ming entering the SSS-level challenge space, inside the virtual divine palace. As Su Ming stepped through the dark gold door, his vision shifted, and he found himself standing on an endless grassland. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared in front of him, displaying the challenge details. SSS-level challenge: kill 200 ironclad earth dragons within 30 minutes. Timer starts in 3, 2, 1, ***. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the countdown ended, flashes of white light flickered across the grassland. In an instant, 200 ironclad earth dragons materialized. They were massive, standing nearly 10 meters tall at the shoulder, and formed a layered circle around him. The aura of these dragons all reached the Grandmaster realm, with the weakest being at the early 6th tier. Among them, 10 emitted a powerful presence, comparable to the mid-6th tier wild bears Su Ming had encountered in the Linjiang No. 4 abyss. 10 at mid-Grandmaster level, and the rest no weaker than the early Grandmaster level. And I have to kill them all in 30 minutes. No wonder no one has passed this in years, Su Ming muttered under his breath, glancing at the ironclad earth dragons. Outside, geniuses with awakened SS-level abilities, combined with martial arts bonuses, might have a slim chance of killing all 200 ironclad earth dragons. Even then, they'd have to go all out. But here, in the virtual Divine Palace, martial arts bonuses didn't work. Only the combat power of one's abilities could enhance their strength. Even a top-tier 5th-level genius with awakened SS-level abilities could barely reach the early Grandmaster level. To kill 200 ironclad earth dragons within 30 minutes? Nearly impossible.